Your daughter is destined to marry the Dragon King. Don't stop her. If you delay the auspicious time and make the Dragon King unhappy, your village will be flooded. Mianmian, it's because I'm incompetent and can't protect you. You go first. I'll go with you when I'm done. We'll be companions on the road to the underworld. Plop. Beep. The repair system has been activated. Please wait. The activation time is 12 hours. The feeling of drowning swept over her. Qin Yuan shook off the heavy pressure and opened her eyes. She suddenly found herself in the water with stones tied to her hands and feet. Just when she thought she was going to drown, an agile figure swam towards her quickly and brought her to the shore like a flexible fish. Qin Yuan, who survived the disaster, panted heavily and turned her head to look to the side. The boy who saved her turned his back to her, wrung out his clothes, and walked away. Hey, I haven't thanked you for saving me yet. The boy disappeared as if he didn't hear anything. Qin Yuan ignored him and lay on her back on the ground thinking about her time travel. She was originally a small dessert chef in modern society. She had a car accident on the way home, and then she opened her eyes and saw the scene just now. The moment she opened her eyes, she received the memory of the original owner. The original owner was called Qin Mianmian, an ordinary 12-year-old girl in Ping'an village. Not long ago, a Taoist woman suddenly came to the village. She first looked at the graves of several families in a mysterious way. Then she performed magic and cured several people's illnesses. Ping'an village immediately regarded this Taoist woman as a semi-immortal. Who knew that she suddenly said a few days ago that the river god Dragon King had sent her a dream, saying that she had to marry a girl in the village as her wife. Otherwise there would be a flood and kill the whole village. The villagers believed it to be true, and regardless of Qin Mianmian's mother's pleading, they tied stones to Qin Mianmian and threw her into the river to sacrifice to the river god Dragon King. In fact, all this was the conspiracy of Qin Mianmian's widowed aunt, in order to kill Qin Mianmian's family, so that she could inherit everything of the Qin family. Feudal superstition kills people. Don't worry, I will avenge you and protect your mother well. Since she received someone's body and memory, Qin Yuan planned to be Qin Mianmian from then on. She ignored the strange voice about the system in her mind before, comforting herself that she might have heard it wrong. She patted the mud on her body and walked home. It was impossible to go home with dignity. If she dared to go back, those villagers would dare to throw her into the river again. So Qin Mianmian hid in an abandoned house near her home, according to her memory, where no one would go, and waited until dark before climbing over the wall to go home. Qin's mother was holding Qin Mianmian's clothes and crying, holding a pair of scissors in her hand, ready to end her life. Qin Mianmian saw this scene as soon as she opened the door, and she was so scared that she rushed over to grab the scissors. "Mother, what are you doing?" Mother Qin was startled and stared at the living Qin Mianmian. It took her a long time to react, and she grabbed her hand tightly. "Mianmian, you are here to pick me up? I will go with you now. Are you cold in the water? I am sorry for you." "Mother, feel it. I am still alive." Qin Mianmian extended her hand to her mother. Only then did she believe that her daughter was not dead. She couldn't help but hug her and cry again, asking what happened while crying. "The little mute in the village saved me. I hid for a day before I dared to come back." Qin Mianmian whispered, "Mother, I told you that my aunt wanted to kill us, but you didn't believe it. Do you believe it this time?" Mother Qin nodded guiltily. "What should we do? You can't hide like this forever. Don't worry, I have thought of a way. I will definitely make my aunt shoot herself in the foot," Qin Mianmian said with a sneer. After comforting Qin's mother, Qin Mianmian did not rest for a moment. She climbed over the wall and found the small courtyard where the Taoist woman was temporarily staying. She lay down behind her window and cried. The Taoist woman was originally invited by Qin Mianmian's aunt to come back to pretend. She had no skills and could only cheat for food and drink. Hearing the long and short crying outside the window, which came and went, she was so scared that she peed on the kang and covered her head with the quilt and shivered. She shouted, "Every grievance has its perpetrator. It's not me who hurt you, but your aunt. If you have any grievances, go to her instead of me." She shouted for a long time, and didn't dare to show her head until the crying stopped. She thought to herself that she would leave Ping'an village as soon as she got the money in the next 2 days. After doing all this, Qin Mianmian climbed over the wall and prepared to sneak back home. At this moment, a voice suddenly exploded in her mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the system and starting to update the task data. What? Qin Mianmian jumped 3 feet high, but it was pitch black and there was nothing around. Don't look for me. I'm bound to your spiritual world, so you can't see me. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm your binding repair system. You can call me Xiao Wanzi. What Xiao Wanzi or Dawanzi? Is there something wrong with her brain because of the time travel? The voice in her head sighed, and the next moment, a stream of information flooded into Qin Mianmian's mind. It turned out that the reason she traveled through time was because this repair system chose her, sent her to this world to repair the historical trajectory. There are many historical bugs in this world, including reborn people, people with special powers, and people who travel through time like you. They will unconsciously change history, which will lead to chaos in the future, and your task is to repair history. Oh, I see. Qin Mianmian nodded, but I refuse. Are you kidding? Those who are reborn read the script first, and those with special powers can directly bring buffs and cheat. She is an ordinary little genius who eats. What can she do to fight with others? Then you just wait to die. Your life value needs to be maintained by completing tasks. Damn it. Xiaowenzi decided to give Qin Mianmian a surprise. We are not using you for nothing. As long as you complete the tasks and accumulate enough experience points, we can help you revive and return to the modern world. How about it? Isn't this good news? Gritted her teeth. Deal. I will issue you the first task now. Xiaowanzi was very happy and sent Qin Mianmian the information of the first task. Your first goal, kill him. Qin Mianmian took a look and saw that this was the little mute who saved her. He is a mute who can't even afford to eat. Why kill him? He is also a time traveler. No, don't underestimate him. He is not a mute, but a reborn person. According to the data, he has been reborn for the 3rd time. He wants to be the emperor, so you must kill him before he becomes the emperor. Do you understand? People who want to be emperors are generally ruthless. Qin Mianmian shivered. Then do you have any golden fingers for me? Golden fingers. The necessary conditions for a time-traveling woman, Qin Mianmian felt that she must have them. Xiaowanzi, no, I am not qualified, but you are not fighting him with bare hands. The system has a mall, which has items or events that can help you complete the task. Usually, as long as you do something that contributes to this society, you can get some contribution points, and the contribution points can be spent in the mall. Qin Mianmian was about to complain, but when she heard that she could use the mall to exchange things, she swallowed her words back. There is no time limit, right? There is no task, but you have life, and you can also use contribution points to exchange life points. You can go now. She had to deal with Qin Mianmian's aunt first before talking about the task. Ignoring the chatter in her mind, she quietly slipped back to the Qin family. With the support and help of Qin's mother, she hid in the Qin family for a whole day without being discovered by her aunt and her daughter. That night, Mother Qin prepared the meal and urged the mother and daughter of the Qin family to eat quickly. Why did you prepare so much food? Isn't it a waste if you can't finish it? Aunt Qin said in a dissatisfied tone. In her eyes, Mother Qin was already a dead person, and everything in the Qin family belonged to her. She would feel bad if it was wasted. Mother Qin smiled stiffly. I have a good appetite these 2 days, so I ate a little too much. Your daughter is dead, and you are in the mood to eat. Aunt Qin completely forgot that all this was designed by herself. Aunt Qin's daughter Queer was absent-minded. She held the chopsticks and refused to eat. Aunt Qin knocked her. What are you looking at if you don't want to eat? Eat quickly. If you don't eat, others will give you food. She glanced at Mother Qin. Queer shivered and looked at Aunt Qin with some uneasiness. Mom, I met that Taoist today. She said there was a ghost last night. Do you think it was? Shut up. Aunt Qin slammed the table and didn't care about whether there was food or not. She grabbed Kwai and hurried back to the house. Mother Qin quickly packed up the food and brought it to eat with her daughter. While eating, she talked about this matter. I think Queer was scared. Your method worked. Taking a bite of the cold wild vegetables, Qin Mianmian smiled and said, there will be a good show waiting for her tonight. The mother and daughter ate quickly, and Mother Qin blew out the lights directly. Aunt Qin and Queer talked in a whisper for a long time before they rested. Qin Mianmian calculated the time and waited until Aunt Qin fell asleep before she touched the back window. Queer was rustling inside and couldn't sleep. Qin Mianmian snorted and laughed, and then she started crying outside again. Her crying was more skillful than last night, sometimes far away, sometimes close, sometimes long, sometimes short, and sometimes shivering. Good sister, I'm so cold down there. Come and keep me company. You two mother and daughter killed me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Woo woo woo. Queer screamed in fear, grabbing her mother and shaking her desperately. Mom, there's a ghost! There's a ghost! Qin Mianmian is back to find us! Aunt Qin was woken up from her half-sleeping sleep and went out to look around with her clothes on, but there was nothing. When she returned to the house, Queer was still screaming. She screamed and muttered, "It's not me who hurt you! It's not me who hurt you!" Seeing that she had lost her soul and couldn't stop talking, Aunt Qin slapped her in the face in a hurry. Shut up! Even if Qin Mianmian comes back as a ghost, I can still deal with her. If you don't shut up, I will marry you to an old widower. Queer's legs trembled, and she hugged her knees and huddled in the corner, but she didn't dare to shout anymore. Qin Mianmian went back to her room and fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, she was told by Qin's mother that the Taoist priestess came to find Aunt Qin. The Taoist priestess came to ask for money. I'm risking my life this time. That girl crawled to my place and cried in the middle of the night. Hurry up and prepare money for me. I'm leaving. Aunt Qin sneered. What money do you want when the matter is not yet done? It turned out that Aunt Qin had another trick. She asked the pretending Taoist priestess to say that Qin Mianmian missed her mother in the river and sent her mother to enjoy happiness. But the Taoist priestess refused to do it. I don't care whether you have finished the matter or not. This powerful female ghost is going to take my life. It's easy for you not to give me money. At worst, I will go and tell your village chief. You have a deadline to send me the money tomorrow morning. After saying that, she turned around and left. Aunt Qin was so angry that she smashed several tea bowls. Her eyes rolled around, and no one knew what she was thinking about. She told Queer a few words and went out. Poor Queer was so scared that she didn't dare to stay in the house alone, so she sat in the yard. Who knew that when she looked into Qin Mianmian's house, there seemed to be a person standing behind the window, and it was Qin Mianmian in the shadowy figure. Qin Mianmian waved at Queer in the house. Ah! Queer jumped up and jumped out, shouting and running away. Qin Mianmian and her daughter were the only ones left at home, and Qin Mianmian was finally able to go out of the house to relax. Host, let me remind you that you only have 1 month left of life. Qin Mianmian's good mood disappeared instantly. Shut up! Thinking that she only had 1 month to live, Qin Mianmian returned to the house dejectedly and sat waiting for the night to fall. She had to solve this matter quickly. It was night. When Aunt Qin came back, her face was full of red, carrying large and small packages in her hands. When she saw her daughter was missing, she hurriedly called Qin's mother to ask what happened. Oh, I don't know what happened. She suddenly ran, away screaming. Later in the afternoon, Arya said that she would stay at Arya's house for a few days. Aunt Qin cursed inwardly and went back to her room. That night, Qin Mianmian ran to the fake Taoist again. This time, she directly made herself up as a drowned ghost and stood outside her window. The Taoist heard the crying and the banging on the window and didn't dare to open it. Qin Mianmian directly broke the window paper. The pale face was immediately visible. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. It's not me. I really don't want to hurt you. I'm only doing this for money. Please let me go. Who hurt me? Yes, it's your aunt. Hehe, then send Queer to me. I'm so cold. The water is so cold. I want Queer. Otherwise, I'll pull you down to accompany me. After saying that, Qin Mianmian pretended to be stiff and slowly walked away. The Taoist rolled her eyes and fainted. When she woke up again, it was the next day. The fake Taoist rushed to the village chief's house without saying a word. Who knew that Aunt Qin was at the village chief's house? The fake Taoist was stunned and a little hesitant, but when she thought about the female ghost last night, she gritted her teeth and went for it. Village head, I was visited by the Dragon King in a dream last night. He said that one wife was not enough and he wanted to marry a concubine, Qin Mianmian's sister Queer. As soon as the fake Taoist said this, Aunt Qin jumped up from her chair. Bullshit! You! She wanted to say that the Taoist was talking nonsense and that she was just a fake fairy who was lying. But she swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. What should she say? She was the one who secretly found the person, and she was the one who strongly supported Qin Mianmian to throw herself into the river. If the fake Taoist told everything, how could she survive in Ping'an village? The fake Taoist snorted complacently. Why don't you say anything? Go ahead, go ahead. She was afraid that Qin Mianmian's soul would not let her go, so she was determined to do things for her to calm her resentment, so she could be said to have done her best. The village chief was a little skeptical. Sending 2 people in such a short time, will there be any trouble? He didn't doubt the Taoist priest, but he was afraid that everyone in the village would be in danger. This year, a girl was sent in, and one wife was not enough, so a concubine had to be sent in. So should we send one next year? Will the Dragon King think that 2 girls are not enough next year? Auntie, this matter. The fake Taoist priest was used to guessing people's thoughts. After hearing this, she turned around and left. You can handle it yourself. Anyway, I don't live here, and the Dragon King's trouble has nothing to do with me. The village chief immediately became timid, grabbed her and said in a gentle voice, Auntie, don't leave, that's not what I mean. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about using my good daughter as a raft. Aunt Qin jumped up and roared. The fake Taoist snorted coldly. Your niece can go to worship the river god, so why can't your daughter go? Is she more valuable than others? Is she more important, or the lives of the whole village more important? Aunt Qin retreated again and again under the aggressive fake Taoist question. She said this to Qin's mother a few days ago. At that time, Qin's mother knelt on the ground and kowtowed until her head was bleeding, begging them to release Qin Mianmian. Aunt Qin looked like she was willing to sacrifice her relatives for the sake of justice, and said in a sharp voice, Is your daughter's life more important, or the lives of the whole village more important? Unexpectedly, these words were returned to her so quickly. The village chief thought about it and realized that this was indeed the truth. He couldn't risk the lives of the whole village. He made a final decision and said, What the fairy said is right. One has been voted, and it can't be in vain. He looked at Aunt Qin and said, Go back and prepare. Go back and prepare. I will send your daughter to marry the river god tomorrow. Aunt Qin was so angry that she almost fainted. She was planning to find a good husband for her daughter so that she could live happily there. But the village chief actually wanted her to offer sacrifices to the river god? And this fake Taoist woman, has this bitch forgotten how much good she has done to her? Let me live a good life, then you won't live a good life either. Aunt Qin shouted. Aunt rushed over and grabbed the fake Taoist woman's neck and pushed her to the ground, cursing and telling her that she was a fake Taoist woman. It turned out that those who recovered from the illness were originally poisoned by them, and they would naturally recover after stopping the poison. Those miracles were all fake. The village chief was simply stunned. Aunt Qin's words had a huge impact on him, but the one who was most shocked was not the village chief, but the villagers. What? This is a fake Taoist woman? You planned all those things? Qin, you are so black-hearted. How could you do that to your own niece? A group of village women stood outside at some point. They were in disbelief and then regretted and felt guilty. They were also the ones who forced Qin Mianmian to jump into the river a few days ago. Maybe they were too angry. I don't know who took the lead, but they picked up the things at hand and threw them at Aunt Qin. Amid the stones and broken wood, Aunt Qin jumped up and said, So what if I planned it? You are now talking about it after the fact. Who of you was not the culprit who forced this to happen? Everyone was speechless. Yes, none of them was innocent, but they were also deceived. In everyone's unconvinced and angry eyes, Aunt Qin snorted coldly, stood up, gathered her hair, and tidied her slightly wrinkled clothes. So what if she was discovered? She didn't throw Qin Mianmian into the river. Even if she was blamed, she was just suggesting it. We are in the same boat. At worst, our whole village will go to the government office. The more Aunt Qin talked, the more confident she became. She also found reasons to comfort herself in her heart. Get out of the way. She pushed the speechless village woman away angrily, glared at the pale-faced Qin's mother, and rolled her eyes. Just as she pushed away the crowd and walked out, she suddenly saw Qin Mianmian standing at the door of the village chief's house. Ah! Aunt Qin was caught off guard and was startled. She let out a short scream, covered her mouth, and stepped back repeatedly. Everyone turned around and exclaimed. Even the village chief was startled, not to mention the fake Taoist priestess. She was so scared that she almost wet her pants. This female ghost is so fierce. She dared to run out in broad daylight. You are finished. Your whole village is finished. Qin Mianmian smiled brightly, tilted her head to look at Aunt Qin. Aunt, what's wrong? Are you scared? Oh, I was just joking with you. I was rescued when I was thrown into the river that day. I am a living person. Aunt Qin still had nothing to understand at this point. The ghost in the mouths of the fake Taoist priest and her daughter Queer was actually pretended by the little bitch Qin Mianmian. This time she really couldn't hold it anymore. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to her. The village women surrounded Qin Mianmian, grateful and curious and excited, asking her what was going on. Even the village chief was a little happy at this time. Mianmian, it's great that you didn't die, but what happened? The little mute saved me after I was thrown down that day. Qin Mianmian didn't want to say too many details. Then I fainted. Little mute? The village chief was stunned, and then he remembered that there was such a person in the village, and hurriedly asked someone to find the little mute. Quick, quick, he has done a great job this time. He should be rewarded. The little mute looked very bad when he was called over, especially after seeing Qin Mianmian. His expression became even more secretive. Little mute, come on, come on. You saved Mianmian this time and helped us make up for a big mistake. The village chief was very enthusiastic and pulled the little mute. The little mute immediately shook him off as if he was stung by a bee and looked at him vigilantly. The village chief was embarrassed and speechless for a while, but he didn't feel anything wrong or uneasy at all, just stared at Qin Mianmian with his deep eyes, his eyes full of inquiry. Saving this woman was just to change the direction of something, but now the situation seems to be going beyond his plan. Qin Mianmian looked at the little mute silently. This was a person who had been reborn 3 times, and he was so ambitious that he wanted to be the emperor. She silently asked the system in her heart, "What should I do?" System, either kill him directly or stop him from changing. As long as he follows his own life trajectory or does not destroy the historical trajectory, your mission will be completed. Qin Mianmian was shocked. How do I know what his life trajectory is? And how can I be sure that he will not destroy the historical trajectory? I can't monitor him for the rest of his life, right? System, that's why I asked you to kill him. Okay, I still have to watch the TV series. I will send his life trajectory and 2 rebirth experiences to you. You can figure it out yourself. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Mianmian's mind suddenly flooded with a little mute's memory data, which played as fast as a movie played several times faster. This little mute also has a name. His surname is Du, and his name is Lingyi. He was originally a child of an official family. Although he was not a high-ranking official, he had a good reputation for being honest, but he offended many people because of this, and later ended up with the extermination of 3 clans. Fortunately, he was from a branch of the side branch. Although he saved his life, he watched his parents and uncles die tragically in front of him, and he could not speak since then. Carrying such a family fate, Du Lingyi's character gradually became gloomy. In his first life, he was not too black, and he just wanted to redress the family, but the result of risking his life was nothing, and the emperor didn't care about the case many years ago, and he was hacked to death on the street. In the second life, Dulingyi turned black and he chose a completely different path to serve as an official and redress the family, but he climbed to a high position and finally told the emperor about his grievances. In order to check and balance, the emperor revealed the matter again. He was poisoned to death in his own home, and his reputation was damaged after his death. In the third life, Dulingyi was completely blackened after his rebirth, and he wanted to rise up and become the emperor. People who have experienced 3 lives know that it is not easy to deal with. Qin Mianmian thought about it and decided to get along with Dulingyi first before thinking about how to stop him. "You are my savior. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. I will do my best to help you until my death." In order to show her gratitude, Qin Mianmian directly grabbed his hand. Dulingyi immediately shook off Qin Mianmian's hand as if he was pricked by a needle, and the vigilance on his face was obvious. He moved his lips and finally pursed them. Qin Mianmian didn't feel embarrassed and gave Dulingyi a brilliant smile. "As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed." Dulingyi glanced at her and didn't even bother to make a gesture. He turned around and walked away. No matter how the village chief shouted, he didn't turn back. Looking at his back, Qin Mianmian fell into deep thought. This man is not easy to deal with. At the same time, Dulingyi was thinking about Qin Mianmian on the way back. In his previous 2 lives, he did not save Qin Mianmian and let her die in the river. The reason he wanted to save her in this life was that he hoped she would drive Quaer and her daughter away. Dulingyi was not unfamiliar with Qin Mianmian. On the contrary, they had met each other many times. When the Qin family was working in the Yangchang, the kind-hearted Qin mother would go to him for help and gave him a lot of wages. It was because he went in and out of the Qin family more often that Quaer fell in love with him, which led to her determination to marry him. In his impression, Qin Mianmian was a person with a personality very similar to her mother. No matter how others bullied her, she seemed to not care at all, especially those eyes, which always showed a timid look. But when he saw Qin Mianmian just now, he keenly noticed that she was different. Those bright eyes were full of cunning and intelligence. This was not like the glutton Qin Mianmian, who would not resist even if she was bullied all day. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Qin Mianmian was also reborn? He was reborn, and everyone looked like they were reborn. Dulingyi, who was cautious, immediately came up with a plan: find an opportunity to test Qin Mianmian. On this side, Qin Mianmian was thinking about how to get close to Dulingyi and build a good relationship with him. On the other side, Dulingyi was thinking about how to find an opportunity to get close to Qin Mianmian and test her. The 2 people's ideas coincided with each other. After the little mute left, village chief also asked everyone to disperse and go home, leaving only Qin Mianmian and her daughter. Aunt Qin was still lying on the ground. Not long after, Quaer, who received the news, also rushed over. As soon as she saw Qin Mianmian, her face changed drastically and she screamed like a ghost. "Ghost! Ah, there is a ghost! Help! Someone save me!" She knelt down to Qin Mianmian while crying. "Mianmian, I didn't hurt you. This was all done by my mother. It has nothing to do with me. This was all done by my mother who bribed that fake Taoist woman. Every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor." "Shut up!" Aunt Qin woke up at this moment. The daughter she had tried her best to protect actually told Quaer everything. Aunt Qin, who was already feeling depressed, got up and slapped Quaer in the face. "How could I give birth to such a fool like you? Look carefully, she is not dead, she is alive." Just because these 2 fools were deceived by Qin Mianmian, pretending to be a ghost, everything she did was in vain. Mother Qin couldn't stand it any longer. "Aunt, Quaer is your flesh and blood. How can you say that about her? She's just a child." "Shut up. What qualifications do you have to teach me?" Aunt Qin interrupted her angrily. The village chief had some doubts at first, but what Quaer said was no different from that fake Taoist priest, so it must be true. He was angry and guilty. He was angry that Aunt Qin had tricked him into a fool, and he was guilty for treating Qin Mianmian like that. Naturally, he stood on Qin Mianmian's side, pointing at Aunt Qin and scolding. "You are so cruel. You can actually do such a thing. Even if Mianmian drives you and your daughter away, it's reasonable." "She dares." Aunt Qin sneered. took out a letter from her bosom and unfolded it. This is what my father left before he died. I haven't taken it out because I'm prepared for this day. The letter clearly stated that Aunt Qin owned half of everything in the house. Qin Mianmian's face changed. She never expected there would be such a thing. It's easy for you to drive me away. I don't need the house and yard. Just give me half of the market price and half of the family's land. Seeing the shocked expressions on Qin Mianmian's mother and daughter's faces, Aunt Qin suddenly became complacent. She gathered her messy temples, tidied her clothes, glared at Quayer, pulled her up, and went home. Mother Qin had no intention of driving them away, but she still felt uncomfortable being tricked like this. On the way home, she couldn't help crying. I've been married to your father for so many years, serving my parents-in-law and your father. I haven't done anything to let the Qin family down, but your grandfather is so wary of me. The Qin family was not rich to begin with. When Qin's mother married in, she was poor but still able to hold on. She had some property. Later, after Qin Mianmian was born, the Qin family became worse and worse. A few years later, Qin Mianmian's grandparents died one after another. When Qin Mianmian was 10 years old, her father also died of illness. Mother Qin can be said to be hardworking and uncomplaining, but in the end, the family is on guard against her, and half of the things in the house are not hers. I'm not fighting for these things for myself. It's useless for me to come. They prepared them for you, and they didn't even leave you a thread. Mother Qin cried more and more sad. Qin Mianmian, a modern person, really doesn't feel that things are robbed. Her concept is that only what you earn is yours. Mom, don't be sad. Maybe that thing is not written by Grandpa at all. If it was really written by Grandpa, she would have taken it out long ago. Don't worry, I will definitely drive them out. As a result, Aunt Qin had the same idea. She wanted to drive Qin Mianmian and her daughter out. When Qin Mianmian and her daughter returned home, they saw Aunt Qin and her daughter sitting in the yard. Seeing them, they got straight to the point without saying a word. This yard can't accommodate two families, and I don't want to live in Ping'an village. You give me half of the market price for the house and land, and we will leave immediately. She is very self-aware. After the previous incident, she couldn't stay in this village anyway. But Qin Mianmian also needs money. She spread her hands and said, I don't have money. It's easy if you don't have money. Just sell the house and the land. Aunt Qin said happily, this is exactly what she wants. If she leaves, Qin Mianmian and her daughter will be homeless. Standing up triumphantly, Aunt Qin stroked her temples and said, I'll give you a few days to think about it. After that, Aunt Qin and Quayer swaggered back to the house and slammed the door. At this moment, the courtyard door was knocked bang bang. Qinmin hurried to open the door. There were several villagers standing outside with angry faces. When they saw that it was Qin Mianmian, they forced a smile. Where is your aunt? It doesn't take much to know that it is the families who were drugged before. Qin Mianmian opened the door directly. She's inside. Do you have something to ask her? Nodding randomly, several people rushed into Aunt Qin's room like a gust of wind, and screams rang out one after another. Not long after, Aunt Qin, who was cursing, was dragged out by several people, and Quayer followed crying behind. Poisoning us, this matter is not over. Let's go to the government office now. Qin's mother was a little worried and wanted to stop them, but was stopped by Qin Mianmian. The group blocked Aunt Qin's mouth and carried her away. Quayer gritted her teeth and followed them crying. She is your aunt after all? You really don't care about her? Qin's mother has always been soft-hearted. Qinmian was tough. It's not that I don't care. It's not the right time yet. Isn't it good to take this opportunity to drive them out? Don't worry about it, Mother. I know what I'm doing. Get me some tapioca flour and taro flour first. I need them. She had thought it through. If she wanted to make money, she had no other skills, but she was good at making desserts, and her dishes were also good. In this era, it should be no problem for her to be a god of food with this skill, right? She did it right away. There was nothing else at home, but there was still plenty of tapioca flour and taro flour, so Qin Mianmian rolled some taro balls. There was no milk here, so she fried some tea stems with sugar and replaced the milk with repeatedly filtered soy milk. After it was done, she tasted it first and then let Qin's mother taste it. How is it? Qin Mianmian's eyes sparkled. First, the aroma of beans mixed with the strange aroma of tea filled her mouth and tongue, followed by a slightly burnt sweet taste. Qin's mother was surprised. This was a taste she had never tasted before. How could such an ordinary tea taste like this? Delicious! She praised sincerely. Qin Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the ancient people could accept this taste, someone should buy it. She pinched the spoon and scooped a spoonful of taro balls and sugar water to Qin's mother's mouth. There is something wonderful here. Mother hasn't discovered it yet. Qin's mother drank it from Qin Mianmian's hand, and the taro balls rolled into it. She swallowed it in one gulp. The chewy taste immediately made her love it and catch the spoon one spoonful after another. How did you make it? Tapioca flour and taro flour were originally used to make snacks, but you can make it like this? Qin Mianmian smiled and filled a large bowl of soy milk tea, saying, "This is my secret, Mother. That little mute saved me and hasn't thanked him yet. I'll send him a bowl." By the way, he tested him. "Okay, go ahead." Mother Qin thought about it and said with some worry, "Isn't it inappropriate to send only one bowl of this? What if she doesn't like it? We'll talk about it later." Qin Mianmian was vague. Of course, Dulingi would like to drink it. The information showed that this person loves sweets. Dulingi was thinking about finding an opportunity to go to Qin Mianmian's house, but she came to the door on her own and brought something with her. He looked at Qin Mianmian at the door and the basket in her hand with a hint of surprise on his face. Qin Mianmian was not polite to him at all and walked in. "I'm here to thank you for saving my life. This is a dessert I made by myself. Try it." As he spoke, he took out the things. Dulingi didn't say anything, just looked at her steadily. "My mother has tried it and thinks it's okay." She turned to look at Dulingi. "Would you like to try it?" He still didn't speak, standing and looking at her. After being poisoned to death in the previous life, how could he eat anything given by others casually? Qin Mianmian was a little speechless. She had lived for 2 lives and had seen all kinds of people, but she was a little helpless when facing this extremely gloomy boss who was ready to take revenge on the world and overthrow the imperial power and had lived for 3 lives. Just when she was embarrassed and was about to find an excuse to slip away, Dulingi actually sat down. He looked at the desserts on the table for a long time without moving. As the information said, Dulingi loved sweets. Looking at this bowl of unknown soup, his nose was filled with a sweet fragrance that he could not ignore. This was a smell he had never smelled in his 3 lives. He moved his fingers and wanted to pinch the spoon, but he restrained himself. Qin Mianmian looked at him silently. Dulingi was very beautiful, with starry eyes, a straight nose and long eyebrows. Would look better if she opened them a little more. He frowned, his deep eyes staring at the bowl as if covered with glue. What Qin Mianmian found particularly adorable was that his hands were tightly clenched together because of restraint. "Oh, I'm a little thirsty all of a sudden. My benefactor, do you mind if I drink a sip too?" He was asking Dulingi, but she had already reached out and scooped a spoonful of it into her mouth, drinking it slowly. Qin Mianmian guessed that he was poisoned in his 2nd life, and he must have a shadow in his heart. The best way to eliminate his doubts was to drink it in front of him. As expected, Dulingi's body relaxed visibly. Although his expression did not change, and he did not even move, Qin Mianmian could sense his relaxation. She smiled secretly in her heart, propping up her chin to see that he was obviously eager for it, but still acting arrogantly, as if he was very reluctant, but was forced by her to taste the bowl of the dessert. Dulingi, who loved sweets, swallowed the food and felt comfortable all over. He couldn't help but breathe lighter and his pupils shrank. "I want to find a way to make food to sell in the town. In the future, I will inevitably need people to taste the food. If it's not troublesome, can you try more for me?" "Make food to sell?" Dulingi raised her eyelids and looked at her. He didn't remember what Qin Mianmian could cook, especially desserts. Not to mention that he had tasted all the delicacies in the world. He had also tasted the craftsmanship of the imperial kitchen in the palace, but it was the first time for him to taste such a fresh dessert. "You seem to be very confident in your craftsmanship," Dulingi suddenly said. His voice was a little hoarse and sexy. but he was only a teenager of 16 or 17 years old now, and this voice added a touch of wide charm to his immature beauty. "Oh, you are not a mute? You can speak?" Qin Mianmian covered her mouth in surprise with excellent acting skills. "Dulingi, I never said I was dumb. I just don't like to talk." He wiped his mouth gracefully. "I never heard that you were so good at cooking before." Here it comes. The suspicion of this black-bellied boss is coming. Laughing strangely in his heart, Qin Mianmian looked hesitant. "I didn't know how to do it before, but after I died that day, I went to a place, and it was the gods there who taught me." "God?" Dulingi didn't quite believe it. "Teach you to cook?" "No, it seems that he said a lot of things to me, as if he asked me to save someone, but I can't remember it. I just remembered this food in my dream yesterday." Qin Mianmian's expression was unreliable. This was also the best excuse she had thought of after thinking over and over again. In the future, she would have a reason to participate in or stop him. Whether others believe in supernatural powers or not, Dulingi, who has been reborn 3 times, must believe in it. Dulingi thought of her own experience and was half believing and half doubting. Qin Mianmian felt that she had been exposed to enough today, and after urging him to finish a bowl of soy milk tea, she packed up and was about to leave. Seeing that he was obviously not satisfied with his eyes, she felt very proud and went home humming a little song. On the way, he even boasted to the system, "My skills are so good, I can probably turn Dulingi back to the right path without much effort." Xiaowanzi snorted and laughed. "Be careful not to be eaten by him. Some people will deliberately weaken themselves to let the prey relax, and then kill him in one fell swoop." Qin Mianmian was too lazy to pay attention to it. Thinking that she would go to the town to set up a stall tomorrow, she had to prepare more things first and hurried home. As a result, she saw Queer crying as soon as she entered the door, and Qin's mother looked helpless. "What are you doing? Queer, where is your mother?" Qin Mianmian asked knowingly. Queer wiped her tears and bit her lips for a long time before she told the whole story. It turned out that the villagers dragged Aunt Qin to the county government office. The county magistrate knew about it and beat Aunt Qin with 20 boards. 20 strokes of the cane are not enough. The county magistrate sentenced my mother to pay 50 taels of silver to those 3 families, but we only have 5 taels of silver in our possession. Wouldn't 20 taels be enough to kill us? She had no money, so she could only beg Qin's mother, hoping that she would go to the village to borrow 50 taels to redeem her mother. "You are shameless, but you are really brave." Qin Mianmian laughed at what she heard. How shameless would a person be to make such an outrageous request? "Don't you have amnesia? A few days ago, your mother was so aggressive that she threw me into the river. Yesterday, she also broke up with us. Why should we borrow money to rescue her?" Queer's face changed. Knowing that Qin Mianmian was not easy to talk to, she knelt down to Qin's mother with a plop. "Aunt, we are all family. My mother did those things foolishly, but Mianmian is not dead. She is still alive. You can't just stand by and watch her die. If she didn't pay compensation to those families, her mother would be sentenced to exile and hard labor." Seeing Queer like this, Qin's mother softened her heart again and looked at Qin Mianmian in silence. Seeing her like this, Qin Mianmian sighed. She wanted to try to persuade Queer again. "It's not impossible for us to use money to save your mother," she said softly. Queer was immediately happy. She stopped crying and kneeling. She stood up and took Qin Mianmian's hand and said with a smile, "I know that you are not cruel, sister. I thank you on behalf of my mother. When are you going to borrow money? Or go now? My mother is not in good health and can't stay in prison for a long time." "No hurry." Qin Mianmian shook off Queer's hand and looked at her with a smile. "I didn't say I was going to borrow money. If you are thinking of asking us to borrow money to save your mother, give up this idea as soon as possible." Queer's face froze. "Then how are you going to raise 20 taels of silver? It can't be that she has it on her, right? This is impossible." "Don't worry about this. I will tell you when the money is enough." "Well, you must be tired. Go back and rest. I still have to work." Queer had no choice. She knew that she couldn't force money out of someone, so she could only go back to the house with a heavy heart and fall asleep. Mother Qin sighed. 20 taels is not 30 coins. Mianmian, do you really have a way to get it? Don't worry, Mother, just leave it to me. Qin Mianmian comforted Mother Qin and started working in the kitchen by herself. She knew Mother Qin's character very well. If she softened her heart, she would definitely find a way to rescue Aunt Qin. Since she couldn't stop her, she simply took this opportunity to solve Aunt Qin and Queer once and for all. Only without these two people could she deal with Du Lingyi with peace of mind. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Qin Mianmian was worried about whether the first stall the next day would be successful, and she went over everything over and over again. Queer was worried that she would not be able to rescue her mother and would have no place to go in the future. Qin's mother recalled her husband's love for her and thought to herself that she must rescue her husband's sister. As a result, when they got up the next day, the three of them looked a little unhappy. Qin Mianmian yawned and prepared to go to the county to set up a stall. Queer saw her complete set of equipment. She was surprised. Mianmian, what are you gonna do? Set up a stall to sell some things. Otherwise, what do you think I'm going to do? Qin Mianmian took up his shoulder and grinned at Queer. I have to make money. How can I save your mother if I don't make money? Queer was incredulous. Her face froze. You are thinking of this idea? Set up a stall to sell things? Even if you sell things for a year, you may not be able to make 20 taels of silver. Qin Mianmian, are you crazy? Do you think you can get 20 taels of silver by setting up a stall? Even if you can, my mother can't wait that long. Qin Mianmian was in a hurry, but she was too lazy to pay attention to her. She said casually, Queer, you should understand clearly that she is your mother, not my mother. You, as a daughter, are not anxious, so why should I be anxious? After that, she carried the shoulder and left. Queer was so angry that she stamped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. She could only grit her teeth and follow. She couldn't just do nothing. Following Qin Mianmian gave her some confidence, although she didn't believe that Qin Mianmian could make money by setting up a stall. Maybe she could ask her to borrow money if she followed. As a result, when she went out, she saw Du Lingyi standing at the door with her hands behind her back, wearing an old dress that was washed white. Qin Mianmian was stunned. What are you doing here so early in the morning, my benefactor? Du Lingyi turned around and was about to say something, but saw Queer coming out right after her. She immediately stopped talking and just nodded. He guessed that Qin Mianmian would go to the county to set up a stall today. It just so happened that he also had to go to the county to find someone, so he simply came here to wait. Well, it was definitely not thinking about eating a bowl of Qin Mianmian's dessert. Qin Mianmian suddenly had an idea. You are going to the county too? So you want to go with me? Du Lingyi nodded. Isn't this a chance to cultivate feelings right at the door? Qin Mianmian happily agreed. Queer's body froze when she first saw Du Lingyi, but she saw that he didn't even look at her, but just leaned in front of Qin Mianmian, and she suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. After biting her lips and following behind for a long time, she finally couldn't help it and cheered up and moved closer. Mianmian, when did you become so familiar with the little mute? I really envy you. You can always get along well with others, unlike me, who gets shy when I see others. Qin Mianmian was speechless. How did she say such a low-level green tea speech? Then he was stunned. That's not right. Queer is playing tricks for no reason. She stared blankly at the beautiful Du Lingyi beside her, and then she suddenly realized and sincerely admired Queer's vision and courage. Falling in love with such a big man, her emotional journey will be extremely bumpy. If one person doesn't like you, it may be that person's problem. If two people don't like you, it may be their problem. But if everyone doesn't like you, then it's your problem, Queer. Qin Mianmian said meaningfully. Queer knew that Qin Mianmian was saying that there was something wrong with her, but she opened her mouth and didn't know how to refute her. This sentence entered Du Lingyi's ears. He couldn't help but think of his previous 2 lives. He didn't even have a trusted person around him, and he never had any friends. When he exposed his family's tragedy, there were only a few people standing by his side. Is it really his problem? As soon as this idea came into his mind, Du Lingyi's eyes turned cold, and he threw away this outrageous idea fiercely. No, he is not wrong, and his family is not wrong. It is this world and the emperor who are wrong. So he wanted to overthrow this imperial power and re-establish a fair world and imperial power. Pingan village is not far from the county. Although the three people walked slowly, it didn't take much time to get there. Pingan village belongs to Wuning County. Although the county town is not particularly large, it is also bustling with people coming and going. People from 10 villages and 8 shops around gather here. When Qin Mianmian arrived, she did not go to the downtown area with a large flow of people, but went to the relatively deserted place where cosmetics and cloth were sold. Queer watched coldly, waiting to see the joke, and then go home to force her aunt to borrow money. After Qin Mianmian went over, she arranged all the things she needed, set up a pot, and heated up the authentic milk tea she made last night. Fortunately, someone in the village raised dairy cows, so she went to buy some on credit and added water to barely enough. When the milk tea in the pot gradually heated up, the fragrance floated out. Queer smelled the smell and her heart was suddenly a little nervous. What kind of soup is this? It smells quite good. Good wine needs no bush, and this is not an alley. Qin Mianmian is the only one selling food in this area. As you can imagine, most people who can afford rouge and powder have some money at home. Most of those who go out to eat out to show off their status, who would eat at a street stall. When Qin Mianmian's milk tea is brewed, the fragrance is unique and it can be smelled 10 miles away. Everyone smells it, and those who pass by can't help but take a look, and those who are curious ask what it is. This is milk tea, which is the tea drinking habit of people in the western regions. However, I have slightly modified it according to our habit. Would you like to try it, sir? Qin Mianmian took out a small wine cup and said, "It's free to try. If you think it's good, buy it. If you think it's not good, give me some suggestions." Hearing that it's free, the man got excited and said with a stern face, "Am I someone who can't afford it? How much is a bowl? Give me 3 bowls. Okay, I'll serve it to you right away." Qin Mianmian happily served 3 bowls of milk tea to the man, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Thank you, 10 cents. The man was shocked. He never expected it to be 10 cents. He thought it was 1 cent per bowl. "Your milk tea is quite expensive. 2 bowls cost 10 cents. "Sir, my milk tea is 5 cents a bowl. Today is the first day of opening, so buy 2 get 1 free." The first customer stood in front of Qin Mianmian and drank milk tea, wondering what a bowl of tea could be. As a result, he exclaimed, "Oh," as soon as he took the first sip. After the second sip, he exclaimed, "Tsk. What do you think?" The person waiting for feedback and considering whether to buy became anxious and could not help but urge him. The man rolled his eyes and said, "If you want a drink, buy it yourself." After saying that, he drank it up. Qin Mianmian struck while the iron was hot and hurriedly filled the small wine cups one by one and sent them out. People who drank milk tea found it fresh and willingly bought a bowl to drink. Soon, Qin Mianmian's stall was surrounded by crowds of people, and people who came later also came to see what it was. As a result, before a meal, the milk tea bucket was empty. Those who got to drink the milk smacked their lips in satisfaction, while those who didn't were frustrated and annoyed. "Why didn't you make more? We had to wait in line for so long for nothing." Qin Mianmian, who had expected this, hurriedly took out the things she had prepared. "I'm really sorry. I didn't dare to make too much for the first time. If you want to drink it, please come early tomorrow. I'll come again tomorrow. This is the snack I made. Please try it and give me your opinions." After finally getting the milk, she couldn't bear to make it all into milk tea, and also tried to make cakes. Selling milk tea alone was too slow to make money, so she planned to open a snack milk tea stall. Those who didn't drink the milk tea ate the cake, which comforted them to some extent. Those who drank the milk tea but didn't eat the cake were a little greedy and asked if the cake was for sale. "Sale! Sale! We have milk tea and cake tomorrow." The people around couldn't help but plan to come again tomorrow, and not only come, but also come early. Queer looked at the copper coins with her eyes wide open, her fists clenched in excitement, and when the person left, she approached to flatter him. "Mianmian, how much money did we earn today?" Qin Mianmian put all the money on her body, and Queer just watched her collect the money, not knowing how much it was. Who told you if you are too idle, just pack up your things. I may be happy and give you a few copper coins to eat fruit." Queer was so angry that her face turned pale, but seeing that she had earned so many copper coins in a short time, she was a little afraid to offend her, for fear that she would not give money to save her mother. Dulingi stood not far away from beginning to end, with her hands behind her back, looking at something. Qin Mianmian carefully took out a clean bowl, filled it with a bowl of milk tea specially reserved for him, and handed it over. "My benefactor, you must be thirsty after standing for so long. I left a bowl for you. It's very clean." Dulingi turned around, glanced at Qin Mianmian with deep eyes, and finally fixed her eyes on the bowl of milk tea in her hand. "Yeah," he replied lightly and took the milk tea in his hand. Qin Mianmian clearly felt his eyes light up, his spirits trembled, and his whole body was filled with a feeling of happiness, but his face did not show a trace of it. "What are you going to do in the county?" Qin Mianmian asked casually. She intuitively felt that this matter was probably related to his changing his own destiny. She glanced at Quayer and made sure that she could not hear her before saying, "Looking for someone." Looking for someone. That would be even more suspicious. "Can I keep you company?" Dulingi glanced at her suspiciously. "Keep you company?" "It's like this. I want to go around the county today, look at those pastry shops, and go back to figure out some dessert recipes. But I'm a little scared to go back alone, so I want to go with you." "Isn't your cousin there too?" "I don't want to go with her. Who knows if she will suddenly get mad and throw me into the river again halfway through, and I can't carry these things with me all the time. I have to take them back and wash them quickly." Dulingi wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the pastries made by Qin Mianmian and the cakes he hadn't tasted yet, he agreed reluctantly. "Don't delay my business." He definitely didn't want to offend her because he wanted to eat for free. "Don't worry, I will be good." "Follow you obediently and sabotage." Qin Mianmian turned around and went to find Queer. Seeing that she had packed up, she waved her hand and said, "Take the things back. I have something to do and will be back later." Queer instantly felt like she was being ordered around like a maid and couldn't help but jump up. "Why should I take the things back? Do you still want money?" Qin Mianmian chuckled. Queer was instantly bent over by the money. Her lips moved, but she didn't dare to refute. She snorted, packed up her things, and walked away angrily with the things on her back. After walking a few steps, Gurao became happy again. She had to go back and ask her aunt what she wanted to say. Qin Mianmian's method of making milk tea soup must have been taught to them by their grandparents, right? Otherwise, who did they learn it from? Even if it wasn't, she would have to find a way to occupy it. It sells so well, it's only a matter of time before she gets rich. Thinking of this quickened her pace. Qin Mianmian had long guessed that Queer would have bad intentions, but she didn't care at all. After sending Queer away, she followed Dulingi to the downtown area with all her heart. They pretended to go to several snack shops to buy some snacks, and it was not until it was time for lunch that Dulingi took Qin Mianmian to the west end of the county. After entering a lane, Dulingi paused and motioned Qin Mianmian to stop. "It's not convenient to take you downstairs. Just wait for me here." Qin Mianmian nodded and watched Dulingi walk into the alley. She silently counted the doorways. He stopped at the door of the 7th house and knocked. Not long after, a man came out. The two of them didn't know what they said. Dulingi handed over a bag and said a few words before walking back. Suddenly, a ding sounded in her mind. "System Maruko, congratulations to the host for activating Dulingi's side quest. Please stop Dulingi's people from rescuing the general's daughter." Then, a piece of information was quickly injected into Qin Mianmian's brain. It turns out that the person Dulingi saved was a man who would eventually become a famous general in the previous life. His name was Qin Dazhuang. He had helped Dulingi in the second life, but he was framed and died on the battlefield because he offended someone. In this life, Dulingi found him early and placed him in Wuning County, waiting for this day to come. He wanted Qin Dazhuang to save the daughter of General Zhongyang, who was lost in his early years. In the previous life, it was another person who saved General Zhongyang's daughter. Because of this good deed, that person would enjoy endless blessings for the rest of his life. Du Lingyi wanted General Zhongyang to protect Qin Dazhuang and then approach and integrate into General Zhongyang's army with gratitude for him. Qin Dazhuang was his military strength. Such a famous general would only be loved and supported by General Zhongyang, and his future was limitless. Du Lingyi also believed that his ability would eventually allow him to control military power. After receiving this information, Qin Mianmian looked up at Du Lingyi, who was almost in front of her. It was not until this moment that she really understood that he was really a big man who had been reborn 3 times. In the body of the handsome boy with a little immaturity, there lived an extremely gloomy soul who was so powerful that he controlled the direction of the world. Can she really go against such a person and destroy what he wants to do? Yes, you can. Host, come on, by the way, I have good news to tell you. This side quest also has rewards. Before she could ask what the reward was, Du Lingyi had already arrived in front of her. Do you have anything else to do? Qin Mianmian shook her head silently, and her mood had not recovered for a while. Du Lingyi did not notice her abnormality, mainly because the two of them were not very familiar with each other. He nodded. Then let's go back. The two walked out of the county town one after the other, and no one said a word. Du Lingyi was silent, while Qin Mianmian was worried. She was a little timid, but she began to think about how to stop Qin Dazhuang from ruining Du Lingyi's arrangement. In this way, until they returned home, neither of them said a word. Qin Mianmian adjusted her mood and was about to say goodbye, but when she turned around, the man was gone. She shook her head, carried a few bags of snacks and a bag of pork head meat back home, and put the things in front of Qin's mother and spread them out for her to eat. Mom, these are the snacks and pork heads you like? Qin's mother couldn't help but feel distressed. Buying these things is a burden and a waste of money. You might mysteriously, and poured out the copper coins inside. Look, this is the money I earned today. Don't worry, mother. Your daughter will never let you suffer again in the future. At this moment, Koyer came over after smelling the smell, and her eyes were straight when she saw the handful of copper coins on the table. When Qin Mianmian came back, Koyer was hiding behind the window and watching. Naturally, she saw the oil paper bag in her hand and guessed that there was food inside. As a result, she waited for a long time but was not called. She immediately couldn't sit still, thinking that she also helped. Why didn't she buy food? With this indignation, she rushed directly into Lin's mother's room, who knew that she would run into the mother and daughter counting money. Koyer rushed over excitedly. Looking at the copper coins, her heart was warm, as if they were already in her pocket. Is this the money earned today? It's so much, Mianmian. You are really capable. While looking at it, she muttered in her heart. When she came back in the afternoon, her aunt was not at home, and she never had the chance to ask Qin Mianmian about making the milk tea soup. Now looking at this pile of copper coins, the idea of taking the recipe for herself became stronger. With her eyes rolling, Koyer sat down calmly, intending to take advantage of Qin Mianmian's absence to get some advice from Qin's mother. Qin Mianmian ignored Koyer and pushed the pork head and fruit snacks to Qin's mother. Mom, eat it while it's hot. I'll go out to prepare the things to sell tomorrow. She knew that Qin's mother would definitely give it to Koyer, so she simply went out to give them money for the milk. The family that raised dairy cows didn't raise them for beef, but purely for breeding. That one cow didn't produce much milk, so it couldn't be sold. Qin Mianmian simply discussed with them to order long-term milk, as much as she could get every day, as long as it was fresh. How could they not agree? They happily agreed. After solving the milk problem, Qin Mianmian was only worried about one thing. Du Lingyi arranged for Qin Dazhuang to intercept her. How was she going to intercept Qin Dazhuang's beard? The system suddenly popped up. I'll tell you the whereabouts of the daughter of the loyal and brave general, and you just need to rescue her before Qin Dazhuang does. Qin Mianmian sighed. I think Du Lingyi is a very thoughtful guy. I'm afraid that he will find out who did it later. What if I leak it then? As a result, what she feared came true. She just mentioned Du Lingyi and almost bumped into her arms when she turned the corner. Du Lingyi glanced at the warm milk in her hand. For tomorrow? Qin Mianmian's scalp tingled. She didn't know if it was because of the discussion about him just now. She felt a little guilty at this moment. Ah, yes, yeah. Du Lingyi nodded and was about to leave. Suddenly, remembered something and told her, "There will be some chaos in the county at night these few days. Try to come back early." Oh, Qin Mianmian said goodbye to Du Lingyi without knowing why. After walking a few steps, she suddenly felt something. She didn't hear that there was anything wrong in the county, and it seemed that Wuning County was too peaceful. If something had not already happened, then something was about to happen. Du Lingyi went to Qin Dazhuang at this time, most likely to ask him to take advantage of the chaos to rescue the daughter of the loyal and brave general. The more she thought about this possibility, the greater it became. Qin Mianmian thought about it carefully again. The incident in Wuning County must have happened in the next 2 days. Since she had guessed it, Qin Mianmian could not fail to take action. She hurried home, prepared the things to be sold tomorrow, and went into her room and did not come out, not allowing anyone to disturb her. This really pleased Kuier, and she was happy to talk about family matters with her aunt. "Aunt, where did Mianmian get the recipe for the milk tea or something? Did her grandparents give it to her?" Kuier did not stop while asking questions. Her hand kept putting pieces of meat into her mouth. Before she could swallow one bite, she had already taken another. She was afraid that she would eat less. Qin's mother was feeling relieved, and she was a little unresponsive when she heard Kuier's words. "Recipe?" "Yes, it can't be that Mianmian came up with it by herself. This is impossible. I heard from my mother before that when Grandpa was young, he worked outside for some time and was engaged in the tea business. Before he died, he gave this recipe to Mianmian, right? Grandpa is really partial. Such a good recipe for making money, let alone giving it to her mother, at least give half of it." Qin's mother immediately frowned. "Kuier, who told you that? Mianmian had any recipe? He figured it out by himself. When your grandpa was young, he was just a waiter in a tea house. How could he have any business? Besides, it's really unscrupulous for you to say that your grandpa is partial. He gave half of his property to your mother. Is this partial?" Kuier was very unconvinced by Qin's mother's scolding, but she also knew that now was the time when she needed Qin Mianmian's family, and she really couldn't offend them. So she just muddled it vaguely. When she saw that she couldn't get any more words out of them, she stuffed a few more mouthfuls of meat, took a bag of snacks and left. She spat, "Pa," when she entered her room. What a thing! A useless person who knows nothing can figure it out by himself? I don't believe you. I'm not capable, but wait for my mother to come out and see why she wants this recipe. Went to bed happily. Qin Mianmian was busy until the middle of the night. After she finished cleaning up, she talked to Qin's mother for a while before going to bed. Qin's mother was worried that Qin Mianmian would be unhappy, so she didn't say what Kuier said. The next morning, Qin Mianmian got up early, carried her shoulder pole, and walked to Wuning County in the morning mist. This time she went to the old place to sit, staring at the carriages coming and going, paying attention to see if there was anything wrong. "Little girl, give me a bowl of milk tea. Is there any cake from yesterday?" At this time, a voice interrupted Qin Mianmian's thoughts. She turned around and saw that this was the first customer yesterday. "Sir, you are really early." Qin Mianmian hurriedly poured a bowl of milk tea and handed it over, and then wrapped a piece of cake and handed it over. "This cake is for you. You are our first customer here, so you must be treated specially." Smiled happily. "Thank you very much." As he spoke, he gulped down the milk tea, took a bite of bread, and his eyes narrowed happily. "It's no wonder that I came here so early in the morning to check the place." Qin Mianmian paused. Checking the place? Could this man be a bandit? She calmly began to look at the first customer who patronized her business. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes and looked very heroic. His clothes didn't tell whether he was rich and powerful, but he took out 10 copper coins without blinking, which showed that he was not from an ordinary family, and his style was not that of a rich man's son. Bandit-like, no? The man noticed Qin Mianmian's expression and asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me?" Qin Mianmian quickly straightened his expression and smiled. "I see that you have extraordinary manners, So I guess you are the son of a wealthy family. Then you are wrong. I'm just a soldier and my family is ordinary. He also smiled me 2 more pieces of the cake. After he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and asked, "Aren't cakes 5 cents apiece?" "Of course," Qin Mianmian said. "Cakes are more labor-intensive than milk tea. 1 piece is 6 cents. The man immediately looked distressed. Swindler, profiteer. As he said this, he had already thrown down 17 copper coins, grabbed the packaged cake and left, but turned back after a few steps. "Little girl, for this bite of food, I have to remind you that these few days may not be peaceful. Go home early during the day and don't wander outside the county town." Qin Mianmian's heart skipped a beat. This person said the same thing as Du Lingyi. Du Lingyi was reborn because he had the ability to predict the future, so this person must know because he is also involved in the game. "I haven't asked for your name yet," Qin Mianmian asked hurriedly. The man waved his hand and said in a clear voice, "The surname is Zhang, the name is Juan." Ding dong! A prompt sound popped up in Qin Mianmian's mind. Congratulations to the host for finding Zhang Juan, a key figure in correcting history, triggering the correcting history branch task, and rewarding 5 contribution points. Host, you are amazing. You can encounter such an opportunity by selling milk tea? Qin Mianmian was also very happy when she heard the contribution point of 5 points. Quick, quick, let me see what's in the mall. When she wanted to see the mall before, the system said that she must have contribution points to open it. Now she can open it, right? I'll open it for you right away. The next moment, Qin Mianmian's heart, which had been hanging high, fell to the bottom of the valley again. She did open the mall, but because she only had 5 contribution points, she could only see the messy things that could be bought with 5 contribution points. She had no review authority for the rest. Qin Mianmian. Because of the effect of the previous day, Qin Mianmian boldly prepared a lot of things this time and sold out the milk tea at noon. After packing up her things, she did not go home but stayed in an inn, which was close to Qin Dazhuang's house. After paying and having a simple meal, she packed up a little and put on her veil and sat at the tea stall at the entrance of Qin Dazhuang's alley. "Boss, give me a pot of pu'er." Monitoring people is a time-consuming job, and she was ready for a protracted war. Most of the people sitting at the tea stall were neighbors, who had nothing to do and talked about Qin Mianmian's milk tea while drinking tea. "I heard that the girl's milk tea is so popular and the price is high. She doesn't come to make trouble, but goes straight to the cosmetic street. Even so, it sells out early every day. It must taste good." Several people had a heated discussion about what Qin Mianmian's milk tea tastes like. Qin Mianmian was very happy. She didn't expect that her career would usher in a second spring after returning to ancient times. Before she knew it, she had developed a sense of belonging here. The maternal love of Qin's mother made up for the emptiness she had never had relatives, and the recognition of the guests gave her confidence in her love for her career. Qin Mianmian sat calmly for most of the day until the sunset. Just when she thought she had guessed wrong or Qin Dazhuang would not take action today, she finally saw a strong figure coming out of the 7th house. It was Qin Dazhuang. She raised her head and drank the tea in the teacup and followed him. Du Lingyi probably knew the whereabouts of the loyal and brave general's daughter. The last time he came to Qinduang, he must have told Qin Dazhuang about the plan. Qin Mianmian only needs to follow him, and she will naturally find the daughter of the loyal and brave general. At the same time, in Ping'an village, Du Lingyi packed up his things and found a bow and arrow that he had hidden for a long time. Taking advantage of the afterglow of the setting sun, he set out on the road to Wuning County. The sky was dark, and his young body was stretched out in the setting sun, and his straight body was filled with surging and suppressed madness. In Qin Mianmian's guess, Du Lingyi would not come to such an occasion. He had to hide his tracks so as not to be exposed. That's why she dared to follow Qin Dazhuang so carelessly to prepare for sabotage. If she knew Du Lingyi was coming, she would never follow him directly, even if she was beaten to death. Afterwards, Qin Mianmian had only one feeling, that is regret. Very regretful. But Qin Mianmian followed Qin Dazhuang all the way to an alley in front of the moat, and Qin Dazhuang actually sat down under a locust tree. He sat down to rest, looking exhausted from the journey. Qin Mianmian had no choice but to find another tea stall nearby to sit down. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but Qin Zhuang seemed to be waiting for someone, or some signal. Just as Qin Mianmian was staring at Qin Dazhuang, she didn't notice that a man not far away was also staring at her covetously. After watching for a while and making sure that she was monitoring the big man, the man quietly sat down in front of Qin Mianmian. "Hey, the milk tea seller," the man said in a low voice. Qin Mianmian was caught off guard when someone suddenly spoke in her ear. She was so scared that her scalp went numb. She subconsciously wanted to scream but held back and turned her head in fear. She saw Zhang Juan's face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, full of righteousness. "Why is it this guy?" Qin Mianmian gritted her teeth and said with a forced smile, "Sir, do you know that scaring people to death is scary?" "Hey!" Zhang Juan smiled and pursed his lips at Qin Dazhuang. "Why are you spying on your lover?" Qin Mianmian's face darkened. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard a sharp cry for help, and then the whole alley was instantly ablaze. "It's on fire!" Qin Mianmian and Zhang Juan stood up at the same time, and Qin Dazhuang, who was sitting not far away, also stood up. "It's bad." Before she could think about it, she pushed Zhang Juan to chase Qin Dazhuang. "Follow him quickly, this man is suspicious," so I followed him. "If you see him trying to catch a girl, you must save the girl before him. Understand?" Zhang Juan wanted to ask something, but Qin Mianmian's look of, "If you don't go, I'll kick you directly," immediately made him hold back, and he raised his foot to catch up with Qin Dazhuang. Qin Mianmian touched her chest. If she guessed correctly, then this Zhang Juan was the one who should have saved the daughter of the loyal and brave general. As long as he rescues the daughter of General Zhang Yang, this branch will be completed, right? At this moment, a straight figure slowly walked behind her, leaned over slightly and whispered in Qin Mianmian's ear, "Qin Mianmian, you really made me misjudge you." The smile on Qin Mianmian's face froze, and she turned around in disbelief, looking directly into Du Lingyi's eyes full of surging anger and gloom. Even the most ferocious cat has to admit defeat in front of a leopard. Qin Mianmian finally managed to smile, then faced Du Lingyi and laughed to herself. "Why is it you? What a coincidence. How come you are here?" The exaggerated words made Du Lingyi's face even more murderous. "How do you know all this? How did you order him to catch up with that person? It seems that you have a third eye." Qin Mianmian knew that Du Lingyi had been eavesdropping for a long time when she heard this. She was afraid that Du Lingyi had heard everything she had arranged for Zhang Juan to do. "What do you mean? I don't understand. Did you hear it wrong?" Qin Mianmian was still pretending. Du Lingyi laughed to herself. "Now the evidence is irrefutable, and you are still lying to me. What's going on?" Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer him. It was difficult to explain his identity as a time traveler. "You are also reborn." Qin Mianmian was shocked when she heard this, staring at the man in front of her with her eyes wide open. "You. Just answer one question. Are you also reborn?" Since things have come to this point, Qin Mianmian felt that it was okay for her to admit it, so she finally nodded. "I was reborn, so what? Since you already know, why do you have to ask me? This is a family member making things difficult for one's family." "Ha!" Du Lingyi laughed and stopped talking. Qin Mianmian was suffocated and immediately said, "Since you know I was reborn, shouldn't you ask me a few more questions? Why are you so silent? Since you were reborn, you naturally have your own mission and your own trajectory. I don't need to ask more, I already know the general idea." Qin Mianmian thought to himself, This guy is quite courageous. He didn't even ask anything and just said he knew it. The whole situation is really exaggerated. Tell me, what are your plans next?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian put his hands on his waist and kept a distance from the other party. "What do you mean by that? Even if you are also reborn, so what? You are you and I am me. We have nothing to do with each other. I don't need to tell you my plan." Du Lingyi slowly walked towards Qin Mianmian, making Qin Mianmian blush. "Stop! What are you going to do? If you mess around again at this time, I won't let you go." Du Lingyi showed a cunning smile. "Are you scared, or are you scared?" "I'm not scared. You stop right there." Qin Mianmian made a stop gesture, but Du Lingyi didn't intend to listen to her at all. I'm asking you about your plan, but you don't want to tell me honestly. Qin Mianmian thought to himself that he must not lose at this time, so he put his chest together and said confidently, "The next plan is of course to hug thighs. How can we survive in this world without thighs? We, the unknown people, still need a backer." After Qin Mianmian finished speaking, Du Lingyi stopped. He played with his fingers and asked casually, "Have you decided whose thigh to hug?" Qin Mianmian shook his head honestly. "You are kidding me. There are so many powerful people in the world. How can I make a decision in a short time? I can't make up my mind yet. It's hard to decide. If you really can't decide, I will help you make a decision, okay?" Qin Mianmian was quite surprised after hearing this. He nodded quickly and wanted to hear what the other party had to say. "Since we are all from the same world, I won't joke with you anymore. I really need some advice now. Where do you think I should go? If I want to survive here, I must have a backer." After Qin Mianmian said this, he saw that the other party suddenly pointed at him. Qin Mianmian was a little surprised and asked immediately, "You are pointing at yourself. What do you mean? You mean I should rely on you?" Du Lingyi nodded as a matter of course, but Du Lingyi saw Qin Mianmian burst out laughing, as if she was laughing at her suggestion. "What's wrong with you? Is this funny?" Qin Mianmian said immediately, "Although this is not funny, I think it's all ridiculous. You let me hold your thigh. Do you know who you are? Don't joke with me at this time, okay?" Although Qin Mianmian wanted to run, he was caught by Du Lingyi. He pressed Qin Mianmian against the wall by the collar to prevent him from running away. "You have gone through so much trouble to find a backer, and now I, your backer, have come to you to lean on. Don't you feel grateful?" Qin Mianmian thought about it and thought that this was a good idea. After all, Du Lingyi is a well-known person here, and he is not a coward. Originally wanted to find a backer for long-term development, especially someone who doesn't know his own strength. It is better to find a fellow traveler, but is this really feasible? Seeing that Du Lingyi looked at him as if he was looking at a prey, Qin Mianmian was a little skeptical that he would not use him or hurt him in the future. So, taking advantage of Du Lingyi's tall and strong body, Qin Mianmian crawled under his armpit and made a face at him. "Impossible, Du Lingyi. I will never rely on you as a backer until I die. I would find it strange if you didn't hurt me." Suddenly, a dart flew in front of Qin Mianmian and hit the wooden stake in front of Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian was startled and stopped, of course. She knew where the dart came from, so she turned and looked at Du Lingyi, and Du Lingyi walked over. "Don't overestimate your ability. If you don't want to rely on me, I can destroy you at any time." Qin Mianmian showed a very aggrieved expression at this time, and then said, "I don't think you can make such a joke at this time. You obviously know that I am in a hurry to find a real backer. You can do your own thing, and I can do my own thing. Why do you come to make trouble?" Du Lingyi finally walked in front of Qin Mianmian. "I'm not making trouble. I'm suggesting to you that the two of us should join forces." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian thought again. "Do you really think that it is a very correct thing for the two of us to join forces? It is our abilities that can be combined, but I don't trust you." "You have to believe it, even if you don't believe it. Now I need your help." Qin Mianmian was caught by the other party at once. Qin Mianmian knew that if she didn't agree, Du Lingyi would keep bothering her. He was just chasing her. If he got angry, her life might be in danger. So she pretended to laugh and made a very flattering expression. "Okay, I'll rely on you as my big backer. Is it not okay if I agree? Now that I agree, what are your ideas for the future?" Just as Qin Mianmian asked, the system prompt sounded. "Ding! Congratulations on gaining 50 experience points." Qin Mianmian was still confused. How did she gain experience points? So was it right for her to rely on Du Lingyi? System, what's going on? You didn't tell me to get on Du Lingyi's pirate ship, so how did I gain experience points at this time? Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 experience points by changing the trajectory of history. Qin Mianmian finally understood at this time that today's meeting with Du Lingyi actually changed the trajectory of a thing. At least it prevented Du Lingyi from doing something and made Du Lingyi focus on herself, so she also completed a task and gained experience points. She chuckled, and Dulingi immediately asked, "What are you laughing at?" Qin Mianmian knew that the person in front of her was of the same kind as her, so there was no need to hide anything at this time. "Thank you for letting me add experience points. I still have to say thank you anyway." "What?" "Forget it if you don't understand." Qin Mianmian's expression was weird, and Dulingi didn't take him seriously and started to walk back. Seeing that it was pitch black at night, she naturally couldn't let him go, so she hurriedly followed. "Wait a minute, I don't want to be left here alone." "Aren't you facing Zhang Juan to do something? Don't you want to know the result?" "I don't want to know the result, because this result must be known. According to Zhang Juan's ability, can he not catch up?" "Well, you have done a good thing. With Zhang Juan's ability, he can really turn this matter around. Let him do it with confidence." Qin Mianmian was just beside Dulingi. Listening to Dulingi's analysis and seeing Dulingi's confidence in this matter, she immediately became excited. "So you think I'm right to do this, right? Do you think it's a very good thing for me to let Zhang Juan go after him?" Dulingi did not reply. Qin Mianmian could only follow him weakly. "No matter what, I must accumulate enough experience points in the system." Dulingi listened to this but seemed not to hear it and stretched lazily. "You should go back and rest first. Zhang Juan will give you good news tomorrow." Qin Mianmian knew that Dulingi would not say this to her for no reason, so she nodded and agreed. "Okay, I believe you this time. Anyway, I will do my own thing at this time. Come to my house tomorrow afternoon." Qin Mianmian was unhappy again after hearing this. "Why must I come to your house? Don't think we are from the same world. I can be ordered around by you. I've said that you are my guest now. Since you are my guest, of course you have to help me do things. Don't you admit this?" Qin Mianmian, with his hands behind his back, said, "I now regard you as my assistant, but I am not prepared to be your think tank, so don't throw everything to me." Dulingi suddenly stopped, and Xiao Weng bumped into his back, causing pain on his forehead. "Can you tell me first if you want to stop walking? It hurts me so much. Don't you ask me what my plans are?" Qin Mianmian suddenly remembered that Dulingi was also a reborn person, so he must have his own plans to go to bed at this time. Otherwise, there would be no meaning for him to live in this world. But to be honest, for Qin Mianmian, he just wanted to complete his own tasks and had no interest in other people's affairs. "Although I have no idea about your affairs, let alone interest in them. If you want me to give you advice, you can come to me when you have something to do. But why should I come to your house? It's better not to go. If you go, I can tell you how to expand your power." Qin Mianmian was defeated by this sentence. She immediately turned around and showed her flattering smile again. "Oh, Master Du, you are such a kind person. You can even tell me how to become stronger. Then I beg you to tell me how to do it. You must be very experienced, right?" "I can tell you, but are you coming or not?" This sentence defeated Qin Mianmian. If Qin Mianmian wanted to achieve her goal, she had to go to his house, so after some hesitation, Qin Mianmian agreed. Okay, I promise you that I will definitely go. See you tomorrow afternoon." Qin Mianmian continued to move forward. This time Dulingi did not move, which made Qin Mianmian a little at a loss. "You don't want to leave. Let me go forward alone. It's pitch black ahead and I'm scared." Dulingi then showed a satisfied smile. He just wanted Qin Mianmian to admit defeat before he could help her. "Remember in the future that I am your teacher. After all, I have been here much longer than you. If you want to ask me for advice, you must respect me." Qin Mianmian wanted to roll his eyes, but he also knew that Dulingi was right. Dulingi was indeed his teacher and was better at many things than himself. I know. You don't have to educate me anymore. Don't I know what you mean at this time? I will definitely know your ability and my ability clearly." The two people talked incoherently and finally responded to each other. Qin Mianmian also slept casually, and it was the next day. She had been looking forward to the arrival of the afternoon. After all, the Dulingi she saw in the dark was different from the Dulingi she saw in the daytime. During the day, Dulingi was a gentleman. However, before he went to Dulingi's house, he still had to take care of his stall first. There were more and more customers who made good desserts, which made her too busy. In fact, when he went to Dulingi's house in the afternoon, he also wanted to make it clear to Dulingi that the most important thing for him now was business. He should have less contact with him in the future, so he should have less contact. "Boss lady, do you still have milk tea for sale?" Qin Mianmian came back to his senses and saw the two girls standing in front of him. He greeted them quickly, and he didn't have time to think about Dulingi. Yes, our milk tea is available all day long. You can drink it whenever you want. Come and I will pack 2 cups for you." As soon as she entered the door, Qin Mianmian saw her aunt and Queer sitting there. It looked like they were looking for trouble with her. However, Qin Mianmian had not finished her work at the stall yet, and there were many accounts that needed to be dealt with. For Qin Mianmian, she could just ignore the two of them. Seeing that Qin Mianmian was about to leave, the two of them hurriedly stopped her. "Aunt, I don't know what you and cousin are doing. You can see the pile of account books in my hand. I still have to deal with the accounts, so I don't have time to talk to you about this." Her temper was still good up to this point. Queer came out. "I came to see you today. I heard that your business is very good. We also want to have a few cups of milk tea." Qin Mianmian thought that such a thing was not difficult, but she didn't know whether they really wanted to ask for a cup of milk tea or wanted to cause trouble for her, so Qin Mianmian's first reaction was to refuse. "You can drink my milk tea. Of course I can make a few cups for you. I wonder if you have anything else to ask me besides milk tea today?" Qin Mianmian got straight to the point and didn't want to waste time. Seeing Qin Mianmian's look, her aunt and cousin looked at each other, and Queer said directly, "We just want to ask you how you make this milk tea. Even the friends around me say that your business is very good." Qin Mianmian's eyes rolled. She had finally dispelled all the conspiracies and tricks of her aunt and cousin, and now they are haunting her again, which really makes her hate them. As for the milk tea, the milk is my secret recipe and I can't tell it casually. If I tell it casually and you tell outsiders, wouldn't it let people outside learn it? So at this time, I still have to keep it secret. Actually, Aunt and Queer already knew the outcome of this matter. They knew that Qin Mianmian would not easily reveal the secret recipe, so they could not gain anything from Qin Mianmian. However, the purpose of today was not only to test Qin Mianmian and the others. Seeing that Qin Mianmian was doing so well, they would naturally feel jealous. "Cousin's business is so good. You must have helped the family to prosper. We are so envious, but a woman should rely on her husband's family for a living. I don't know how to educate you in the future if you show off like this." Qin Mianmian laughed after hearing this. She knew that these two people were up to no good and would always find some reasons to laugh at her. So she didn't care and just followed her cousin's words. The saying to take the husband as the backbone was used in the past. Now that I make money myself, why should I consider my husband's family? What you said is too superficial. I don't like this description. What Qin Mianmian said is normal in modern society, but to the ears of Aunt and Queer, it sounded like a fairy tale. Aunt stood up and looked at Qin Mianmian. There was nothing abnormal about Qin Mianmian, but her words were incomprehensible. "I really don't know what nonsense you are talking about. I don't want to talk to you anymore at this time. Just tell me when you can stop this business. As an elder, I still have to remind you that if you show up like this, your family will be disappointed in you." Qin Mianmian didn't want to hear this. She knew that her dessert business was doing very well and was on the road to development. It would be a pity if she closed the dessert stall so soon. "What are you talking about, Aunt? I never thought about losing my business. Aunt, don't give me blind advice." After hearing this, of course my aunt was a little angry. "Why don't you listen to the words of your elders? I am seriously warning you at this time. Today, your aunt and your cousin are here to talk, but in a few days, you will be the elder of the family." Qin Mianmian turned her head away and refused to listen to these nonsense. "Aunt and cousin can leave now. You don't know when you came. I'm afraid you have already drunk the tea at home. Since then, you can leave. From ancient times to the present, there has never been an expression as obvious as Qin Mianmian's, so naturally she couldn't hold it anymore. You are so arrogant. You dare to say such things. Do you really think that as your aunt, I can't do anything to you? Qin Mianmian wanted to laugh when she thought of the scene when they were exposed by her that day. Why should she take it seriously at this time? She immediately said, "Thank you for your reminder, Aunt, but I really don't need to do this at this time. The dessert shop has just opened and my business is very good. Since it is a profitable job, no one is stupid." Aunt snorted coldly and was about to leave her with Queer. She originally wanted to try to use her status as an elder to suppress Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian was afraid, but she didn't expect Qin Mianmian to scold her without any fear. At this time, she was of course ashamed. Qin Mianmian finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her aunt leave. All those who shouldn't have come, but none of those who should have come. When can I get the next experience point? I don't know how Zhang Juan is doing. I'll go find Zhang Juan first. She was about to go out to find Zhang Juan, as she hadn't figured out what happened last night when a servant stood at the door. Before Qin Mianmian could figure out who she was, the servant stopped her. "It's Miss Qin, right?" "Miss Qin, I'm a disciple of Master Du," Master Du said. Qin Mianmian then remembered that she had to pick up Du Lingyi this afternoon. She shook her head helplessly. "How could I forget about this? I have to see her in the afternoon. I'm really upset that I have to see them at this time." As she said this, the man also laughed. "Don't worry, Miss Qin. We also have a carriage for you to go to Master Du's mansion. We won't let you walk." After hearing this, she sneered, and she immediately said, "Yes, you won't let me walk, but haven't you thought about it?" "I don't want to go at all." The servant's face turned red when she said this, and the servant didn't know how to persuade Qin Mianmian. At this time, she just came to inform Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian saw that the other party was in such a dilemma, so she naturally said, Okay, I was just kidding you. You really think I won't go? I have already made an agreement with your young master yesterday, and besides, I am willing to go with your young master." After saying that, she showed a smile, which made Xiaoxi completely unable to guess what Qin Mianmian was thinking. At this time, the system prompt sound also rang. "Host, please make sure to capture Mr. Du as soon as possible." Qin Mianmian sighed. I know, of course I know to capture them as soon as possible. But she is also a person who has been reborn and understands this world more thoroughly than I do. How can I capture her? I wish I could cut her into pieces. Host, please form an alliance with Mr. Du as soon as possible to obtain her wealth and increase your own wealth value." After hearing this prompt sound, she immediately had an epiphany. "So you want me to capture her to obtain her wealth value? This is the principle of occupying the magpie's nest, right? Well, you are right. I have no backing and no power in this world. It is time for me to find a mountain to rely on." Mianmian flicked her little finger and was immediately happy. Her aunt and Queer did not let her go, and Du Lingyi was not going to let her go either. But she could not talk to herself, and she had to find a way out. After thinking about this, she turned around and said to the servant, "Where is your carriage? I have to get on the carriage before I go to sleep." The servant was a little overwhelmed by Qin Mianmian's change of attitude. "What's the matter? Is it so strange to see me at this time? I said I want to get on the carriage. Doesn't your young master want to see me? Since he is coming to see me, then I will get on the carriage to see her. What's the big deal?" Finally arriving at Mr. Du's house, Qin Mianmian looked left and right. Finally, Du Lingyi was waiting. Du Lingyi was very happy to see Qin Mianmian. This time he greeted her with a smile. "You are finally here. Help me look at something." Qin Mianmian had not expected that the other party would come so straight to the point and ask her to help him look at something, so Qin Mianmian felt a little unhappy. "This is how you use me. You just ask me to help you without saying anything else? Aren't you also from the same path? So I don't need to say much about your understanding of this world. Come here and help me look at a blueprint." Qin Mianmian didn't know what Du Lingyi wanted to do, but looking at his serious expression, he probably guessed the seriousness of the matter. He didn't dare to joke and followed her to the study. "Honestly, Mr. Du, you made me rush here today. Is it just for this blueprint? Before you met me, were you worried about not finding anyone to look at it?" Du Lingyi nodded and said without denying, You are right. I don't think anyone can understand this blueprint. But I think since I have found a fellow traveler, why don't you help me open my eyes? Qin Mianmian began to be curious about what it was that required the smart Mr. Du to open her eyes. She immediately followed Du Lingyi to her study and saw the blueprint. Qin Mianmian knew from the blueprint that it was a blueprint of a secret room, as if it was built on a mountain, so Qin Mianmian immediately opened her eyes wide. What are you doing? You are plotting a rebellion. Qin Mianmian had just said half of this sentence when Du Lingyi stopped her. What nonsense are you talking about? Walls have ears. I'm afraid your parents haven't taught you these 4 words. Qin Mianmian reacted then and quickly covered her mouth, then apologized to Du Lingyi. I'm sorry, I speak too fast and I don't know what I was saying. Anyway, it was an unintentional mistake on my part at this time. But your secret room is too obvious. Even a little idiot like me knows that this is a secret room. Why did you, a handsome young man, build this thing? Du Lingyi sighed. Since you and I are from the same world, you also know how difficult the road to rebirth is. I was reborn naturally to avenge my past life, so I won't tell you in detail. Anyway, this is my plan. Please respect me. Qin Mianmian nodded and then immediately said, Okay, of course I choose to respect you. There is no need to elaborate at this time. However, I can't understand this blueprint. How can I help you? Do you know where this south is? You said you were also reborn. I'm afraid you are familiar with the geographical location here, so I want to ask. Qin Mianmian thought about it carefully and looked at it carefully again, but she didn't know. She was not reborn. She was brought here by the system. She is completely different from Du Lingyi and is full of unknown imagination about this world. Fortunately, the system reminded Qin Mianmian at this time. Host, please note that the east side of this blueprint is Guangming Mountain, which is a volcano. Qin Mianmian blurted out immediately after hearing this. I remembered that this east side is not okay. This mountain is dangerous and may erupt at any time, so it is not feasible. Du Lingyi didn't know what magma was, but it sounded dangerous enough. He immediately asked, Why do you say that? It seems that you must have seen this place in your previous life. Qin Mianmian, of course, could only lie casually. In my previous life, I saw danger on this mountain with my own eyes, and many people died. So your life is cheap. It is really unwise to stay on this mountain. I think it will be dangerous. So many people may die here through this secret passage, so I think you should think about it again. After Qin Mianmian said this, Du Lingyi did think about it carefully and said immediately, You are right. It seems that we need to change the route. I hesitated between 2 routes before. It seems that the first one is really not feasible. Qin Mianmian was still curious when he heard this. What do you want to do? You have to build this secret room to accommodate many people. Are you secretly gathering an army? Oh my God, forget it. I won't say anything. As you said, everyone has his own things to do in this world. It seems that you are really useful to me. I don't know what happened on the East Mountain. I just think that this East Mountain is not very reliable, but I really can't find too much information. Qin Mianmian listened nearby and nodded immediately. Don't worry, I do know about this East Mountain. There is indeed danger. I think it's better for you to use another plan. Du Lingyi nodded and was about to send Qin Mianmian out. Instead, Qin Mianmian was a little unhappy. Wait, this is how you use me. At this time, I thought you would thank me and treat me to a meal and tea. I didn't expect that you would drive me out after I looked at the drawings for you. Du Lingyi naturally laughed after hearing this and immediately said, That's not what I meant. Now that you are coming to my house, aren't you unhappy? I see that you are unhappy at this time, so I will naturally send you there. What do you think? She shook her head. Since she had already come to Du Lingyi's house, how could she go back without taking any advantage? This was too disadvantageous. I have helped a lot by coming here today, but you, Mr. Du, don't even have the intention of thanking me and want to send me there directly. I can't do that. Since Qin Mianmian said so, Du Lingyi naturally let go of her attitude. Okay, you helped me with the drawings today, which is a big favor to me. Now, please tell me, Miss Qin, what kind of return do you want? Qin Mianmian's eyes turned and she thought about it carefully. In fact, she didn't have much to return now. For Du Lingyi, she might have to be his think tank for a long time. For herself, Du Lingyi might be her backer for a long time. The two of them were in a cooperative relationship, and a cooperative relationship was not about short-term interests, so there was no need to make such a clear distinction at this time. Forget it, just buy me a cup of tea. I will only drink the tea if it is brewed by you, Mr. Du, yourself. Qin Mianmian sat on the chair next to her. Seeing that she was so determined, Du Lingyi was willing to agree. After all, she had changed the blueprint, and many people could not see what was going on. But Qin Mianmian said at a glance that the mountain to the east was dangerous, and she was also capable enough. She got approval from her firm tone. You sit down. I'll ask someone to make tea and go to bed. Qin Mianmian took the opportunity when Du Lingyi turned around to open the door to take a close look at the furnishings in his study. This young master Du really knows how to behave. He has been reborn several times, but he still looks elegant. What are you looking at? Du Lingyi knocked on Qin Mianmian's head. Only then did Qin Mianmian come back to her senses and covered her face embarrassedly. Let's take a look at how you decorate this place. What do you mean? Qin Mianmian let the words go, and then changed the subject. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about your plan. Since you showed me the drawings today, it means that you are still willing to let me participate in this plan. I wonder what your plans are in the future. I have no plans, and I'm not going to tell you. You can have tea first. It seems that Du Lingyi is still very cautious, Qin Mianmian sighed. It is really not easy to take her wealth from this Mr. Du. Maybe if I do something, Mr. Du will find out. System, can't you assign me a simpler task? It is really difficult for me to complete such a difficult task. Usually the system will suddenly appear to comfort Qin Mianmian. This time, I don't know why the system is silent. Qin Mianmian sighed secretly in her heart. Why didn't you come out this time? I'm afraid even you know how difficult this task is to complete. Qin Mianmian stood up and didn't plan to drink the tea. She had to go back to the shop at this time, but she didn't forget to tell Du Lingyi before leaving. The agreement between us is that you are my backer, and I will hold your thigh in the future. Du Lingyi nodded naturally after hearing this. Such an agreement has never been made casually. Of course, I will let the carriage in the mansion take you back. No, I still have to go to my shop. Everyone is waiting for milk tea at this time. Du Lingyi suddenly thought of something. By the way, your desserts are excellent. I have eaten them too. Next month it will be my aunt's Shenshin. Why don't you come and do some work for a while? Qin Mianmian is the one who takes orders, but it depends on the money the other party offers. Of course I can do it. I don't know what the price is that Mr. Du will pay. If the price is right, I will come even if it is windy and snowy. Du Lingyi smiled after hearing this and said, immediately. Of course the price is right. The thing that Mr. Du has the most is money. In this way, the two of them decided on an order for next month, and Qin Mianmian felt a lot more relaxed. With this order, she would not have to worry too much about the profit from the roses for next month. It would definitely exceed the amount. After Qin Mianmian left the house, Xiaoxi beside Du Lingyi also said a few more words. It seems that the master is very concerned about Miss Qin's business. I don't know if it can be successful, but if the birthday banquet of the great aunt can make her famous, she will really be famous here. The master has helped her. Du Lingyi also smiled faintly. Help her if you can. By the way, has Zhang Juan come back? He is back. It seems that he has achieved his goal. I guess he will go back to Miss Qin soon. Okay, let Miss Qin succeed this time. Du Lingyi smiled proudly at this time. Qin Mianmian returned to her shop. The first person she saw was not the customers, but Zhang Juan. Zhang Juan looked at Qin Mianmian with a smile on his face. Qin Mianmian knew that he had succeeded, so he smiled with him at this time. How is it? You should have succeeded by now. It seems that you know very well what you should do. Did you save his daughter? I didn't have time to tell you yesterday, so I came to thank you today. You are quite predestined with me. I believe that I don't have the fate to know superior people, but now I have a way. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian naturally applauded. Very good. It seems that the path I pointed out to you is correct. Now that you have met General Zhongyang, I am afraid that the road in the future will be smoother. Zhang Juan immediately clasped his fists, then bowed to Qin Mianmian. This matter still depends on you. If it weren't for your help, I would have met General Zhongyang so smoothly and had a few encounters with her. Don't say that. In the future, it won't be as simple as a one-time encounter between you and General Zhongyang. She will discover your advantages and make use of you in the future. Zhang Juan only thought that Qin Mianmian's words were just a consolation to him, so he didn't take it to heart now. However, he would know in the future that Qin Mianmian was really a prophet who predicted that he should save the general's daughter, and that he and the general in the rain really had an indissoluble bond. Come on, since you've come to my shop, you'll have a cup of tea from me. Today I've come up with a new method, which is to mix tea into fruit juice. I don't know how it tastes. Can you help me taste it? Zhang Juan found it novel and nodded immediately, then found a seat and sat down. Okay, the boss lady's tea is the most trustworthy. I'll do my best to taste the new product and tell you a thing or two about it. Actually, I think you can open a branch. Zhang Juan said so, but Qin Mianmian didn't think it was possible. He immediately shook his head. Don't joke with me. How can I open a branch with so little time? I also know that you're doing this for my own good and want me to expand my business, but I think this is unlikely. After Qin Mianmian said this, Zhang Juan frowned instead. In his impression, Qin Mianmian was always brave and forward-looking in dealing with things, but she seemed to have something to say about this matter. What's wrong with you? You suddenly become so timid. This doesn't affect you. Qin Mianmian smiled and quickly said, Why is it not the me in my impression? Can you stop talking nonsense at this time? I feel that I haven't done well enough. By the way, there is one thing I still want to make clear to you. You have to rely on your own efforts to be a general. I can't help you forever. After she said this, Zhang Juan nodded vigorously. Zhang Juan also quickly said, I know, don't worry, I will definitely do my own thing at this time and won't let you worry. But the general has to thank you for the rest of his life. If you hadn't reminded me that night that he was me. Qin Mianmian stopped the other party from speaking. You don't have to tell me so much. Now you know what identity you are talking to me with, so I also hope that you can have results in the future. By the way, since you are not planning to open a branch, let me find a few more customers. That's fine, you won't refuse me, right? Qin Mianmian was a little reluctant to agree. Do you think I'm still short of customers? Zhang Juan looked around and saw that his painting made him laugh, so he immediately said, It's true that you have no shortage of customers now. I won't talk about other things for now. I still lack this point alone. When I saw you doing the dessert business before, I always felt that you wouldn't be able to make it to the end. Now it seems that you have indeed made it to the end. Qin Mianmian nodded immediately after hearing this. Yes, you also know what I'm thinking at this time. In fact, I think I should rely on myself more often, so you don't have to help me. You have to rely on yourself. Then what about Du Lingyi? Qin Mianmian didn't expect Zhang Juan had noticed Du Lingyi, so he didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only say with a smile, Oh no, you found out. I didn't even know you found out. Since you've found out, I have nothing to say. Whenever this matter is discovered by others, I'm always embarrassed. Don't you think so? That's why I never told you. Zhang Juan didn't care. Qin Mianmian's matter was her own decision, and of course it had nothing to do with him directly. You made the decision yourself. If you think it's okay, you don't have to tell me. Tell me what happened. Nothing happened. I was just helping Mr. Du. You brought desserts to his house that day to please him, so it shouldn't be. Qin Mianmian shook her head. Don't guess blindly. I'm just helping Mr. Du. I can answer some of his questions. Okay, I won't ask any more questions, but you still have to pay more attention to Mr. Du's identity. Although I'm just a nobody, you can learn about the things Mr. Du has done. He is not a peaceful person. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian immediately remembered what Du Lingyi did. That day, under Du Lingyi's leadership, he saw what Du Lingyi was doing now. If Qin Mianmian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would hardly believe that everything in front of him was real. Du Lingyi is now completely building his own secret passage. What exactly is this secret passage built for? In fact, Qin Mianmian knows very well, so he sighed at this time. I know who Du Lingyi is. You don't need to tell me more. I will find out when I have time. After Zhang Juan left, Qin Mianmian was busy in the shop for a while. He thought of Du Lingyi again. Du Lingyi's drawing left a deep impression on him. Qin Mianmian also knew that he really shouldn't be lazy at this time. I must know what he wants the drawing for. Although it seems a bit excessive, if he is doing something wrong, should I stop him? After all, I am targeting him now, and I need to get close to him to obtain his wealth and drain his wealth. If he collapses before I can conquer him, that would be really bad news. After Qin Mianmian thought about it, he had a rough idea in his mind. He knew what he should do, so he simply stayed awake all night and secretly went to the edge of the mountain the next day. Although Qin Mianmian had never been here, he had seen the blueprint, so he knew that the secret passage built by Du Lingyi was here. He had approached the volcano, because the volcano could erupt at any time, so Qin Mianmian was still very careful, but he did not find any signs of construction around the volcano. The grass was lush and the wind was blowing hard. Qin Mianmian was wearing thin clothes. She thought she could come and take a look and then go back. Unexpectedly, after walking for so long, she still didn't find what she wanted. She threw her sleeves angrily and blamed herself. I couldn't sit in the park before I came out. Now it's good. There's nothing to go back. Now I can only sit here. I didn't find the thing and the way I walked was a bit far. I'm sleepy now. Qin Mianmian was talking to herself when she suddenly saw two people in front of her who seemed to be wearing strange clothes. Because here, only farmers wore skirts, but those two people didn't look like farmers at all, so Qin Mianmian followed them. Of course, those two people didn't notice that Qin Mianmian was still talking about her own problems. They talked to each other. Today's food is delicious. I really want to vomit after eating it. The food is getting worse day by day. How can we still have the energy to work? Please don't talk about this. It's good enough for us to get out of here alive. You have seen how busy the work period is every day. If it were me, I would definitely run away if I had the chance. What you said, you came here for the sake of money? Don't I know how much the reward here is? You stayed here for the sake of money. The two people walked forward laughing. Qin Mianmian probably heard something, so he was sure that the two people were indeed building something, which might be Du Lingyi's secret passage. So Qin Mianmian immediately came out of the bushes and reminded himself. Sure enough, they are building a secret passage. I knew that this would not be so easy. It is true. In this case, I can only use my own brain at this time. After thinking so, Qin Mianmian immediately caught up with the two people. The two people were walking farther and farther, but Qin Mianmian finally saw a group of people not far away, and he knew that someone was indeed working here. As expected, there are indeed people here. I said such a large area, and Du Lingyi showed me the drawings that day. How could they suddenly disappear? This group of people must be building Du Lingyi's secret passage. I just don't know what Du Lingyi's secret passage is used for. After thinking so, he sneaked up to the group of builders. The group of builders didn't notice at all that Qin Mianmian and the others were concentrating on their work and didn't think there would be anyone in the wilderness. So at this time, they completely put Qin Mianmian in a low-security position and didn't notice his figure at all. After Qin Mianmian quietly approached, I found that everyone seemed to have tools in their hands, and they seemed to be working hard. This surprised Qin Mianmian very much. Even in a united place, there will be lazy people, but it seems that there are really no lazy people here. If Qin Mianmian can learn this set of methods, maybe he will really have a set of methods to manage people in the future. After thinking so, he took a few steps forward, and at this moment, finally someone found them. He found that they seemed to have some movement in the bushes, so they quickly followed Qin Mianmian's movement. Qin Mianmian also knew that she could no longer be self-righteous at this time. After all, she was so big that she could not hide. Finally, the leader found Qin Mianmian and pulled her out of the bushes. Qin Mianmian didn't know what to say, so she had to lick a smile and said to the other party, "I'm just passing by. You two let me go. I feel a little scared when you look at me with such a ferocious look." Seeing Qin Mianmian showing weakness, The other party also thought that Qin Mianmian was just a little girl passing by, but they didn't know if Qin Mianmian had heard the topic they were talking about, so they were still alert. "Girl, you are passing by, but what are you doing here in the wilderness? We don't seem to have any farmers here. Where did you come from?" Qin Mianmian had no choice but to make a prompt decision. He immediately said, "I came here to chop wood and see if there are any Chinese medicines here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to meet you two. Why are you suddenly looking at me so ferociously, thinking I'm a bad guy? But I'm unarmed. How can I be a bad guy? Don't get me wrong." After hearing this, the other party nodded and quickly said to his companion, "Okay, let him go. I think he is well-mannered and unarmed. He really shouldn't be a spy or something. Let him go. It's not a good thing for you to control him like this." Qin Mianmian was finally released, but the person in charge also felt that the matter was quite strange. He was going to let one of his men send Qin Mianmian out, so that Sun Shan and the others would feel relieved after Qin Mianmian was sent out. Qin Mianmian was originally going to watch carefully from the side, but since others said so, he couldn't stay here for long, so he could only do it silently in his heart and get this matter over with. After being forcibly sent to the exit by that person, Qin Mianmian could only walk farther and farther, otherwise he would be discovered by the person behind him, but he was not willing to do so. "I finally found a sunny day, and I wanted to take a look at the secret room, but I was still kicked out. This is not good. I have to think of a way to go back." After Qin Mianmian thought about it, he finally returned to the front of them, but this time, Qin Mianmian was very smart. He did not expose himself in front of them, but secretly stuck to the side and did not speak. It was naturally difficult for a small person to be discovered. "That's right. I said that's right. How can you let me leave for no reason? I finally found such an opportunity." Thinking in his heart, Qin Mianmian's eyes were fixed on them. However, there were guards in the place where they built the secret room. After they went in, Qin Mianmian would not be able to see anything, so it was a waste of time now. "Damn, it seems that this Du Lingyi has his own plan, but he is unwilling to tell me. If he is unwilling to tell me, I have no idea what he is thinking." When Qin Mianmian was struggling, the voice of the system also rang. Ding reminds the host to complete the task as soon as possible. Qin Mianmian thought it was a clue, and it was urging again, so he wanted to smash the system. I know. You don't have to urge me to complete the task all day long. It takes time to complete the task. Do you think I can complete the task in my current state?" Qin Mianmian sighed and was about to go back. At this time, a stranger suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. Qin Mianmian just realized that Du Lingyi was here. "Why are you here alone to watch the fun?" Qin Mianmian's face was red, as if it was burning red. "I was just passing by." "You were just passing by, and it was such a coincidence that you happened to come to this wasteland. You also know that the mountain to the east is a volcano, which can erupt at any time and is very dangerous. Why did you come here?" Qin Mianmian didn't know what to say for a moment and could only smile, but smiling was useless to the other party. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" Faced with Du Lingyi's serious question, Qin Mianmian could only tell the truth, otherwise the other party would definitely guess it. "I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. I said I was just passing by. I just passed by and took a look. Isn't it okay?" "You don't have to lie to me. There's no need, since you need to see the secret room now. You must be obsessed with the blue blueprint." Du Lingyi said this, actually hitting the nail on the head of Qin Mianmian's mind. But Qin Mianmian was unwilling to admit it. He felt that once he admitted it, he would become very passive. "What blueprint of yours? You mean the blueprint you asked me to see? Actually, I had forgotten it after I went back. You reminded me now." Du Lingyi would not believe all that Qin Mianmian said. He smiled and said to Qin Mianmian, "Do you think your words can convince me?" Qin Mianmian also knew that of course he couldn't convince the other party, but at this time, escaping was the most important thing. So he still licked his smile and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I believe it myself. Let me go. I want to go back now." Du Lingyi would not miss this opportunity. "It seems that you are very interested in this secret room. If you are very interested in this secret room, why not join us?" Qin Mianmian's first reaction after hearing this was to refuse him. He didn't want to join in such a complicated matter. I don't know what you are going to do, so I don't want to know what you are going to do. If I know this, then my troubles will follow one after another. Qin Mianmian's words were right. He absolutely couldn't let himself get into trouble. Du Lingyi seemed to be determined to let Qin Mianmian join in, so it was impossible to let him go. You don't have to think that there is anything impossible at this time. Since you have come here today, and you have seen this drawing that day, don't you want to confirm what I am doing? Qin Mianmian shook her head very happily. Your business has nothing to do with me? What if I say that my business has something to do with you? Qin Mianmian still didn't understand this tongue twister. Mr. Du, if we want to talk, let's just talk straight. I don't understand what you mean by that. My meaning is very simple. What I mean is that since you are my think tank and my retainer, I can let you know about this matter, but I have to have conditions. Qin Mianmian felt uncomfortable when she heard the word condition. I don't care whether you have conditions or not. Anyway, I don't want to listen to your nonsense now. Du Lingyi knew that Qin Mianmian was about to leave, so she quickly grabbed him and pointed to the front. The entrance is there. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Then he let go of Qin Mianmian's sleeve and let Qin Mianmian decide for herself. The system's prompting voice was still in his ears. Qin Mianmian knew that he had to hurry up, so although he hesitated at this time, he still followed. You've caught up with me after all? Du Lingyi turned around and saw Qin Mianmian right behind him. Qin Mianmian didn't hesitate at this time and said directly, Didn't you ask me to come and take a look? I've decided that I'm willing to come and take a look, but if it's not appropriate, I won't participate in this matter. Du Lingyi pulled the mechanism without saying a word and walked in. It was a long secret passage made of stone, and it was pitch black inside. At least there were candles lit. What on earth do you want to build this thing for? Can you stop asking so many questions? Du Lingyi was already a little annoyed, so Qin Mianmian had to shut up and follow him forward. Okay, I won't ask you so many questions. Anyway, you won't answer me if I ask you so many questions. Now that I'm behind you, you have to ensure my safety. Suddenly, Du Lingyi grabbed Qin Mianmian's wrist. Although it was just a wrist, a warm breath was transmitted to Qin Mianmian's heart, and Qin Mianmian felt that she didn't seem to be so scared anymore. It should be okay now, right? Qin Mianmian nodded immediately after hearing this. It's okay now, but can you please not hold me so tightly? It hurts a little. Du Lingyi then let go of his hand, looking a little unnatural. Qin Mianmian could clearly see it from the candlelight shining on his face. The atmosphere between the two was a little weird, so Qin Mianmian also changed the topic. What's ahead? Can you give me a preview? Don't you want to see the secret room? My secret room is ahead. Qin Mianmian was very excited after hearing this. You really built a secret room. I thought you were joking. Why did you build a secret room? I couldn't understand it at this time. What's so hard to understand? You should know who you are working for at this moment. Qin Mianmian looked at Du Lingyi and said openly, I am working for Mr. Du now, so what is the connection between Mr. Du and Lawyer Zheng? You don't need to know so much, just go in. Just as Du Lingyi finished speaking, the long passage ended, replaced by an iron door. Du Lingyi opened the iron door, and there was a different world inside. Many people were working there, but this secret room was obviously not completed yet, so they were just working inside to make it more perfect, and nothing serious happened. You must always have your own intelligence agency in this world. Besides, I have reiterated it several times. I already know the losses I suffered before. This time, must not suffer any losses again. Qin Mianmian nodded after hearing this, and then immediately said, Yes, you really can't suffer any loss this time, but you need so many people to collect intelligence for you. I think you should not need so much information as Master Du. What do you want to do? Qin Mianmian had already put that sentence in his throat. He really wanted to ask, but he also knew that the 4 words, conspiracy to rebellion, were not something that could be said casually. Don't you already have the answers in your heart for what you want to know and what you don't want to know? Why should I tell you? After hearing this, Qin Mianmian finally set the tone for this matter in his heart. It seems that this reborn big man really has a big plan. However, as a small player in his own system, he doesn't want to know so much. So even if Qin Mianmian knows, he pretends not to know, and just plays dumb. What do you want to say about my secret room? After hearing this, Qin Mianmian shook her head and then pointed at herself. You are asking me, how do I know what you will think? Now that I have seen your secret room, except that the direction of your secret passage needs to be changed, it is indeed very good. You have thought of everything, and I don't need to remind you again. Really? It seems that you are very appreciative of me at this time. Qin Mianmian really felt that the other party seemed to be pulling her into an abyss, so she was very cautious at this time. Wait a minute, I haven't stepped into your secret room, nor am I going to participate in this project. Project and micro-project? Qin Mianmian didn't know how to explain it for a moment, so she could only turn her head and pretend to observe this secret technique. You plan to build and then organize your own intelligence agency here, so your intelligence agency is already full. Why do you need me? System alert, warning, warns the host not to reverse the operation and lower his experience score. Qin Mianmian was annoyed by the system. He just didn't want to attack Du Lingyi, so he wanted to distance himself from her, but the system insisted on tying him to her. There was nothing he could do. My intelligence agency doesn't need you, but it doesn't need you either. Anyway, you can stay. I'm going to ask you one question today. Can you stay? Qin Mianmian thought about it carefully. The system had already reminded him. Could he not stay at this time? He nodded and said, It's useless for you to watch me. I have decided to stay at this time. Even if you drive me away, I won't leave. This sentence laid the foundation for Qin Mianmian's future, and Qin Mianmian knew it. I want to follow Du Lingyi next. Du Lingyi was very satisfied and gave Qin Mianmian a copy of the booklet in her hand. Since we have reached a cooperation, I will also give you a gift. This booklet contains several distinguished guests I prepared for you. Once you get in touch with them, the business of the shop will get better and better. Qin Mianmian had seen the small booklet. It was written in Du Lingyi's very beautiful handwriting, and not as arrogant as he was. The handwriting was quite neat. You prepared it specially for me. Qin Mianmian couldn't believe it. But Du Lingyi denied it at this time. Why should I prepare it specially for you? You think too much. Anyway, you can take it yourself at this time. Qin Mianmian carefully looked at the booklet. The name, address, and hobbies of the distinguished guest were clearly written in the booklet. It should be due to the architectural theory of certain buildings. Qin Mianmian didn't understand these, so she returned it directly. I'm not a professional here. Master Du asked me to handle these things, but I can't handle them well. Can you change to something else? Du Lingyi leaned down gently. I see that you are more familiar with the situation here than I am, so you should know the situation here very well. Qin Mianmian thought about it carefully, and then said, I am more familiar with the situation here, so don't ask. What do you want to do? You just need to change the direction of the secret passage. Do you need to make any other modifications inside? Of course, just in case. Qin Mianmian got a lot of questions from his painting. What on earth does Du Lingyi want to do? Build a secret room so solid? He could have asked the system, but now that he thinks about it, the system wants him to capture this person, so it is impossible for it to tell him so many things. Qin Mianmian has been absent-minded since she came back from Du Lingyi's secret room. She actually didn't want to know so many secrets of Du Lingyi, but it seemed that fate drove him to understand. But when she really understood, he felt that this matter was too big for him to bear. In short, his mentality was still very uncomfortable at this time. He always felt that he was neither up nor down, and it was difficult to make a decision. But fortunately, Du Lingyi finally let her go. What followed was an invitation. Du Lingyi seemed to invite him to live in her house, which gave Qin Mianmian a headache. Originally, living in her own suit, Qin Mianmian always felt that she had a little freedom, but there were both advantages and disadvantages to living with Du Lingyi. She could get closer to him and complete the tasks assigned by the system, but there were also disadvantages. She would lose her freedom to a certain extent. Du Lingyi would let her do whatever she wanted. she had completely become his coolie. Putting down the letter, Qin Mianmian also read it carefully, thought about it, and finally did not make a decision. Whatever decision the lady makes is fine. This is what Mr. Du said. Please consider it carefully and don't rush to give an answer. Qin Mianmian nodded after hearing this. He knew that he shouldn't rush. Go back and tell your Mr. Du to give me some time. I will definitely give him an answer. Please don't rush him. After sending the servant away, Qin Mianmian sat in the yard and kept thinking about this problem. So should she go or not? If going there seems to be a good thing for her mission, but if she really goes, it seems that this matter is not very smooth, so Qin Mianmian can't make a decision at all. What are you thinking about? Qin Jiuan came to the mansion at some point and brought gifts to Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian was very happy. Qin Jiuan was the first person here who was worthy of her confiding, so naturally she had to say a few more words. You don't know that I have been very busy recently. I have to deal with the annual meeting and my own affairs. Besides, you know that I have a lot of troubles under attack from all sides. After hearing this, Qin Jiuan also sat down with Qin Mianmian and then said to Qin Mianmian, You have always been the most opinionated about so many things. I think you can handle it yourself. I don't need to say more. Qin Mianmian showed an awkward smile this time. You really gave me some advice. Now I have received an invitation from Mr. Du to stay at his house for a few more days. Do you think I should go? Qin Jiuan frowned after hearing this. It's a good thing that you want to stay at Mr. Du's house. Why don't you want to go? The young master's family must have something to help you with. Can't you get close to him? This can also lay the foundation for your shop. In the future, your shop will have a backer, and everything will make sense. Qin Mianmian also laughed after hearing this. Sure enough, you think the same as me. I also think that if I stay with him for a few days and have some interactions with him, then people outside will think that he is my backer and dare not provoke me. Qin Jiuan stood up and turned around, looking at the scenery in Qin Mianmian's yard. Look, your yard is also damaged. Why don't you live there? You know how rich Mr. Du is. You will definitely not suffer if you live there. Qin Mianmian immediately raised a finger. So you know so much. If I had known earlier, I should have asked you for advice. But now it's too late. Master Du has already invited me. It seems that I have no choice but to agree. If I really don't agree, he will be in trouble. I don't quite understand what you mean. What's too late? From what you said, it seems that you don't want to go, but you have to go. Is that what you mean? Qin Mianmian nodded. Yes, I don't want to go. Do you think I want to go? I am somewhat resistant, but I have to help Master Du with the banquet for his relatives, so I have to contact him more. In addition, I seem to have become someone he can discuss with. He will look for me for many things. Once I flip through a few inches of letters, it will always arouse suspicion. It's better to live next to him. Then what are you struggling with at this time? Qin Jiuan didn't understand why Qin Mianmian didn't go with such a good opportunity. Qin Mianmian has been worrying about her second shop. She said she wanted to open pants shops all over the capital, but it is not so easy to do. It seems that it can be done by just talking, which is not reasonable, so he thinks Qin Mianmian should find another way. Let's not talk about this, okay? Just this matter alone. I feel like I seem to owe something. What do you owe? I promised you that I would do my best in my career, but now I have encountered difficulties, and I feel that I have failed all of you. After hearing this, Qin Jiuan immediately comforted Qin Mianmian and never let her worry. You said this as if you are penniless. Now you have done very well. Listen to me and give it a try. Besides, I am also busy with the tasks assigned to me by the general these days, and I am afraid I will see you more often. Qin Mianmian knew that the general had a separate courtyard also located near Du Lingyi's house, so everything seemed to be logical at this time. Okay, then I'm sure. I'm going to live in Master Du's house at this time. I hope Master Du will treat me well. Qin Jiuan laughed immediately after hearing this. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well at this time. Qin Mianmian immediately wrote a letter in person, telling Du Lingyi that she would stay in his house in the near future and help him take care of the banquet. The pigeon delivered the letter to Du Lingyi. After reading it, Dulingi was very satisfied and showed a different smile. He is a little sensible and finally agreed to live here. Xiaoxi, beside Dulingi, was also happy for Dulingi. Master's wish has been fulfilled. I also think this girl is very good at dealing with things. Many of her ideas are different from ours. She will give you different views. She is much better than us. Dulingi put down the teacup in her hand, then stood up and looked at the scenery by the window. It was about to rain. Before it rains, go over there and tell them that the person in charge of the banquet has been found, so they don't have to look for it anymore. Are you going to confirm that the princess's banquet will be handed over to this girl? The princess's aunt has always had high requirements. She is not like the chefs in the palace in recent years. It is naturally good to find a new one for her. Don't worry so much for now. Just go and prepare. After hearing this, Xiaoxi nodded and agreed. Okay, then I will prepare it quickly. Please rest assured, sir, I will definitely not fail to fulfill your trust at this time. Please put your mind at ease. There should be no other accidents. After hearing this, Dulingi was a little cautious. Although Qin Mianmian was well behaved, he also saw that accidents seemed to happen wherever Qin Mianmian was. He didn't know what it would be like this time. Qin Mianmian soon took the opportunity to live with Master Du. Although it was only a short stay for a few days, according to the system's arrangement, Qin Mianmian must be close to Dulingi. So this also made Qin Mianmian feel relieved. The progress of the task is promising, so he doesn't have to worry too much. Dulingi arranged a guest room for Qin Mianmian and arranged everything properly. Qin Mianmian naturally began to busy himself with the experience meeting, which is also his most important thing at the moment. But on the other hand, Aunt and Queer knew about this matter. They envied Qin Mianmian for having her own career. Now seeing Qin Mianmian staying at Mr. Du's house for a few days, and hearing that Qin Mianmian would be responsible for Mr. Du's aunt, the current eldest princess, Yizi's eyes are naturally red. They never thought that Qin Mianmian would have such a glorious moment, and they were almost jealous of everything about Qin Mianmian. Mom, you can't let him go on like this. Queer slammed the table and couldn't wait any longer at home. The aunt quickly comforted her daughter. Don't worry, fortune and misfortune are interdependent. How do you know this time is a blessing for him? He prepared a birthday banquet for the eldest princess, which might be a disaster. Queer didn't understand, so she looked at her mother with wide eyes. Mother, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. How can you not understand? At this time, I have made it very clear. You must know that you have to keep calm at this time. What kind of person is the princess? She is a proud daughter of heaven. She can't stand any grievance at this time. Do you think Qin Mianmian can really be foolproof? After hearing this, Queer finally showed a cunning smile. You are right. He can't be foolproof, and we can interfere. After hearing this, the aunt quickly smiled, then took Queer's hand and told her not to speak loudly. We are the only ones who know about this matter, so don't make a fuss. Don't let others hear it, which is the so-called obstruction. I'm afraid we can only rely on God for help. After all, this is the eldest princess's birthday party, and we can't do too much. Queer nodded after hearing this, and immediately said, Yes, I know what this matter means. Mother, rest assured, I will definitely not interfere, but I will definitely send someone to pay attention to this matter. The night was starry, and Qin Mianmian came to the yard. He had just finished writing the list for the banquet, so he had to go shopping tomorrow. He should have rested well and recuperated, but in the unfamiliar yard, he could not fall asleep no matter what. After arriving at the yard, he thought that no one would be there so late. He did not expect Dulingi to be sitting there alone, and he did not know what he was thinking about. So Qin Mianmian suddenly became interested and ran to him, but he saw Dulingi's sad eyes. He originally wanted to talk to Dulingi so that he could gain some experience points, but he did not expect Dulingi's face to be full of displeasure. Qin Mianmian's expression faded away, and he actually wanted to turn around and run. However, Dulingi skillfully grabbed his collar and said to him, Since you are here, why are you running? Qin Mianmian had to turn his head skillfully, and then smiled and said, I saw that you were alone here, and it was inconvenient to disturb you, didn't I? Mr. Du, This garden belongs to your family. Since you are here, I will not disturb you." After hearing this, Dulingi laughed. "This back garden is a product of nature. It is hard to say whether it belongs to me or someone else. If you want to sit here, then come and sit here. It's not a big deal." Qin Mianmian saw the other party's invitation. Naturally, he did not refuse at this time. After all, he still had his own tasks. So Qin Mianmian sat opposite Dulingi and wanted to say a few words, but thinking of Dulingi's bad mood, Qin Mianmian's first sentence was changed to, "Do you have something you can't figure out? I see that your expression seems to be thinking about something. If I can help you, I am willing to help you." Dulingi raised her head after hearing this and looked at Qin Mianmian seriously. Qin Mianmian never joked and responded to the other party with a serious look. "It's okay, but the things in the secret room have nothing to do with you. If I need your help, I will definitely ask for your help. Now you have to take care of my aunt's birthday banquet." Qin Mianmian knew, so he nodded. "For the princess's banquet, I will naturally try my best to cook or something. I can't, but desserts are my forte. I will definitely do it well and won't let you down." Dulingi was also very happy after hearing this. "I hope so. I hope you really won't let me down. By the way, you come to my place to take care of the birthday banquet. What about your shop? Isn't your milk tea selling just right, doing things at this time? Don't think too much. Do you, Mr. Du, need to worry about my affairs? The pants over there only sell milk tea. I have already told my neighbors about the process of milk tea. I asked the owners of the stalls next to me to help me hire them, and then hung up a few signs saying that I was busy these days and not in the store. I think they will understand that it's not a big deal." Dulingi was filled with admiration. He knew that Qin Mianmian was indeed capable, but he did not expect that Qin Mianmian was so organized. She was the most powerful woman in his impression. Although he had traveled through time 3 times and met many strong women, even royal figures like the princess, he had met them, but they were all different from Qin Mianmian. He thought that this should be the training of rebirth. "You sit here. I'm going to rest. If you have anything else, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Qin Mianmian suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity. It was late at night and everyone had rested. There was no one else around Dulingi, so Qin Mianmian didn't know why, but he suddenly grabbed Dulingi's hand. Dulingi was naturally a little strange, so she turned her head and looked at him. "Nothing. I just want Mr. Du to stay and sit with me. It's so boring for me to sit here alone like a fool. We can talk more about what we want to talk about. Don't you want to know about the secret room? Don't you want to know what I think?" Speaking of the secret room, Dulingi naturally came, and he sat back on the stone bench again with interest, and then asked Qin Mianmian, "I know you have your own opinion on this matter, so what do you think?" "I have been to your secret room, and I think your secret room is completely qualified. I don't know what else you are dissatisfied with." "I don't know either. It's because I don't know that I am troubled. I always feel that this secret room is missing something, but I don't know what it is. Although this sentence is difficult to understand, it is indeed my true words." Qin Mianmian thought about it carefully and actually felt that something was missing, but he couldn't say it either, so the two of them fell into silence. After a long time, Dulingi spoke. "Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to worry about me? I am really making things difficult for you at this time." Qin Mianmian laughed after hearing this, and he immediately responded, "You are being so unkind to me. I know what you mean. At this time, I will also think of many ways for you. As for the shortcomings of this secret room, please give me some more time." After Qin Mianmian said this, Dulingi naturally nodded and stood up to send Qin Mianmian away, but suddenly a servant in the dark saw all this. The next day, the servant sent the news back to Kuaer. After Kuaer knew the news, she was furious and could not accept it at all. "It seems that he is getting closer and closer to Master Du. In some time, he will become Madame Du. We must not allow this to happen." The servant was also fanning the flames. The young lady said that if he really became Madame Du, we would be in trouble. He would definitely take the opportunity to take revenge. So this matter must be nipped in the bud before the flames get strong. Kuaer also stood up at this time. She no longer sat in her seat. She began to walk around and thought about a solution. By the way, he went there to prepare leaves for the eldest princess this time. Maybe we have to find a way to get the leaves this time. Although Quier said so, Xiaoxi didn't think it was that easy, and she frowned. Miss, although we are also a noble family, we still need an invitation to go to the eldest princess' birthday party. If the eldest princess doesn't think highly of us, we wouldn't have been able to go last time. Quier smiled slightly after hearing this, then turned to her own Xiaoxi and said, "You see, your brain just can't turn around. At this time, you just don't trust your own lady." The servant was a little panicked, and he didn't know how to answer, so he had to look at Quier at this time. Quier also said quickly, "In fact, this matter is not difficult to solve. Listen to me. What you should do now is to help me find out who else is going to the eldest prince's birthday banquet. If there is really someone else, then we can find a way to test it." After hearing what his mistress said, the servant understood a little bit. He had to find out who the guests were at the eldest princess's birthday banquet first. As long as there was a boat that she could take, Quier would go on it. She must not miss this opportunity. My aunt also knew about this matter, so she helped Quier a lot in the later stage. She used her own connections to get a list of some guests. My aunt found that several of them were mahjong partners she knew, so she contacted them in this way. The ladies also felt that it would be a bit more prestigious to bring a young woman like Quier with them. Otherwise, they would not be able to win everyone's approval at the banquet with their withered bodies, so they all rushed to bring Quier with them. Qin Mianmian didn't know about this. He was busy with the banquet and had no time to think about it. It was not until he saw Quier on the final guest list that he gasped. She hurriedly took the list out to check with others. The servant didn't know what she meant. After hearing his question, he didn't answer. "Miss Qin, don't worry. This is not your business. We just brought it to you for a look to see if there is anything that needs to be adjusted in your dessert. Because the people on the eldest prince's side said that some of the guests are old and some are young, the choice of desserts must be different, otherwise the old people won't be able to chew them. But it's probably none of your business who will come." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian nodded silently. It seemed that the servant was very resistant to her concern about this matter, so she just didn't care. He quickly said, "I was just asking casually, because I saw my family members coming over. Since they are family members, I will definitely entertain them separately at that time." The servant was coaxed by Qin Mianmian and was naturally very curious after hearing this. "Oh, are Miss Qin's family members coming? Why didn't you tell me more about it? If you had told me more, I would have known how to arrange it for Miss Qin. Miss Qin's family members are naturally different from others. They can indeed be taken somewhere else to rest for a while." Qin Mianmian immediately shook his head at this time. Quier and Aunt didn't need to be taken somewhere else to rest. It was too late for him to stay away from them. "Let's talk about it later. There's no rush for this matter. I just suddenly learned about it today and wondered if I should make some arrangements." Just as Qin Mianmian was saying this, Du Lingyi came over. When he saw Qin Mianmian talking to the servant, he knew that Qin Mianmian must have something to do, so he said, "What's wrong? Do you have any questions? I saw that you seemed to have some questions." "No, I just happened to see the guest list, so I came out to confirm." "Who knew that?" The servant had a lot to say at this time. "Sir, Miss Qin said that someone from their family would also come on the day of the princess' birthday banquet. I was thinking that since they are Miss Qin's family members, should we make special arrangements?" Du Lingyi laughed immediately after hearing this. "So it's your family who is coming, but isn't your relationship with your family not good? In this case, you shouldn't turn a blind eye and pretend that they have never been here." Qin Mianmian showed an awkward smile at this time. What should he say? In fact, no matter how he said it, he couldn't make it clear. The other party would never understand his mood, so he was ready to leave. But Du Lingyi was not happy. She immediately said, "You are leaving for no reason. I won't allow you to leave at this time. Who can I go to if you leave?" Qin Mianmian smiled after hearing this. "You have something to ask me? Dulingi pulled Qin Mianmian aside. Do you really want Queer to come? Qin Mianmian opened his eyes wide, thinking that Dulingi had something important to ask him, but he didn't expect it was this matter. He immediately changed the subject. When did I say that I had to ask him? I didn't mean that. I just happened to see Queer on the guest list. Queer seemed to be brought here by another lady. Are you sure you don't need my help? Dulingi showed a cunning smile. Qin Mianmian certainly didn't understand what the other party meant, so she asked the other party sincerely. I don't know what Mr. Du wants to help with. Queer's matter has nothing to do with me. Whether he comes or not, I will prepare the dessert banquet. Dulingi shook her head. Since we are partners, then I should naturally contribute my part. After Queer came, do you think he really came to the banquet? He must have come to cause trouble for you. Qin Mianmian thought it made sense after hearing this, so she nodded immediately. As expected, you reminded me. Then what should I do that day? Should I be more careful? The man crossed his arms and looked confident. In fact, you shouldn't have let him come. If he didn't come, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. Qin Mianmian said, I know I shouldn't have suffered this torture, but you also know that I can't stop him after all. Since he has already signed up with other ladies, can he not come that day? If you don't want him to come, he will naturally not come. What do you mean? Does Mr. Du still want to contribute? I don't think this is too difficult for our Mr. Du. Let's forget it. After Qin Mianmian said this, Dulingi also laughed. Dulingi immediately explained herself. I just mean well, and it's not particularly difficult. If you don't want to, forget it. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Qin Mianmian quickly grabbed the other party and then said to the other party, Wait a minute, where are you going for no reason? If you look like this, I don't know how to deal with you. Tell me quickly, do you have any plans? I have a plan. It depends on whether you want to listen. Queer came up with the lady, so I naturally couldn't stop her. But there were too many people outside that day, and I couldn't control him, so we should be prepared in advance. Qin Mianmian was also quite interested after hearing this. Tell me what the situation is. Now I see that you really have it all planned out. Since you are confident, why don't you tell me quickly? I know what I'm going to do. Didn't the servant just say it? Prepare a separate room for them at the banquet. They can't come out and naturally won't make trouble. What do you think? Qin Mianmian thought this idea was are so afraid of bothering me. I will be unhappy. Qin Mianmian was a little at a loss for a moment. He had to say, Then what should I do? Should I obey you at this time? I will follow your advice and then pull them to another room. Isn't it a bit bad? I said there is nothing wrong with this. If you feel that you can't accept it, then I am not going to persuade you. Qin Mianmian shook his head after hearing this. He immediately fell to the ground. Okay, if Master Du can help at this time, I will naturally be very happy. Then it's settled. I'll have the servants keep an eye out for them. If they come over, I'll tell you. Qin Mianmian was quite grateful after hearing this. He knew that it was better to have someone like this around him to help him than to fight alone. At this time, he also wanted to ask the system whether Dulingi's favorability towards him had increased. However, Qin Mianmian felt that it was meaningless to ask such a question at this time, so he gave up. Returning to his workshop, Qin Mianmian continued to make desserts. Anyway, the list of desserts had been listed. All he had to do in the next few days was to rush to work and make them all done. Who knew that suddenly several people rushed in and surrounded Qin Mianmian's stall, which caught Qin Mianmian off guard. Who are you? What are you doing here? As soon as Qin Mianmian finished speaking, they snatched the things in Qin Mianmian's hands. Qin Mianmian didn't know how to deal with them all of a sudden. Wait a minute, can you answer my question? Who are you all? What do you want to do one by one? After Qin Mianmian said this, someone finally answered. They answered Qin Mianmian, and then said to Qin Mianmian, We were sent by Master Du. Master Du said that the girl has been working hard alone. Anyway, we will do whatever the girl tells us to do. Leave the hard work that will not let the girl suffer to us. Qin Mianmian was of course moved after hearing this, but he was also a little hesitant. If he handed all these things over to the people below, would there be some disclosures that he didn't find out? Forget it. Actually, I can still support this amount. Don't think too much. Let me do things here alone at this time. After Qin Mianmian said this, those people were naturally unwilling. They looked at each other and seemed unwilling to let Qin Mianmian go. Qin Mianmian was a little helpless at this time, so she had to say, "You all don't want to listen to me, right? You all think I'm joking with you at this time. Anyway, I will solve the problems here by myself. You don't have to make trouble with me. Go down quickly and tell Mr. Du that I don't need you." After these words were spoken, those people were naturally unhappy. The leader immediately said to Qin Mianmian, "Miss Qin doesn't trust us. We are also the best people picked by Mr. Du. No matter what, we can handle it for you. Do you want to drive us away?" "I don't want to drive you away. I don't mean to drive you away at all. It's just that I really don't need your help at this time." Although Qin Mian had said this, those people clearly didn't want to leave. Qin Mianmian could only sigh, "Are you really entrusted by Mr. Du to help me?" At this time, Du Lingyi also walked in. "I just left you for a while. Why are you upset again? I invited them to help you. Can you really handle the desserts for the entire banquet by yourself?" Qin Mianmian smiled silently after hearing this, indicating that he was really too busy. "I thought someone was lying, but it turned out that they were really sent by Mr. Du. I am so happy, so I will ask them for help." After he said this, he had already assigned his tasks and asked them to help. He didn't want to owe others at this time. Being able to help Qin Mianmian meant that this matter was properly balanced, and he was also very happy. There are many dignitaries coming to the banquet. Although they don't know that it is you who made this dessert, you must also be prepared. If the princess likes this thing, then you must go to see the eldest princess. Qin Mianmian was a little timid after hearing this. He had heard of the eldest princess's name. She was probably the type of middle-aged woman. Although she was already an aunt, she was still graceful. I roughly understand. If the eldest princess must see me at that time, I will naturally dress up and will not embarrass you. After hearing this, Du Lingyi suddenly felt a little emotional. Although he didn't know where his emotion came from, he always felt that Qin Mianmian's words brought the two people closer. Of course, he also felt that Qin Mianmian and himself were from a time travel, and they were also people with the same fate. It was unreasonable for them to be close at this time. "Then I won't bother you." After Du Lingyi finished talking about her own things, she left the kitchen, and Qin Mianmian also breathed a sigh of relief. "Come on, let me assign the tasks. I will give you some simple desserts first, and you can also help me make those difficult desserts, or I will do it myself." Qin Mianmian started to work after saying this. A few days later, the eldest princess banquet was held as scheduled. This aunt, the eldest princess, never liked to hold any banquets in the palace, so every time she had her birthday banquet, she would order a play outside and then entertain her guests. However, he had a quirk that he never met people. Although he wanted to invite all the guests, it was ultimately for the sake of face. In fact, he was unwilling to deal with people, so he was not seen at the banquet. Queer followed the lady who was familiar with her mother into the living room. Naturally, she saw a crowd of people. He only wanted to see Qin Mianmian and wanted to know how Qin Mianmian was doing, so his eyes searched everywhere. Qin Mianmian was in the kitchen and would not appear in front of the public so quickly, so he couldn't find her at all. Mother went, gave the red envelope money, and then returned to Queer, asking Queer, "Have you seen him? He should be in the kitchen. Should we go look for him?" At this moment, the lady who came with them grabbed Queer and said, "Wait a minute. Where are you going? Don't mess around at this time. After all, this is someone else's house. It's not good for us to mess around." Queer didn't think so in her heart. He came here today just for Qin Mianmian, so he must see Qin Mianmian. He didn't care and listened to others' words with one ear and one ear out. His eyes had already looked towards the backyard. Yang Qing was actually the same as her daughter. She felt that Queer must go in to see Qin Mianmian, so no matter how others dissuaded him, she still sent Queer to the backyard. There were very few people in the backyard. Queer could move freely, and he never had any other purpose but only thought about the kitchen, so he quickly went around to the back kitchen at this time. The back kitchen was busy today. After all, there was a banquet in the evening, and Qin Mianmian was in another room, so when the younger brother went to the kitchen at first, he didn't find him but walked around outside. At this time, Qin Mianmian's dessert was almost finished, and he was lying on a chair in the room, ready to take a rest and see what else was on the banquet. Who knew that a black shadow appeared outside? Qin Mianmian thought that there were many customers and strangers above the cashier, and he might have gone to the wrong place. If he had the ability, he could go in and help him, or even help him get back to the front yard. So he opened the door. Who knew that after he opened the door, he saw Queer? She was very surprised to see Qin Mianmian. Even if Qin Mianmian wanted to change her position, he would hold Qin Mianmian. Wait a minute. Why do you want to leave when you see me? Don't be afraid. There is nothing to be afraid of seeing me at this time. Come and tell me what you think in your heart. Why did you come here to hold this banquet? When will you teach me? Qin Mianmian couldn't stand his nonsense and wanted to hide in the house, but Queer held him tightly. I told you not to worry. I'm not here to check with you at this time. Why do you want to run away? Qin Mianmian was very angry. He said directly, "Today is the birthday banquet for the princess. The posture is quite big. If we want to quarrel, you can quarrel somewhere else." After hearing this, Queer of course refused to admit defeat. His purpose today was to cause trouble for Qin Mianmian, so he naturally would not let Qin Mianmian go at this time, nor would he listen to Qin Mianmian's words. Why are you in a hurry? I am a polite person after all. I know that I shouldn't disturb the princess at this time, but have you ever thought that if I don't disturb you at this time, you will run away and never see me again in the future? Qin Mianmian quickly shook off the other person's hand, and then said, "Why should I see you? You shouldn't be too much at this time. You think I want to see you at this time, but there is nothing to say between the two of us, and I still have a lot of things to do today. So please consider me full, cousin. If you need my help with anything, I'll do it for you." Qin Mianmian shook his head. "No, really no. I have done everything here." Qin Mianmian saw that the other party was unwilling to let go of herself and was actually ready to call someone. However, at this time, her aunt also came over. When she saw Qin Mianmian, she met with her daughter aside, and then faced Qin Mianmian and said with a smile, "Sure enough, I saw you. We were talking today about whether we could see you after we came. Now I'm really happy to see you." Qin Mianmian felt unhappy after hearing this and immediately retorted, "Aunt, I earned this with my own real ability. Everyone knows that my desserts are delicious, so they let me prepare the banquet. In this case, why are you unhappy?" Aunt was speechless for a moment and had to shut up. Qin Mianmian remembered Du Lingyi's instructions to her that if she saw them today, she would arrange them in another room. So Qin Mianmian could only pretend to be happy and suddenly said, "Since you are all here, I naturally have to entertain you. Otherwise, it would not be the way to treat guests. Since you are all here, just follow me. There are so many guests today, I am afraid I can't entertain you well, so I can only let you do it yourself." Aunt knew what Qin Mianmian meant before she finished speaking. Anyway, this was a good thing for them, so Aunt immediately agreed. "It doesn't matter. You go and do it. We will find a way to solve it ourselves. But we still need you to accompany us as guests. Anyway, we can find a place outside to do it. Besides, we are here to accompany Mrs. Wang today, so there is nothing for you to do." Qin Mianmian saw his father and immediately said, "It's not like that. In fact, I heard that you would come over a long time ago, so I prepared a yard for you. You can go there to rest and wait until the banquet starts before going over." Aunt is a smart person after all. She knows that Qin Mianmian and herself don't get along. It must be a demon that is so nice to her at this time, so she immediately asked, "When did you become so nice? I don't quite believe it. Is it because you have been ruined that you think we are your relatives, so you have to be nicer to us?" After saying this, Qin Mianmian also smiled immediately. The task has not been completed yet. Of course he has to pretend to be a sage, so he immediately said, "Aunt is so smart. She can know what I'm thinking. In fact, I also know through this incident that the strength of my aunt and cousin should not be underestimated, so it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Anyway, I have prepared everything for you there. Do you want to go? Ant is a stingy person. Seeing such a temper and such an advantage, it is impossible for him not to take advantage of it, so he agreed immediately. Okay, it's noisy outside now. Of course I want to go and sit for a while. My daughter, do you want to go and sit for a while too? Let's go to the back garden to rest for a while. It's different from those guests. We can be considered as having someone in the mansion. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian knew that his aunt agreed, so he immediately led them into the prepared courtyard, and he was relieved at this time. Turning around, he ran into Du Lingyi. Du Lingyi saw that the two people had arrived at the mansion and laughed. You have already arranged them. It seems that you can go out to meet the guests at this time. If the two of them are in the front hall, they will definitely be a little jealous of you. Only now can you meet the guests safely. Qin Mianmian was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why he asked this question. Anyway, he grabbed Du Lingyi at this time. Why are you so good to me? I'm suddenly at a loss. I don't think I'm any good. I just helped you a little, but you are so good to me. Do you have other purposes? Du Lingyi laughed after hearing this. You think I have other purposes for you, so let me ask you, what do you think my purpose is for you? If you can tell me, I can answer you. Qin Mianmian couldn't answer, of course. Qin Mianmian could only say at this time, aren't I talking nonsense? Don't listen to my nonsense. Well, thank you for this matter anyway. If you hadn't provided me with confinement, I wouldn't be able to settle them both. Du Lingyi shook her head. Don't say that. It's just helping each other at this time. I helped you so much today. Later, you must remember to help me check the secret room. There will be more drawings in the future interviews. You know, I haven't built the secret room yet, so I still need your help. The filter in Qin Mianmian's heart was finally torn apart and her dream was broken. She finally knew why Du Lingyi wanted to find her. At this time, she knew many things that he didn't know, so she could help him in the past and make his secret room better. Of course, Qin Mianmian would not show this so-called disappointment. He immediately nodded and said, Don't worry, I know what I should do at this time. I won't let you down. I think we will be very smooth. After saying that, Du Lingyi went to do her own thing, while Qin Mianmian was also preparing the last desserts, which were to be used as replacements. However, Qier in the yard felt more and more that something was wrong. If she stayed in the yard at this time, she would not be able to do anything. The two of them did not come here for a banquet today. They had their own purposes, so she was very nervous at this time. Mother, I think we should go out and find out now. Is this banquet really going to be lost here? Although this yard is quiet, we came here for something to do today, not just to have a meal and leave. Of course I know the importance of what you said. Let's go out and take a look first. But let me go first with my head for you. In case there is any situation outside, you, the little one, will not be unable to protect yourself. Qier naturally laughed. He also knew that what his mother did was right. There had to be a solid defense between the two of them, so he stayed. His aunt went outside to take a look. The room was full of guests. No one paid any attention to the fish, and no one paid any attention to who he was, so he sighed. It's impossible to do anything with so many people. If I have to do something, I'll have to do it with his dessert. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who will eat his unfortunate cake. If an insignificant person eats his cake, it's better not to eat it. After my mother said this, she sighed and went back to the yard. But at this time, Qier had already prepared her own medicine powder. When he saw his mother looking sad, he felt that the plan was difficult to implement. Mom, you are not going to regret it now, are you? You can't regret it for no reason. I have prepared all the powder. Aunt nodded. Of course it has to be prepared. Take it out. I'm going to put this powder in the eldest princess's diet, and then his dessert will be in trouble. Qier was very excited after hearing this. The eldest princess's diet seems too risky. Aunt shook her head. What's the risk? Today is his birthday party. If the birthday boy has any problems, he, the dessert maker, will certainly not escape. After hearing what her mother said, Qier also became bolder and nodded immediately. It's also at this time that we should be bolder. If we are not brave enough, we will definitely be bullied. You finally said what I wanted to say. Now you are getting older and older. Qin Mianmian knew that the princess praised her desserts highly, and someone came to see her because she was sick. She hoped that she would make a few more in the last minute. After this birthday banquet, he would return to the palace. It would not be good to eat Qin Mianmian's cakes at that time. After Qin Mianmian knew it, she immediately made some simple desserts and sent them over. However, the princess was really interested in Qin Mianmian, so she asked Qin Mianmian to see her within half an hour. Qin Mianmian also knew that this was inevitable, so she knew what to do and naturally dressed up to see the princess. The princess sat in her own yard and had no intention of going out to deal with it. Even if there was a loud gong and drum outside, she didn't think it was her own party. Qin Mianmian walked to the woman and was about to go to Qin Chang, but the princess smiled and said, "It's you. I heard that you made all the cakes today." Qin Mianmian nodded and admitted it. "Yes, I made all the cakes today. I wonder if Her Royal Highness the Princess has any advice for me." After hearing this, the princess naturally smiled and said, "Your cakes are delicious. I haven't eaten such sweet cakes in the palace for a long time, and you said that this cake is called dessert. I think the method of making it is also different. It is covered with a layer of something that looks like nectar. What is that?" Qin Mianmian knew that the princess was talking about cream, but she didn't know how to describe it. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Thank you for the name, princess. Then let's call it Chongjiang Yuye. I think the name is auspicious." Qin Mianmian coaxed the princess with just a few words. The princess was of course very happy, and she immediately gave Qin Mianmian a gift in return. "Very good, since this thing doesn't have a name yet, then Chongjiang Yuye is really suitable for it. Now I finally know what this thing is called, but after returning to the palace, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat it." Qin Mianmian sighed silently when he heard this. If the princess could go out of the palace more often, I could make desserts for her often. My status is unchanging after all. I can only come out for a walk today because of the birthday banquet. But I heard that you are very close to Master Du. It seems that Du Lingyi likes you very much? Qin Mianmian was shy, but he couldn't be shy at this time according to the task, so he nodded. "Thank you for the compliment, princess. Master Du and I are very close. But if you are just ordinary friends, please come to the princess and don't make blind guesses. How about this? After this banquet, I still have to go back to the palace. Since I have to go back to the palace, you can go back with me and stay for a while." Qin Mianmian's first reaction after hearing this was naturally shock, and then she looked at Du Lingyi. Du Lingyi heard that Qin Mianmian had come to the princess, so she naturally followed in. At this time, she listened to the words for a while until she heard this sentence. She felt it was a bit ridiculous, and she immediately said to the princess, "Aunt, you can't do this. He is not a person in the palace. If you bring him in, it will cause trouble. Besides, he is just a little cook. It is more appropriate to place him in your princess mansion. It is really inappropriate for you to bring him into the palace." After hearing this, the princess nodded silently. "Okay, it's better to place you in my princess mansion. However, I have been invited by the emperor to go to the palace these days. These days I especially want to eat the food you cook. It's said that I can't go on without your food these days. I think I still have to suffer for a few more days." Actually, Qin Mianmian didn't even want to go to the princess's mansion. He came to live with Du Lingyi just to complete the task. The system made him empty Du Lingyi's property. Of course, this part of the idea was also his own, but if he went to the princess's mansion, he would be further away from his goal, and he was not happy about that. So Qin Mianmian had already frowned at this time, looking unwilling. Seeing Qin Mianmian like this, the person opposite naturally knew that Qin Mianmian was a little unhappy, and immediately said to Qin Mianmian, "If you don't want to go to the princess's mansion, you'd better stay. Aunt, I think he seems to be unwilling, so don't force him." However, when Qin Mianmian was overjoyed, the system suddenly prompted her. "Ding dong host, please complete the side quest as soon as possible to capture the princess." Qin Mianmian was at a loss all of a sudden. Why were there so many characters to conquer? Du Lingyi hadn't even finished conquering them yet, and now she had to conquer side characters herself. What was going on? Ding dong, the host should understand that the side characters are serving the main characters at this time, so the host should complete the side tasks as soon as possible before returning to the main story. The task system has explained it very clearly. Qin Mianmian could hear it clearly. This time she sighed lightly and said, Okay, you don't have to remind me. I know what this sentence means. I also know that you are reminding me for my own good. Sometimes I feel that you are not a system but a person. Qin Mianmian stretched lazily after saying this, and then said to Du Lingyi, It's like this. Since the eldest princess invited Mr. Du, I naturally couldn't ignore it. Besides, the eldest princess didn't say yes. I have been staying in his two princesses' mansion. I think I can still go over to accompany the eldest princess for a while. After all, at this time, the eldest princess thinks highly of me, and this is also her appreciation of me. The eldest princess was naturally very happy after hearing this. She immediately said, You are right. I like to hear you say this. My nephew, did you hear? The girl is more talkative than you. Anyway, she has agreed. You can't say anything, right? Du Lingyi could only nod after hearing this. He couldn't get angry in front of the eldest princess. After all, it was a good thing for Qin Mianmian to go to the eldest princess's mansion. What would it mean if he got angry? So at this time, he could only give in. Since my aunt has asked him to go there and he is willing to go there, what can I, an outsider, say? When you arrive at the eldest princess's mansion, you must listen to the eldest princess's instructions and don't cause trouble for me. After all, you are going there on my behalf. If my aunt is not satisfied with you, it means she is not satisfied with my nephew. Qin Mianmian nodded naturally after hearing this. She immediately said, Don't worry, I will definitely not embarrass you at this time. The eldest princess laughed nearby, as if she had seen through something that was going on between Du Lingyi and Qin Mianmian. That being said, today's banquet ended just like that. Qin Mianmian had done an excellent job at the banquet. After all, he was just an expert, and naturally there wouldn't be any mistakes in making desserts. Quier and his mother wandered around the banquet for a while and met Qin Mianmian again. They had wanted to find some flaws in Qin Mianmian, but they couldn't find any. But they still took some cakes back with them, as they thought they could do something with this dessert. Qin Mianmian was of course kept in the dark, and now he had the eldest princess's support, so he was completely delighted and didn't have time to think too much. After the banquet was over, Qin Mianmian had to take back his tableware. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to make those tableware to match his desserts. He had communicated with the chef for several days. Fortunately, they were made in a hurry because of Du Lingyi's reputation here, but Qin Mianmian felt that this was also his hard work, so he wanted to clean it up and take it away. In the dead of night, he was still busy in the kitchen when he heard footsteps. Suddenly, Qin Mianmian knew that it was Du Lingyi, so he took the initiative to say to Du Lingyi, Why is it you again? Mr. Du, why don't you take a good rest and come here? Suddenly, Qin Mianmian heard footsteps again, like the servant beside Du Lingyi. When he walked to the light, he saw that it was indeed the case. The servant was holding tea in his hand, so he naturally knew what was going on, so he reached out his hand. So that's it. You are sympathizing with me, so you want to drink tea with me. I'm quite happy. Bring the tea over quickly. If I drink some tea, it will be good for me to be energetic. But who knew that Du Lingyi took the tea and didn't let Qin Mianmian drink it? Qin Mianmian was speechless for a moment, not knowing what the other party meant, so she could only look at Du Lingyi silently. Du Lingyi took a sip of the tea and then said, You are wrong. This tea is not for you to drink. This tea is for me to drink. I came here to discuss something with you. Qin Mianmian was disappointed and could only say, Well, since you said so, what else can I say? Since you are drinking it for yourself, I can't force you to say that you should give me your tea to drink. Tell me, Mr. Du, what are you discussing with me? If it's something boring at this time, I won't agree to it, and it's not a waste. It's precious. Du Lingyi laughed after hearing this and immediately replied, You don't have to worry about the princess. I have already made an agreement with her. I said you are a reckless person. You can't do anything except making desserts. so you don't have to do any more or less in normal times. As long as you are busy in the kitchen, I will also arrange a few people I know to take care of you and the princess. If you have any difficulties, tell them about the small things in the fish pond and let them do it. If you really encounter difficulties, you can also find me through them." Qin Mianmian laughed after hearing this. "Why are you so good to me? I'm just one of your retainers, although I am your brain, but you don't have to be so good to me." Du Lingyi laughed after hearing this. "Your brain is still very important. You know what I'm doing now, so I need your help. If something happens to you, it will be difficult for me to make progress." Mianmian was actually very happy. He finally ran with Du Lingyi. Only grasshoppers on the same boat can let everyone share life and death. In this way, as long as Du Lingyi is there, she will protect herself and she will have a strong backer. Suddenly, Qin Mianmian didn't want to empty Du Lingyi's property. He felt that Du Lingyi was very reliable. He could do many things with her, including the matter of capturing the side characters this time. If it weren't for Du Lingyi to make connections, he would not be able to see the princess at all. Qin Mianmian sighed. Du Lingyi naturally didn't know why the other party sighed, so she asked Qin Mianmian, "Why, is there something wrong with my arrangement? Why are you sighing suddenly?" Qin Mianmian could only say that I didn't mean it. At this time, I just felt like a child living under someone else's roof. Nowhere is my home after all. Where do you say my home is? Is your home my home? But my cousin and my aunt are looking for trouble with me every minute, and I really don't want to stay here any longer. Du Lingyi had no concept of every minute, so he looked at Qin Mianmian strangely. Qin Mianmian also knew that she had said the wrong thing, but the focus at this time was not on this sentence, so Qin Mianmian quickly changed the subject and said immediately, "Don't care about the way I speak. Anyway, I just lament that I don't have a home at this time. It's really pitiful." Du Lingyi didn't know why he was suddenly touched at this time. He also said to Qin Mianmian, "As long as you help me, as long as you complete the task well, do you think I can't provide you with a room?" Qin Mianmian shook his head after hearing this, and immediately said, "You didn't say that. You should know that I don't care about such a room at this time. If I care about a room, do you think that the money earned by my shop? Can't I even afford to rent a room in the inn? What's important to me is the concept of family. Do you understand what the concept of family is? I thought that you, Mr. Du, would not understand it. After all, you are a young master born with a golden spoon in your mouth. How can you understand the fireworks of the world, let alone cherish it?" Du Lingyi frowned immediately after hearing this. He is a big man who has been reborn 3 times. How can he not know the pain of regret and loss at this time? After hearing this slander, he and Qin Mianmian became estranged. Qin Mianmian saw that the other party looked wrong and knew that he had said something wrong. He wanted to apologize, but seeing Du Lingyi's attitude, it seemed that she had regarded him as an enemy, so he didn't want to speak. Qin Mianmian simply put down the things in his hands and prepared to walk around the yard. Unexpectedly, Du Lingyi closed the door directly. The servant knew that he should not be present in this situation, so he put down the teacup and teapot and then sneaked out. There were only 2 people left in Qin Mianmian's kitchen, and he really didn't like Du Lingyi's impetuous look, so he immediately said to Du Lingyi, "What's the matter with you? Do you want to eat me like this? But I don't think I said anything wrong just now. Why are you so vicious to me all of a sudden? I don't want to see such a young master do. Okay, I won't say anything else. I'm just saying this to you once today. I'm just talking, and I'm not targeting you. If you make me uncomfortable, it's not my business. It's just that you, young master don't understand." Du Lingyi became even more angry with him after hearing this, but he was a dignified young master Du. Although he was reborn 3 times, he was still the young master. He felt even more uncomfortable after hearing these words and felt that he was despised. He must let Qin Mianmian know how precious he is. "If you feel it's meaningless to stay with me, you can leave, but I know you need a backer, so you can't leave me at this time, Qin Mianmian." She found it ridiculous to hear this and immediately responded, "I don't think there is anything regrettable about myself. On the contrary, I think what Mr. Du said is a bit ridiculous. Have you ever thought that Mr. Du can have other backers and don't have to rely on you? It was you who insisted on me being your think tank at the beginning, but this does not represent me. You are the only choice, don't you think? After hearing this, Wu Dulingyi was even more furious. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. If we talk about it, there will be no good result between us. Qin Mianmian nodded after hearing this. Then what else can you advise, Mr. Du? Dulingyi actually came here just to see if Qin Mianmian can help in any way. After hearing what Qin Mianmian said, his interest was completely defeated. He immediately said to Qin Mianmian, I don't want to say much. I just want to tell you that at this time I really want you to know what I feel in my heart. I can protect you, but you have to show me some results. She felt that the other party had some hidden meaning in his words, so she stopped her criticism. What do you want me to do? I'm going to the princess's mansion soon. Do you want me to be a spy? After hearing this, Dulingyi finally nodded. Now Qin Mianmian finally reacted. Qin Mianmian immediately said, So that's the case. You want me to be a spy in the princess's house? But isn't the princess your aunt? You shouldn't have any hatred towards him at this time. Dulingyi said, Actually, this is not difficult. I know he is my aunt, but I don't know if he can be used by me in the later period, so you go to help me fight. His purpose is to help me know what he thinks in his heart. If he can support me in vindicating my family at that time, then it will be good. If my aunt, the princess, does not allow me to vindicate my hometown, then there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Qin Mianmian probably knew Dulingyi's situation and knew that he had been reborn for 3 lifetimes just to find out the truth about grievances and grievances. As his aunt and the princess of the current dynasty, the princess was naturally not injured, but the aunt looked at this and the younger generation took such a risk. Would she hide it? She could understand, so she said at this time, I roughly understand what you mean. You just want to know whether the princess will be your helper in the future. Since Qin Mianmian was going to the princess's mansion, he had to deal with the things in the shop first, so he went to the shop specifically and wanted to hand it over to someone else. The neighbors next door were also willing to help. After all, everyone knew that the business of this milk tea shop was very good. So if she could help her run the shop, the final labor fee would be not small. Qin Mianmian asked the neighbors for help, and then she went to the princess' mansion to live for a few days. After packing her bags, the princess came to pick Qin Mianmian up in a carriage. The mansion was really like receiving a distinguished guest. Qin Mianmian suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and laughed. You guys are welcoming me so warmly. If I can't even make desserts well, the princess will laugh at me. Qin Mianmian had just said this when Dulingyi lifted the curtain of the carriage. Before the carriage left, he said, When you get there, you must abide by the rules of the princess's mansion and don't cause any trouble for me. You know that you are representing the people in our mansion now, so you must not embarrass me. Qin Mianmian nodded naturally and then immediately said, Don't worry, you have said this to me thousands of times. Don't I remember it in my heart? I will definitely write to you, Mr. Du, when I get to the princess's mansion. After that, Qin Mianmian also lowered the curtain of the carriage. In this way, she was taken to the princess's mansion. The princess's mansion was naturally magnificent and royal. The housekeeper took Qin Mianmian to the guest room and then helped Qin Mianmian to tidy up the things in the room. Miss Qin, please rest here. The eldest princess has not returned from the palace these few days. The eldest princess also told me that if Miss Qin comes, she must be treated well. Oh, by the way, Miss Qin, I know you are a dessert maker. So at this time, our eldest princess has also prepared a little surprise for you. You see, there is a small house on the west side of the yard. That small house is actually a kitchen. It has everything. If the girl needs anything, you can come and tell me. Qin Mianmian naturally felt that this was good enough. She immediately shook her head and said with a smile, The key is that this is already in excellent condition. I naturally won't say much. Anyway, you have worked hard. You also know that I am just a small cook. In fact, there is no need to welcome me with such a big standard, so I am still very depressed in my heart, and I don't know what to do. Now you are caring about me again. I really don't know what to say in my heart. In any case, you are my lucky stars and I will rely on you these days." The housekeeper naturally laughed when Qin Mianmian praised him like this. He knew that Miss Qin Mianmian was an approachable girl, so he laughed at this time. "Miss Qin, don't be polite. The eldest princess has told us that we must not neglect Miss Qin at this time. The eldest princess will be back in 2 or 3 days. After she comes back, I will naturally meet Miss Qin. When the time comes, please ask Miss Qin to have a good discussion with her about what our eldest princess wants to eat." Qin Mianmian nodded naturally after hearing this. "Okay, then wait for your eldest princess to come back." Finally, when the housekeeper left, Qin Mianmian sat alone in the yard, which was also quiet. At this time, he was full of the fresh environment here, and then he sorted out his things. He brought some baking tools and was about to take them to the kitchen, but suddenly there was a sound of beating and scolding outside. Qin Mianmian didn't think it was a big deal, so he rushed out of the yard. Who would have thought that she was an old mother-like figure, and she beat a girl of 17 or 18 years old? Qin Mianmian was upset and naturally stopped her. "What are you doing? Why do you beat him for no reason?" After Qin Mianmian said this, the old mother said, "This is the new Miss Qin. Miss Qin, don't worry about it. This is our family affair. This is my daughter. We work in the princess's mansion together. There is nothing to say at this time. It's all a mess." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian felt even more strange, and he must ask about this matter to the end. "Wait a minute, old mother, what's wrong with you? Even if it's a trivial matter of your own daughter, you should discuss it properly. What can you do now in my yard? I can hear your daughter crying and screaming in there." After hearing this, the old mother was naturally a little ashamed, and he quickly said, "Miss, I'm really sorry to trouble you. You have to listen to the gossip of us. In short, don't think too much. Just cover your ears when you go into the yard and you won't hear anything. I'll say a few more times to him and he won't dare to have his own ideas." Qin Mianmian felt even more unhappy after hearing this, and immediately corrected her. "Old mother, I will take care of this matter today. Your daughter is only 16 or 17 years old. She is still a child after all. Why did you use such a big hand and hold a wooden stick in your hand? Do you really want to beat him to death?" The old mother didn't know what to say for a moment. Qin Mianmian continued, "I'm here today anyway, so please give me some face and stop beating your daughter. You're going to torture her to death for no reason." After being persuaded, the old mother naturally didn't dare to say anything else and left with her daughter. Qin Mianmian was relieved at this time. At this time, Qin Mianmian suddenly found that there were many people standing next to him, so he turned around and saw the housekeeper instead. The housekeeper came up and said to him, "Miss Qin, I'm so sorry to make you laugh. You have seen all the jokes in our mansion. It's common for this old mother to beat her daughter. We are used to it, and she does it regardless of the occasion. Even the princess has talked to him, but he just wouldn't listen. Now that Miss Qin is here, he is obedient. I guess he is afraid of angering Miss Qin. Anyway, thank you very much, Miss Qin. As a housekeeper, I usually don't dare to say a few words when I see that pitiful girl. After all, even the princess doesn't dare to provoke him. The old mother is considered to be experienced. I don't know why she has so much to say when she sees Miss Qin. I don't know why, but he is willing to listen to Miss Qin when he sees her this time." Qin Mianmian laughed immediately after hearing this. "Don't say that. I don't know him at all, so I don't know how I can defeat him at this time. Anyway, this old mother won't embarrass her daughter for the time being, so I think I have done a good thing. Don't flatter me. I know that after doing this, it's just a small action, no big deal." After she said this, the housekeeper nodded. "Miss Qin is really beautiful and kind. By the way, is there anything missing in your room? I'll go outside to buy it for Miss Qin." Qin Mianmian thought, since the other party has made such a suggestion, why not go to the kitchen to see what tools are missing? So Qin Mianmian and the housekeeper went to the small kitchen and looked at it thoroughly. She knew what she was missing at this time and had a rough idea in her mind. She said everything she was missing, so there was no need to say more at this time. Anyway, the housekeeper would do it for him. Qin Mianmian also breathed a sigh of relief, but just when the housekeeper went out, he suddenly heard that something happened in the Qin mansion, that is, his aunt's side. The aunt took the desserts from the princess's mansion back that day, saying that she was going to entertain her distant relatives and show off. Who knew that something really went wrong? After hearing about this, the housekeeper naturally thought that it was related to Qin Mianmian and wanted to help him find out, so he came to where the aunt and Quier were. As soon as he walked to the door, he naturally heard a few people who opened the door talking there. Do you think this is true? How could something go wrong suddenly? His desserts and milk tea are so popular that everyone is scrambling for them. There must be something wrong with this. After hearing this, the housekeeper roughly knew what was going on. It seemed that something really went wrong with Qin Mianmian's things. He hurried back to the princess's mansion and told Qin Mianmian the news. Qin Mianmian didn't react at once and almost jumped up after hearing this. Don't try to trick me into believing what you said is true or not. How could such a thing really happen? My aunt and Quier did come here that day, but they also took food from the banquet. No one else had any problems with the food, so how come they had to have problems? After Qin Mianmian said this, the butler shook his head. After all, the butler didn't know what was going on, so he immediately said to Qin Mianmian, I think Miss Qin should go and take a look. After all, not everyone can handle this matter. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian naturally nodded. What you said makes sense. Was about to leave the house, but the butler called a carriage for him. Miss Qin, please get on our carriage. We can't lose face at this time. The princess has already told me that no matter who comes during his absence, they must not lose Miss Qin's face. Qin Mianmian was very grateful and wanted to refuse, but then she thought that if she went to her aunt's house, her aunt would definitely make things difficult for her, so it would be better for her to bring a few people with her. After thinking about it, Qin Mianmian accepted it all. She got on the carriage and went to her aunt's residence. She finally saw her aunt and Quier. The two of them had clearly set a trap for Qin Mianmian, but they pretended not to care. Then they looked at Qin Mianmian and said to her, Oh, you're here. We were thinking of notifying you at this time. After all, something like this happened to you, right? I didn't expect you to come by yourself. It's a good thing that you came by yourself. I don't think I need to look for you anymore. Hurry up and sit down. Let me tell you what's going on. Do you remember the dessert you made at the princess's residence? Qin Mianmian didn't want to hear this nonsense, so he said directly, You came with other ladies that day. Now I ask you, why did you take the desserts from the banquet out? If you really want to eat what I make, just tell me, and it will be fine. No one will embarrass you at this time. Besides, you are my relatives. Since you are my relatives, I will naturally not treat you badly. You said you want to eat my desserts, so shouldn't I make them for you? You are weird, and I don't know what's going on. You brought this dessert out, but have you ever thought that this dessert may go bad, or it may go bad, and you give it to others to eat? Isn't this destroying my reputation? After Qin Mianmian said this, the aunt was speechless. For the aunt, she really wanted to frustrate Qin Mianmian at this time, but she didn't expect Qin Mianmian to completely overturn the situation at this moment, making herself suffer. He had no choice but to say it. Okay, I won't say anything more at this time, but you know that the one who was poisoned was our distant third aunt. You have never met this third aunt, but she is a relative after all. I wanted to call you to the mansion to talk, but then I thought that you went to the princess's mansion, so I didn't call you. Since you are here, come with us. You go and explain this matter thoroughly to your aunt. Qin Mianmian thought this sentence was a bit ridiculous. Why should he take this matter to heart at this time? Why should he listen to his aunt? He immediately said, Aunt, I haven't got any results on this matter yet. How do I know that he must have gone to my dessert at this time? So why should I apologize? I don't think I need to apologize at this time. Instead, you always put the blame on me, which I really don't like. After hearing this, the aunt didn't recover for a while. Aunt didn't expect Qin Mianmian to be able to deal with her like this at this time. He thought Qin Mianmian would be more or less subject to his coercion at this time, but he didn't expect that he was the one who was wrong. He thought about it and couldn't think of a good way to deal with it. After all, Qin Mianmian's words were right. Now there is no standard answer, so it can't be said that the ant's problem was caused by Qin Mianmian, and it can't be said that the ant's illness is related to the desserts made by Qin Mianmian at the princess's banquet. In short, if there is no evidence, I can't say anything. Just when the aunt didn't know what to do, Queer came up. Queer said immediately, "You don't have to shirk responsibility like this. There are traces of all this. You should know what I mean. My aunt didn't eat anything that day." Speaking of this dessert of yours, I must have been worried about it. Since he wants to taste it, we think it's time, so we wanted to give him a taste of the dessert we brought. But who knew that something happened at this time? After hearing this, Qin Mianmian didn't react for a long time and immediately said, "Although I know I can't refute you, I also want you to know at this time, I'm not someone who is easily fooled." Qin Mianmian continued, "Since I'm not someone who is easily fooled, you don't have to follow me to fool me. There is no such ridiculous thing in my case." Quayer finally had nothing to say. After a long while, she said, Okay, I know what you mean. As long as I listen to it in my heart, I won't bother you again. You can rest assured for now." After he finished speaking, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and finally let this matter go. However, Qin Mianmian's matter was not over yet. Although he dealt with his aunt and Xiao Kui, Qin Mianmian still had to take responsibility, so Qin Mianmian thought about it. Where is my aunt? Since my aunt is not feeling well at this time, I should really be well. Go visit him. The aunt didn't want Qin Mianmian to go there at first. She felt that Qin Mianmian would be troubled after going there, so she refused. However, under Qin Mianmian's repeated requests, the aunt had to nod. He thought that the aunt was also Qin Mianmian's relative. Qin Mianmian asked to see him, and he couldn't stop her, so he could only agree at this time. Since you want to see him, I can't stop you. You think it's a good thing for you to see him at this time, right? Qin Mianmian knew that her aunt wanted to make her look bad, so maybe there was some trap waiting for her at her aunt's house. So Qin Mianmian didn't agree to it very happily at this time, and Queer laughed beside her. Just now you said you wanted to see your aunt, and now we agree, you don't want to go. Qin Mianmian said decisively, Since you said so, of course I want to see my aunt. You just prepare the carriage, and help me prepare the medicine box. Since my aunt has such a disease, I can also help her take a look. Aunt laughed beside her. Although I know that you have great powers, and we also know that you have many little tricks of your own, but have you ever thought that your words are still quite ridiculous? Do you know your own weaknesses? Qin Mianmian shook his head, of course. I'm already on the way there, and my aunt still wants to teach me a lesson. It seems that I have to listen carefully. I don't know what's wrong with me. Please give me some advice, Aunt. After hearing this, the aunt found a way out, so she immediately said, You think you are very great at this time. You opened a shop and are the most famous cook under the eldest princess. You must be very proud. Of course I am very proud. After all, I did it all by myself. Everything was done by myself. Do I still rely on others? Not necessarily, so if Aunt is envious, educate your daughter well. Maybe she can keep up with me. After hearing this, the aunt naturally couldn't smile much, and he had to put away his weird smile. After all, his smile was not worth mentioning in front of Qin Mianmian. You are getting better at talking, little girl, but I can't let you go. Since you are going to KFC, you have to tell me what you should say when you see me later. It would be too rude to ask me directly if I got sick from drinking your dessert milk tea. Qin Mianmian knew what her aunt meant. Don't worry, I will never mention this matter when I go to see my aunt, but if she asks me, I will answer her. I will know my limits when I get there. Qin Mianmian said so her aunt could only shut up. Finally, they arrived at her house. Her aunt's child was sick. When they heard that their whole family was coming, they were naturally worried about Qin Mianmian. They naturally wanted to win Qin Mianmian in. Qin Mianmian saw her for the first time. Her distant relative, her aunt, looked rich, with a round face and a plump figure. Although she was pale at this time, she didn't look thin. Qin Mianmian went over, held his aunt's hand, and said hello to her. His aunt was not very angry, but she didn't even have the strength to get up. Qin Mianmian looked so pitiful that he couldn't help but speak first. "Aunt, you should know me." Of course, his aunt nodded. "What nonsense are you talking about? When I came here a few days ago, I heard that you lived in the princess's mansion. I talked to your aunt for a long time and ate your food. I thought it was delicious. You are really smart." His aunt beside him felt something was wrong. Why was he praising Qin Mianmian? This was absolutely not allowed, so he immediately said to his aunt, "Oh, elder sister, you are praising him too much. Didn't you get sick this time just because of his dessert? We all know that you have an upset stomach. You even made a big fuss about it and asked your family to invite a famous doctor. The clinic in front of the doctor's door has already been opened." Qin Mianmian had a rough idea after hearing this. How could she get into so many troubles just by going to the doctor? It must be my aunt. It must be my aunt's fault. However, my aunt didn't take it seriously at all. She smiled and said to Qin Mianmian, "Don't worry, it's just an upset stomach. What's the big deal? I went to Qiming because someone was worried. In fact, it doesn't matter whether the so-called doctor comes or not. I'm fine now." Qin Mianmian knew that her aunt was not well at all because it was really uncomfortable to see her. "Aunt, don't lie to me. Actually, you are still very uncomfortable at this time. You look very pale. I also know that I am sorry for you." After hearing this, the aunt laughed immediately and then said to Qin Mianmian, "You child, you are so worried. Aunt doesn't know how to thank you. I know you are a good child." Qin Mianmian was not discriminated against by her aunt. On the contrary, her aunt treated her very attentively, which made the aunt and queer next to her feel unhappy. They were defeated again. The two of them walked outside. How can mother defeat her? "You also know that she is not easy to mess with. We need to take a long-term view. It seems that these little tricks can't move her at all." Aunt said so. Unexpectedly, Qin Mianmian stood behind her. She was startled and walked away a few steps. But Qin Mianmian was unusually happy at this time. "Aunt, I saw you were so startled. I'm afraid you were scared by me. Don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of right now. I also think we need to talk, right?" Aunt would never really talk to Qin Mianmian. She felt that it was useless to talk to such a child, so she simply stopped contacting him. Qin Mianmian naturally didn't take it seriously, but he thought that today's situation must have been caused by his aunt. In fact, he should teach them a lesson. So after hesitating for a while, he still chased after him. At this time, the aunt was very angry and turned her face away and said to Qin Mianmian, "What do you mean? I've already told you that I don't want to talk to you anymore, but you still want to talk to me. It seems that you don't take me seriously at all." Qin Mianmian held her aunt's hand and then said to her, "Can't we family members have a good talk about my aunt's affairs at this time? I think there is no problem with the dessert you made, and I didn't make it specifically for my aunt. This is something you took from the banquet. I have always taken it seriously. There won't be any problem with it. Instead, it's you. Why are you trying so hard to trip me up at this time?" Aunt refused to admit it. She felt that Qin Mianmian was so smart. If she admitted it, she would be completely defeated by him. So it was impossible for her to follow Qin Mianmian's words at this time. "It seems that you are treated well in the princess's mansion. You are now more powerful." Qin Mianmian did not deny this. He looked at his aunt and said to her in a high-spirited manner, "Thank you for the compliment, aunt. I also feel that I am very capable at this time. After all, the princess likes me." Queer knew that Qin Mianmian was very arrogant and wanted to suppress her. If she didn't suppress her, she would only bully herself and her mother, so she spoke immediately. "Cousin, what you said is not nice. We are in someone else's home now, so don't talk nonsense." "Who asked me to come here today? Didn't you two ask me to come to see my aunt? My aunt is very kind to me now. You two can't stand it again." After Qin Mianmian said this, Queer was speechless. "Listen to your aunt. I won't let this go. I must know what's going on. My desserts won't go bad in a day or two. I've never told you this before, so you've fallen into my trap." Qin Mianmian knew her desserts very well. Because they were to be used at banquets, she never let their shelf life be too short. If the shelf life was too short, it would be easy to have problems. The sun exposure at the banquet could cause mistakes, so she couldn't make the risk of this matter so big. So Quier and her aunt didn't say anything for a while. They also knew that they had exposed their weaknesses to Qin Mianmian, so they could only shut up, otherwise Qin Mianmian could use their weaknesses to hurt them, and they were naturally not so stupid. Qin Mianmian was about to get angry, but she didn't expect her aunt to call her back again, so she had to go back to her room to accompany her aunt. Her aunt said, "What are you doing outside? I thought you went back. Since you are here today, come to my place for dinner." Qin Mianmian shook her head after hearing this. "That won't do. Aunt, I still have to go back to the princess's mansion to work for. You can't keep this from me. I still have work to do right now, so just let me go." After hearing this, the aunt supported Qin Mianmian very much. She immediately said to Qin Mianmian, "I've heard that the princess values you very much. Aunt is also very happy to see you being so valued. I didn't expect that our little girl might have a promising future." Quier, who was standing next to her, heard this. Quier naturally felt uncomfortable all over. She wanted her aunt to praise her, but she didn't want Qin Mianmian to take the limelight. But Qin Mianmian was indeed working harder than herself at this time, so he had to force himself to calm down first. "Listen to your aunt and stay for dinner. How about that?" Qin Mianmian still refused. She knew that Quier was by her side at this time, and it would be dangerous for her to stay with her aunt for a while. "Aunt, I won't talk about other things, but this matter is really not acceptable. You should know that I serve the eldest princess. So if the eldest princess sees that I am not in the house at this time, she will definitely blame me. So I think we should do it another day." Seeing that Qin Mianmian was so determined, the aunt had to give up the idea for the time being. She half sat up and then said to Qin Mianmian, "How about I go and see you off? You didn't even drink a sip of tea when you came to my house today. Auntie is really upset." Qin Mianmian shook her head and said quickly, "Auntie, please don't say that. If you say that, I will feel so uncomfortable. Look, I'm doing well too. It's just a little tea. You don't have to worry about it. Listen to me. There is no need to be so nervous about me at this time." Quier suddenly came over. "Auntie, you should explain to him clearly about your illness today. After all, you ate his cakes. Even if you don't blame him, you have to make things clear." Auntie's eyes became sharp. "You can't be like this, little girl. Do you know what politeness is? Since your cousin is here, she is naturally a guest. What kind of cakes are not high-end? How can there be no accidents?" After hearing this, Quier finally realized that she had lost today. He walked out of the door silently and quarreled. His mother said, "Let's go back first. I'm afraid he will find you again today." "You don't have to worry. There is always a way to deal with him. Auntie wants to invite him to dinner. We don't have to be at the table. Let's do our own things first." When Qin Mianmian came out of her aunt's room, she didn't see her aunt and Quier. She was relieved. She knew that she had finally driven them away, but she really couldn't eat her aunt's meal. While Quier and her aunt had already left, Qin Mianmian echoed to remind her aunt. "Auntie, there are some things I don't know if I should say, but I have to remind you that you should have less contact with your aunt. You can't have more or less at this time. In short, it's best to have less communication with them." Auntie is a smart person, but he doesn't think that Auntie as an elder will harm Qin Mianmian, so he still hesitated at this time. "Child, did you misunderstand? Your aunt is still you, and the elders love you, so don't misunderstand her." Qin Mianmian said nothing. She was able to escape and finally returned to the princess's mansion. She thought the princess was still away, but she came back early and sat in the lobby. So Qin Mianmian was very surprised and greeted the princess immediately. The princess took Qin Mianmian's hand and asked him about his daily life. "I have been thinking about you in the princess's mansion, so I came to see how you are and whether you are used to living here." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian nodded and said, "Of course, if you are used to it, the princess doesn't have to worry about it. I would like to ask the princess if there is anything she wants to eat or any dessert she wants me to try. I can make it for her." The princess smiled after hearing this. She was not so anxious. After all, she liked Qin Mianmian as a person, not her talent. "You don't have to be so anxious. Just stay in my house for a few days first. Once you are familiar with this place, it won't be too late to make your desserts. Besides, I have already told him that I will use you until I get tired of you, so you don't have to think about going back to Mr. Du. Qin Mianmian's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. He didn't know how long this so-called deadline was. If the eldest princess liked him too much and really kept him in the eldest princess's house and didn't let him leave, that would be terrible. So he didn't know how to respond to the eldest princess's words. The eldest princess saw that he was a little hesitant, so she smiled and said to her immediately, "Look at you like this. I don't like it. It's as if I want to take away your love, so what, Mr. Du? Can be your handsome and cool young man, so this princess is nothing?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian immediately shook her head and said to the eldest princess, "Your Highness, that's not what I meant. Why did your Highness misunderstand me? I'm really a little aggrieved. I just think that the eldest princess likes me too much at this time." After hearing this, the eldest princess also laughed. "What's wrong? Is it not okay to like you? Liking you has become a sin. You kid really makes me feel ridiculous. It's not okay for others to like you. Do you still think this is an insult to you?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian realized that something was wrong with her, so she immediately shook her head. "The princess is talking about the princess. Her love for me is for me. I will definitely not have any more thoughts at this time. Anyway, it is an honor for me that the princess can use me." Qin Mianmian felt relieved after saying this. He originally thought that the princess called him here just to try his cooking skills. Listening to what the princess said, he didn't have to worry too much. But the things on the other side still gave Qin Mianmian a headache. It seemed that his aunt and Queer would not let him go. Seeing that he was a confidant of the princess, they naturally would not let him go. So facing the good situation on his side, on the other hand, it actually meant that he would encounter more troubles. "What's the matter with you? This princess knows that you are not worried about whether you can't complete this princess's order, but you have other things. Tell this princess, and she will stand up for you." Qin Mianmian looked at the princess and knew that she was sincere and serious, but he really didn't want to trouble others, so he shook his head at this time. "Princess, please don't say that. Is no friendship at all. So the princess doesn't need to worry about me." After hearing this, the princess became angry. "Do you mean to look down on me? I have said that I will stand up for you. Why don't you think so now? You don't want to stand up, do you?" Qin Mianmian was furious after hearing this. Of course, she wanted to stand out. She had earned all this by herself. Why should these two mother and daughter say that she was wrong? So Qin Mianmian quickly said, "What the princess said is right. I want to fight for something, but I don't have the right at this time. I am Xiaobei and they are the elders. I have to accept the teachings of the to me no matter what. Doesn't the princess know this?" Qin Mianmian had forgotten her identity as the princess when she was angry. Seeing him like this, the princess naturally knew that Qin Mianmian was already furious, so she could completely understand her. "They are the elders and you are the junior. Of course, you have to respect them, but they also have to respect you. This is the same truth. You can't let them disobey." Qin Mianmian nodded silently after hearing this, knowing that the princess was speaking for her, and she was very grateful at this time. However, family affairs should be handled by family members, and there was no reason for servants to interfere at this time, so Qin Mianmian finally rejected the princess's wish to stand up for her. However, the princess was an unyielding person. When she saw Qin Mianmian reject her, she felt something different in her heart, and even her face changed. Qin Mianmian really didn't know what to do, so she had to follow the princess. After walking for a while, the two walked into the garden, and the princess said to Qin Mianmian, "At this time, I have to say something to you. Obviously, I am the princess and can stand up for you. In this case, you should make good use of me. I have told me that I am willing to be your master and support you, but you are unwilling. You missed this opportunity. When will you have this opportunity again? You missed this princess. Who do you think will stand up for you again? Do you think Du Lingyi will stand up for you? Even if you are loyal to Du Lingyi, I think his love for you cannot compare to this princess, unless we were." The princess didn't say anything else. Anyway, she still hoped that Qin Mianmian would agree. Qin Mianmian felt a pain in his heart. He always felt that he was being bullied, so he was actually unwilling in his heart. However, he had to complete his task, and sometimes he persuaded himself to be less angry, so he suppressed the matter. The princess' mention of this brought the matter up again. In the end, Qin Mianmian decided to let the princess help him and help him vent his anger. After all, it is really difficult for him to meet such a person again. Seeing that Qin Mianmian agreed, the princess was, of course, very happy at this time. She immediately said to Qin Mianmian, "In this case, you agree to let me vent your anger for you, right? Very good. This is the answer I need right now. I am glad that you are willing to let me vent your anger for you. I think after you solve your own problem, you can serve me better. So I am very happy. Let's go. It's better to take you home now to solve this matter." Qin Mianmian felt a little timid after hearing this. "Your Highness, are you saying that we should go now?" "But, there is no but. Listen to me. Only when you really know where you are, they will not dare to bully you." While the princess was speaking, the people outside had already prepared the carriage. Qin Mianmian did not have time to refuse and had already sat in the carriage with the princess. Of course, Kuier and her mother never thought that Qin Mianmian could really summon the princess to meet them. The princess did not even drink the tea, but spilled the tea directly on them. Aunt and Kuier were at a loss for a moment, standing there not knowing what to do. "You didn't even perform formalities when you met the princess." Qin Mianmian said so, and then Aunt and Kuier knelt down and kowtowed a few times. However, the princess did not take them seriously at all. After putting down the teacup, she said leisurely, "I heard that you have been very free recently. Are you making things difficult for others?" Aunt is Kuier's mother, so she naturally has to protect her daughter, so he spoke first. He didn't have anything to worry about in front of the princess. He couldn't really admit it when the princess asked him this, so he could only deny it vehemently. "Your Highness, the princess has misunderstood. How could we do such a thing? Did Your Highness the princess hear something she shouldn't have heard?" The princess was naturally angry after hearing this. She knew that the mother and daughter were lying to her, so she slapped them at this time. Aunt was frightened by the slap and dared not to tell the truth again. Qin Mianmian, who was standing by, also felt very refreshed in her heart. At least someone finally stood up for her at this time, which was better than hiding in the corner. "This princess tells you. Although this princess is not a very smart person, how can I know whether you are telling the truth or a lie at this time? You still want to lie in front of this princess. Are you tired of living?" The aunt was not in a good position to speak after the princess said so. What else could she say? The aunt could only say weakly, "Yes, the princess is right. Now I know in my heart that we two were wrong. But princess, my mother and I did not lie. It was indeed the princess who misunderstood." The princess was very interested to see that the aunt was still lying. She wondered to what extent this woman could lie. So she said silently, "It seems that you just don't want to admit it at this time. Well, if you don't want to admit it, I will give you a chance. Just tell me how the princess misunderstood. There is no point in saying more. Her Royal Highness the princess is ready to ask the other party to take out the dessert." But her aunt said that she had already thrown away the dessert. The dessert was so harmful that he naturally could not keep it. Qin Mianmian felt that he could accept this reason. He had already had an upset stomach. Could it be that he really kept the so-called dessert? It seemed unlikely. So he said to the princess next to him, "Princess, I think this way anyway it is a good thing at this time. Search their kitchen, what do you think?" Now Qin Mianmian has long stood on the side of the princess. Even her aunt's house is no longer her own home. Her aunt thought that Qin Mianmian would find something in the kitchen that should not be found. After all, she had done a lot of bad things, so she couldn't agree at this time. The princess was quite curious. "What do you mean by this? I can't quite understand. I mean, if they really tampered with the desserts, then I don't believe that I can find out from their kitchen. They didn't leave any clues in the kitchen." I was very happy after hearing this and immediately said, "Okay, this method is very good. If you are willing to do it, I am willing to cooperate with you. Then let's do it. Search their kitchen for me. Everything good and bad is in it. My aunt was very scared and felt that she was about to die. Please spare my life, Her Royal Highness the Princess. Our kitchen is very messy. We can't let the princess look down on us. The princess knew that this was an excuse for my aunt, so she immediately said to her, I don't have that kind of thing going on with me. You'd better put aside your values and let me search you honestly. Qin Mianmian was also cheering on the side. Aunt, the princess has already put down her airs. His words are no different from what he said in the group. If you don't let the princess search, it won't be justified. In fact, it was difficult for the aunt to do so. She knew the princess's status and knew that she couldn't go against her will at this time. After all, she is a member of the royal family, but she has nothing. Thinking of this, the aunt had no choice but to give in. She said to the other party, In that case, there is nothing to say. Please ask the princess to move to the kitchen. After the aunt finished speaking, she took the princess to the kitchen. Qin Mianmian was well prepared. He couldn't let his aunt go first, so he walked in front. If his aunt went first, he might do something in front, and he would not allow such a thing to happen. After arriving at the kitchen, Qin Mianmian quickly asked his men to go in. Anyway, no matter what, they had to seal the kitchen first. The people around Her Royal Highness the Princess also knew the severity of the matter and had already taken a rough look at the kitchen before the aunt. When they arrived at the kitchen door, the aunt was stopped by Her Royal Highness the Princess. You don't have to go in. I just want to go in and search and see what's going on inside, so you don't need to go in at this time. After hearing this, the aunt became anxious. Your Royal Highness the Princess, no. If there are dirty things in the kitchen that offend you, it will be my fault. Qin Mianmian had known that this would happen as planned, so she smiled and said to Her Royal Highness the Princess, Your Royal Highness, why don't you let her in? We are not afraid of her doing anything. After hearing what Qin Mianmian said, Her Royal Highness the Princess nodded and said, Okay, I'll listen to you and go in to take a look. I also know that I can't stop your curiosity at this time. You just want to see what your aunt will do after she goes in. These words were said in front of the aunt, which naturally made the aunt ashamed. The aunt didn't dare to say anything more, and lowered her head and said nothing. Qin Mianmian smiled when she saw this. Aunt, don't be afraid. It makes me feel like I'm hurting you. I don't mean to do that at this time. I'm more or less thinking about you. You see, you keep saying that you want to go into the kitchen. If I really don't let you in, that would be such a despicable thing. So I think I'll let you in. You see, does what I say now make sense? Aunt was so ashamed that she didn't want to go in, but Qin Mianmian pushed her in. Aunt, don't be shy. Let's take a look at what's in the kitchen. Just as Qin Mianmian said this, their subordinates had already searched the kitchen thoroughly, even the small corners, and there was basically nothing they could find. Qin Mianmian was about to be disappointed, but unexpectedly, one of her subordinates suddenly ran to the eldest princess and said to her, The eldest princess has a wheat bag of suspicious medicine powder here. I dare not look at it, for fear that something might go wrong. The eldest princess took the packet of medicine powder, and Qin Mianmian also found that there might be some problems, because the packet of medicine powder was wrapped in several layers, and the inner packaging was damaged, which meant that the packet of medicine powder was a spare. Qin Mianmian looked at it carefully and was about to smell it herself, but the eldest princess stopped her. Just now, the people below said that you can't go to play. What if something happens? You should put it down and let someone who knows what it is, or you can ask your aunt to personally admit what it is. Qin Mianmian took the packet of medicine to her aunt and then asked her aunt, Aunt, what is this thing? Can you give me an answer? The aunt shook her head. No matter what this thing was, she refused to admit it, so Qin Mianmian could only take the packet of medicine powder back and handed it to the people under the eldest princess. Forget it. My aunt herself doesn't want to say what this is, so I won't force her. What's the point of forcing her? Then let my people check what this package is. There will always be a time to get to the bottom of it. At this time, Kuiran caught up. He grabbed the powder in his hand, and threw it into the pond outside. The eldest princess was beside, and Quayer dared to do such a thing. Qin Mianmian couldn't believe it. Qin Mianmian immediately asked Quayer, "Are you crazy? Why are you?" Quayer made such a fuss, and the powder disappeared completely. The eldest princess herself couldn't know what was in the powder, but this matter finally fulfilled Quayer's wish. Quayer knew that this matter must not be known by the princess, so no matter what, the powder must be destroyed at this time. Qin Mianmian also sighed beside him. "I wanted to see what this powder is, but now it's good. I can't see it at all." After she said this, the princess also sighed beside her, and the two were in a dilemma. Ant and Quayer were very happy. Finally, this matter didn't have to be announced. After all, neither of them had any evidence. "Are you happy now?" Qin Mianmian said so. Then the princess also said, "It seems that your problems have been solved at this time. This bag of powder has been destroyed. If I were you, I would be very happy. Who let such important evidence not be in my hands?" As soon as the princess finished speaking, the aunt knelt down. She knew that since the bag of powder had been destroyed, it was actually time to comfort the princess and comfort her anger. The eldest princess did not accept the comfort from her aunt. Instead, she pointed at her aunt and said, "Your kitchen is sealed from now on. The princess does not allow you to use it until the truth is found out." After hearing this, the aunt became anxious. "If the princess seals our kitchen, we will really have no place to cook. This won't do." After hearing this, the princess finally laughed and said, "You also know how powerful this princess is, but it's a pity. This princess doesn't want you to have an easy life." Qin Mianmian also said on the side, "Your Highness the princess, forget it. I think I should just spare them at this time. It won't do for this family to have no place to cook." After hearing this, the princess immediately looked at Qin Mianmian and said to Qin Mianmian, "Do you know what you are talking about? Do you know how cowardly you are at this time? Why should you be afraid of them?" After hearing this, the aunt naturally knew that the princess's anger had not dissipated, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. "The dessert thing was obviously a trap they set, and you fell into it. Since you fell into it, I have to make the decision for you. Now you come to persuade me that you don't want to take revenge at this time. Is that what you mean?" Qin Mianmian was silent. The princess continued, "I don't want to embarrass you. If you can take the initiative to tell me everything that happened that day, I won't embarrass you. What do you think?" Aunt would never tell this matter until she died, but facing the princess's relentless pressure, she had no choice, so she lowered her head like Qin Mianmian. At this time, the princess's men suddenly found another package. This package was nothing else but a sheet of music with a recipe for Qin Mianmian's dessert written on it. Qin Mianmian took it and immediately knew what was going on. "You made so many recipes based on my recipes, but you didn't even tell me. It seems that you are really arrogant." After Qin Mianmian said this, the princess also took a closer look. Although she didn't know what it meant to make desserts, looking at Qin Mianmian's appearance, it should be that the aunt and the others copied Qin Mianmian's stuff. "It seems that this dessert is not taken from the banquet but copied by you. Your son is really shameless." The aunt didn't know how to explain it all at once. All this happened too quickly and she had no way to deal with it. Seeing that the princess said so, she could only admit it. Qin Mianmian sighed and then continued, "It seems that this dessert really fooled you and made you feel refreshed. It's not enough to eat it at the banquet. You still have to study my recipes behind the scenes and think about whether you can make it yourself. In fact, you don't have to do it. If you want to eat my dessert, I will make it for you." After Qin Mianmian said this, her aunt finally spoke. "Quayer and I have some conflicts with you. Even if we want to eat your dessert, we can't say it, so you should forgive us now." She knew this was the excuse, so she didn't notice it. After all, she had guessed it all, so she immediately said to her aunt, "No need to say that. If you really want to eat the desserts I make in the future, just tell me. Don't I still make them for you?" Quayer also said, "We feel relieved when you say that. In fact, your dessert business is so successful, and we have always wanted to get a piece of the pie. We are just afraid that you are not willing to do so." Qin Mianmian shook her head and I quickly said, How can I not mean to be unwilling? You have misunderstood me. I have never said that I am not willing to do so. The eldest princess watched the joke from the side. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. What is the whole thing like at this time? Don't you think this princess can't see it? After telling the truth, Qin Mianmian also clapped her hands from the side. Did you hear that? The eldest princess has seen through your words. Don't talk nonsense at this time. Put aside your so-called face and tell the truth. The aunt glanced at her daughter. In fact, Queer was not sure whether she should tell the so-called thing at this time. Qin Mianmian couldn't hold it back any longer, so she quickly said, "Don't look at us anymore. The truth is about to come out. It's better for you to say it yourself. I think it will be better." After saying this, my mother finally compromised, and my aunt also said silently, "This is really not such as you imagined. Although we only provided the recipe, we also want to get a share of this business. We don't want to harm you." If someone else says, Qin Mianmian would still believe it. But because this matter was said by my aunt, Qin Mianmian couldn't believe it all at this time. "Aunt, can you swear to God for this?" Why do I feel that God will find this very ridiculous after hearing this? My aunt didn't know what to say for a moment, so she could only look at her daughter. Queer's temper was much worse. She immediately pointed at Qin Mianmian and said, "Don't talk nonsense. We really don't mean that. We really just want to get a share of this business. We have asked you before, but it seems that you don't agree. Naturally, we have no choice." Qin Mianmian was inexplicably happy after hearing this. After all, at this time, they finally admitted their success. The eldest princess stood up and was not ready to sit on the chair. Aunt and Queer were anxious. She looked like she was going to make a summary of the matter, otherwise she would not stand up. So when they saw the eldest princess stand up, they were panicked. Qin Mianmian didn't know what the eldest princess was going to do, so he stared at the eldest princess curiously. The eldest princess said, "Anyway, they have copied your recipe and want to copy it. What you mean is first class. Princess, spare me." After the eldest princess said this, we didn't know what to do. The eldest princess was tired of hearing these words, so she quickly called her subordinates to control the aunt and Queer. "Look at this recipe carefully and go to the kitchen to make a decent dessert." The aunt's eyes widened. She didn't expect that one day such a distinguished lady would have to work in the kitchen, so she couldn't accept it at this time. The eldest princess knew that he couldn't accept it, so she smiled and said to him, "What's wrong? Is there anything you can't accept at this time? I see that you are very energetic, so it's not unacceptable. Follow your daughter in the kitchen to make this dessert for this princess. This princess will wait for you outside." Qin Mianmian was cheering in her heart. At this time, she finally got her revenge. Qin Mianmian followed the eldest princess to the front hall. The eldest princess also took Qin Mianmian's hand and then said to her, "Now you feel much better. I know you are helpless in your heart. So at this time, this princess will get all your sins back." Qin Mianmian was of course very happy after hearing this, but he still couldn't help worrying when standing next to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Remembering them once doesn't mean you can punish them thousands of times. They will cause trouble to me again in the future. Her Royal Highness the Princess certainly understood the meaning of this sentence, so she didn't think much about it at this time, but simply said it. "I won't talk about other things, but I still have to make it clear to you about this matter, Dan. This princess will protect you for the rest of your life, so you don't have to worry." Qin Mianmian didn't quite understand why Her Royal Highness the Princess was so good to him. "Your Highness the Princess, why is this? Your Highness the Princess, why are you so good to me?" Her Royal Highness the Princess laughed after hearing this, and immediately said, "Why are you so unclear? You were pushed here by Du Lingyi, so you are naturally Du Lingyi's darling. If I can't protect you, it's probably impossible for Du Lingyi to call me aunt in the future."
Qin
Mianmian's heart was moved after hearing this. She didn't know what the other party meant. She just felt that the other party's mention of Du Lingyi made her think about it. "Don't think too much. This princess knows what you are thinking. You just need to remember what this princess said to you now. This princess will always protect you, so don't worry that they will always bully you. I know that you are always entangled in the problem of being alone in your heart, but now you are not alone. Qin Mianmian was naturally very moved after hearing this, so she smiled more or less at this time. After the two sat in the front hall for a while, they waited for their aunt and Kuyer. The two of them finally made the so-called dessert. Qin Mianmian took a look and found that this was not a dessert, but a disaster. The dessert was completely inedible. By the way, your recipe is similar to the one I make for desserts. It should be delicious. Why did it become like this when it came to you? You should know that I am actually looking forward to you making products at this time. If you really have the potential, I can do business with you. It's just that you are doing so badly at this time. Why should I do business with you, don't you think? Her Royal Highness the Princess also laughed, looked at their desserts, threw her dessert directly on the ground, and then said to them, "Your things are really weird. I don't know what you're going to do with them. Just throw it away." After Her Royal Highness the Princess said this, Qin Mianmian also laughed. Qin Mianmian immediately said to Her Royal Highness the Princess, "Don't be angry, Your Royal Highness the Princess. They are also novices, and it is understandable that they made these. But the princess should not eat them. I wonder how uncomfortable it must be for the princess to eat these. I will throw them away." She was about to fill in the comments after she said this, but the princess held down Qin Mianmian's hand and said to her, "Why did you throw these away? Aren't these things very good? Just listen to me." These words floated to the ears of Aunt and Kuyer. They were so scared that they knelt down in front of the princess and asked her to let them go. The princess naturally laughed because of this. She immediately said to the two people in front of her, "You are asking for trouble. Who can you blame? You made this by yourselves. If your dessert was very good, I would let you eat it. But you made it so badly and this princess can't stay hungry, so I can only give it back to you." Aunt, of course, felt nauseous when she looked at what she had made. They are the ladies and daughters of wealthy families. How could they eat such a disgusting thing? So I am in a difficult situation now. Kuyer also wanted to beg the princess not to make things difficult for her, but the dessert had already been handed to her, so no matter whether her aunt begged or not, she would be the first to eat it. Qin Mianmian was also encouraging her. "Cousin, you made this thing. I believe you knew what you were doing when you made it, and would not harm others. It should taste good. You should try a few bites." Kuyer raised her head and looked at Qin Mianmian helplessly, and she was a little angry again. But Qin Mianmian was really on the princess's side and could not be provoked at all. She could only pick up her dessert and take a bite. There was too much sugar in it, and she felt so choked that she almost vomited. Qin Mianmian quickly ran to her and said, "Cousin, please don't vomit it. If you vomit it now, it will be bad. It's definitely not okay. Swallow it quickly." What else could she do? Of course, she could only push the dessert down. Although she was nauseous and about to vomit, she could only suppress her emotions in front of the princess. Qin Mianmian was very happy to see him like this, and felt that he had finally tortured her. The princess also felt that the punishment was enough, because Qin Mianmian had reminded her not to go too far, so she just followed his advice and solved the matter simply, and didn't make things too difficult for others. If she made things too difficult for others, they would get angry, and then the princess's kindness would be gone. After punishing the two villains, Qin Mianmian followed the princess back to the princess's mansion. Qin Mianmian's mood had improved a lot at this time, and the princess could see it, so she smiled and said to Qin Mianmian, "Now you are finally much happier. Seeing you so happy, this princess is also happy." Qin Mianmian was really grateful to Her Royal Highness, so she said to Her Royal Highness, "This is all because of Her Royal Highness's kindness to me. If Her Royal Highness hadn't helped me, I would have been a little bit at a loss for a moment, and I didn't know how to deal with them. They gave me a little face for Her Royal Highness's sake." Her Royal Highness laughed after hearing this, and quickly said, "Remember in the future, if they dare to embarrass you again, just tell this princess, and this princess will definitely help you." Qin Mianmian nodded. This time he didn't dare to go again. He also felt that it was nothing. The princess helped him because she thought highly of him. This was also a good thing for him to capture Mr. Du. Besides, his side quest was to capture the princess, and now he had completed half of it, so he was even happier. Qin Mianmian began to make the princess' favorite desserts. Qin Mianmian's reputation grew over the past few days. Everyone in the mansion knew that there was a cook who was famous for making snacks and desserts, so they all wanted to steal a piece. Qin Mianmian also got along well with everyone, so after a few days, she became a popular figure. This matter reached Du Lingyi's ears. Du Lingyi was quite happy at this time, thinking that he finally lived out his life there. However, he saw that he had not visited Qin Mianmian for half a month, so going to punish you. After hearing this, the servant was embarrassed. Please don't say anything to me. I didn't mean it. How could I know that you meant it at this time? I just thought it would be convenient for you to go there, so I helped me take her there. I didn't do anything secretly. I think Miss Qin is really a genius in cooking and making pastries, so I will help her if I can. It is not easy to hear other people's evaluation of Qin Mianmian from their mouths. Du Lingyi nodded and felt that she had made the right choice. She wanted to find someone to help her. At that time, she thought that she must be very talented. She searched for a long time but couldn't find anyone she was satisfied with. When Qin Mianmian appeared, Du Lingyi's world seemed to have a little more light. She felt that she finally had a very satisfactory person who could help her. Now it seems to be true. When Du Lingyi arrived at the princess's mansion, the people there naturally welcomed him warmly and quickly took him to see the princess. However, the princess was still discussing the making of flower cakes with Qin Mianmian in the back garden at this time. The two were talking excitedly about the issue of flower petals when they saw Du Lingyi standing beside them. When did you come? I didn't even know you came over and didn't even say hello to me. I was really shocked. Du Lingyi smiled and sat down in front of the princess. Aunt, how is your health these days? I heard that you were coughing during the attack a few days ago. Later, the imperial physician treated you. You are finally well, right? Thank you, my nephew, for your concern. It's okay at this time, but you really came to see your aunt today. Why do I feel that you are not here to see your aunt, but to see the one next to me? Du Lingyi was embarrassed after hearing this. He quickly said, What are you saying? Am I not here to be the princess's bodhisattva? Of course I'm here, to see my aunt, your aunt. Don't talk nonsense. The princess knew what Du Lingyi was thinking. Although she couldn't say that Du Lingyi liked Qin Mianmian, she was really worried about Qin Mianmian this time, so she stood up and said to Du Lingyi again, In that case, I will give up my position at this time and not cause trouble for you. You should especially want to talk to Miss Qin alone at this time, so this princess will give up. Du Lingyi didn't want to make things so obvious, so she quickly pulled the princess and said to him, Aunt, you must not do this. If you do this, I don't know how to talk to you for a while. Why are you suddenly like this? I came to see you. I heard that you were not in good health when you were in public. I have been worried about you. Why don't you believe me? The eldest princess smiled and quickly explained, I am not unaware of your good intentions, but you have come here with great difficulty at this time, so you should talk to Miss Qin. You will have no chance to talk to Miss Qin after you go back. The eldest princess said so earnestly, so Du Lingyi couldn't refuse. Xiaomi could only nod and said to Qin Mianmian, Have you taken good care of the princess these days? Since the princess asked me to ask you, I will ask you now. Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer this question for a moment. After all, she was respectful to the princess. What else should she do at this time? The princess also hurriedly spoke for Qin Mianmian at this time. How can you talk like that, kid? He is staying here well, and you have to teach him a lesson just because he hasn't done anything. I think he is fine. You don't have to worry about him. Du Lingyi could only nod after hearing this. He also hurriedly said to the princess, Okay, since my aunt has praised him so much, it means that he has performed well here, and I can finally rest assured. Qin Mianmian, you have to continue to behave well. After all, this is the princess's mansion. You must not cause trouble for me. How else can Qin Mianmian answer after hearing this? Of course, she said that she would keep it in her heart. The eldest princess laughed as she listened to it. She didn't know what the relationship between this pair of happy enemies was. She just felt that Du Lingyi's identity was not worth mentioning in Qin Mianmian's eyes. It seemed that Qin Mianmian didn't care who Du Lingyi was. There was a secret feeling between the two of them. Although the eldest princess didn't know whether her understanding was correct, she always felt that this matter was very interesting. "You two are really enough. Do you have to flirt in front of me at this time? You can't flirt in front of this princess, so you'd better save your breath." Du Lingyi was naturally a little aggrieved. Du Lingyi immediately said, "Flirting? I didn't flirt?" The eldest princess knew that this boy had not yet opened his heart to love, so, naturally, she didn't plan to continue. He took Qin Mianmian to the front hall. After all, Du Lingyi was already here, so naturally she would invite him for tea. "Since you are here, I will invite you for tea. You won't dislike me, will you?" After hearing this, Du Lingyi naturally shook her head. "How could I dislike my aunt? Whatever my aunt says is what it is. After all, this is my aunt's territory." "Well, you said this yourself, and I won't say anything else. This girl has worked hard for me for a few days and has never gone out to play. This time you are here, you can take him out to play. What do you think?" After Du Lingyi heard this, I was still quite surprised. He immediately asked, "Aunt, what's going on? Why did I suddenly come to see you today, but you asked me to accompany others? This is not okay." "I came to see you today on purpose. I know that you are in good health, so I can rest assured. But you suddenly asked me to accompany Qin Mianmian. What's the logic? Don't you want me to stay with you for a while? You just came back from the air. Don't you want to talk to me?" The princess still pushed Du Lingyi to Qin Mianmian, and then said to Du Lingyi, "Don't talk nonsense with me. You just want to be with him at this time. Don't lie to this princess, okay? This princess's eyes are still sharp. Since you want to stay with him, then this princess will abdicate." Qin Mianmian was a little embarrassed when she saw this scene. He immediately grabbed Her Royal Highness the Princess and begged, "Your Royal Highness the Princess, don't joke like this. Stay." Although Qin Mianmian still begged like this, the princess knew that they must need a private space, so she more or less retreated. Qin Mianmian was not a fool. At this time, she had already postponed the job search for the third time. This matter showed that the princess really wanted to leave them a private space, so she did not stop the princess. Princess left, Qin Mianmian let go. After all, she was facing Du Lingyi, not someone else. Seeing Du Lingyi come to see her in person, of course she was still very grateful at this time. "I didn't expect you to come to see me. I thought you were already disappointed in me." After hearing this, Du Lingyi laughed. "You don't have to say that. It makes me seem particularly narrow-minded. In fact, I want to ask if you are living well here, and I don't want to find fault with you." "What do you mean by this? Don't you understand what I say? If the princess treats you well, you can stay here for a long time." Qin Mianmian immediately became anxious. Does this mean that Du Lingyi doesn't want to reuse him? He feels useless at this time and wants to drive him away? If she drove me away, it would mean that she would have no hope for the future, and she couldn't let him do that. So she stood up immediately. "Mr. Du, you said it yourself. You said you could let me depend on. You said you wanted me to be your advisor, but you were the one who abandoned me first. Why are you so cruel? Have I done anything wrong?" Du Lingyi laughed after hearing this. "What's wrong? Don't you think I'm doing you a favor? I think you'll be more comfortable with Her Royal Highness the Princess than with me, so I think it's better for you to stay with her. Why are you unhappy?" Qin Mianmian felt a little relieved after hearing this, but she was still not satisfied. "I have always wanted to return to your side. Your side is my starting point. Now you send me to the princess so soon. I am a little unwilling. You have always been unaware of my abilities. I also want you to know my true abilities, so I still want to be with you." Qin Mianmian knew that it was useless to be shy at this time. It would be better to tell Du Lingyi about this matter and tell Du Lingyi that she wanted to stay with him. After hearing this, Du Lingyi naturally nodded and said, immediately, "Okay, you don't have to say anything more. I know what you want to do and what you want to prove. In this case, I will take you back, but you still have to stay with him these few days. When he returns to the palace again, You can come back." Qin Mianmian was very happy after hearing this. Who knew that the servants around the princess heard this and hurried outside to tell the princess? The princess was not angry at all. After all, Qin Mianmian was indeed Du Lingyi's person, but she felt a little regretful. "You really heard that. It seems that this little girl can't stay as princess. Forget it. He doesn't belong to me after all. I can let him go. Do you think Mr. Du is interested in him?" The eldest princess suddenly said this, and the servants didn't know how to answer. "Your Highness, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Isn't it clear what I said? I just want to tell you that you can see some problems between them. Why does Mr. Du care so much about him? I think this little girl must have entered Mr. Du's heart. You said that as an aunt? I can't help but care about him. This child is really suffering. He has been working hard for his family's affairs in the past few years. If he lives happily in this world, it would be a lot easier. Now there is a woman who can really come to his side. As an aunt, I am also relieved." "Don't worry, Your Highness. The eldest princess has also helped him a lot in the past few years." "That's not help at all. You know, if this princess could really help him, she would have pleaded with him in front of His Majesty a few years ago. But this matter must be restored with the truth after all, so if the truth is not found, he will never be able to overturn the verdict. I don't know what this kid is thinking now if Mr. Du can accept this kindness." The princess also said, "Whether he accepts this kindness or not, I think he is always irrational to do this. I think he should see his position clearly. At this time, it's best not to do things that can't make waves at all." I don't know what the princess means by this. Does the princess not want Mr. Du to overturn the verdict? But this is his lifelong wish. The princess smiled and said, "What's the matter with a lifelong wish? This princess also has a lifelong wish, but it hasn't been fulfilled yet, right?" After hearing this, the servant nodded and said quickly, "Yes, princess, you have worked hard. Your Highness is really in a position that you have no choice but to do. But Your Highness, since you have such a good nephew today, just forget it. You have been happy for half your life. Don't think about the past anymore." After hearing this, the eldest princess silently agreed. She knew that although she was middle-aged, she was old after all, and should not pursue other things. However, she saw a bit of her own stubbornness in Qin Mianmian, so she actually wanted to help him. But this little girl was not by her side. How could she help him? The eldest princess was really embarrassed. "I really hope to keep this little girl. If this little girl can stay with me, it can create more opportunities for him. You know, I actually want to bring him into the palace so that he can meet more people, and his desserts will get better and better. But now it seems that she is probably unwilling to do so. That kid of mine has been holding on to him all the time. Look, it's only been a few days, and he's already come to look after Qin Mianmian. I think he will take Qin Mianmian away in a few days. I'm not an ignorant person, so I've already made preparations mentally. I can't bear to let him go. Why don't I go and tell Master Du that the princess is reluctant to let him go, and ask Master Du to keep him for a few more days? What do you think?" The princess refused. "You are much more cunning than others, and now you are learning to give me advice. You don't have to think so much, and you don't have to give me so many ideas at this time. I know very well that this kid is determined to keep her in his hands, so there is nothing to say. Since the eldest princess came today, she couldn't help but invite him to dinner, so she asked Du Lingyi to stay at night." At the banquet, Du Lingyi seemed very cheerful all the time. The princess could also see that Du Lingyi had swept away the gloom of many days and was very happy to eat at this meal. "This princess heard that you have been very worried and busy with your own affairs these days. How are things on the mountain going? I heard that it has begun to take shape, right?" Du Lingyi did not hide anything from her aunt, and immediately said, "Aunt, you really understand me. It seems that you have been secretly monitoring me. However, I am not going to hide it from you. Things on the mountain are going well and should be able to be put into use." Qin Mianmian was listening nearby. Of course, she knew that Du Lingyi was referring to the secret room. She didn't know what the secret room was used for, nor what secrets the spies in it were trying to find out. But seeing how seriously Du Lingyi took it, Qin Mianmian had an idea in her mind. The princess even looked at Qin Mianmian on purpose. Seeing that Qin Mianmian didn't look surprised at all, she had a rough idea in her mind. She knew that if Qin Mianmian didn't know about this, Du Lingyi would jump up even if she mentioned it, because there were people around who didn't know about it. But at this time, Du Lingyi wasn't very surprised, nor was she very irritable. Especially, there was no trace of surprise on Qin Mianmian's face. In other words, for Qin Mianmian, this was already a very common thing. The princess thought that although Du Lingyi seemed to be very popular on the surface, he was actually very cunning. He wouldn't tell such an important thing to a stranger, especially an ordinary woman without any explanation. It seemed that Qin Mianmian really had some weight around him. "You have indeed become much more lively recently. You probably wouldn't have answered me when I asked you these questions before." Du Lingyi felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. He knew that he had communicated too little with the princess in the past few years, but after all, the princess at that time seemed unwilling to let him find out the truth. He reiterated it 3 times. Knowing his aunt's temper, he simply stopped talking to her. "I don't know why, but the princess has been more relaxed recently." "Okay, let's not talk about this. I know you. You feel sad when you talk about these things. I won't talk to you anymore. Just finish your meal and leave. I don't want to care about your affairs." Qin Mianmian remembered what Du Lingyi had asked him to do before, which was to come to the princess to see if she supported Du Lingyi to find out the truth. So Qin Mianmian asked, "Her Royal Highness had a grudge against Mr. Du in the past. It seems that there were some unpleasant things in the past. Have they been resolved now?" The princess is a smart person. In fact, she had already heard the meaning of this sentence. She immediately said to Qin Mianmian, "You don't need to test me. What if this Du asked you to come here to test me? The princess will know that you are his person. However, she will not punish you even if she can't control you. After all, you are also the one I like. Moreover, I know that he came to test me just to know what I think of him, and he has no intention of harming me. So I won't investigate this matter." Qin Mianmian was discouraged. She didn't expect that her affairs would be exposed so quickly. The princess didn't even ask, but answered her questions directly. And the answer was so tight that she didn't even leave any room for herself. "Mr. Du, don't send spies to me in the future. However, since I have done such a thing today, I hope you can agree to one thing for me. I hope to keep this little girl by my side for a while. What do you think? It's just a few days. Do you agree or not?" Du Lingyi was silent just now. Does the princess still want to keep him? He has been here long enough, and won't you, aunt, have to go to the palace in a few days? I'm afraid I can't meet him, so forget it. Seeing that the other party cherished Qin Mianmian so much, the princess couldn't help but say, "You cherish this talent of yours so much?" Du Lingyi naturally knew what the princess was talking about, and she was a little embarrassed to admit that she did value Qin Mianmian very much, because Qin Mianmian was a reborn person like herself, and could help her in her revenge and her career. So there was no need to say more at this time. "Aunt, since you know it, why bother asking? In fact, everything is clear. I need him to be by my side to guide me. After all, he is also one of my military advisors." After hearing this, the princess finally nodded as if she wanted to know some secrets. "So that's how it is. I thought there was some relationship between you two. It turns out that you are just a military advisor and a master." Qin Mianmian felt unhappy after hearing this. He didn't know what the misunderstanding relationship that the princess mentioned was like, so he thought it was very exaggerated. Did the princess misunderstand something? If the princess misunderstood something, I can explain it. After hearing what Qin Mianmian said, the princess laughed and said to him quickly, "I didn't misunderstand anything. Don't make blind guesses at this time. It's meaningless. Since the master wants you to go back, I naturally can't keep you." Qin Mianmian also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. If the princess could let him go back, he would be happy. In this way, he could help Du Lingyi. "Thank you, princess, for letting me go. Actually, I like you very much and I want to cook more food for you, but I have to do my own things at this time, so I can only say goodbye to you." The princess liked Qin Mianmian's politeness very much, so she naturally took Qin Mianmian's hand and said to him with a smile, "Come back when you have time in the future. I can't say it's your fault at this time. After all, it's your master who is occupying you and won't let you go. I can't take someone else's love away." Just as the princess finished speaking, someone came in from outside. Someone said that someone from the palace came to report something. Since they were people from the palace, the princess couldn't ignore them, so she immediately invited someone in. It was a eunuch who came in. The eunuch said that the emperor hoped that the princess would go back quickly. The emperor's heartache had recurred in the past few days, and he hoped that the princess would go back to accompany him to relieve his fatigue. When Qin Mianmian heard about the heartache, she suddenly remembered some prescriptions. When you have a heartache in your mind, why didn't you say it earlier? I have a few pounds of secret prescriptions that can be used. After hearing this, the princess was still very surprised. I knew you had a good idea. Since you have a good idea, why not share it? This princess will protect you. Even if the world doesn't believe in you, this princess will definitely push you up. Qin Mianmian was not willing to hear this. He immediately looked at Du Lingyi's face next to him and then said to Du Lingyi, "Are you willing to listen to what the princess said? I am your subordinate. If I do something else at this time, I am afraid you will not be happy, right?" Du Lingyi was in danger. She pushed Qin Mianmian up so quickly. It was a bit too hasty to push her up in a way that she didn't want to. I didn't expect it to be like this, and I didn't expect you to have such talent. However, the prescription you mentioned is feasible. If you are just bragging, it won't work. You are facing the world today, not others. Qin Mianmian nodded, and then said very affirmatively, "Do you think I should lie to others about this? I have a prescription, and it is indeed an excellent prescription in my hand. Mr. Du, please rest assured that I will not make any mistakes." Since Qin Mianmian said so, Du Lingyi naturally has no problem. Du Lingyi also quickly said, "Aunt, since he said so, you can let him go. I also know that he has become very strong at this time. I think it is better to wish him a good reputation soon. This little girl is really different from others." After hearing this, the princess was also very happy. She always thought that there was a shadow of herself in Qin Mianmian, as if she was not afraid of losing or admitting defeat. So it is natural that Qin Mianmian should be allowed to try. She also knew that Qin Mianmian did not have that opportunity, so at this time she still had to open up a path for Qin Mianmian. You are finally willing to let go. You know that she is a pearl. You can't hold her tightly in your hand. If you hold her tightly in your hand, there will be no way to say anything about this matter. Du Lingyi naturally knew what this meant and nodded quickly. "Aunt, don't say any more. Of course I understand what you mean. There is no need to lecture me anymore. What's the point of lecturing me? It's just a few more words. Now I know that the best person in the world is not me, but you, Aunt." The princess was also very happy to hear this. He was already attentive to the little girl, and now she praised him so much, so he would naturally be willing to do more for Qin Mianmian in the future. So he also said, "Little girl, listen carefully. I am your benefactor at this time. Don't be ignorant." Since Du Lingyi agreed to let him go to the palace to treat the emperor at this time, Qin Mianmian naturally had nothing to retreat. He knew that he should have such a moment, so he agreed. Facing the arrogance of the eldest princess, he of course also praised the eldest princess and said to her, "Your Highness the princess is right. If it weren't for your love for me, I really wouldn't have such an opportunity. So I have to say that the eldest princess is my benefactor." After hearing this, the eldest princess was naturally very happy. She immediately waved her hand and prepared to take Qin Mianmian back to the palace. For him at this time, Qin Mianmian was an excellent gift. He wanted to show off this wonderful thing to others, so he wanted to take Qin Mianmian with him. Qin Mianmian also knew what the other party meant, so he didn't refuse too much at this time. Instead, he knew that going to the palace earlier and meeting those workers could actually help Du Lingyi solve some confusion. Although he didn't know what Du Lingyi's blood feud was about, he knew it must be related to the people in the palace. Du Lingyi felt that Qin Mianmian didn't need to go to the palace so quickly, but was a little embarrassed. Seeing Qin Mianmian so excited, he still pulled him aside. Although I know you are willing to go to the palace, I still hope that you can clearly understand your position, and don't cause trouble for me after you go to the palace. Qin Mianmian nodded naturally after hearing this, and he immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. Du. I'm not that ignorant. I know what I should do and what you are worried about at this time. I think I actually know my position very clearly, so you don't have to tell me this." Qin Mianmian seemed a little arrogant, and Du Lingyi naturally couldn't hold it back. "Do you know what you are saying? I was kind enough to remind you, but you turned a deaf ear to my words." Qin Mianmian shook his head naturally. "No, in fact, on the contrary, I still want to find some clues for you, Mr. Du. Although you have never told me what the blood feud you want to avenge is, but I think there should be clues in the palace." Du Lingyi was also quite surprised after hearing this. "You don't have to worry about this matter. This matter has nothing to do with you. Did you hear me?" Qin Mianmian pretended that he didn't hear it and turned away. Du Lingyi grabbed him at once. When he turned around, he didn't control his strength, so Qin Mianmian fell into Du Lingyi's arms. The warm embrace made Qin Mianmian suddenly feel shy. Although he didn't know what was shy about it, he did feel a little shocked. Du Lingyi pushed him away and warned him very seriously. "Did you listen to what I said? If you don't want to listen to me at this time, then I won't warn you. How are you doing in the palace? Well, it has nothing to do with me." Qin Mianmian knew that the other party's words were just angry words. She was about to comfort him, but she didn't expect Du Lingyi to leave. This time he ran away first. Qin Mianmian wanted to hold him back, but couldn't. At this time she could only sigh, "I've already said it. I want to explain to you now, but you ran away first. It's not my fault." He muttered to himself and walked away. A layer of estrangement formed between the two people in an instant. Of course, the most important thing for Qin Mianmian is to enter the palace as soon as possible. He knew that he had to cooperate with the princess to do something at this time, so he had already been busy in the room. The princess had thought of everything for Qin Mianmian. He knew that Qin Mianmian would not adapt to anything in the palace, so he thought of everything for him. By then, he would really be like a mother. Before leaving, Du Lingyi should have come to see Qin Mianmian off. After all, it had been a day or two, and the two of them should have calmed down. Qin Mianmian just stood at the door. Seeing that the other party was so sunny and fresh, she had no reason not to come. She thought that the other party would definitely come. Who knew that at this time she only waited for air? Even the coachman was urging Qin Mianmian, "Miss Hong, hurry up. If you don't get on the carriage, you will miss the time to enter the palace." At this time, entering the palace still the most important goal. Mianmian nodded, knowing that he had no way to refuse, so he quickly got on the carriage and didn't wait for that person. The dust was flying. What he didn't know was that a person had appeared behind him a long time ago, but that person rode a horse and didn't get off, and kept a distance from the carriage, so Qin Mianmian didn't notice it at all. After the carriage to enter the palace ran away, Du Lingyi got off the carriage. Servant of the princess's mansion saw Du Lingyi and thought that Du Lingyi could not catch up, so he hurried to him and said, "Isn't this Master Du? Master Du is here to see the princess off, but she left just now. Do you want to get on your horse and chase her? Maybe you can catch up with her?" After saying this, the servant shook his head and said, "No need. Everything is fate." The other party actually didn't understand what Du Lingyi meant, so he looked at Du Lingyi and didn't want to answer. "Anyway, the things here have nothing to do with you, so you don't have to worry about it." So, after hearing this, the servant nodded, and he knew that he shouldn't care about things, so he closed his mouth at this time. Du Lingyi stood alone in front of the princess's mansion. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Originally, he knew that Qin Mianmian would follow the princess into the palace today. This was a very important matter. He rarely went into the palace. After all, he was just a distant relative of the princess. Although he called her aunt, he was not a royal relative, so he was very cautious at this time. Now that Qin Mianmian had entered the palace, if something really happened to her, he would not be able to protect her. He wanted to give her a few more instructions before leaving, but it seemed that he could not do that. He sighed, knowing that this was the truth. It was God who forced him not to get close to Qin Mianmian. So from now on, everything about Qin Mianmian would probably have nothing to do with him, and he could only accept this fate. Did the princess say anything before she left? Any words specifically for me? Du Lingyi said this, but the other party was at a loss. Mr. Du, the princess didn't say anything before she left, let alone say anything for you. Why don't you just send a pigeon to tell her? If you really have something to ask the princess, I think it would be most convenient to send a pigeon. Du Lingyi shook her head after hearing this. No need. The princess has already gone to the palace. It would be rude to disturb her at this time. After Du Lingyi said this, the servant could only shut up completely. Du Lingyi didn't know how to relieve the distant thoughts. To him, Qin Mianmian's departure was like the departure of a key lifesaver. He really didn't want to endure such torture. However, God seemed to be torturing him, telling him that this would definitely happen. It was so obvious in front of him, as if telling him that all the important people around him would leave. It is said that Qin Mianmian followed the eldest princess into the palace. The eldest princess naturally knew that Qin Mianmian was not a figure in the palace, but just a guest in the palace, so she temporarily placed him in her own courtyard and asked Qin Mianmian not to go anywhere. After Qin Mianmian's attack, she felt that everything was new and fresh. Naturally, she was overwhelmed and had insufficient energy. How could she run around at this time? However, after playing for a while, she still thought of Du Lingyi when she had lunch. The system also sounded a reminder sound at the right time. The host needs to conquer Her Royal Highness the Princess as soon as possible to complete the side quest. Qin Mianmian just didn't understand. He was in contact with Her Royal Highness the Princess, so what on earth did he need to conquer? The host needs to conquer Her Royal Highness the Princess as soon as possible, as well as the side quest within Her Royal Highness the Princess, which is to save the Emperor from his predicament. So that's how it is. So you want me to conquer the Emperor? I don't know what the Emperor's illness is, but I do have a few prescriptions here. I wonder if they can be used? After Qin Mianmian asked this, the system quickly gave him a few decent prescriptions for him to compare. Qin Mianmian also knew that, with the help of the system, he should not be able to make any mistakes. Very good, very good. I knew I couldn't make any mistakes at this time. So let's do this. I also think your prescription is much more reliable than mine. I will use this to treat the Emperor. What do you think? Qin Mianmian asked with a smile. And the system, of course, gave an affirmative answer. So at this time, it was also very much in line with Qin Mianmian's wishes. You think this is okay? That's great. I will use this medicine and hope it can cure the disease. I don't know if the Emperor's heart disease can be eradicated for a while. If it can't be eradicated, I have to think about it many times and think of many ways. I'm afraid I can't leave the palace for a while. Qin Mianmian sighed after thinking about it. Unexpectedly, Her Royal Highness the Princess came in. When she saw Qin Mianmian sighing, she said to Qin Mianmian, "Why are you sighing in the palace for no reason? Did this princess not treat you well?" Qin Mianmian naturally shook her head after hearing this. How dare she anger Her Royal Highness the Princess, and let her talk about this matter again? It was obvious that the princess had misunderstood. This palace is so magnificent. I think we can't afford to entertain you. How can there be any place where the hospitality is not good enough? Your Highness, the princess, you really misunderstood. Have you been too bored these days? The princess saw Qin Mianmian's expression and saw that she was very sleepy. She was so lively, but she showed such an expression. She must be too bored, so she took the initiative to show her concern. Qin Mianmian smiled, saying that she was not that bored, but what the princess said made sense, so she quietly gave her a look. The princess naturally knew that this little girl liked to be lively, and suddenly locked her in the yard and didn't let her do anything. It was a bit vicious, so she said to Qin Mianmian, "How about I take you out for a walk? If I take you out for a walk, it's not a big deal. I'm just worried that you'll get into trouble if you go out alone, so I won't let you go out. What do you think?" Qin Mianmian was naturally very happy after hearing this. She nodded and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness's words really touched my heart. I'll trouble your highness to take me out for a walk." The two of them came to the imperial garden. The princess was naturally a familiar customer here, more familiar than Qin Mianmian. She introduced the scenery of various places in the garden to Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian knew how meticulous the royal family was. It turned out that every corner of the imperial garden had its own name, and the princess actually remembered it. Qin Mianmian was very curious, so she asked, "How did the princess remember every beautiful place in the imperial garden?" "I think there are so many scenes here who can remember them clearly. Besides, flowers bloom and fall. Who knows if there are flowers blooming at this time, and if there are green leaves to set off?" The princess then said, "You have lived in this palace since childhood, so you are familiar with all this. You don't have to find it strange. When you live in this palace for a long time, you will know how pitiful the princess is." Qin Mianmian was unwilling to agree after hearing this. She felt that the princess was too pessimistic. "Don't say that, your highness. If you say that, I don't know how to comfort you. In fact, it is an honor for your highness to be born as a princess. Don't you think so?" After hearing this, the princess felt much better and said quickly, "You are right. It is indeed my honor at this time, but I will give this princess title to you. Do you want to do it?" Qin Mianmian hesitated. She came here to perform a mission and never thought about becoming a princess. But now seeing the princess like this, it should be that the princess is very dissatisfied with this position, so she is like this. Qin Mianmian also sighed. "I don't have this fate. If I have this fate, I will also choose to be a princess. Is there anything wrong with it? But the princess, please don't advise you too much. I think that since the princess has reached this position, she might as well enjoy her wealth and glory. What do you think, princess?" Just as the two were talking about this, a team seemed to be coming from a distance. Qin Mianmian saw so many people and was naturally curious. Who could be coming? She immediately glanced at the princess, and the princess smiled and said, "That is the imperial concubine. She is the most beloved person of the current emperor, so you must be respectful to her when you go over there. However, if she doesn't notice you, just pretend you didn't see it, and just follow me closely." After the princess said this, she took Qin Mianmian forward to meet the imperial concubine. The imperial concubine was of course curious about who this person was. She looked at Qin Mianmian and asked happily, "Her Royal Highness the Princess has come to the palace. Her Royal Highness, I heard that she has been outside the palace these days. What strange things are there outside the palace? It would attract the princess to stay away for so many days. Your Highness, you are worrying too much. There is nothing fun outside. I just brought back one person. Please look, Your Highness. This is the pastry chef I brought back from outside. Her desserts are civilized in Kyoto. If Your Highness likes, you can ask him to send a few plates of pastries for you to taste." After hearing this, the royal concubine was very curious. She looked at Qin Mianmian and then said to Qin Mianmian, "Oh, he is really so amazing, then I am a little interested. Suddenly seeing him like this at this time, I think I can learn from him. His pastries are so good. Has Your Highness the Princess tasted it?" After hearing this, Her Highness the Princess nodded naturally and immediately said, "You don't have to worry about this. I have definitely tasted it. The pastry is very delicious, so I said I really want you to taste it at this time." The imperial concubine was also a person who loved food. She naturally became interested when she heard this and immediately said to Qin Mianmian, "It seems that we must taste your desserts today. Can you make a few for us yourself?" Qin Mianmian naturally began to prepare after hearing this. She was thinking about what she should do better, but at this moment, a young man suddenly rushed into the crowd of women. Qin Mianmian was also startled and quickly hid behind the eldest princess. The eldest princess looked and wondered who it was. She laughed. It turned out to be the second prince. Why did the second prince suddenly come to the imperial garden at this time? Is he here to find your mother? Qin Mianmian roughly knew what was going on when she heard this. The second prince should refer to the emperor's son, and his mother was the current imperial concubine. After seeing her son, the imperial concubine naturally smiled. "Look at you. You are already 17 or 18 years old, but you are so reckless. Why don't you study hard in your residence when you come to the palace today? If your father knew you were here, he would definitely punish you." The second prince also noticed Qin Mianmian beside the eldest princess, because Qin Mianmian's clothes were different from those of the palace maids, and it seemed that she was treated warmly by the eldest princess, so he was very curious. Who is this sister? Could she be the newly adopted goddaughter of Her Royal Highness the eldest princess? The eldest princess actually had this idea in her mind. If she adopted Qin Mianmian as her goddaughter, she would be more compatible with Du Lingyi. She knew the relationship between Du Lingyi and Qin Mianmian, and it was unclear at this time, so it was better to follow their wishes, so the eldest princess said it. "This is indeed my goddaughter. You all have not made a mistake. Say hello to her. Her name is Qin Mianmian, and she is the daughter of the Qin family." After hearing this, the second prince naturally became interested in Qin Mianmian. "Why did the eldest princess accept you as her goddaughter? Although our eldest princess has been a playboy and has never married, she has no shortage of children. Those rich and powerful sons are chasing after our eldest princess as her godmother. How did you get this position? It's quite strange. You have surprised this prince at this time." Qin Mianmian didn't know how to explain herself, because she had just taken the position of goddaughter, so how could she explain it? The princess took Qin Mianmian's hand and then said to the second prince, "This thing is a secret. You can't guess casually, okay? We have already talked to your mother. Let my goddaughter make her some cakes to eat. Your mother is very greedy. Let's go to the side hall and wait." After that, the princess gave Qin Mianmian a look and asked Qin Mianmian to go to the kitchen to prepare. Qin Mianmian knew that the princess was giving her a chance. Although she could follow the princess, she had to follow the imperial concubine to treat the emperor. Because the princess had said before that the imperial concubine was the emperor's favorite, Qin Mianmian would not be ignorant at this time. Qin Mianmian's time in the kitchen to prepare was boring. She had to wait for some dough to ferment, which took some time. When she was bored, she suddenly saw a figure outside the door. She jumped out to look for it. Who knew it was the second prince? Before, the princess and the imperial concubine were both here, so Qin Mianmian naturally had no feelings towards the second prince, but now he felt a little ashamed. So it's the second prince. "Excuse me, I just wanted to see how you make these cakes. You probably know that my mother loves to eat these cakes, but I have never been able to do so. I have always wanted to be filial, but I have never been able to make them, so I don't know what to do. Now that you are here, can I become your apprentice?" Qin Mianmian was a little panicked after hearing this, and immediately said, "Second prince, please don't say that. What's the point of becoming a master or not? I just learned the skills randomly. But if the second prince wants to watch from the side, of course it's fine. How can I say no?" After Qin Mianmian finished speaking, the second prince went into the kitchen and followed Qin Mianmian to watch. The two people there really looked like a pair of master and apprentice. The royal concubine and the princess were waiting for the princess in the side hall. The royal concubine was the first to get anxious because her son was missing again. She turned around and asked her servants, "Where is the second prince? How did he suddenly disappear? Did you follow him?" After hearing this, the servants shook their heads. Only then did they realize that the second prince was indeed missing. Where did this kid go again? Just when the imperial concubine asked this, a eunuch suddenly said, "I saw that the prince seemed to be walking towards the kitchen." As soon as this was said, the princess knew what was going on. She immediately smiled and said, "I know. It turns out that he went to accompany Qin Mianmian. It seems that he likes Qin Mianmian very much, imperial concubine. By the way, your prince has not yet married. Have you considered a concubine?" The imperial concubine refused immediately. She was good at everything, but she treasured her son. She thought that her son was extremely outstanding, so even if it was, she really had to consider it carefully at this time. The princess is joking. He is still young. I just said that he was 17 or 18 years old, which means he is still a child, so the princess should not worry about him. After hearing this, the princess smiled silently and said nothing more. After all, this matter could not be rushed. Speaking of which, Qin Mianmian was busy in the kitchen, making her own pastries. She never realized that there was a pair of eyes staring at her. She thought the second prince's eyes were following her while she was making pastries, but she didn't expect that he was actually staring at her. It's already on the stove. After it's out of the oven, it can be moved out to the imperial concubine and the princess to taste. I know they can't wait, so I made something that can save time. The prince was also sitting next to Qin Mianmian. He was full of interest in Qin Mianmian and took the initiative to ask, "This young lady from the Qin family, I don't know whose family she is from. At this time, I just want to find out. I heard that you coaxed the princess and she was very happy. Do you know that my aunt is the most difficult person to deal with?" Qin Mianmian shook his head after hearing this. "Really? I don't know. I think the princess is easy to get along with. It seems that I was a little reckless, so the princess was forced to accept me." The second prince nodded quickly and comforted him. "What you said is not right. What I mean is that you have figured out someone as difficult as the princess. I admire you very much. It seems that you are really different from other people." Qin Mianmian smiled and of course did not answer. For her, such praise was unnecessary. After all, the system did not say that she had to capture the second prince. The second prince was an extra character, so she should not allocate too much energy to him. After thinking about it, Qin Mianmian just dealt with him casually. Who knew that the second prince was getting more and more diligent? When Qin Mianmian baked the bread slices and wanted to take them out, the second prince did not even let the little things around him help, but took the initiative to help Qin Mianmian move those things out. Qin Mianmian certainly did not feel any difference at this time, but felt that the second prince was particularly approachable. She was a little surprised. It is said that the characters in the palace are all arrogant. Even a young man like Du Lingyi is arrogant. I didn't expect that the second prince was very enthusiastic and opened my eyes. After arriving in the side hall, the imperial concubine saw that her son actually took the cake on his own initiative. Surprised, she quickly asked the maid next to her to take it, and then took her son's hand. "What's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly want to bring these things over? Since the cakes are ready, you should let others make them. Are their subordinates really wasting time and energy? How can you, a master, take these things?" The second prince didn't care. He shook his head quickly. "Mother, it doesn't matter. It's just a few plates of cakes, and these plates of cakes are for you to eat. It's not a big deal." After hearing this, the imperial concubine nodded silently. Qin Mianmian handed over the cakes and gave the imperial concubine a piece. The imperial concubine praised it. Qin Mianmian's cakes were really able to bewitch others. "This pastry chef is really very good, Your Highness. You have really found a treasure. Why don't I have such a good opportunity?" Seeing that the time was almost right, the princess took the initiative to say to the royal concubine, "In fact, this girl also has another identity as a doctor. She can cure patients that no one else can. I have another purpose in bringing her into the palace this time, and that is to take her to see my royal brother. You also know that at this time I especially want my royal brother to cure his difficult and complicated disease, so I think I should take him to see my royal brother now." After hearing this, the royal concubine was still hesitant. "What? You want to take him to see your royal brother? Why do I feel that something is not right? He is not an imperial physician, nor is he from the imperial physician's family. What if she really has a problem?" The princess was naturally a little unhappy when she heard this. Does this mean that the imperial concubine doesn't trust me? Since I can bring him in at this time, I must trust him. Don't be anxious, imperial concubine. I know you definitely don't trust strangers, but this person is my goddaughter. Since she has become my goddaughter, I must trust her very much. Don't be suspicious of this." After hearing what the princess said, the imperial concubine was actually very hesitant. She knew that the princess was the emperor's sister, and it was definitely impossible for her to return the favor to the emperor at this time, but it was really inappropriate for this stranger to come to the emperor. "How about this? Her Royal Highness the princess asked me to ask. If the emperor is willing, I will bring this girl to the emperor. If the emperor is unwilling, then I have no choice." After hearing this, the princess nodded naturally and said quickly, "Very good, very good. Won't be your fault. Mother, why don't you help talk to father about it? Father has been really ill recently and is suffering a lot. Maybe he can give you a surprise out of the blue. What do you think, mother?" Originally, the imperial concubine didn't think there was anything good about it, but after hearing what her son said, she also wanted to fulfill his wish, so she finally nodded and said, "You really want that girl to go and see your father's condition. If you really want to, of course I am willing to support you. There's nothing much to say now, but mother is worried that she won't be able to cure your father's illness after she goes there. Wouldn't your mother be guilty? I think you understand this." The second prince patted his chest at this time. "I'll vouch for him. I believe this girl is not a bad person." The imperial concubine felt something was wrong and asked her son directly, "What's going on? Why do I feel like you are partial to her? Do you have any other feelings for her?" After the imperial concubine asked this, the second prince denied it. Today was the first time he met her. He couldn't just admit it casually, so he was not happy in his heart. He immediately shook his head and said, "Mother, look at what you are talking about. Today is the first day I met her. How could I have other feelings for her? Okay, mother, I won't say anything. If I say anything, you will say that I am not right again." The second prince walked into his room and was not going to say anything to his mother. But the imperial concubine was worried at this time. Her son was 17 or 18 years old and had never been moved. He never pleaded for anyone. This was the first time he pleaded for a girl, so he was a little panicked. "I don't know how my son became like this." The most important thing is that the imperial concubine can't stand her son's enthusiasm at this time. She doesn't know what her son will become in the future. Does this woman have any influence on him? Imperial concubine, in my opinion, I'd better let that girl give it a try. The emperor is worried about his heartache every day. It would be good if she can cure it at this time. After hearing this, I felt relieved. Do you think she should give it a try? Since you said that he can give it a try, I will let her give it a try. What time do you think is better? It's better to do it tomorrow. The queen has prepared some things to send to the emperor. The desserts that have been researched hard these days are made for the emperor. If I can take her with me tomorrow, it will be a natural thing. What do you think? The imperial concubine finally nodded, thinking that this was a good idea. I think what you said is very good. Let's do as you said at this time. I also think that I need to take her to see the emperor. Okay, I will take her to see the emperor tomorrow. You ask her to prepare well. After hearing this, the servant naturally nodded and did as the imperial concubine thought. Qin Mianmian was quite surprised to receive the invitation from the imperial concubine. He immediately told the princess about this matter. The princess was drinking tea and was very happy after hearing the news. It seems that the imperial concubine still recognizes you. You are happy, right? You should accept all this happily at this time. I said that you have absolutely no problem. Qin Mianmian sat down and was still uneasy. What should I do when I go to see the emperor? After all, he is the emperor. I can't talk to him casually. After hearing what he said, the princess really gave her a few instructions. You are right. You can't be careless when you go to see the emperor. This princess also supports you to think carefully at this time. You really shouldn't be careless. But don't worry, this princess will be there to make the decision for you, and there will be no problem. Qin Mianmian was happy and her brows relaxed after hearing this. She bowed to the princess and then said to her, "Thank you for your kindness. If it weren't for your kindness, I really don't know how to face the emperor." The princess immediately helped her up and looked at her as if she was looking at her beloved daughter. She sighed. "You are so shy, child. You know that I have treated you as my own family, so you shouldn't be so restrained." "Why do you say that, princess? How can I be a member of your family?" The princess was unhappy again after hearing this. "Everyone knows about your relationship with Du Lingyi, although there is no love affair between men and women. Don't you understand?" Although Qin Mianmian knew it in her heart, she still had to pretend that she didn't understand. Anyway, she must not reveal a single word at this time. "Okay, this princess won't embarrass you. I know you don't want to talk about this, so we won't talk about it." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian was very grateful to Her Royal Highness the Princess, and immediately said to Her Royal Highness the Princess, "If Her Royal Highness hadn't let me go, I really don't know what to do." The eldest princess laughed immediately after hearing this. "You are becoming more and more polite, kid. Now hurry up and pack up. Next time you will not only meet this princess, but also His Majesty." After the princess made the arrangements, Qin Mianmian followed him to see the emperor. The emperor was in poor health. Apart from reviewing memorials, he stayed in his own bedroom, so Qin Mianmian went to the emperor's bedroom. Needless to say, the brilliant demeanor made Qin Mianmian's eyes almost unable to move away. The princess pushed Qin Mianmian in front of the emperor. Qin Mianmian naturally did not forget the etiquette she had learned. She saluted the emperor. The emperor was naturally pleased to see that the woman understood the rationality of the palace so well. "This is the female doctor from the folk you recommended to me. You said that she has a prescription that can cure the heartache of politics. Is this true?" The princess nodded immediately. "Is my brother lying to you?" "Of course it's true. This female doctor does have a secret recipe that can help my brother. My brother's heart disease has not been cured for many days. The imperial doctors in the palace are helpless. It's better to let this girl try it." The emperor had heard the imperial concubine say this before, so he was not surprised at this time, but nodded. "Okay, since you said so, it means that he really has to try it at this time. Otherwise it will be a waste of your and the imperial concubine's kindness." Her Royal Highness the Princess immediately winked at Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian knew what she should do at this time, so she stepped forward and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I have to take your pulse first." After Qin Mianmian finished speaking, she tied the emperor's hands with a thin thread, and then carefully felt his pulse. Qin Mianmian is not the only one who can perform this unique skill of diagnosing with thread. The emperor is tired of seeing it, but he is still surprised to see Qin Mianmian know this at such a young age. "I didn't expect that you have already learned this secret skill at such a young age. It seems that I have to look at you with new eyes." Qin Mianmian naturally did not dare to be arrogant. He immediately replied modestly, "The emperor praised this thing too much. Doctors in the folk can naturally have it, not to mention the people in the imperial hospital." I just checked Qin Mianmian for the emperor and found that the emperor's pulse was indeed a little chaotic, but not weak, so he was just unwell and needed some Chinese medicine to regulate it. She put away her thread and prepared to write a prescription. But at this time, the eldest princess came to remind her, "You have to play too, your strengths. My royal brother hates to take those bitter medicines the most, so you'd better develop a cake for him so that he can get better after eating it." This request seemed particularly absurd, but Qin Mianmian knew that the eldest princess was helping her. With this, her pastry skills can be used at any time. Qin Mianmian thought about it carefully after hearing this, and then said that what the princess said made sense. Since the emperor hated taking medicine so much, he couldn't prescribe Chinese medicine at this time. "Let me think about it." The princess immediately came with a handkerchief and spoke for Qin Mianmian in front of the emperor. "Brother, do you know why I invited this female doctor to you? I just wanted you to see her tricks. Don't you think these Chinese medicines are bitter? And the rock sugar has no effect. In this case, you might as well try his craftsmanship at this time. His cakes are called desserts in his mouth. I ate them, and they were indeed soft and delicious. They are different from ordinary ones. Although there are soft cakes in our palace, they are not so delicate. I have inquired about it. Her thing is called cream. Anyway, the imperial kitchen doesn't have it. The emperor must try it." The emperor actually didn't like cakes, but after hearing what the princess said, he hated the Chinese medicine very much, so he agreed at this time. "Is it really that good? I'm doubting Imperial Medical Department to make medicine for the emperor. It has to be combined with desserts, so please give me some time to slowly prepare it." The eldest princess would naturally speak for Qin Mianmian. She immediately pulled Qin Mianmian up and said to her, "Go ahead. The emperor has already agreed. He just wants to taste your cooking skills, so don't refuse at this time." After hearing this, he naturally nodded. Then I will go and develop the prescription quickly. Please wait a few days for the emperor and the eldest princess. The emperor became interested in Qin Mianmian. He looked around at Qin Mianmian and was surprised that Qin Mianmian had such a talent at such a young age. Your last name is Qin, right? It seems that I need to get to know you. Don't leave yet. I have a disease, but it is slow, and it won't take my life. You stay and talk to me. I have some questions to ask you. Qin Mianmian suddenly became a favorite in front of the emperor. Qin Mianmian's strange speciality that made people love him has not changed. After the emperor saw him, he naturally thought he was clever and cute. With the eldest princess fanning the flames, Qin Mianmian became a favorite in the eyes of the emperor. Brother Huang, are you not going to let him go? I'm going to make cakes for you. Are you going to try this prescription? After hearing this, the emperor laughed and immediately replied, You, the eldest princess, have no manners at all. What's wrong? Did I take your man away? I just left him here to talk. By the way, where did you find this man? My poor nephew is pitiful again. I dug up the people around him. The eldest princess said humorously, and the emperor also laughed. He still had an impression of Du Lingyi. After all, the child grew up under the protection of the eldest princess. However, his family committed a serious crime back then. This was a case decided by the old emperor. The emperor did not dare to ask more questions now. After all, it was all in the past. However, if the eldest princess did not protect Du Lingyi back then, Du Lingyi would not be living well in this world today. All the reasons were traced back to the past, as if they were all cause and effect. It was because of Du Lingyi's existence that he could meet Qin Mianmian. Back then, you tried to protect this child, but I didn't agree. I thought you were really fooling around. Now it seems that this child has grown up and is indeed a pillar of the country, but he seems unwilling to attack and build a nest to watch. Have you persuaded him? Qin Mianmian didn't know why the emperor suddenly turned the topic to Du Lingyi, and she was a little scared. It seems that the old emperor is also familiar with Du Lingyi. Du Lingyi has a relationship with the eldest princess. He and the people in the palace are enemies. I don't know how this matter will turn out. In fact, I have persuaded him several times about this matter over the years. This child is calm as water. Thinking that the matter has passed, he should live a good life in the future and has no other thoughts. The emperor was very satisfied and finally showed a relieved smile. With you, the eldest princess, taking care of him, I am relieved that he will not go astray. After the emperor finished speaking, he turned his attention to Qin Mianmian and said to her, The princess has already said that you have a good memory. Since you can make desserts, I will leave my body to you. Qin Mianmian naturally agreed and was finally let out by the emperor. However, just as she reached the door, the princess was still chatting with the emperor behind her. Unexpectedly, the second prince came in and met a group of people at the door. Nizi, why don't you study here? Although the emperor said some powerful words, he had a smile on his face. Qin Mianmian probably knew that the emperor loved the second prince very much. Father, where does your resentment come from? Didn't I come to pay my respects to you? You are not happy, so I won't come to pay my respects to you in the future. After hearing this, the emperor naturally smiled and said, You really take after your mother's temperament. When your mother was young, she was as lively as the sun. Now you are like your mother. Qin Mianmian was thinking about the temperament of the imperial concubine in her heart. Now she has become so calm. It seems that this palace is really annoying. Qin Mianmian left the emperor's bedroom and became a favorite of the emperor. This spread throughout the palace as he left. The eunuchs and maids in the palace naturally spread the news. It slowly spread outside the palace. Du Lingyi was originally worried about whether Qin Mianmian would get along with these people, but who knew that he had already come to the emperor? The moon was bright and he couldn't sleep, so he paced in the yard. He looked at his expression from behind him and knew that he was worried about Qin Mianmian in the palace. After thinking for a while, he still stepped forward and said to his master, If the master is really worried about Miss Qin, why not go to the palace to take a look? It's not like we can't go to the palace. We might as well take the initiative now. Du Lingyi was encouraged by what he said. but he was a little anxious. I haven't attacked people who have taken jobs for many years. It has nothing to do with me. If I attack this time, will my purpose be too obvious? Everyone will know who I came for? It's really hard to explain at this time. After Dulingyi said this, the servant was absolutely right. He nodded silently and then shut up. However, Dulingyi did not intend to let go of this topic. He was eager to move. Xiaoxi mentioned that he wanted to go to the work area. In fact, he also wanted to go to the palace in his heart, but because of the layers of obstacles, he felt that it was not necessary for him to go in at this time. However, he heard people in the palace say that Qin Mianmian was really favored. Not only the emperor, but also the imperial concubine and the second prince beside her liked Qin Mianmian very much. For some reason, Dulingyi was very worried. If she didn't go in, would probably be snatched away by someone else. Although the princess helped her keep an eye on Qin Mianmian, she had nothing to do with Qin Mianmian on another level. After thinking about it all night, Dulingyi was ready to attack. After all, he couldn't go against what he wanted in his heart. Since he was very worried about Qin Mianmian and wanted to know Qin Mianmian's recent situation, he naturally wanted to find out at this time, so he finally made his so-called decision and wanted to know what the situation was like on Qin Mianmian's side. He first inquired at the gate of the palace and handed in his door card, hoping that the municipal party committee would let him in. However, the palace was heavily guarded inside and outside. Without the permission of others or the emperor's oral words, he naturally could not enter. At this time, Dulingyi thought of the pigeon letter sent by Her Royal Highness the Princess to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Her Royal Highness the Princess knew that Dulingyi was coming, so she naturally let her in. When the youngest arrived and was about to let her in, the man refused. "What's going on with Mr. Du? I went to the palace gate to pick him up, but he disappeared. What should the princess do? I have to look for them again." The princess was sitting in the room drinking tea. She thought she would see Dulingyi soon, but she didn't expect to hear such news, although she was very surprised. "Is that the case? It seems that he doesn't want to see me. Let him be. If he doesn't want to come in, he doesn't want to come in. He will always come in this palace. As long as Qin Mianmian is here, I don't believe that he won't be attracted." The princess said so, but she didn't expect that Dulingyi on the other side had already had her own ideas. He thought that if he went in through the front door at this time, many people would know that he had such an idea, and maybe the news would spread. Naturally, it wouldn't work, so he thought about whether he could find another way. For example, go in through the back door. Of course, the back door of the palace is also heavily guarded. It is no different from other places to protect the safety of the royal family. At this time, the gate is naturally heavily guarded. Dulingyi also knew this, so he just wandered around the corner gate and was about to go back. Maybe God helped him. Just when he was about to leave, a so-called soldier came out of the corner gate. He met Dulingyi, so after meeting Dulingyi, he asked him why he came here after the incident. "Isn't this young Master Du? Why did young Master Du come to the west corner gate from the mansion today? Do you want to enter the palace? If young Master Du wants to enter the palace, it wouldn't be easy for him to just go in through the main gate with the princess. Why come from the west small gate?" After hearing this, Dulingyi knew that her chance had come, so she quickly said, "Sorry to bother you. I really want to enter the palace, but I want to enter secretly. If I go in through the main gate, there must be a record. Although my surname is Du and I have a deep connection with it, I haven't been here for a few years." The other party immediately understood what Dulingyi meant, so after thinking for a while, he said, "So that's the case. Young Master Du doesn't want to disturb others. How about this? Follow me to get a sign and I'll take you in, but you can't enter the inner palace. You can only walk around the periphery." Dulingyi was moved when he heard this. Although he knew that he couldn't see Qin Mianmian outside, he came in to take a look after all. After going in and taking a look, he might be able to get the information he wanted, which was also a big gain for him. The soldier finally brought the man in. Although there was no one to meet outside, Dulingyi still walked around there. After looking around, she didn't get anything. Dulingyi was afraid that she would return disappointed. If Mr. Du thinks it's okay, why don't you stand here for a while, and I'll call that person out for you." Du Lingyi was a little surprised. "How do you know who I'm going to call? Are you really a worm in my heart at this time?" The soldier smiled and said immediately, "In fact, we all know that the popular person around him seems to have divorced recently. This person who came out of Mr. Du's side, in fact, we all know. So I don't understand why you are wandering around outside the palace gate today, because it's just for this girl. If you want to see Miss Qin, I will bring her to see you immediately." After all, this was what he thought at this time, and thinking that he couldn't be too arrogant, Du Lingyi nodded. The soldier understood what Du Lingyi meant and went forward naturally. Qin Mianmian was still in the yard, but she was in her small kitchen, which was filled with smoke. Unexpectedly, an unknown person suddenly rushed in and scared her. However, the news that this unknown person told her excited her. The person said, "Someone is waiting for you. I think this person should be your old acquaintance, whose surname is Du." Qin Mianmian knew it was Du Lingyi, so she couldn't wait to follow him. "What's the matter with this eunuch? Didn't you say you would take me to see an old acquaintance? This place is getting more and more remote. Why haven't I seen my old acquaintance yet?" The little eunuch kept pushing Qin Mianmian without saying a word. Qin Mianmian thought it was a bit strange that he didn't say anything, and always felt as if he was going to hurt her, so Qin Mianmian stopped. The little eunuch heard Qin Mianmian's footsteps stop abruptly, so he turned around and Qin Mianmian said to him in the same way, "Please tell me the truth, eunuch." Qin Mianmian couldn't move. "Damn it, do you know who I am? I can now say that I am the emperor's current man. If you continue to do this, it will be very difficult for me." Qin Mianmian was about to open her mouth, but her mouth was held by the eunuch's hand, and she couldn't say a word. The eunuch also had a handkerchief on his other hand. Qin Mianmian naturally knew that there was medicine on the handkerchief, so she held her breath. Who knew that it was too late? She was confused and lost consciousness. Du Lingyi waited outside the room for a long time. It took the soldier a long time to get back to him, but to his disappointment, he did not bring Qin Mianmian with him. Instead, he brought bad news. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Du. I went to the yard to look for Miss Qin, but she was not there, so I don't know where she went." Du Lingyi certainly wouldn't be too suspicious. He would only think that Qin Mianmian had so many things to do in the palace, so she must have her own place to go. It might just be a coincidence. At this moment, a man and a horse suddenly appeared on the road. Du Lingyi saw clearly that they were the capable men under the eldest princess. "Mr. Du, the eldest princess asked me to come and see if there is any sign of Miss Qin at the gate of the palace today. The girl is missing. We can't find her in the yard or near her. Miss Qin once promised us that she would not run around, so it is impossible for her to run out alone. We suspect that something happened to her." After hearing this, Du Lingyi was stunned. The soldier next to him also realized it at this time. Why wouldn't Miss Qin be in the yard? She has always been a well-behaved person. I've been here for so long and I've never heard of any bad habits from the girl. It's impossible for her to just walk around casually. So who took her away? Don't say anything more. This matter is quite suspicious. Take me to see Her Royal Highness the Princess. Go and tell them that I, Xiaoming, have come to the palace. Du Lingyi originally didn't want to show up in public, but this time he had to do it for Du Lingyi. After the soldiers at the front gate did the so-called registration, they naturally let Du Lingyi in. When Du Lingyi saw the princess, she looked flustered and had completely lost her usual dignity. She grabbed Du Lingyi's hand and said to her anxiously, "Qin Mianmian is not with you. How could she not be with you? I thought you called her out, so where is she? Where can she go alone? This princess always thought she was a good child who could handle all kinds of things by herself. Now it seems that I underestimated her. She doesn't seem to have this ability." Du Lingyi held the princess to stop her from getting too excited. "Aunt, don't be too sad or too anxious. He is an adult after all, and the public is so safe. What kind of accident could happen? He just got lost somewhere. We just need to look for him carefully." After hearing this, the princess nodded silently and said quickly, "You are right. I really shouldn't worry too much. If I worry too much, you will laugh at me. Okay, I have already asked my people to find it. Now I bring you to the palace just to get more power to make plans. Dulingi nodded naturally. He knew that he couldn't just stand by and watch when something like this happened. He patted his aunt on the shoulder and said to her, "Aunt, don't worry. Am I not here by your side? Even if Qin Mianmian is lost somewhere, we can find her naturally as long as we use the public. It's just a palace, and it's our own territory. How can we not figure it out?" The eldest princess breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "You are right. It must be clear at this time. Then I will let my people find it first. If they can't find it, I will use the imperial guards." Dulingi nodded naturally. "Although the palace is very big and it may take some time to find him, I think we don't need to be so serious at this time. As long as we can find him, it will be fine." The people under the princess looked for Qin Mianmian. In short, they looked around the residence of the master in the palace, but they couldn't find Qin Mianmian. They were very disappointed for a while. They thought that they would be able to find Qin Mianmian after mobilizing all the people. Now it seems that everything is in vain. The princess saw everything in front of her and shook her head, thinking that all this was a waste of time. She sighed and said, "Why can't we find Mianmian now? Should we tell the emperor?" Although Dulingi was sitting next to him drinking tea, his mood was always suspended in the sky. If it really doesn't work, just tell the emperor. The emperor has more power. If he can mobilize the power of the entire palace to find Qin Mianmian, is he still afraid that Qin Mianmian can't be found? After hearing this, the princess felt that it made sense and said silently, "Your words are becoming more and more reasonable now, so I will go to see the emperor and tell him about this. Do you want to go with me?" Dulingi shook his head. He didn't want to see His Majesty the Emperor for the time being. After all, it was His Majesty the Emperor who executed all their family members everywhere, which was regarded as the murder of their father, so Dulingi didn't want to see the other party at this time. The princess couldn't care about all this now. After all, she was also very anxious. Qin Mianmian was missing, and she was still helpless in her heart, so she had to tell the emperor quickly and go alone to see the emperor first. The emperor didn't know that the princess came to see her in the middle of the night. When he heard such news, he naturally helped to find a job to find the person. A good person disappeared in the palace. This was also a great danger for the emperor. If it was Qin Mianmian who disappeared today, then it would be her who disappeared next time. This matter is still in my hands. The princess nodded, knowing that there would be no problem if the emperor took action, so she was half relieved, but she was more worried that we actually didn't have any enemies in the palace. If we were in danger this time, would it indicate something? In the dark little room, Qin Mianmian had no idea where she was, nor did she know what time it was. She only felt dizzy and her eyes were about to open. She knew that she wanted to find out what was going on around her, so even if her eyes were sore, she had to force herself to open her eyes. When she opened her eyes and saw everything in front of her, she was shocked because she felt that she was locked in a small room and could always see some clues. But when she really opened her eyes, she found that she could see nothing and it was dark everywhere. She was very nervous and she didn't know what to do. Anyway, she was still at a loss, stretched out her hands, and tried to feel the situation in front of her. There was nothing in front of her. She had no idea. Qin Mianmian was not at home. She didn't know what was going on, but she still shouted boldly. After shouting for help several times, she finally heard the sound of the door opening, so Qin Mianmian was able to cheer herself up. Who? Someone lit the candle in the room, and Qin Mianmian could see the scene in the room. The small dark room was filled with firewood and two women. Qin Mianmian thought that she and the people in the palace didn't know each other, and she didn't have any enemies. Even if others questioned her at this time, she didn't know what she had done wrong. "Hey, why did you kidnap me? Don't blame me for not reminding you that I am also a favorite of the emperor at this time. If you hurt me like this, there will always be a female emperor who will find you, and you can't get away with this crime." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian also saw that their expressions were not good, so she knew that they would fall for it. "Why don't you let us go quickly? If you don't let me go at this time, I will shout loudly. I don't believe that you can really do whatever you want in this palace. As long as I shout, I will definitely attract others. As long as I attract others, do you still have the opportunity to shout in front of me?" After saying this, those people were scared, but what Qin Mianmian didn't expect was that her greeting only frightened them vaguely. When they calmed down, they felt that Qin Mianmian's words had no effect, and instead they laughed. Qin Mianmian didn't know why they laughed, but she felt that she had a reason at this time. After all, she was a favorite of the emperor. Shouldn't she be arrogant at this time? After thinking about it, Qin Mianmian was no longer timid. She felt that she really needed to scare these people, so no matter how the other party responded, Qin Mianmian was still arrogant. Someone on the other side said, "Don't worry about him. Even if he is arrogant now, so what? After all, we have officially stopped him. He is just bluffing. If we are afraid of him, how can we explain to the people above?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian knew that the other party looked down on him. In fact, he felt a little weak in his heart and felt that his bullying was of no use. He was about to give up when he heard a shout outside the yard. "Hurry up and hide this girl. There is someone outside." It seems that the eldest princess informed the emperor, so the emperor is now sending people to search everywhere in the inner court. If this girl is found out and hiding with us, we will be in trouble. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian knew what was going on. He knew that he could be saved, so he became even more unscrupulous at this time, and he shouted loudly, "Did you hear that people outside are looking for me? If you can let me go at this time, I can let you go, but if you don't let me go at this time, I don't think I have any reason to let you go." Her words actually had a deterrent effect. Those people were in a panic and didn't know what to do. At this time, their master seemed to come back, because although Xiao Hu was tied up in the room, he could vaguely see the figure outside the door, and they became neat. Qin Mianmian was curious about who their master was. Everyone in the palace knew that she was now a favorite in front of the emperor. She should have respect for herself at this time. Why did she suddenly become so lazy towards herself? Qin Mianmian was observing, but she didn't expect the door to be opened. The two doors leaned back gently, and a slim girl walked in from the wide doorway. Qin Mianmian saw that the girl was not too old, but she had a more wealthy aura and was not as light-hearted as herself. Qin Mianmian looked at the rich girl and said to her, "I don't know who the girl is, and she even kidnapped me. If the girl has anything to say, why don't you talk to me directly? Why do you have to embarrass others? You caught me and others have to look for me. This is such a stupid thing." After Qin Mianmian said this, the girl actually laughed. She immediately said with a smile, "It seems that you are very sympathetic to others. You know that it is not easy for others, so you don't want to let others suffer at this time. A tall tree attracts the wind. Since you are a favorite of the emperor, I have to teach you a lesson. I also have to tell you who is in charge of this palace." Qin Mianmian found it very ridiculous after hearing this. She really couldn't accept it. At this time, she finally felt that it was as if God was playing a joke on her, so Qin Mianmian didn't care anymore. "Miss, please speak. Who are you? I have been in this palace for a short time, so I naturally don't know what your mentality is. If you are really unhappy, why don't we talk about the matter clearly and give me a reason to die? It's not good for me to die without knowing how I died, girl. Don't you think it's not good?" After hearing what Qin Mianmian said, the girl burst into laughter and immediately said to Qin Mianmian, "What you said makes sense. Okay, then I will give you a reason to die. Is it wrong for you to get close to the second prince? Have you ever thought about this question?" Qin Mianmian was stunned for a moment. She didn't know what the other party meant and asked, "What's wrong with the second prince?" "I have a good relationship with the second prince, and it doesn't affect others at this time. I think the girl is a bit used to it at this time. Obviously, I am the one who follows the emperor at this time. The girl should have heard that I am treating the emperor, and it has nothing to do with the second prince. In this case, I think you should respect me more at this time. Why do you suddenly become arrogant in front of me?" The girl retreated a little after hearing what Qin Mianmian said. It's not that she hasn't heard of Qin Mianmian's name. In the past few days, Qin Mianmian's name has been spread inside and outside the palace. It is said that the emperor has recently found a new favorite who serves him, and with the eldest princess as a guarantee, her future is limitless. I am not kidding you. As long as you leave the second prince, my matter today can be forgotten and I can naturally let you go. Qin Mianmian found it very ridiculous after hearing this. She would not let others take the initiative, so naturally, she would not agree to others first. Instead, she learned about the relationship between this girl and the second prince. What does this mean, girl? The girl insists that I leave the second prince, but the girl knows that I have no relationship with the second prince. Since I have no relationship with him, how can I leave him? After hearing this, the girl on the other side was furious. She felt that Qin Mianmian was simply playing a trick on her, but Qin Mianmian was helpless and shrugged. Why don't you be angry, girl? If you like the old woman and don't know how to approach her, you might as well chat with me. There is no benefit in being angry with me. Qin Mianmian had just finished saying this when the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new character Bai Changhe. Qin Mianmian felt elated when he heard the name. It didn't match his temper. After complaining in his heart, he said, "Why doesn't the girl speak? I discussed new methods and new strategies with the girl. Don't you think the girl will accept them? I see that the girl just likes the old house. If she likes it, she should fight for it. I can help the girl." The woman opposite naturally didn't believe Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian was so eloquent that she didn't trust her at all. "You little girl, you are still shouting in front of me. I said if you agree and can do it, nothing will happen today. But if you really can't do it, I will have to punish you before letting you go. You don't know who I am, so you naturally can't recognize me. I can punish you and then let you go. There will be no danger." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian said silently in one breath, "Okay, I can't persuade you at this time. I know you look down on me to some extent. I also know that my ability is limited at this time. I am helpless in the palace, and I am indeed no match for you. If you really want to deal with me, then come on, chop off my hands and feet, but you will bear the consequences at your own risk." Qin Mianmian said this, and on the surface she seemed to admit defeat, but everyone could hear the arrogance in Qin Mianmian. She was also very angry after hearing this. "If you talk to me with this attitude again, I will not forgive you now." Qin Mianmian thought he was going to do something cruel. She thought it was just a joke, but who knew that this cruel thing would become true? Qin Mianmian never thought that this girl had props that could punish others, but when the girl took out various torture instruments, Qin Mianmian was also afraid. It turned out that there were such terrifying things in the palace. She couldn't help but sigh. "Miss, please be calm, because there is no hatred between us. Why do you have to deal with me?" After hearing this, my girl did not lose her arrogance, but became even angrier. "Don't say that to me. I don't want to believe you. Your words are just like a laugh at me. You'd better control your temper. Don't let me look down on you." Qin Mianmian shrugged. "Girl, I have a bad temper. I am trying to persuade you now. If you don't change your way, I can't save you when the emperor's people come." The arrogant Qin Mianmian didn't know what kind of relationship he had with the people in the palace. She just felt that his arrogance had exceeded her expectations, so at this time she was also thinking about where this girl came from. "Girl, let's talk it out. If you are not happy with me, I am here in front of you. Why do you have to be so angry? Where is the man? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put him on the torture device and let him know the pain." Just when Qin Mianmian was a little worried, the savior suddenly appeared. It turned out to be Du Lingyi, who rushed here with several people under her. "Princess Chang'e, why do you have to bully an outsider? Do you really think you are that capable?" The princess was furious after hearing this. Naturally, she faced Du Lingyi's questioning and refused to admit. "Where are you from? I will not admit that you, an unknown person, have slandered me." Du Lingyi walked over slowly. Seeing the princess stretching out a hand as if to attack him, he naturally did not give the princess a chance and directly grabbed the other's wrist, his eyes full of anger and determination. Qin Mianmian suddenly felt that she was saved and threw herself behind Qin Mianmian. Dulingyi naturally protected Qin Mianmian and stopped her from suffering. Princess Changhe, as far as I know, the people sent by the emperor are about to search here. Didn't the people under you tell you this? I hope you will take care of yourself and don't cause any more trouble at this time. You should have heard of my nickname. Although I can't go to elementary school, I am the nephew of the little princess after all, so you'd better listen to my advice. This matter ends here today. I will naturally not tell your evil deeds. Qin Mianmian understood what Dulingyi said. Dulingyi didn't want to cause trouble. If the so-called Princess Chang'e could let her go, then Dulingyi also planned to let him go. Otherwise, she would not let down the charge. From Princess Chang'e's body, the emperor knew that Princess Chang'e had a stubborn temper. It was just a small matter around her. Xiaoxi was afraid of causing trouble, so she hurried to persuade her. Princess, forget it. We can only be regarded as dependents in the palace. After all, we are not real royal relatives, nor are we the real masters of this palace. We can't report to our families if something happens. Princess Chang'e was finally half relieved. She silently earned back her face. Forget it. Now that you all said so, I naturally don't want to cause trouble. Then I will return this matter to you. I know that you really don't want to see anything happen to this princess at this time, right? So this princess will naturally not let you have any embarrassment. Dulingyi understood in her heart that this was the expression of the princess who wanted to save face. He was naturally aware of life and death, so he also gave Dulingyi a way out. Your Highness is right. Your Highness doesn't need to lose your reputation in the palace because of this matter. It's better to hide this matter in the dust and let no one know about it. Princess Chang'e couldn't have a good attitude towards Qin Mianmian after seeing Ye Ren. Remember what I said to you. Qin Mianmian didn't nod or shake her head and stood behind Dulingyi like a wooden man. Seeing Princess Chang'e and her men walk away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you here? Why are you living in the palace? Qin Mianmian subconsciously grabbed the other person's hand. She was indeed a little scared. If Dulingyi hadn't come over, she would have really suffered a very terrible torture. I have heard from Her Royal Highness the Princess that you suddenly disappeared. I see that you are not the kind of person who makes trouble, so I know that something happened to you. The Emperor also attaches great importance to this matter. He wondered why you would attack there alone and suddenly disappeared, so he sent people to look for you. Qin Mianmian sighed after hearing this and immediately said, So that's the case. In fact, I don't know what to say at this time. I feel a little guilty and have caused you so much trouble. Dulingyi shook her head. There is no trouble. This is a disaster brought by others. What does it have to do with you? Qin Mianmian frowned. What kind of connection does this Chang'e County Lord have? Why did I fall into his hands? In fact, it doesn't matter if you don't know about the normal and the County Lord. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Mianmian was a little angry after hearing this. Do you mean to look down on me? You see, you are petty again. How can I look down on you? This Chang'e County Lord has nothing to do with you. You know it, but it just adds to your heart. I don't think it's necessary. The more Dulingyi said this, the more interested Qin Mianmian became. He wanted to get more information about this Princess Chang'e from Dulingyi. Don't bluff me. Tell me, now. Since you're asking for it, I'll tell you about the workplace and the princess. She reconciled her father and quelled the rebellion of the vassal king, so her family is considered powerful. But 4 or 5 years ago, the princess was about 12 or 13 years old. Her family called her father dead, and her mother hanged herself. No one took care of her, so she was taken away by the queen mother. She was considered a dependent, but after all, she was a master in this palace. Qin Mianmian had no interest in these complicated statements. He asked directly, Do you know what I want? What I want to know is the relationship between this princess and the second prince. As you can see, you actually already know the relationship between this princess and the second prince. I heard that the second prince is very close to you? Dulingyi suddenly turned the tables, leaving Qin Mianmian at a loss for words. However, Qin Mianmian was honest with Dulingyi, so of course he continued to rely on her. You must have heard about it, so I won't say much. I have indeed gotten closer to the second prince recently because of the relationship with the imperial concubine. But there is nothing innocent between us. We are not even friends. We just met a few more times. Is this wrong? In fact, Dulingi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but pretended to be very strict. So you and him are just close by coincidence. I thought you were trying to get close to him. It seems that I was worrying too much. Qin Mianmian was in a bad mood after hearing this, and he said immediately, "What do you mean by that? I will not be happy to hear it if you say that. Please don't slander me for no reason. There is nothing between me and the second prince. As you said, Princess Changhe and the second prince have a close relationship, but I have become the wrong person. There is nothing close. Princess Changhe likes the second prince, but the second prince has no interest in the princess. Don't worry, this is something everyone in the palace knows, and no one will blame you." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian naturally nodded and said, "Okay, I also know what I should do at this time. I will just stay away from the second prince in the future." But Dulingi quickly shook her head. "You can't do this. The prince is a very good person. If you follow him, you can get close to the imperial concubine. It's a very good thing for you. I think you still have to do this." Qin Mianmian was a little surprised and asked the other party immediately, "Why should I get close to the imperial concubine? I feel like you seem to have arranged a path for me. At first, you asked me to follow Her Royal Highness the Princess into the palace. I thought you really wanted me to come to the palace to accompany Her Royal Highness the Princess and to see about the Emperor's condition. But now that I think about it carefully, I find that your purpose is not simple. Now you can tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" Dulingi saw that she could no longer hide this matter, so she could only say it to the teacher. "It's not a good thing for you to follow me. I know you have your own tasks to do just like me. I have such heavy tasks around me, and I may not be able to take you with me, which will harm you instead. So I think while you follow me, I have to find a better backer. If you don't follow me in the future, you will have a good backer." Qin Mianmian was confused after hearing this. "What do you mean by saying this? Why did you suddenly cut off the relationship between us?" "I said I was looking for a backer, but haven't I found it now? Since I have found it, I think there is no need to say anything about this. I will help you manage your career well. What doubts do you have?" Dulingi was about to speak, but his words were interrupted by someone else. It was the Emperor's people who saw Xiaomin. After they saw Dulingi, they naturally saw Qin Mianmian as well. They knew that Qin Mianmian had been found, and they breathed a sigh of relief. The leader also hurried up to confirm at this time. They looked at the leader of Qin Mianmian's flag and then confirmed that Qin Mianmian was safe. Qin Mianmian was speechless and said with relief in her heart, "You don't have to worry. I know that you are all worried about me. I have heard from Master Du, but now the matter has come to an end. Thank you for your hard work." After Qin Mianmian said this, everyone was relieved. Now no one was worried about what to do. However, Dulingi still remembered, "You have to thank the Emperor. After all, you have to thank him for his grace again." Qin Mianmian naturally remembered, so she was ready to go back with the search team. Who knew that the search team had not forgotten at all, and the real culprit behind the scenes, seeing Qiamian safely return to himself and everyone, but took the initiative to ask, "I don't know if Miss Qin has received any academic substitutions, but someone has bullied Miss Qin. If the girl has anything bad to say, you can tell me." Qin Mianmian shook his head. Dulingi just promised that the Princess of Changhe would not tell this matter, and he would naturally not bring this matter out. He shook his head quickly. "I got lost in the palace, so none of you could find me. I'm fine." How to answer? So he could only look at the Emperor. The Emperor said simply, "Now that you are back, I know you are not a person who does things recklessly. The Princess and I have also talked about this matter. Now that you are back, are you not going to tell us who has harmed you? If you can't even say this, it's too much." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian felt that it made sense. If she had buried this matter, she would appear to be kind, but she would also appear to be too pitiful, so she was somewhat at a loss. Well, okay. Go ahead. If you are not by my side, the eldest princess will definitely go back and ask you. Will you still feel good about it? Qin Mianmian was thinking that she naturally felt uncomfortable at the moment, so she was struggling in her heart whether to speak. I won't tell you other things, but I still have to explain this matter to you clearly. I just want to use this incident to find out who is causing trouble in the palace. Mianmian finally understood what the emperor meant. In fact, the emperor just wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. But should she cooperate? Du Lingyi had obviously discussed with the Princess Changhe that she would not sell it. If she violated this point at this time, she would be harming her. So Qin Mianmian didn't know what to do for a moment. If I really sold it out at this time, it would be hard to justify it. I would feel a little embarrassed about it. I had agreed on everything, but I went back on my word. The emperor saw that Qin Mianmian was silent, but he knew that Qin Mianmian was thinking about it, so he immediately asked, if you don't tell the truth, Qin Mianmian, I have given you plenty of time so far tonight. Qin Mianmian shook his head. He felt that he should still stand on the same side with Du Lingyi. Since Du Lingyi didn't want to mention this matter, he shouldn't say it. I really don't know what's going on with this matter. The emperor said that someone is causing trouble. Xiao Yu doesn't know what's going on. I just got lost in the palace, that's all. How could the emperor believe this? After hearing this, he smiled silently. You are really good at joking, and now you are joking with me. Forget it. I will let the eldest princess interrogate you. She is your godmother and always puts some pressure on you. Qin Mianmian was a little panicked after hearing this, and immediately asked, what does the emperor mean by this? Why don't I understand it? What don't you understand? The eldest princess has told me that she intends to take you as her goddaughter, but she is afraid that you will not agree. But in my mind, I already think that you are his daughter, so since you don't say it, I have to let your mother educate you. Qin Mianmian didn't expect that she would be involved in such a relationship, so she was a little at a loss. What's wrong? It seems that you are not happy. If you are not happy, go and tell the princess. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Mianmian didn't know what to say, so she was stunned. Fortunately, the princess heard the news and hurried over from her palace. After seeing Qin Mianmian, tears filled her eyes. She finally felt like she had found something she had lost. He hugged Qin Mianmian tightly in his arms and then said to her, "You are so scary, little girl. You must say hello when you go out next time. What's wrong with you? Why haven't you been seen for a whole day and a night?" Qin Mianmian encountered this problem again. She knew that she couldn't escape this problem, but she really couldn't talk nonsense about the Changhe County Lord of Changqing Palace. At this time, she could only shake her head helplessly. "Don't ask, Your Highness. I'm stupid. I got lost in the palace." When the princess heard this, she looked up at the emperor, and the emperor naturally didn't believe it. They both walked up to Qin Mianmian, not knowing what to do. Qin Mianmian was also physically and mentally exhausted and hid back in fear. Finally, he bumped into a chest, a broad chest. He turned around and saw Du Lingyi, which comforted him a lot. "Your Majesty, I can testify to this matter, Your Highness the Princess." The emperor loved and hated Du Lingyi when he saw her. "You don't have to be so supportive. With your prominent family background, you are not a commoner. You should talk nicely. You can testify." I also heard that when Qin Mianmian just appeared in everyone's sight, you were with her, which means you must know the whole story. So now tell me what happened. Du Lingyi was also forced to ask this question, and he lost his direction all of a sudden. The eldest princess was naturally a little anxious. "Why don't you tell the truth, child? Why don't you want to tell the truth at this time? Do you think there is something inconvenient for you to say at this time? Who exactly harmed Qin Mianmian? If you tell us, we can naturally make the decision for Qin Mianmian. Don't you think so?" Du Lingyi looked at Qin Mianmian and saw that she was embarrassed. "Who is it? I think the emperor and the eldest princess know it. Qin Mianmian has been close to everyone recently, and who is related to whom? I don't need to elaborate on this." After hearing this, the emperor finally knew something, and at this time he sighed. "So that's the case. I thought what was going on turned out to be a matter of my second son. In this case, by the way, I know what to do. You two young people go down first." Dulingyi believed that she did not reveal the princess's name. She just told the matter in general terms casually. It would be good if the emperor could not guess it. It's fine if he could not guess it. The two walked out of the emperor's bedroom. Qin Mianmian followed Dulingyi closely. Under the scorching sun, Qin Mianmian did not feel hot. Her whole body was wandering in the air. "You just told this matter like this, but didn't you promise the Princess Changhe that you would not tell her name? Isn't it a violation of the agreement with him that you said this matter so vaguely? You don't have to worry about this matter. What you need to worry about is your own business. You'd better take care of your own business as soon as possible." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian was inexplicably frustrated. "What do you mean by this? I am a little at a loss. What have I done wrong? I just followed you. You said not to reveal the name of Princess Chang, so I kept silent. You said you could tell about him, so I went along with you. What else have I done wrong?" Dulingyi's eyes suddenly turned at this time, and then turned to look at the other party. "Don't you know what you did wrong? Then I will tell you now. Before I attacked, I told you to follow Her Royal Highness the Princess closely and not to make any mistakes. But what are you doing now? Now I see that you left the princess's courtyard on your own initiative, and then encountered such an accident." Qin Mianmian looked at Dulingyi's angry expression and was a little scared. He never thought that Dulingyi had this side, and could force him to be a little scared, so of course he didn't know how to answer. "If you looked at me with such eyes, I really didn't know how to answer you. I was just panicked for a moment. At that time, someone came to me and said that you were waiting for me at the door. I thought if it was you, then you would naturally go to see you at this time, so I followed. Who knew it was Princess Changhe's men?" Qin Mianmian, although he said so much, but Dulingyi didn't take it to heart at all and didn't accept this explanation. "Enough, because it's useless for me to say all this. Will I really listen to you? Now you are no longer trusted by me." After hearing the second half of the sentence, Qin Mianmian became anxious. He quickly mobilized the system and checked the favorability between himself and Dulingyi, but found that Dulingyi's favorability value for him was even higher than yesterday. What's going on? If he is angry with me, the favorability value should be lower at this time. Why did it suddenly increase? Qin Mianmian didn't know what was going on, so she could only sigh. Then Dulingyi listened to the sigh and felt that Qin Mianmian's sigh was directed at her discovery, so she was naturally unhappy. "What do you mean? It seems that you are not satisfied with my arrangement for you now." Qin Mianmian listened to this silently. Master Zhao took the initiative to say, "It's not like that. I'm just immersed in my own world. I'm a little bit at a loss at this time. I don't know what to do. I'm a little helpless. I think it's better for me not to have a brain. If I don't have a brain, I won't have to think about so many things, and I can do it decisively. Now this matter is not so straightforward, and I'm a little at a loss. Dedication to me? Mr. Du, you are joking. When has Mr. Du ever devoted anything to me?" Dulingyi was speechless for a moment. Although he did not seem to be devoted to her on the surface, his heart was full of waves. "I won't talk about this boring topic with you. Once I talk about this boring topic with you, it will only add to your worries. Anyway, you should go back and rest first. The princess should follow. She knows that you are frightened at this time and will definitely come to comfort you. Just give her a chance. Let's not talk about this matter for now." Qin Mianmian was finally a false alarm. However, bigger things are hovering in the palace. The emperor knows what Princess Changhe has done and how Qin Mianmian has been wronged. He is not a tyrant. Many things are in his hands. He has not caught any evidence before fishing. Now that Dulingyi mentioned it, he knew that this is a good opportunity. So the matter of Princess Changhe also needs to be solved urgently. Of course, the princess has her own spies under her. Before the emperor took action, the spies around him already knew about this matter, so they couldn't wait to tell Princess Changhe. Princess Changhe was originally a dependent, so at this time she had to be subservient to the imperial concubine and the emperor, the royal relatives and nobles, and could not disobey them. Now the emperor wanted to punish her. What should she do? She was a little anxious and didn't know how to respond. If the emperor really knew what I did in the past, should I stay here? At this time, someone around the princess gave her advice. Actually, it's not anyone else's fault. If you want to blame someone, you have to blame the little girl next to the princess, Qin Mianmian. You are talking about me, the princess? You are talking about the little girl that I caught that night, right? This little girl is really amazing. She said she would not report it, but the emperor already knew about it. As the princess spoke, she clenched her fists. She has always been a person who will take revenge. That day she thought that Du Lingyi and Qin Mianmian had agreed that she would not make the matter public. But now she found that they were indeed playing a joke on her, and they were inconsistent and did not keep their promises. There was nothing to restrain now. Since they are so disrespectful to me, I will not let them off. What does my princess want to do? The emperor seems to want to take action against me. Shouldn't we solve the problem over there first? The princess thought about it and came up with an idea. How about asking for forgiveness? Let's act out a sad drama first, and then suppress the matter. When it's completely suppressed, I think we can teach that girl a lesson. So a strange scene happened in the inner courtyard of the imperial palace. Princess Changyi knelt outside the emperor's palace gate with the gold bars on her back. The emperor had not expected this trick. I and the imperial concubine were having dinner there when we heard the eunuch report from outside. The imperial concubine has always been a kind person, so when she heard Princess Changhe kneeling outside, she naturally persuaded the emperor. Your Majesty, I think you should let him in. Princess Changhe is the daughter of the prince after all. The prince has passed away for many years. He has made many contributions to the country. Now we can't abuse his daughter like this. After listening to it, the eunuch nodded and said silently, What you said makes sense. We really shouldn't treat his daughter badly. What should we do? Should we invite him in now? But what should you do about the things he did? After listening to it, the imperial concubine shook her head silently. It's not good for you to say this, but if you think about it carefully, I think it's understandable. It's just because of the second prince. I will talk to the second prince and ask him to persuade Princess Chang'e. Naturally, this child will not make mistakes in the future. The emperor smiled and pointed at the imperial concubine with his chopsticks. You are so soft-hearted that you even asked your son to persuade him. It's just an idea you came up with. Since it was your idea, I will give this little girl to you. Don't you think that you can make good use of this opportunity and let your son persuade him, which may make him become more kind? The royal concubine was very happy that the emperor was going to let Princess Changhe go after her persuasion. The royal concubine was thinking that if she really let Princess Changhe be punished like this at this time, then there would be no possibility for her son to reconcile with Princess Changhe in the future. What matters inside and outside the palace is a balance and a network of relationships. Princess Changhe is also a powerful person, so why should she block this beautiful marriage for her son? It is said that the royal concubine went outside the palace gate. When he went outside the Palace of Human Relations and saw Princess Chang'e, although he was indifferent in his heart, he still pretended to look pitiful on his face and quickly helped Princess Chang'e up. What should Princess Chang'e do? How can she kneel on the ground? Hurry up and get up! After seeing the royal concubine, Princess Chang'e naturally burst into tears. There was no need to say more at this time. Seeing that the royal concubine had come to her, she quickly threw herself into her arms and cried for a while. Royal concubine, I am really sorry for you. The royal concubine quickly took off the gold bars on the princess' body, then helped her up and comforted her, saying, Look at your tears. It really makes me sad. You can't be like this for no reason. I feel sorry for you. Why are you sitting here and asking for forgiveness? No one says you are wrong. After hearing this, Princess Chang'e also stood up. The royal concubine took her hand and said to her, Don't worry, I want to tell you to forgive yourself first. Don't do such a stupid thing in the future. Princess Chang'e naturally nodded and talked a lot with the royal concubine. She was in a good mood. But if Chang'e Princess is fine, it means Qin Mianmian is going to be in trouble. Qin Mianmian doesn't know that she is in trouble. She is devoted to developing pastries that can cure diseases for the emperor and stays in the kitchen all day. Since the last attack, Dulingi's heart knot has become much smaller. She feels that she can attack at will without being so restrained. You are taking the high-speed rail again. I heard that the emperor asked you to take the high-speed rail so that he doesn't have to take very bitter medicine. Is that right? Qin Mianmian saw Dulingi coming in and naturally smiled and said to him, "Yes, it is true. At this time, you also know what the emperor is thinking. He is more or less scared by those medicines. Think about it, how bitter Chinese medicine is, so he must be unwilling to try more at this time. But if my high point can really succeed, he won't have to suffer this pain. After all, pastries are sweet. How can there be so much bitterness to eat?" Dulingi walked to her side and said softly to Qin Mianmian, "I know you have revenge in your heart, so you should seize this opportunity." Qin Mianmian thought it sounded a bit strange. "Have you wanted to get me out a long time ago? It's so strange. It was you who caught me that night and said you wanted me to be your think tank, but now you push me out. I really feel that there is danger around you, but I think if there is danger around you, I should help you more. How can I leave you? Mind your own business first." Dulingi didn't really want to talk about her own affairs. What he was planning was extremely dangerous and not something an ordinary girl could bear. Although Qin Mianmian was not an ordinary girl either, Dulingi felt that she really shouldn't cooperate closely with him. If something went wrong, Qin Mianmian would also be dragged into the vortex. Although Princess Changhe escaped a disaster, his hatred for Qin Mianmian was increasing. She was a master in the palace after all. Now, because of Qin Mianmian, he was almost caught by the emperor as a typical example, which made him very unhappy. "Princess, don't worry. We have a long way to go. I heard that this girl will stay in the palace for a long time. The emperor and the princess like him very much, so they won't let him leave at this time." Qin Mianmian nodded after hearing this and replied silently, "This princess knows that this princess will let him know what it means to have no good end if you provoke this princess. But what do you think now, princess? Is you ready to deal with Miss Qin? I think Miss Qin has the princess and the emperor by her side, so she is so precious. This is not okay." Although Princess Changhe also thought that this made sense, she shook her head. "You don't understand. Although he has the emperor and the princess, so what? She is ignorant. Now she thinks she is a favorite of the emperor and the princess. Without any obstacles, she will be relieved. I know what the princess means, but I still think that this girl is very defensive, so we should think about it in the long run." After hearing this, the princess seemed to disagree. "The palace is our territory, so don't be too self-deprecating. Let me think about how to deal with her." "Why not? Princess, take a risk and use the second prince." The princess' eyes lit up at once. "Why can't I understand what you said? Where did you mention making use of the second prince?" After hearing this, the people below knew that their master was interested, so they immediately said to Princess Changhe, "Princess, don't worry. In fact, I have thought about it. This matter is not as difficult as you think. Isn't the second prince very interested in this girl? But the second prince knows very little about Miss Qin and thinks she is very kind. Why don't we help the second prince and let him know the girl's intentions in choosing her? That makes sense." Qin Mianmian lived in the princess's courtyard for many days and finally sorted out the prescription for the emperor. The emperor ate Qin Mianmian's cakes, and although the disease was not cured like a miracle drug, his various symptoms were relieved. Qin Mianmian did not use any special methods, but just found some ancient prescriptions in the system, and finally suppressed the emperor's illness. The emperor was very pleased. Qin Mianmian's weight in front of the emperor increased a lot. The emperor valued Qin Mianmian very much and even wanted her to stay in the imperial hospital. Qin Mianmian certainly could not become an imperial physician, so she directly refused. This news spread throughout the palace, and naturally there was some exaggeration. Everyone said that Qin Mianmian's mind was different from other girls. If other girls could become imperial physicians, they would be grateful, but Qin Mianmian seemed to have some other conspiracy, and then described her as a sinister woman. Gradually, she became known as a scheming woman. Some people were close to her, but no one was willing to confide in her. So it was quite boring for Qin Mianmian to stay in this courtyard. The princess happened to be free that day, and seeing that Qin Mianmian had nothing to do, she invited her to come over for tea. However, she saw the decadent aura on Qin Mianmian and started to ask, "Why are you so unhappy? The emperor must have valued you very much. Now you have become a big celebrity in everyone's eyes. You should be welcoming guests every day, but I can see that you don't seem to be happy at all. Can you tell me what's wrong with you?" Qin Mianmian didn't want to worry the princess, so she kept silent at this time. But when she saw that the princess cared about her so much, she knew that she really asked because she wanted to care about her, and she couldn't let her down. So she said, "Does your highness know my current situation in the palace?" The eldest princess shook her head. "What's wrong with your situation in the palace?" "My situation in the palace is like walking on thin ice. Everyone looks down on me. Although I know they respect me very much, they do it for the emperor's sake. In fact, they don't understand at all. I don't know if I have really achieved success in medicine, let alone medical skills. I am a pastry chef, and cooking is my greatest interest. This is what I want others to appreciate. But now others think that I have used my scheming to gain the emperor's attention. Eldest princess, you know it. I don't rely on my own scheming. I just rely on my own talent." The eldest princess nodded as soon as Qin Mianmian finished speaking. The eldest princess immediately said, "Others may not believe what you said, but I do believe it. You do rely on your own talent, but have you ever thought that if you care so much about what others think at this time, then you won't be able to survive in this life?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian felt that it made sense, so she finally nodded. "Well, I can't say whether you are right or wrong at this time. I can only say that you have worked hard. Walking in this palace is indeed very stressful, and this princess knows it. How about this? You don't have to keep an eye on the emperor's prescriptions these days. You have to deliver the cakes every day, and it won't take you much time. Why don't I find someone to take you around the palace? I haven't taken you for a good walk since I came to the palace. I think you must be very curious at this time. This princess has been treating you badly this time. While you are in a bad mood, I want to take you around the palace. Do you think it's fair?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian felt that she could accept it, and immediately smiled happily. "Really? The princess really wants me to go around. If the princess really wants me to go around, I think it's really lovely. The palace is full of novelty, and my mood won't be so bad." Seeing that Qin Mianmian was willing, the princess arranged things she liked for him, such as accompanying her to the Imperial Medical Bureau and the Imperial Kitchen. In short, she avoided the risk of meeting other people. What Qin Mianmian didn't expect was that she could actually run into the second prince on the way. She and the second prince have always been ordinary acquaintances, so naturally she had no other thoughts when she saw the prince. But Qin Mianmian suddenly realized in the next few days that maybe the second prince had been waiting for her on the road for a long time, so she could do it so easily at this time. Why is it His Royal Highness the second prince again? It turns out that His Royal Highness the second prince and I have a strong affinity. How come Xiaomi can see the second prince wherever he goes? Qin Mianmian said this with a sour tone. In fact, he realized that he had too many opportunities to meet the second prince, so it was not certain whether this was an accidental encounter or a careful arrangement by the second prince. This prince is the son of the royal family, and Mr. Huang is this prince's home. Where did this prince go? Do I have to report to you? In fact, Qin Mianmian just said it casually, but he didn't know that the second prince was actually angry, so Qin Mianmian of course bent his waist and never dared to talk back again. "Second prince, you misunderstood. If you said that at this time, I would scare you. I didn't mean that. This prince thinks that's what you meant. If you ask me what's going on and why you always run into me, I can tell you honestly that it's just a coincidence. I didn't arrange any special fate." In this context, Qin Mianmian was finally able to accept it all. The second prince was so angry. If he was such an upright person, he should admit it to himself if he really did something. Now that he didn't admit it to himself, it should be all arranged by God. Second prince, don't be angry. I didn't mean that. Okay, don't apologize to me. There's no need for us to be so entangled. It seems that I have to let you go at this time. Don't worry. Otherwise, you have chosen a star that the prince doesn't want to see. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian looked at the second prince and thought about him. What else could she do to make herself happy? You are talking about the garden. Why don't you let me accompany you for a walk? Qin Mianmian refused. He knew that there were many gossips in the palace, saying that he was like this and that with the second prince. In fact, he had no such intention at all. The second prince was naturally very angry when he saw Qin Mianmian's refusal. What's wrong? You don't want me to accompany you. It seems that you look down on me. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian couldn't give up. He immediately shook his head and said, "The second prince always misinterprets my words. It seems that I should keep some distance from the second prince, otherwise there will be more misunderstandings and it will be bad." The second prince laughed immediately after hearing such a joke. "Are you making fun of me? I naturally know that you look down on me. That monkey can say such a thing. The second prince is of noble status and I am very approachable. I don't have time to feel grateful in my heart. How can I dislike the second prince? Besides, what's wrong with the second prince?" "What you said is so funny. There is no need to say that. You'd better take care of yourself first." Qin Mianmian was unyielding. "It makes me feel uncomfortable that the second prince stopped talking halfway, and the prince must tell me clearly, otherwise I will not give up." Seeing Qin Mianmian's persistence, the second prince thought that he would not talk about his pain with others on weekdays, so he spoke to the little girl. "I never talked to you, Jenna. You can see that we are friends because of our low status. Since we are friends, the pain in my heart can naturally be known to you. I have more or less pain in my heart that others don't know. Others only regard me as the second prince, but..." Before the second prince finished speaking, Qin Mianmian immediately continued, "The second prince naturally has his own pain. After all, not everyone can do this in this life." The eyes of the second prince were like lights that suddenly lit up in the dark night, giving people hope. "This is the first person to say this to me. It seems that you understand me." "Second prince, what exactly is the pain?" "Although I understand the second prince, I am not the worm in his heart, and the prince still has to answer me properly." The second prince sighed and continued, "You don't know how entangled I am in this." "What is going on?" "The second prince is dependent on the imperial concubine, and the imperial concubine is a favorite of the emperor. She shouldn't be in pain. It is precisely because my mother is a favorite of my father that I am suspected." Qin Mianmian nodded. "Second prince, there is no need to say more. The gossips of the people in the palace are not something we can warn with just a few words. Naturally, we can only let others do it." The second prince walked side by side with Qin Mianmian. If everything in the world had fallen behind him, he deeply felt that the woman beside him could truly understand him. "You really are the person who knows me best in the world." Qin Mian naturally felt embarrassed after hearing this. He didn't want to capture the second prince, so this person had nothing to do with him, so there was no need to be so happy. It would be better if such a compliment fell on Dulingyi. "I have already met you today. I wonder if you can make some cakes for me. I heard that my father and mother mentioned your craftsmanship. They said that curing diseases and saving lives is your most convenient move. You are best at making those cakes, right?" Qin Mianmian nodded naturally after hearing this. "Yes, it seems that you know it very well, so I don't have to worry about anything. I thought you all thought I was a female doctor. Since I cured the emperor's illness, I was afraid that you would come to me one by one for treatment." This was a joke, and Qin Mianmian deliberately wanted to make the second prince happy. After hearing this, the second prince naturally laughed. "You are an elf-like being. When I was a child, I always heard my nanny talk about the gods in the story. The beautiful fairyland has elves-like beings. They are all transformed from oil-flowered fruits. I didn't believe it, but now I believe it." Qin Mianmian knew that this was a compliment to her, so she was very happy. "Second prince, you are too kind. If Huangzi said so, I don't know how to answer. Second prince, you are praising me too much. What if I fall down? What should I do? The second prince never spoke again. He knew that if he and Qin Mianmian were too close at this time, it would bring endless disasters to Qin Mianmian, so he let it go. However, even if the two of them didn't talk, walking side by side together would still arouse suspicion. Some people have already discovered that the second prince and Qin Mianmian walked very close, especially now that they were walking side by side in the imperial garden, which naturally made many people feel reluctant. Have you seen it carefully? Is Qin Mianmian really with the second prince? Princess Chang'e questioned them carefully and confirmed that her subordinates had seen such a situation before making a decision. Very good. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. The rumors have spread far and wide. It's time for us to act. Du Lingyi has been busy with his own affairs outside the palace. The matter of the secret room is very important to him, but he has also encountered many difficulties in it, so he has no time to take care of himself until the invitation from the palace was handed over. He didn't know that the Mid-Autumn Festival was coming. In previous years, the palace would send him invitations, but he just didn't go. This time, he's afraid he has to go because Qin Mianmian is in the palace. Xiaoxi looked at the invitation and asked Du Lingyi carefully, "The company is going to enter the palace this year. I think if the young master doesn't go to the palace this year, Miss Qin will be lonely inside." "How could he be lonely?" "You should stop worrying about him. With the princess and Ah Huangzi by his side, he is not alone after all." "Where did you hear that, sir?" "He is related to the so-called second prince. I'm afraid you must have heard it wrong." "It's all over the palace now. Do you think I don't know? I actually think there is nothing wrong with the girl being with the second prince. Now that the girl has the second prince as a backer, she will be more secure in the future." After hearing this, Du Lingyi's face immediately turned pale. "Do you think Qin Mianmian is more suitable for the second prince?" After hearing this, Xiaoxi knew she had made a mistake and immediately lowered her head, pretending to apologize. Du Lingyi also shook her head. "Forget it, it's better for me to find some fun than to talk to you here. You can go down. I will go to the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. You go and inform the people in the palace." The princess thought that Du Lingyi would still refuse this time, but unexpectedly, he was willing to come this time. This is really great news. Normally he would not want to attack him, but since Qin Mianmian has been with this princess, Du Lingyi's attitude seems to have changed. Yes, I also found that the young master's attitude seems to have changed. In order to take care of Miss Qin, he often goes to the palace and seems to be familiar with the people working there. The emperor has always hoped that he would come to the palace and even wanted him to serve as an official in the court. He has always been unwilling and wanted to cut off his own affairs first, but so many years have passed since this matter happened and he has grown up. It's time to let go of all this. If he can't let go of all this, it will hurt himself. "Princess, do you think this Miss Qin may be an opportunity?" The princess was of course very excited after hearing this. "You also think this is an opportunity?" Du Lingyi has indeed changed a lot because of this girl. "I also think that such an opportunity cannot be missed. By the way, where is Qin Mianmian? Find him here, princess. I want to talk to him." Qin Mianmian knew that there was a key to finding the princess and herself, but she was with the second prince, and there were some things that hadn't changed. Since the trip to the imperial garden that day, the second prince often came to ask him questions, and he was very serious every time. Qin Mianmian didn't think that the second prince was talking to her on purpose, but really wanted to learn from her memory, so Qin Mianmian was also very happy to introduce her experience to him. The second prince must remember that the time for making the dough cannot exceed 10 minutes at this time. If it exceeds the time, the cakes will not taste good. "Miss Qin, you should come with me. The princess wants to talk to you." Qin Mianmian was very hesitant, but after hearing what the other party said, she could only nod and agree. "Okay, I'll go with you. I know it's not easy for you all. I naturally have to help you at this time. Your Highness, the second prince, excuse me. You go, there is still half an hour left. You have taught me how to clean up the rest, so I think you should have some time for yourself." The second prince's humble attitude frightened the servant who came to invite Qin Mianmian. He secretly remembered it in his heart and wanted to talk to the princess later. Qin Mianmian finally came to the princess. The princess was naturally happy to see her like this, because Qin Mianmian's complexion had indeed recovered well in the past few days. You have lived in the air for more than half a month. Now I ask you, do you want to go back? After hearing this, Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer. For him, it didn't matter whether he went back or not, because Du Lingyi could come back to see him. Du Lingyi also attacked him frequently in the past few days, and Qin Mianmian was not the same. It was not that he couldn't see him. Princess, this is Princess Hehua. You want to kick me out, because I have cured the emperor's illness. So you want to kick me out? After hearing this, the princess smiled and said, I don't mean to hurry out. I just want to ask you, when you were abstaining from sex before, didn't you rush out to see Du Lingyi? You don't want to go out now. Qin Mianmian didn't want to lie, so she nodded. Your contribution is not small. Because you are in the palace, Du Lingyi often comes to the palace. The emperor is very happy about this and thinks you are much more useful than others. Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer at once, so she had to ask. Mr. Du is close to his twilight years. Why does it have anything to do with me? Didn't he enter the palace before he got his salary? The princess made me feel a little complacent, but I was also a little worried. Mr. Du's attack outside the palace had nothing to do with me, but now it's suddenly related to me. What should I do? You don't have to think that this is a joke. Mr. Du has been attacking more frequently because of you recently. You also know that the emperor hopes that he will come to the palace more often to reunite. Although he is not a royal relative or a royal child, he is a relative of our royal family after all. Even if he is a distant relative, he doesn't have to be so shy. Qin Mianmian actually heard what the princess meant, so when he heard the princess's gratifying words, he felt warm in his heart and felt that he was finally useful. Of course, he did not forget that he wanted to conquer the eldest princess. Now that the emperor's illness was cured, this side quest was completed, and the system had already added points to Qin Mianmian. However, Qin Mianmian knew more clearly in his heart that his main quest was still far away. Even if he conquered the eldest princess, he would still use her to repair his relationship with Du Lingyi. Seeing that she was so useful to Du Lingyi, Qin Mianmian laid her cards directly. Don't worry, princess. I know what you said. I know that next, I should make the most of this benefit and let Mr. Du come to the palace to walk around and meet more often with the emperor and the princess. You are a good girl. This princess likes you. This princess likes you to be so straightforward. You probably know Mr. Du's identity. After being asked this, Qin Mianmian didn't know what to say for a while. Princess, some things are better said directly. If you don't say it directly, I don't really know what the princess wants to say. You still want this princess to explain it clearly? Then okay, this princess will tell you what this princess is thinking. Mr. Du originally has a relationship with the palace, so both the emperor and this princess want him to enter the palace and do his own things, instead of wandering outside. Since he is not wandering outside, it is natural that they hope he will have more contact with the emperor. Do you think this is a virtuous circle? Qin Mianmian was a little surprised after hearing this word. She didn't expect that the princess knew these 4 words. The princess is quite fashionable. She can actually say these 4 words. Don't worry about how I say these 4 words. These 4 words were taught by Du Lingyi. As for me, you must promise me first that you will help me do this thing. Qin Mianmian thought that Her Royal Highness had done so many things for her. Of course, she couldn't retreat at this time. Don't worry, Your Royal Highness is so rich now, why shouldn't I do it? It's nothing more than helping Du Lingyi to contact the insiders. Such things are not embarrassing, so I can definitely do it. After Qin Mianmian have contributed to this, I will definitely remember you. Qin Mianmian laughed happily after hearing this. Your Royal Highness, do you think that I won't do it if I don't have any credit? After all, I have received a favor from Mr. Du. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have come to this point today, so I will definitely repay him. Okay, with what you said today, this princess is relieved. You should hang out with Du Lingyi more in the future. Just when Qin Mianmian was about to stand up and look for the princess, she suddenly handed a pot of wine to Qin Mianmian. "Take this pot of wine as a reward for you. It's from Shanghai. It's the best daughter's red wine that others can't even ask for, so you have to hold it tightly at this time. You can share it with Mr. Du when you have the chance." After Qin Mianmian took the pot of wine, she felt a little melancholy. She didn't know what to do. She took the wine but didn't know what to say. The princess knew that Qin Mianmian was a little helpless at this time and reminded her, "I'm not asking you to do anything bad with the pot of wine. I just want you to persuade him while drinking with him to see if he is willing to come back. The emperor likes him to serve as an official in the court the most. See if there is a chance." Qin Mianmian kept the princess' words in mind. Who knew that it was this pot of wine that caused a big disaster? Qin Mianmian has been living in the palace and has never been back. It has been 2 months. The staff have gotten used to it. They know that there is a Qin Mianmian in front of the emperor. They also know Qin Mianmian's temper. Unlike those nobles, Qin Mianmian is not easy to get along with. Qin Mianmian's life is getting better and better. But one day, there was a sudden storm in the palace, and even the flowers and plants in the yard were blown over. Usually, the servants and eunuchs took good care of them. But this time, even the garden in the Yet palace was blown over. Qin Mianmian couldn't help but worry about it. She looked around in the yard outside. Who knew that the second prince actually ran over in a straw raincoat at this time? She was naturally surprised and asked the second prince why he came. "Is there something wrong?" The prince laughed after hearing this. "As expected, I can't come here if I have nothing to do, right?" Qin Mianmian shook her head, of course, and then explained what she had just said. "Second prince, you misunderstood. I definitely didn't mean that. It's just that it's very inconvenient for you to come here when it's raining heavily outside." After hearing this, the second prince nodded and immediately said, "You also know that it's inconvenient for me. It's really inconvenient, but so what? After all, I have to come to your place. I want to invite you to my East Palace the day after tomorrow. What do you think?" Qin Mianmian didn't quite understand after hearing this. Isn't the Eastern Palace where the Crown Prince is? How could the second prince be in the Eastern Palace? "You don't know that, father. Although he didn't do me any favors, the title of Crown Prince is a way of life. He has already given the Eastern Palace to me in private. The day after tomorrow is when I will move, so at this time I want to find some people who can have fun together to drink and write poetry. It is also a happy thing after all." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian was happy for him and immediately said to him, "Congratulations to the second prince. It is really a blessing from heaven that the second prince has this responsibility." Who knew that the second prince was unhappy after hearing this? "You think I got this position by luck, not by my own talent." Qin Mianmian knew that he might have said the wrong thing again this time, so he had to explain. "I never meant that. If you tell me about this beautifully, I don't know how to answer. Second prince, please, forgive me." The second prince then smiled and said, "I don't mean to punish you. I just want to know if you are free to come that day." Qin Mianmian, of course, chose to nod. "Since the second prince said so, don't I have time? And since that day is such a big happy event, of course I will make some desserts and bring them to the second prince. What do you think?" The second prince was very happy after hearing this. He immediately said, "Okay, I was waiting for you to say this. I thought that without your desserts, they would be very dry. We, the grown men, would have won you over by drinking there. Why don't you bring some desserts? I'll ask my sisters to come over, and you can chat with them." Qin Mianmian was very touched, knowing that the second prince was thinking about her at this time. If she had only sent desserts, she would not have to stay there at all. But this was a happy event, and the second prince really treated her as a friend. So he said, "Then, it's a deal. I will definitely bring desserts that day. By the way, since you have a banquet that day, why don't you invite Master Du to join you? Although I don't know if he will agree, why don't you give it a try? Didn't the emperor also say that he hopes he will move around more? I think it's better to give it a try at this time." Although the second prince was a little unhappy after hearing this, he still agreed to Qin Mianmian. he said to Qin Mianmian, "What you said makes sense. Then let this prince write an invitation to invite him. If you really bring such a big shot here, how will you thank me? How will you thank me?" Qin Mianmian laughed after hearing this. Of course, he didn't know how to write it backwards. He could only say that there was also the second prince. "Look at what you said. I don't know how to answer you all of a sudden. You actually come to laugh at me for no reason. How could he not give face to you, the second prince? Don't joke with me now." After hearing this, the second prince also nodded, and the two finally made an agreement. Thinking that Dulingi was coming, Qin Mianmian was even more excited. He knew that for him, he could meet Dulingi again. This was his happiest moment, so he felt happy in his heart and couldn't help laughing. The eldest princess happened to see Qin Mianmian's expression this time, so she smiled and said to Qin Mianmian, You, what's the matter? You are laughing and joking with me all of a sudden. Can I understand that you have some happy event at this time?" Qin Mianmian covered her face, then looked at Her Royal Highness Princess Changhe and said to Her Royal Highness Princess Changhe, "Your Royal Highness Princess Changhe, you don't know, I am waiting for this busy man to come." The princess still didn't know what the other party was talking about, so she quickly asked, "I don't understand what you said. You should tell me clearly, who is the good man you are talking about?" Mianmian told Her Royal Highness Princess about her own affairs, and Her Royal Highness Princess was still very happy to hear it. "This matter of the second prince has long been clear to me. The Emperor does have that intention. The Emperor feels that it is too early for him to be the crown prince, but he wants to settle this matter, so he finally pushed the second prince to this position. What Qin Mianmian is more concerned about now is whether it is safe for the second prince to sit in this position, so she said that she does not need to attack the second prince, but Qin Mianmian still thinks that the second prince is his friend, so she has to care about him at this time. After hearing Qin Mianmian's question, the princess smiled and said to Qin Mianmian, "Don't worry too much about this. I know you are unhappy and worried about his future, but he is the lord of the East Palace after all, and there will be people around him to help him. You might as well think more about Dulingi's matter. This time, Dulingi can take this to keep your mouth shut and be careful at this time. If you offend any dignitaries, you will suffer." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian quickly nodded and said to Her Royal Highness the Princess, "Thank you, Princess, for your consideration. I really need some time to sort out my own things. If I can't sort out my own things well, I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself tomorrow." "Okay, don't tell me about this anymore. This princess will always support you from behind. You don't have to doubt this." Qin Mianmian asked again, "I wonder if the princess will go to the party that day? If the princess goes, I, Qin Mianmian, will feel much more at ease. After all, I have my own backer." The princess nodded and comforted Qin Mianmian. "Don't worry, I will definitely go that day. Don't have any other thoughts in your mind. You should take care of yourself first at this time." Qin Mianmian finally put aside all his worries and went to the kitchen to prepare. And this matter finally reached the ears of Princess Changhe. Princess Changhe has always been looking for an opportunity to make Qin Mianmian fall into the quagmire, but she has never found an opportunity. Now that he knows that the second prince will meet in the middle of the night, he naturally thinks this is also a good opportunity. You watch over it, especially the food for the second prince's banquet that day. You watch over it. I don't believe that the second prince won't make desserts if he invites him over. We just need to tamper with his food. If something really happens, others can only blame her." After Her Royal Highness the princess said this, the others nodded. "Your Royal Highness is right." On this day, Qin Mianmian felt that she didn't have any gifts, so she presented the princess's jar of wine. As soon as the second prince saw Qin Mianmian coming, he warmly welcomed him. Needless to say, Qin Mianmian was also very happy. The second prince was obviously going to entertain other people, but at this time he walked out of the crowd because of her, which really touched her. "Second prince, why do you have to stand here to greet us? Didn't the prince ask me to come earlier today so that I can prepare desserts for the second prince?" The second prince is still in the jet lag and is already greeting guests, which means that there are a lot of guests coming to your banquet today. After hearing this, the second prince turned around and looked around casually, then said modestly, "What's the big deal? They all came here for my sake, but it doesn't mean that this prince really needs them." Qin Mianmian immediately made a shushing gesture. He knew that the second prince's words were not pleasant to hear, so he didn't want others to hear them. When the second prince brought Qin Mianmian to the kitchen, he told him several times, "There are a lot of people here today. You are standing in the kitchen alone. Don't go. I will ask someone to take over in a while. You can also go and have a drink, but be careful. You are my father's favorite now. Be careful that someone will frame you." Qin Mianmian nodded, but holding the pot of wine in his hand was not conducive to his work, so he handed the pot of wine to the second prince. "This pot of wine is a gift for you. I don't have anything in the palace. This is the only thing I can show. Please accept it, second prince." The second prince usually drinks a lot of wine. He has long been accustomed to treating wine like this as ordinary. However, because it was sent by Qin Mianmian, he still took it, and then encouraged Qin Mianmian to quickly make the dessert he was going to make today. It was not a good thing for the second prince to hold the pot of wine after he went outside, so he put the pot of wine in a quiet place in the kitchen. The man from Princess Changhe happened to be attracted by this pot of wine. He took the pot of wine quietly through the window when Qin Mianmian was not paying attention. Qin Mianmian was busy and thought that there was no one in the kitchen, so she naturally didn't care. Princess Changhe knew that today was the big day of the second prince, and she was waiting to congratulate the second prince, but she also had to deal with her own problems, so she kept waiting for her subordinates. After the subordinates finally came, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What did you bring back for this Princess Changhe? Don't joke with this Princess Changhe. What does this Princess Changhe want this pot of wine for?" Princess Changhe certainly didn't know what the subordinates meant, but when the subordinates explained the matter clearly, Princess Changhe was still very happy. "So that's what you mean. It's a good idea, but you have to hurry up. If you don't put something in this pot of wine, I'm afraid Qin Mianmian will find out." The people below nodded, of course. They knew what was going on at this time and were willing to do what Princess Changhe said. They quickly put the love potion into the pot of wine. "Put it back quickly. Now is the most critical moment. Don't let him find out. If he finds out that something is wrong at this time, we won't survive. Remember, don't worry about this time. It's not that difficult. Let's put the pot of wine back quickly, without anyone noticing." Qin Mianmian turned around and saw that his pot of wine was still in its original position. Of course, he was relieved at this time, but he was still a little worried. This time, the dessert was made for the people at the East Palace banquet. Thinking that he had made a mistake at the Princess Chang's banquet last time, he didn't know what would happen this time. "I hope there won't be any more mistakes this time. If there are any more mistakes this time, no one can stop me. I hope God will be kind to me this time," Qin Mianmian said to himself, and then he focused on his work and naturally made the desserts. When the servants came to Qin Mianmian and saw that Qin Mianmian had already made the first dessert, they naturally helped him put the desserts out. One of the servants happened to find the pot of wine behind Qin Mianmian, so he quickly asked him, "Miss, are you going to take this pot of wine out?" Qin Mianmian immediately shook her head after hearing this. "Please put it away for me. This pot of wine is mine. I brought it specially to congratulate the second prince. I will give it to him later, but it is inconvenient to put it in the kitchen, so please help me find a place to store it first." After Qin Mianmian said this, the servants of course obeyed Qin Mianmian's command and immediately took the pot of wine away. Qin Mianmian had no idea that this matter was so ridiculous. I had already switched the package. Of course, he knew that he was too busy to pay attention to so many things, but he never thought that those people would cause trouble for him when he was so busy. "Never mind, let's make the desserts first. Once these desserts are made, my work will be over." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian naturally buried his head in work and stopped worrying about it. The second prince's banquet was very successful, and Qin Mianmian's desserts were also very popular. This naturally does not need to be elaborated. However, after the guests left, Qin Mianmian felt that he needed to take out the pot of wine, so he immediately went to the back of the kitchen and handed the pot of wine to the second prince in a mysterious manner. The second prince has seen enough of the gifts given by those people. You won't think that my gift is nothing big. After hearing this, the second prince was naturally angry. What are you talking about? Why would I think your gift is not good? But why did you give me a pot of wine? Qin Mianmian laughed after hearing this. How can I say it? I don't have anything good to give at this time. I know the second prince has everything, but I'm afraid he has never drunk this pot of girl's red wine. After saying this, the second prince naturally nodded. Yes, you must have got this girl's red wine from some important person. I saw the seal below. This air conditioner is very old. If it wasn't for your father or the eldest princess, if it weren't for the two of them, you really couldn't have gotten this thing. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian lowered his head in shame. He didn't want to expose his shortcomings, but it didn't matter if he exposed his shortcomings in front of the second prince. By the way, where is Du Lingyi? Qin Mianmian suddenly remembered that Du Lingyi came to attend the banquet today, but he was nowhere to be seen. When the second prince saw Qin Mianmian was about to leave, he quickly grabbed him. Is he so important to you? After hearing this, Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer. I am Du Lingyi's subordinate, and have always been under the command of Master Du. So when Master Du came to the palace at this time, I naturally wanted to meet him. Wait until the prince knows that you are his subordinate, but you have been working for more than 2 months. Even if you are his subordinate, you have already worked for the emperor. You are considered a person in the palace, so you don't have to work for him like this at this time. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian immediately shook her head. That's not the way to say it. I have always worked under Master Du, so I am his person after all. The second prince was a little unhappy after hearing this. Although Qin Mianmian didn't know why the other party was unhappy, because his job had nothing to do with the second prince, he did see the hidden anger in the second prince's eyes. It seems that who is your master is very important to you. Why don't I ask my father to bring you over? You work under Master Du, and you also work under me. Qin Mianmian was shocked after hearing this, and quickly said, Second prince, you can't say this. If the second prince said this, then I will become a sinner for all eternity. There is no such reason in the world. It has never been said that at this time, a little girl can be transferred from one person's hands to another person's hands, and these two people are both high-ranking officials and dignitaries. You are afraid that people outside will say about you. Since you are afraid that people outside will say about you, then you should please me. Now I don't want you to meet him, and the banquet is over, he should leave. Qin Mianmian was a little disappointed. He wanted to conquer Du Lingyi, and now that Du Lingyi is gone, how can he conquer her? Ding dong, the system prompts that Du Lingyi is still in the palace. Please go to meet her as soon as possible. After Qin Mianmian heard the prompt sound of the system, she was very happy, and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. When the second prince saw Qin Mianmian smile, he was naturally a little puzzled. He felt that he had said such a heartless word, but Qin Mianmian could still laugh. What's so funny about that? Didn't I say he left? You should be sad now. It seems like you don't really want to see him. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian looked up and said, Second prince, no matter whether Du Lingyi is here or not, I think I should go out for some fresh air. I've been busy in the kitchen for so long, making all fresh pastries. I can finally go for a walk now. After hearing Qin Mianmian's request, the second prince felt that Qin Mianmian's request was reasonable, so of course he nodded. No problem. If you feel you need to go out for a walk, of course I am willing to accompany you, but I don't know what you think. When Qin Mianmian heard that the second prince wanted to accompany her, she of course refused. Second prince, you'd better not accompany me. I'd feel embarrassed if you accompany me at this time. After hearing what Qin Mianmian said, the second prince knew that Qin Mianmian was unwilling to let him accompany her, so he felt a little unhappy. Do you feel that you hate me at this moment? Qin Mianmian opened her eyes wide, not knowing how to answer. I just feel that I am far inferior to your Master Du. Why do you put all your thoughts on him? Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer this question, so at this time she could only say honestly. It seems that it is too early for the second prince to talk about this issue now. I don't think there is any need for me to worry so much. I also think that I am actually quite good. Why did the second prince suddenly talk about this? Is it because my performance in the palace is not satisfactory that makes the second prince have this illusion? Forget it. I'll explain it to you again, but you won't understand. You should go for a walk first, don't you? Feel bored? Qin Mianmian actually knew it in her heart and disagreed. He obviously wanted to avoid seeing the second prince at this time. He ran away immediately after saying that. He didn't want to stay in this awkward atmosphere for a while. After arriving at the back garden, Qin Mianmian looked for Du Lingyi everywhere. He always felt that Du Lingyi would not leave so easily. Before, whenever Du Lingyi saw him, she would give him many instructions. Could it be that he finally trusted himself at this time? Qin Mianmian didn't quite believe it. Finally, in the corner of the back garden, Qin Mianmian finally found Du Lingyi. Du Lingyi seemed to have been prepared for a long time. She knew that he would come to him at this time, so she stood quietly in that corner. Qin Mianmian walked over excitedly. Mr. Du, you really stayed. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Now you can tell me, what's your situation? Do I need to report to you about today's work progress at this time? Du Lingyi turned around and smiled faintly, but Qin Mianmian had been following Du Lingyi for some time and knew that Du Lingyi's smile was not sincere, so she was a little confused. I don't know what's wrong with the second prince. He suddenly smiled like this. It seems that he is not satisfied with me. For today's banquet, are my cakes and desserts not delicious? The dessert is my own creation. I also know that there will be many elderly people coming, so I made cakes like Yunpian cake. Xiaolan has thought it through. Before Qin Mianmian finished speaking, Du Lingyi covered his mouth. You talk too much. Qin Mianmian didn't know why the other party said that for a moment, so he widened his eyes. It seems that you and the second prince get along very well. I heard at the table that you have become the happiness of the second prince. How come you have become the eldest princess and the emperor, and even the confidant of the second prince, so quickly? Then where do I stand? Qin Mianmian wanted to laugh. After all, Du Lingyi's behavior was completely unreasonable, and he didn't need to worry about his position being taken away. But looking at Du Lingyi like this, Baofu really wanted to blame himself, so Qin Mianmian couldn't laugh anymore. What's the matter with Master Du? Master Du just wants to go against me at this time. Otherwise, how could Master Du show such an expression? I don't think I have done anything wrong. The second prince trusts me because he appreciates me and tells me so many things. Am I doing anything wrong? You didn't do anything wrong, but I want to tell you that you seem to overestimate your abilities. The people under a princess are good enough. Why do you want to provoke the second prince? Qin Mianmian was angry, thinking that she had no such intention at all, and that Du Lingyi was talking nonsense. I know my own business. You can give me space, but you misunderstand me now, which is absolutely impossible. I have never thought about having any relationship with the second prince. You have been the one who pushed me into the palace, which means that this is all arranged by you. What does it have to do with me? After Qin Mianmian said this, Du Lingyi's face became even uglier. He walked away from Qin Mianmian and distanced himself from Qin Mianmian. I'm afraid that you and I are becoming more and more unfamiliar. You are now a celebrity in the palace. Everyone is looking at you, and everyone wants to rely on you. It seems that I, Master Du, have no use, right? Qin Mianmian didn't know where Du Lingyi's jealousy came from. Why do you say that? Aren't you looking down on me if you say that? Obviously, you don't need me to be by your side all the time at this time. But you are the talent I discovered. Qin Mianmian finally understood what was wrong with this matter. It turned out that Du Lingyi felt that her talent was being used by others, and she was quite possessive. He was originally trying to win over Du Lingyi, so he was quite happy with this feeling. So this is why you are angry. If you had told me earlier, I would have known what you meant. I know I am also very unhappy in the palace. In fact, I am also very unhappy and I want to go back to you." Du Lingyi was a little surprised after hearing this. "You want to stay with me, but the palace is a better place for you." Qin Mianmian shook his head and said immediately, "It's not a very good place. I know where I fit in. In that case, I won't say much. Have you thought about it?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian naturally felt a little funny. "If I say that I am willing to continue to stay with you, do you have a way to let me leave the palace? Now the princess and the emperor both think highly of me. I am a little at a loss at this time. I don't know if they will be angry if I leave like this." After hearing this, Du Lingyi frowned immediately. "Are you listening to me or them now? Why do I feel like you are listening to them, as if you won't leave if they don't let you go?" Qin Mianmian was stunned and didn't dare to have too much fluctuation in his expression. "What do you mean by that? You inexplicably think I am a bad person. Now that I work under the princess, I naturally have to listen to her. If she doesn't let me go, how can I leave?" Du Lingyi, while she was still in the palace, gave a very definite answer at the same time. "In that case, I'll go with you. I can explain it to the princess after I go with you. What do you think?" Qin Mianmian didn't expect Du Lingyi to make such a quick decision. "You decided to take me away so quickly. Why do I feel that this is not very reliable? There is nothing reliable about this. I just plan to take you away." Qin Mianmian went to see the princess under Du Lingyi's mandatory request. The princess also knew that the second prince had a cocktail party today, but she didn't expect Du Lingyi to not leave him. She came to Du Lingyi with a smile on her face and asked him, "You hate the palace the most. You should have left the palace early by now. Why did you suddenly stay in the palace?" "Before, I brought Qin Mianmian in to ask him to treat the emperor. Now that the emperor's illness has been cured, can I take him away from the princess?" The princess heard Du Lingyi call her by a respectful title instead of aunt, and knew that he was a little angry, so she immediately comforted Du Lingyi. "What's wrong with you? You suddenly became estranged from your aunt? Is it necessary for your aunt and you to say these things? If you want to take Qin Mianmian away, can't your aunt just give her to you?" Qin Mianmian was very happy after hearing this and immediately said to the princess, "Princess, are you telling the truth? Can I really leave?" The princess smiled and tapped Qin Mianmian's shoulder. I really don't know what to say to you. You should believe me now. At this time, you don't want to stay in the palace at all. You lied to me before and said you didn't want to go back. What's the matter now?" Qin Mianmian blushed and lowered her head after hearing this, so there was no need to say more. At this time, the princess continued, "The emperor's illness has improved a lot. In fact, I don't need him to accompany me often. If you really want to take Qin Mianmian back, it doesn't matter. I can help you with this. It's just that he is now a favorite of the emperor. In fact, the emperor may not let him go, so this matter still needs to be taken care of." Du Lingyi was immediately angry after hearing this. "What do you mean you don't let him go at this time? Why not let him go? What did he do wrong to stay in the palace?" Find the princess, and after hearing this, she was angry. "What are you talking about, kid? It's a good thing for him to stay in the palace, but the emperor thinks highly of him. Don't you always want him to be self-sufficient? Now he has a job in front of the emperor, so he is naturally much better than before. You still want him to rely on you." Qin Mianmian heard the second half of the sentence and thought about himself. He really wanted to rely on him. After all, he really felt that, but he is in danger in the palace, and the princess seems to have seen it. "Princess, after hearing this, I could only nod my head. You are right, it is indeed dangerous, but this princess will protect him. What are you worried about?" Du Lingyi was a little unhappy after hearing this. "Qin Mianmian is my man. I brought him into the palace. If he really has an accident, I will not sing in my heart, so I think the princess should let me take him back first." The princess looked at Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian was quite willing. His target was either someone else or the young man in front of him, so staying by his side was the truth. Although the system asked him to capture the princess, Qin Mianmian felt that he had completed the task now. "There is no need for the princess to say more. I think you should let me go now, Since Mr. Du wants me to go back now, he must be short of people. After hearing this, the princess could only nod her head. Okay, since you said so, then this princess can only let you go. This princess just feels a little bit sorry. You could have stayed with me, but you are leaving. Now I can only let you go. This princess will collect the underground people and pack your luggage for you. Just when everyone was ready to send Qin Mianmian away, a person's voice suddenly broke through the sky. Who said he was leaving? Who let him go? Qin Mianmian looked carefully at the person in front of her. Isn't it the person she has been worried about? He is the second prince. The second prince walked up to Du Lingyi and said to her, "Don't you think you've gone too far? Qin Mianmian has already established himself in the palace, but you drove him away. Wouldn't that cut off his bright future?" Du Lingyi had never been kind to these young masters and grandsons of the Huang family. After all, his family feud was caused by these people, so when he met the second prince, he naturally didn't respect him very much. However, the second prince was also a favorite of the emperor, and now he was the candidate for the crown prince, so he couldn't show any disgust, but spoke to him. "Qin Mianmian is my man, and now I want to take him away. What's wrong with that?" The second prince laughed immediately after hearing this, and he immediately said, "Aren't you just kidding me? At this time, Qin Mianmian is already a celebrity in the palace, and everyone knows him. What are you kidding me? If I really let him go at this time, the emperor will be unhappy. How will you bear the responsibility?" Qin Mianmian saw that the two people were about to quarrel, and of course he felt uncomfortable at this time. He immediately persuaded the person in front of him. "Mr. Du, can you stop quarreling? The second prince actually has a point. Now the emperor values me very much. If I just leave, the emperor will definitely be unhappy." At this time, Du Lingyi was very clear. "If you think it is wrong to leave at this time, then I can take you to see the emperor. What do you think?" Qin Mianmian did not expect the other party to be so straightforward, and of course he was very surprised at this time. "Do you think we should go to see the emperor at this time?" After Qin Mianmian asked this, the second prince next to him also said, "You are just kidding, Mr. Du. You can't go to see the emperor at this time. You know that my father is busy with his own affairs these days. If you go to see him..." The second prince didn't want Du Lingyi to see Qin Mianmian, so he naturally used all his tricks at this time. But Du Lingyi had made up his mind. He looked straight at the second prince, and then said to him, "The second prince doesn't need to worry about this. The second prince knows what my identity is. If you know, don't say more at this time." Not only did he know that the other party was threatening him, so he was very unhappy at this time. "I am the second prince in this palace. My identity is already noble enough. I think you don't want to pay attention to me at all. You just want to have your own way?" Du Lingyi nodded. He just wanted to have his own way. Qin Mianmian was already scared by his appearance and hurriedly persuaded Du Lingyi. Okay, what are you doing? Why are you arguing with Huang Zigeng? Don't argue with the prince at this time. Do you hear me? If you do this again, I don't know how to tell you." After hearing what Qin Mianmian said, Du Lingyi also knew that it would be difficult for Qin Mianmian, so she was more or less willing to humble herself. "Listen to me. The emperor is a reasonable person. As long as I tell him, he will let you go." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian nodded and immediately said, "I know that the emperor is reasonable and the most reasonable person, but I really don't know what to do." "How much do you know? I think you should slow down at this time. If the emperor thinks you are too abrupt, then all the goodwill accumulated at this time will be gone." The second prince was also nearby. After hearing what Qin Mianmian said, he was more or less confused. What exactly is the identity of Du Lingyi? What mission did he want to complete? Why did he suddenly feel that this Master Du was particularly mysterious? Du Lingyi also listened to Qin Mianmian's words and knew that it was not appropriate for her to act recklessly at this time. "Then we won't go to see the emperor now. But if we really don't go to see the emperor, how can you leave?" Qin Mianmian was about to speak when the second prince grabbed Qin Mianmian's hand. "You can't leave? How can you leave? Your great life in the palace has just begun, and I won't allow you to leave." Qin Mianmian gently shook off the second prince's hand. He also knew that he had no reason to completely shake off the second prince at this time, so he still persuaded him. The second prince was very unhappy. There is no such friendship between you and me, right? Now he is standing in front of you. I am nothing? Qin Mianmian shook his head immediately after hearing this, and he immediately said, "How should I put it? I don't mean that. But the second prince now I really have no meaning in the palace." When Xiaohong said this, he thought that this matter should be over, but he didn't expect that the second prince would say next, "Who said you have nothing to do here? Of course you have other things to do here. You can be my Huang Zifei." Qin Mianmian didn't understand these 3 words at all, and in his impression, there was no meaning of these 3 words. Don't you understand? These 3 words everyone in the palace can understand, so you should be happy at this time. Du Lingyi next to him was also shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect to hear such words here. Qin Mianmian was naturally stunned. He immediately looked at Du Lingyi next to him, hoping that Du Lingyi could solve it for him. But now Du Lingyi herself was shocked. How could he solve it? "Second prince, second highness, do you know what you are saying?" When the second prince heard Du Lingyi speak, he naturally looked up at him, and then said to Du Lingyi, "Could it be that Master Du didn't understand what this prince said? This prince knew that he couldn't stay here forever, so he created opportunities for him. This is how the second prince created opportunities. What Huang Zifei have you asked him? Did he agree?" The second prince's desire to win was also aroused, and he immediately said, "What you said is really ridiculous. Have you forgotten that I am the second prince? Do I need your consent to do anything in this palace?" Xiaohong knew that the second prince took this seriously, so he was quite panicked. He didn't want to offend the second prince, but if he really didn't offend the second prince, he would have to be the prince's consort. How could this be possible? He immediately looked at Du Lingyi, hoping that Du Lingyi could understand him. Du Lingyi naturally knew that Qin Mianmian didn't want to be Huang Zifei, so she tried her best to protect him at this time. "Princess, you should speak now. The second prince said such a ridiculous thing, and you don't want to say anything." After hearing this, the princess finally spoke. He wanted to interrupt before, but there was no place he could find it at this time. Du Lingyi gave him a chance, and he spoke immediately. "Second prince, don't be so reckless. If you are so reckless at this time, no one can say you are right." After hearing this, the second prince respected the eldest princess. After all, the eldest princess was the emperor's biological sister and his own aunt, right? She was of a completely different generation from Du Lingyi. "Aunt, I'm not deliberately trying to spoil your fun at this time. I just don't think I'm doing anything wrong. Everyone can see my feelings for Miss Qin. I'm just taking this opportunity. Am I doing something wrong?" After hearing this, the princess sighed. "Your words really make me hate you. What on earth are you thinking? Tell me what you think. If you can tell me, I can respect you, but you know who Miss Qin is. Miss Qin is neither a lady from a noble family nor a queen of inscriptions. How can she be worthy of you?" Although Qin Mianmian knew that this suppressed his identity, it was to protect himself, so he accepted it happily. "Aunt, you are wrong. In fact, you have all witnessed how much my father loves me. Don't I have the final say?" Eldest princess naturally knew what this meant, so she immediately said, "You are too ignorant, child. Fu will not refuse your request, but after all, you asked him to marry such a girl. Even the folk sayings are not convincing." After hearing this, the second prince nodded. "I know that this matter is not convincing, but as long as I don't regret it, it's fine." After saying that, he took Qin Mianmian's hand, as if he was going to tell the emperor immediately. Qin Mianmian was anxious. How could that be possible? If she really went to see the emperor at this time, would she still have her face? She immediately pulled the second prince's hand away, which scared the second prince. The second prince felt that no matter who it was, they should agree to his request. Why did it suddenly become like this at this time? "Don't you want to be my second prince's consort? Don't you want to stay in this palace?" Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer, but the system had never allowed him to capture the second prince, so he made a very important decision. "Second prince, please stop talking nonsense. You really shouldn't talk nonsense at this time. If you continue to talk nonsense, I think the eldest princess will dislike you." Just when he was about to fight alone, Dulingi suddenly stood up and said, "It's okay. It's nothing big for you at this time. You're just a prince. Now Qin Mianmian is mine. I can take him out if I want to. It's no use for you to stop me." After hearing this, the second prince finally revealed his true colors. "Who are you? You dare to say such things to me at this time? Well, I know that you, the eldest son Du, still have face in the palace. Why don't you come with me to meet the emperor, and we will make things clear when we meet my father?" Dulingi shook her head after hearing this. "No, I don't need to be so anxious with you. I will take Qin Mianmian away." The princess immediately grabbed Dulingi and said, "You are leaving now. Really leaving without saying hello to anyone?" Qin Mianmian was a little at a loss. He quickly searched for the system in his mind, hoping that the system could give him an answer. "Hello, Ding Dong host. The next step is speed, free choice stage, so the system did not give any prompts." Qin Mianmian cursed secretly, but he had no way to do it. After all, he was still at a disadvantage at this time. "The system did not give any prompts. I have no identity in the palace, and I can't interrupt. I can only watch Dulingi and the second prince decide their own fate." Dulingi said, "If I go and tell the emperor will definitely keep Dulingi. He knows that if Dulingi is here, I will definitely attack, so he will definitely keep Dulingi to force me to attack. This is a very foreseeable thing, so I don't want to do it." The princess finally nodded and she said, "You are right. The emperor must have taken this into consideration, so he will definitely keep you, Qin Mianmian. Now I have a question for you." Qin Mianmian was in a dilemma. In fact, he wanted to do more for Dulingi in the palace. Dulingi had told him before that he must find out by himself from the princess's side. The princess seemed not to want Dulingi to take risks, and Qin Mianmian finally found out about this. But judging from Qin Mianmian's opinion, judging from Dulingi's opinion, it seemed that the princess was very helpful to his career, so Qin Mianmian also wanted to find out the truth about this matter thoroughly. "I'd better stay here. There are many things I haven't completed in the palace. I don't think I will be willing to leave like this." The princess was very happy after hearing this. She immediately said, "I'm relieved if you can say that. It means that you, little girl, are still obedient to me. I said you can't leave here. There are still many things for you to complete here." Dulingi stood aside and listened to Qin Mianmian's words quietly. She felt that she had failed at this time, so she showed some sadness. "If you really plan to stay here, I will take you home today. If you don't plan to go back, your affairs will have nothing to do with me in the future." Qin Mianmian knew that the other party was angry and wanted to calm him down, but he didn't know what to say for a while. "Mr. Du, please go back. If I have arranged it, I will definitely go back to deal with these things in the palace." After hearing this, Dulingi also nodded. Dulingi knew that she should not force anyone at this time. Since Qin Mianmian was willing to stay here, she must be an open-minded person, not a stingy person. "You have made it so clear yourself. I will not force you. I hope you can think it through. This is your decision. Don't say that anyone forced you." Qin Mianmian knew the importance of this matter, so he nodded without hesitation. The second prince was still standing next to him. He was a little happy. Although Qin Mianmian did not express his opinion on his ideas, he stayed after all. Dulingi said goodbye to the princess and finally prepared to leave. Qin Mianmian, looking at his back, was really reluctant, so he said to the princess, "The princess allowed me to see Mr. Du off. Maybe Mr. Du will not come to the palace next time." After hearing this, the princess nodded. "Okay, go ahead. I know you are more or less worried about him. Then go ahead, and I won't stop you." After saying this, Qin Mianmian finally left the yard and caught up with Dulingi. However, Dulingi seemed to be unimpressed and kept walking forward. Qin Mianmian could only hold him back. "Mr. Du, can we talk? I didn't mean to stay in the palace. I stayed in the palace to help you." Dulingi was a little surprised after hearing this, and he immediately asked, "What did you say you wanted to do for me? Do you know what you are talking about?" Qin Mianmian nodded immediately. "Of course I know what I am talking about. You don't have to worry about it at this time. I know what I should do. Don't you just want to win over the princess as your helper? I know the princess doesn't seem to be happy to do this, but I will definitely persuade him. Just because of this matter, it seems not good for you to stay with him." Qin Mianmian shook his head after hearing this. "There is nothing good or bad. Anyway, I will definitely help you complete this matter." "Then should I congratulate you at this time? You seem to have finally found your backer." Qin Mianmian was very surprised and didn't know why Du Lingyi said this. "Did I do something wrong? I don't think I did anything wrong. At this time, I think I did a good job. If you don't need me, why? You said those words to me when I entered the palace. Although I asked you to talk to the princess, I didn't ask you to gain a foothold in the palace. Didn't the second prince say that? He wants to marry you as the crown prince Huang's concubine, so now you have found your new backer." Qin Mianmian felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. Qin Mianmian knew that she had indeed made Du Lingyi a little angry at this time. After all, he did want to take her back today, but she couldn't let him do so. Anyone should be angry. But Qin Mianmian felt that these things should be discussed on a case-by-case basis. Why did Du Lingyi keep dwelling on this matter? He didn't understand. "I don't quite understand why you have become like this. Mr. Du, please tell me, what should I do now?" Qin Mianmian asked Du Lingyi very seriously. He really wanted to ask Du Lingyi what she was thinking at the moment, but Du Lingyi turned around and left, as if she was not going to explain the matter clearly at all. Qin Mianmian held on. Du Lingyi held on tightly. He was the last straw, but Du Lingyi seemed not to want to answer this question. Instead, it made the matter worse. Qin Mianmian really couldn't figure it out at this time. "I really don't know what you are thinking." "Enough. Let go of your hand. I don't think there is anything more to say between the two of us. You should know what kind of person you are. Since you are here to find a backer, then this backer has other choices besides me. Now there are better choices for you in the palace. You should change your target." Qin Mianmian always kept in mind the system's instructions to her and her strategy goals. But how could Du Lingyi change easily at this time? He immediately stopped Du Lingyi and stood in front of him. "Mr. Du, don't talk nonsense. Aren't you my backer? I am not a person who can change my mind easily. Since I have decided to come to you at that time, I will definitely do a good job for you. How can I easily change my backer at this time?" In fact, Du Lingyi was very happy after hearing this. After all, this could prove that Qin Mianmian did not betray him, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He looked at the person in front of him, as if he didn't know the person in front of him, and he quickly said to Qin Mianmian, "Don't say nice things to coax me. I know the second prince and the eldest princess are more suitable for you." Qin Mianmian became anxious when he heard this, and he immediately blurted out, "Enough, Du Lingyi. Do you know how many decisions a person can make in his life? There are countless big and small, but following you is the most correct decision for me." After hearing this, Du Lingyi was of course stunned for a moment. He didn't know what the other party was thinking, but at this time he only felt a very shocking power. Of course, he didn't understand how Qin Mianmian said it at this time, but the moment Qin Mianmian said it, he knew that Qin Mianmian was telling the truth. In order to make herself feel more balanced, Du Lingyi deliberately asked again, "Are you telling the truth? You didn't lie to me, did you?" Qin Mianmian nodded and then said, "Why should I lie to you? Why should I lie to you at this time, Mr. Du? Since I have chosen you to be my backer, I will certainly not change anything. Please believe me." Du Lingyi finally calmed down her anger and said quietly, "Okay, then this matter is settled. You will always regard me as your backer, and the affairs of the palace will be left to you to handle." Qin Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief. This big master was finally coaxed by her, and her mood improved a lot. "Then Mr. Du, please leave first. Leave the work to me. You said this." Although Qin Mianmian said this, Du Lingyi was still a little worried. He told Qin Mianmian, "Although I told you that you really need to do this at this time, how are you going to deal with the second prince?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian fell into confusion for a while. He didn't know what to do. What did the second prince want him to do? The princess? This is simply nonsense. Du Lingyi looked at Qin Mianmian's brows frowning little by little, and for a moment there was some laughter, so she said to Qin Mianmian, "You also think this is ridiculous? How can the second prince make you the second prince's concubine? This is simply a joke, but I am relieved. After all, the imperial concubine will not agree to this." Qin Mianmian finally prepared to stay in the palace for a while, and Du Lingyi would not disturb him during this period of time, so everyone was quite comfortable. But he kept thinking about the second prince. Although it had been a long time since that day, and most people didn't care about the direction of the matter, Qin Mianmian kept remembering it. He felt that it was necessary to find a house to talk about it, so he finally came to the second prince's residence. The second prince opened the door for Qin Mianmian when he saw him, but when he saw Qin Mianmian's expression, he knew that Qin Mianmian came to discuss important matters with him today. He didn't seem to be very happy, and his face suddenly became heavy. "Why did you come to the East Palace today? Do you have something to ask me?" Qin Mianmian nodded quickly. He didn't want to beat around the bush and just wanted to deal with this matter. He said to the second prince, "I came here today to explain to the second prince the matter of that term. I was surprised by what the second prince said, so now I want to solve this matter thoroughly." After hearing this, the second prince nodded naturally. "Why are you surprised? What I said that day was the truth, you just didn't believe it." Qin Mianmian immediately shook his head. "What's going on? At this time, I still don't understand why the second prince has such an idea. We are not a match made in heaven, but there is a huge gap between us. Why shouldn't you choose me as the prince?" After hearing this, second prince was naturally a little angry. "The tacit understanding between you and me is so poor. You think you and I won't, so you think I should leave you at this time, and I should treat you as an ordinary friend. Is that right?" Qin Mianmian certainly thought so. What the second prince said now was in line with the status between the two, so he became more and more puzzled. "I really think there is no need for us to have so much contact. Eldest prince, did you say the wrong thing that day? In fact, you don't care about me that much, and even what you said was a joke, right?" The second prince was of course very angry. He immediately pulled Qin Mianmian over and asked Qin Mianmian to look at the peach blossoms in his yard. "I remember you said that one of your desserts needs peach blossom petals. I specially transplanted these trees for you, and they are about to survive. Take a look at all these. I made them for you. Now I no longer call myself your highness to you. Don't you understand my thoughts?" Qin Mianmian certainly understood the other party's thoughts, but he was a little panicked at this time and didn't know what to do. "What's wrong with you? What did I do wrong to make you misunderstand me like this? I really feel that I didn't do anything. I just wanted to do what I should do. I did what I really wanted to do for you. Now I have done all these, but you don't appreciate it." Qin Mianmian was a little at a loss. He looked at the peach blossoms all over the sky and thought they were really lovely. He also felt that it took a lot of effort, but it was completely different from what he thought. "Second prince, please don't scare me. If you scare me like this at this time, I don't know what to do. I know you must think I'm crazy at this time. After all, who dares not to obey the words of the second prince? But second prince, we really need to have a good talk. It's not as simple as you think." After Qin Mianmian said this, the second prince finally nodded. He said it so clearly. How could the second prince not know? The second prince hesitated for a long time before answering. "Since you hate me so much, it seems that you have to be the second prince." Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer for a moment, but he knew that the second prince finally let him go, so he was relieved. "Your Highness, you said this yourself. Let's settle this matter between us. I don't want any more trouble. I'll treat this as a joke. Don't spread it out. I've already established a lot in the palace. I don't want to have more enemies." After saying this, Qin Mianmian gave the pot of girl's red in her hand to the second prince. "On your birthday that day, I wanted to give you this girl's red, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance. Now that we are alone, I will give you this belated gift. I hope you can accept it." After the second prince took the pot of wine, he nodded naturally. "Thank you for this pot of wine. Even if I accept your birth, we'll talk to my mother about it. I don't know if she is willing to agree. After all, Qin Mianmian's status is really low. The queen was fiddling with her gestures. When she heard what the second prince said, she even stopped doing what she was doing. She almost couldn't recover. Second prince, do you know what you are saying? You can't come up with some random things for me at this time. Your mother depends on you. Now that you have won the favor of the emperor and the East Palace has been given to you to live in, you can't cause any more trouble. The second prince nodded. Of course he knew his mission, but he felt unwilling at this time. Since I am already so powerful, do I have to be so secretive to marry a woman? I just like him. Even if I can't let him be the second prince's consort, can I take him as a concubine first? The imperial concubine thought about it and thought that there was a different possibility for Qin Mianmian to be a concubine. After all, the emperor liked Qin Mianmian, but he didn't know whether Qin Mianmian, a girl with a high spirit, was willing to be a concubine, so he spoke hesitantly. Your idea is feasible, but I don't know what Miss Qin thinks. Miss Qin doesn't want to pay attention to you at all. Are you kidding me? The second prince was very confident. He knew that Qin Mianmian was half-hearted. As long as he issued an imperial decree, Qin Mianmian would have no choice. As long as the emperor agrees, it will be better than anything else. After hearing this, the imperial concubine finally nodded and said, Well, you are right, right? It is indeed the case at this time. At this time, I don't want to say much. Anyway, you should talk to your father first. If the father agrees, what else can I say as your mother? The second prince was happy to get permission. Of course, he also knew that it would be difficult to get through the emperor. He knew that he would need to make a lot of efforts to convince the emperor at this time, but he was not afraid of all this. After all, victory was at hand. Qin Mianmian was preparing to make new desserts and send them to Huangshan that day. But the eunuch outside stopped Qin Mianmian and said that he would take the desserts to see the emperor directly today, instead of leaving them in the small kitchen next to him. Qin Mianmian was of course a little scared. He thought that he should have done everything well at this time, so why did the emperor want to see him in person? What's wrong, eunuch? Why does the emperor want to see me? The eunuch laughed as soon as Qin Mianmian asked, Don't ask, girl, go first. You are suspicious here. Why don't you go directly with me, girl? Don't you think so? After hearing this, Qin Mianmian knew that Huangshan was probably a good thing, so there was no conflict with him. He quickly followed the eunuch to the emperor. When the emperor saw Qin Mianmian, he smiled happily and asked him to sit down, but Qin Mianmian felt uncomfortable all over. Qin Mianmian thought that the emperor probably had something to ask of her at this time. Otherwise, he would not be so charming. Although the emperor should not be in such a state as Kai Mei, Qin Mianmian felt that she should be more vigilant. Your Majesty, I wonder what your Majesty wants to talk to my daughter about? The emperor looked at Qin Mianmian and said to her, You have been more relaxed recently, and you are not very nervous when you see me. Qin Mianmian raised her head after hearing this. Your Majesty is right. Your Majesty is a per capita person, so of course my daughter is not afraid. Okay, based on what you said, then I'll tell you the truth. I asked you to come here today to ask you to consider the matter with the second prince. Qin Mianmian's eyes widened suddenly. What is the emperor talking about? How could my daughter be in collusion with the second prince? The emperor laughed when he heard this, and he immediately replied, You don't have to be so humble. They know about the matter between you two. The second prince and the imperial concubine have already come. Since you both have this intention at this time, I have to ask what you think. The imperial concubine means that you can be the second prince's concubine. I wonder what your impression is. Qin Mianmian knelt down at once and explained immediately. Your Majesty, please understand, I have never thought of doing anything. The second prince's concubine doesn't want to have any contact with the second prince at all. The emperor was quite surprised after hearing this. What do you mean you don't want to have any contact with him? But I can see that you and the second prince get along well. Qin Mianmian immediately explained for himself. Although your Majesty said so, the second prince and I get along well, but we are friends after all, so there is nothing like that between us. Emperor was a little disappointed after hearing this. So that's how it is. It turns out that there is no tenderness between you two as I thought. Since there is no such tenderness, naturally I shouldn't wrong you. I have listened to this and will naturally think it through." Qin Mianmian was finally relieved after hearing this, and he quickly said, "Thank you very much for your consideration, Your Majesty. Can this matter be concluded?" After hearing this, the emperor smiled and immediately shook his head. "You can't think like that. Although you don't want to, the second prince has mentioned it after all. What should I do?" Qin Mianmian didn't know what to say for a moment. He lowered his head. The emperor laughed over there. "Why don't you give it a try?" How could Qin Mian dare to try it? He was so scared that he knelt down quickly. I kowtowed to the emperor 3 times. "Your Majesty, please don't joke with me. If Your Majesty jokes with me, I can't bear. You really don't want to marry the second prince?" At this time, the emperor showed a surprised look on his face. He felt that marrying a prince was everyone's wish, and so was Qin Mianmian. Why did she suddenly not want to marry the second prince? Qin Mianmian nodded, and then immediately said, "I really feel that I am not suitable at this time, so please let me go, Your Majesty. At this time, I think I need some time to run my own career, not so quickly. You said that your career is your dessert, but your dessert has passed my test." Nodded silently. "Okay, since you said so, I can't force you, but the second prince," Qin Mianmian said in one go, "I'll go and explain it to the second prince myself. The second prince has some misunderstandings now. It will be fine after I explain it to him. What do you think, Your Majesty?" After listening to this, the emperor nodded and let Qin Mianmian go. He waited for Qin Mianmian to leave and sighed, thinking that this was a bad thing. It's really strange that he doesn't want to marry the second prince. Well, such a strange woman doesn't have to stay here. Staying here is just insulting. This little girl can't be locked up. If she really leaves the palace one day, I'm still preparing for her here. Your Majesty is really thoughtful. Miss Qin is going to leave, and Your Majesty has to prepare for him. I really like this girl. This girl will definitely have a bright future, so I'll help her if I can." Qin Mianmian came to the courtyard of the second prince. The second prince was naturally very happy to see Qin Mianmian. He thought that he had a quarrel with Qin Mianmian before, and Qin Mianmian would no longer pay attention to him. Unexpectedly, Qin Mianmian still took the initiative to come over at this time. However, Qin Mianmian was also proactive this time. He went straight to the point and asked Huangzi directly, "Why did the second prince tell the emperor about this? Haven't we made it clear between you and me? I don't want to marry you, the second prince, so this matter has nothing to do with me. Why did the second prince go to the emperor to ask for an explanation for this matter?" The other party was very embarrassed after hearing what Qin Mianmian said. He knew that he had indeed offended Qin Mianmian at this time, so he wanted to apologize, but Qin Mianmian just turned away. He wanted an explanation, not a warm embrace. When the second prince saw Qin Mianmian's determination, he knew what the other party meant, so he quickly apologized to Qin Mianmian. "Okay, I know I did something wrong. Please forgive me now. I really didn't mean it. I feel that if father agrees to this matter, the possibility between us will increase. What do you think?" So after thinking about it, I decided to talk to father clearly. I didn't expect you to be so angry. Qin Mianmian was really a scoundrel. He wanted to slap the second prince in the face, but the second prince was the second prince after all, and he couldn't do it. He said to the second prince, "I don't know how to say this, but I ask the second prince to understand clearly that the second prince really shouldn't do this at this time. I have already told you very clearly that we are just friends. If you insist on making me lose my temper, I, Qin Mianmian, will leave the palace one day." I think this is what the second prince doesn't want to see. The second prince suddenly felt a little humble at this time. He didn't want Qin Mianmian to leave because he was a good family and he could only live in the palace forever. If Qin Mianmian left, he would never see Qin Mianmian again, so what Qin Mianmian said at this time was indeed what he thought in his heart. "Don't say such things to me again. If you say such things to me again, I will be very sad. The two of us are not only people who understand each other, but also friends. Is this how you talk to friends?" Qin Mianmian sighed. He knew what the second prince meant, And he also knew that his tone just now was a little harsh, but the second prince's behavior did make him sad. He warned the second prince, "Although we two are friends, there are some things that second prince shouldn't do. The emperor already knows about our strange relationship, but I have already explained it clearly to the emperor. The emperor will not force me to marry your second prince. You'd better give up this idea in the future." The second prince was very angry again at this time. He felt that he had used up all his thanks to get Qin Mianmian to come to him, but it was of no use. He was really disappointed in himself, and he was also very disappointed in Qin Mianmian. He thought that Qin Mianmian could at least consider the emperor's face at this time, but he didn't expect that he would not even give the emperor's face and directly rejected him. He is the second prince in the palace, and he has dignity. How many girls want to marry him? How many girls line up at the door? How many dignitaries want to push their children in? But Qin Mianmian just doesn't appreciate this. He doesn't know what's going on. He thinks it's all ridiculous. Qin Mianmian wanted to leave, but the second prince still held him. Qin Mianmian wanted to find out what was going on, so he was unwilling to give up. Qin Mianmian was held by the other party, so he couldn't leave. He looked at Qin Mianmian and said to Qin Mianmian, "Can you tell me, Your Highness, what's wrong with me?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer for a while. In fact, at this time, he was very clear about his strengths and weaknesses, and he was also very clear about what he should do at this time. He should stay by the side of the princess to find out these news for Du Lingyi, instead of getting entangled with the second prince. So Qin Mianmian's face showed an impatient look. When Qin Mianmian showed an impatient look on her face, the prince knew that the other party was angry, but he became more and more unhappy. He felt that his status and talent were completely worthy of Qin Mianmian, but why Qin Mianmian didn't even want to talk to him. "I don't quite understand how I offended you. I don't think there is anything wrong with me. Why don't you want to contact me?" Qin Mianmian shook off the second prince's hand fiercely. "Second prince, you must understand that not everything in this world can be easily obtained, especially feelings. I just don't have any feelings for the second prince. I don't have any feelings. I can't explain all this. If I can say it, then I don't have to worry about it now." Qin Mianmian has actually said a lot in a roundabout way. The second prince is also a smart man. Of course, he didn't understand at this time. He finally nodded and admitted it all. "Okay, I know you have no interest in me, so I also know that using the emperor to pressure you will not be able to suppress you. I can accept everything you said, but I will not give up. You are the perfect candidate for Huang Zifei in my heart. I will not let you run away. The emperor also likes you very much recently, so he will not let you go at this time." Qin Mianmian suddenly felt the viciousness of the second prince, and he couldn't say it. "Forget it. I don't want to talk to you more. You should suppress this matter first. If the emperor knows that you have such thoughts, I don't know if he will still give you the position of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Faced with Qin Mianmian, the second prince did not expect that he would be so angry. "How dare you go against me like this?" Qin Mianmian was surprised to hear the second prince say such words for the first time, but he also knew that the second prince was a child of destiny, and it was right to have such thoughts. Qin Mianmian could only sigh. "Okay, there's no need to talk so much between us. I don't think there's any need for us to talk anymore. Talking further will only hurt both sides. Second prince, can I leave now?" The second prince also knew that there would be no good results if he continued talking, so he finally nodded at this time. Qin Mianmian was able to leave the second prince's courtyard and return to the princess courtyard. He sighed and felt that he really couldn't stand this environment and was ready to go out for a walk. Who knew that Du Lingyi's pigeon came, and he wrote a letter to Qin Mianmian asking about Qin Mianmian's recent situation. Qin Mianmian sighed and wrote about his experience in the letter, and then asked the pigeon to take it away. Since the last time they parted in the palace, Du Lingyi has been very worried about Qin Mianmian's next move. He didn't know how the second prince would treat Qin Mianmian, nor how the emperor and the princess would view this matter. After seeing the letter, he became even more worried. Xiaoxi, who was beside him, ran over. Seeing Dulingyi so worried, he thought she was still worried about the secret room. Who knew that Dulingyi was holding Qin Mianmian's sachet in her hand? This sachet belongs to Miss Qin, right? I saw it on her before. Dulingyi did not deny it and said directly, "It's his. He dropped it on the ground and I picked it up. You keep it first. When he comes back, you can give it to him for me and then go to sleep." Xiaoxi usually listens to Dulingyi, but at this time he is unwilling to do so. If this sachet belongs to Miss Qin, why doesn't the young master give it to him himself and ask me to give it to him? This doesn't seem reasonable. Dulingyi was naturally a little angry after hearing this. What do you mean by this? You are telling me that I shouldn't tell you this, right? Xiaoxi immediately shook his head and said with a smile, "Young master misunderstood. Since you can recognize that this sachet belongs to Miss Qin, it means that you have deep feelings for Miss Qin. Since you have deep feelings for Miss Qin, you should leave it to you." Dulingyi knew that he was teased by Xiaoxi after hearing this. He was embarrassed to say that other people's families were wrong, so he had to accept the sachet first. Seeing that her young master accepted the capsule, she was very satisfied and very happy, haha. But Dulingyi didn't understand why Xiaoxi was so happy. "I gave this thing to Miss Qin myself, so you are so happy. Why are you so happy?" Xiaoxi looked at Dulingyi with wide eyes and then said to Dulingyi, "Young master, you don't know how you have been through these days. You have spent all your thoughts on your girl these days. Do you think I didn't see it?" After hearing this, Dulingyi felt very ashamed. All these things of hers were really seen. "I didn't put all my thoughts on him, so don't talk nonsense." Seeing Dulingyi so stubborn, Xiaoxi didn't know what to say. After all, Dulingyi said so herself. So should she say that he was wrong? Xiaoxi nodded immediately, as if she had said nothing. But his words woke up Dulingyi. Dulingyi did not admit that she liked Qin Mianmian, but she cared about Qin Mianmian. Since she cared so much, she suffered such setbacks in the palace. Should she go and see him? Although he had just left the palace for a few days, he was still willing to set foot there for Qin Mianmian. "By the way, young master, you said last time that you wanted to live in the palace, but then Miss Qin got angry again. Why don't you just move in this time and stay for a few days to accompany your young lady? Your young lady must have no one around her, although the eldest princess takes care of her. After all, it's different." After being reminded by others, Dulingyi had an idea. Last time, she also said that she wanted to stay to accompany Qin Mianmian, but Qin Mianmian always opposed her, so she didn't do it. If she really went to accompany him at this time, it would be a good thing. "Pack your bags. I'll go to the palace right away. But you should talk to the princess about where to live, and you don't need to bother the emperor." The teacher was very happy after hearing this, which meant that his master had indeed made up his mind, and he immediately went back to pack his bags. In the evening, the princess took Qin Mianmian's hand with a smile and said, "You are going to be blessed, do you know? You are really blessed." Qin Mianmian certainly didn't know what Her Royal Highness the Princess was talking about, so she stared at Her Royal Highness the Princess. The princess looked at Qin Mianmian's silence and was curious, so she spoke. "Do you know who is going to come and live here at this time? I told you a long time ago to persuade him, and it turned out that you can persuade him. Your young master is going to live here, and I guess it's for you." When Qin Mianmian was wondering what was going on, the system voice sounded again. The system added 10 points to Qin Mianmian, just because Qin Mianmian's favorability towards Dulingyi increased a little. Qin Mianmian also felt puzzled. She didn't do anything at all. Why did the system suddenly give her extra points? However, it was not her turn. Qin Mianmian was very happy to hear that Qin Mianmian and Dulingyi were here. She felt that she could be with Dulingyi again. After all, her target at this time was Dulingyi. If Dulingyi was not by her side, she would be at a loss. "That's great, he's finally here. If he had come, I wouldn't have to worry so much at this time. I think I'm still very useful at this time, so there's no need to worry so much." "What are you talking about?" The princess didn't quite understand what Qin Mianmian said, but Qin Mianmian was indeed praising herself. She was indeed a little disappointed with herself now. She had said that she wanted to conquer Dulingyi, but she was getting further and further away from Du Lingyi. Now was a good opportunity. "No, princess, I didn't say anything. I'm just happy at this moment. After all, the young master is finally coming." Princess Zhang nodded after hearing this and immediately said, "Yes, he is finally coming. You don't know how happy I am at this moment. No matter what, I am more or less looking forward to the two of you quickly settling this matter. Aren't you still having a conflict?" Qin Mianmian then remembered that this was indeed the case, so he nodded and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Princess, don't worry. When the young master comes, I will definitely talk to him clearly, and then our conflict will be gone." As soon as Qin Mianmian finished speaking, Xiaoxi ran to the courtyard to find the princess. Qin Mianmian looked closely and found that the servant was the servant under Du Lingyi, so she immediately went to greet him. "What's the matter? Where is your master? Where did your master go? Why did he suddenly disappear at this time?" Xiaoxi said aggrievedly, "Oh, Miss Qin, you don't know our master's temper. No one can stop him. He was going to come with me, but he said it would be better to come at night, so I brought my luggage first. I don't know if Miss Qin can help. After all, Miss Qin is more familiar with this place, but I am not very familiar with it." Qin Mianmian took the other's luggage when she heard this, and then said to him, "There is no problem with this. Just leave it to me. I know you are not very familiar with this place, and it is really hard for you. Anyway, now that the young master is here, let me take care of him." After hearing this, the eldest princess teased Qin Mianmian, "When did you become so gentle and virtuous? This is not like your personality at this moment." Qin Mianmian smiled and didn't say much. For him, being able to take care of Du Lingyi was an extra point, so of course he would take advantage of it. So he quickly accepted Du Lingyi's gift and prepared it for him. He didn't take the prince's words to heart. After Qin Mianmian asked the princess, he knew where Du Lingyi was going to live, so he quickly prepared it for him. In the evening, Du Lingyi really came over alone. Qin Mianmian was of course very happy at this time. After all, he was willing to let him live here so that he could get the moon first, in case there were any problems with the strategy at that time. But what Qin Mianmian found strange was that Du Lingyi came, but didn't come to find him. This was the most uncomfortable thing for Qin Mianmian. He didn't know what he had done wrong, nor did he know whether the other party cared about his relationship. He felt that he was abandoned at this time. So after packing up, although Qin Mianmian was waiting in the yard, he was still a little unwilling, so he ran over. He ran to Du Lingyi's other courtyard, where Du Lingyi was sitting alone. At this time, Qin Mianmian thought, since he wanted to drink tea here, why couldn't he go to see me? Didn't he come to the palace for me? After thinking so, he walked to Du Lingyi. Du Lingyi looked up at him and put down the teacup, but she didn't care. Qin Mianmian was very angry at this time and asked the other party, "Can you tell me what's going on? At this time, I just don't understand why you look at me so lightly. It seems that you don't care whether I am by your side or not, right? Why are you so angry? I came here just for you, don't you know? Okay, don't make a fuss for now. These things are useless, don't you think?" Qin Mianmian nodded after hearing this. He knew that he shouldn't be so willful, but he was not happy about it in his heart. "Since Master Du is here, why don't you come to find me? Master Du should have received my letter, right? If he received my letter, wouldn't he know that I was actually feeling very upset? Since he knew that I was feeling upset, shouldn't he come to comfort me?" Qin Mianmian's logic was indeed quite reasonable, and Du Lingyi had to agree at this time. But after all, he was also the master, so it was impossible for him to bend down. "What's wrong with you? You wanted to drive me away a few days ago, but now you suddenly don't drive me away. I'm curious about what you think. Do you think that I must see you when I come here? And it would be a mistake not to see you." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian suddenly realized that she had a bad temper and wanted to apologize, but it was too late. Du Lingyi also said, "Okay, I don't want to tell you anything else. This matter is still your fault. After you reflect on yourself, rest in the yard for a while and then go to see the emperor." Qin Mianmian grabbed Du Lingyi's hand after hearing this. "You are going to see the emperor. Why do you want to see him? Although the emperor is willing to see you, I know you don't want to see the emperor. Dulingi laughed after hearing this. How do you know I don't want to see the emperor? You think others think too much. Now that I'm here, I naturally have to tell the emperor. No matter what, I still have to say hello. Do you want to go with me? Qin Mianmian thought about it and shook his head. I just rejected the emperor's request, so I still don't go to see him? Dulingi remembered what Qin Mianmian said in her mind, so she nodded. I also think you should not go to see him. If you go to see him, you will cause some unnecessary trouble. Qin Mianmian also nodded and quickly said, Yes, I'd better stay here. There are really some unnecessary troubles. There is no need to provoke. It's good to know. I won't say much. At this time, I hope you can have your own plans. Although I come in to accompany you, what do you think about the future? I will persuade the princess, and the princess will definitely agree to help you. This matter is on me. If I don't do it, I won't go back. Dulingi was very relieved after hearing this. He quickly said, After hearing what you said, I feel that my communication with you is not in vain. I am really grateful to you. What's the matter, Mr. Du? He is my benefactor and my backer. Since I have to rely on Mr. Du for food at this time, I will naturally ask myself to do my best. Just like that, Qin Mianmian watched Dulingi go to the emperor's bedroom, and she did not accompany her. When the princess saw that Dulingi was gone, she knew what he was going to do, so she came over and said to Qin Mianmian, You are really a useful person. You persuaded him to go there so quickly at this time? Qin Mianmian shook her head. I didn't persuade him to do this matter. It was Master Du who wanted to see the emperor himself. He said that only by seeing the emperor could he do this matter properly. The princess was very surprised and then smiled. I said that you meant something to him, and it turned out to be true. You know that he never saw the emperor before, so we are all anxious now. The emperor actually wants to talk to him. Although the situation in his family is like this, we have never said that his status has become humble because of the matter at home, but he has always wanted to find out the truth. This is also a problem that the emperor and I have not solved. Qin Mianmian felt that this was indeed a good opportunity, so she took the initiative to say to the princess, In fact, I don't understand why the princess didn't help him at this time. Wouldn't it be great if his long-cherished wish could be fulfilled? The princess also knows that Master Du has been working on this matter for many years. In that case, why not help him now? Why are you unwilling to help him now? The princess narrowed her eyes and didn't want to answer this question at all. She knew that Qin Mianmian was standing on Dulingi's side to persuade her, and was considered to be on Dulingi's side. If it was someone else, the princess would definitely scold him, but because it was you at this time, she didn't say anything. Enough of that. Don't talk to me about this topic again. If you sigh to me again, I will never forgive you. Qin Mianmian knew that the princess was a little angry at this time, so he wanted to apologize to the princess. But seeing the princess like this, he would not apologize to him. So Qin Mianmian was a little depressed and felt that he had done something that he shouldn't have done. The princess saw that Qin Mianmian was sad and didn't want him to continue, so she comforted him. Just like a mother, I blame my child for not blaming you at this time. But you have to know what you should do at this time. If I tell you that you shouldn't do something at this time, you still did it. Do you think I, as an elder, will be happy? Qin Mianmian nodded after hearing this. He also knew that what he did was not right, so he was more or less humble and didn't dare to say anything. The princess finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and she quickly persuaded Qin Mianmian to keep this matter in his heart and not say it. This matter needs to be considered carefully. If you insist on telling this princess about this matter, I will definitely not forgive you if I get angry. This is the first time, so I will forgive you first. Don't say such things next time. Do you hear me? Qin Mianmian suddenly realized that the princess had been holding back before. It was not easy for him to bring up this topic with the princess. Qin Mianmian could only nod as an agreement. If he didn't agree to this matter, he was afraid that he would not even have a way to live. Since the princess couldn't spread his thoughts, Qin Mianmian spread his thoughts to the emperor. Although he promised Dulingi that he would not go there, he waited for half an hour, and Dulingi didn't come, so Qin Mianmian went to the emperor's bedroom. The eunuch outside the emperor's bedroom was naturally polite when he saw Qin Mianmian coming. But he didn't know what Qin Mianmian was doing so late, so of course he went up to ask Qin Mianmian, and Qin Mianmian told him her purpose, saying that she was here to see Du Lingyi. The emperor knew that Du Lingyi was inside, but the emperor didn't say that he could let others in, so he still refused Qin Mianmian. "Miss, you'd better wait. The emperor is meeting with Mr. Du at this time, and I don't know what they will talk about, so you'd better wait first. After the two of them finish talking, I will take you in, okay?" Qin Mianmian could also express his understanding after hearing this, but he was still anxious in his heart. After all, if Du Lingyi was just simply reading a pornographic book, it would not take half an hour. This half an hour has passed. What on earth are they talking about? Qin Mianmian cares about this very much, so he has a sense of anxiety in his life. Of course, the father-in-law knew that Qin Mianmian was a famous person and had a lot of face in front of the world. It would be bad if he offended him, so when he saw Qin Mianmian like this, he hurried to comfort Qin Mianmian. "Miss Qin, please don't have this expression. Miss Qin, just wait outside. They will come out soon." Qin Mianmian also nodded. He knew that he shouldn't put on this expression to affect others. Besides, the father-in-law didn't ask him not to go in, but just wanted him to wait until Du Lingyi came out before going in. This made sense, so Qin Mianmian sat on the stone slab on the side and waited. The father-in-law felt a little pitiful. Qin Mianmian saw that Qin Mianmian was sitting alone on the stone slab. It was cold at night and the stone slab was very cold. He hurriedly wanted to move a chair over for Qin Mianmian, but Qin Mianmian still shook her head for him to persuade her at this time. The eunuch immediately said, "Since the lady has already said so, then the old servant will not persuade her. The lady, please sit here. When Master Du comes out later, I will definitely greet you." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian also thanked the eunuch and then watched the stars there alone. I don't know how long it will take. Du Lingyi finally came out, but Qin Mianmian was fascinated by it. It was not until a pair of hands patted Qin Mianmian that Qin Mianmian realized that it was Du Lingyi behind him. He quickly turned around, then pulled Qin Mianmian's clothes, pulled Du Lingyi's smile, and looked at Du Lingyi's expression. Du Lingyi didn't mean to be unhappy. It seemed that he had a good talk with the emperor. "How did your talk with the emperor go?" "It seems that you and the emperor had a good talk. Then I feel relieved. I always thought that you and the emperor would not get along. I don't know what you talked about in there after half an hour, but as long as you talk well, I will feel relieved." "Why are you so worried about me? The emperor and I don't have any grudges, but I didn't want to attack in the past few years. Now I am attacking. I am very happy to buy the emperor, so don't worry about this. I'm fine. Really, the emperor really didn't make things difficult for you. I'm just afraid that the emperor will make things difficult for you. Then this matter will be hard to say. Seeing that the emperor didn't make things difficult for you, I am really happy for you." After hearing this, Du Lingyi felt warm in her heart. If he walked in front, Qin Mianmian could catch up, so Qin Mianmian quickly caught up with each other. Under the moonlight and sparse stars, the two of them were walking in the palace under such scenery, which was also a pleasant thing. "You have already greeted the emperor, and you will stay for a few days, but if you live in the palace, what should you do about the secret room?" "You don't have to worry about the secret room. I have already communicated with another person. What do you think of Zhang Juan?" Qin Mianmian knew that she was relieved to hand it over to Zhang Juan when she heard the name. What else is there to worry about? "So you handed this matter to him. Isn't he one of my men? I am his benefactor, but why do you think I would use him, and isn't it a good time for him to do things with the general?" "You don't have to worry about this matter. You just need to worry about your own affairs. I have already reminded Zhang Juan about what he should and shouldn't do. I have already told him what he should and shouldn't do. I believe he can do it well. After all, he is a talent you have dug out." This can be regarded as a compliment to Qin Mianmian, so Qin Mianmian was very happy at this time, nodded immediately, and then said, "Thank you for praising me so much. I also feel that I am not doing well, but after your words, I feel much more comfortable." You don't have to say that. Now I know how much energy you have put in the palace. The eldest princess actually told me that you have mentioned many times that I want to take revenge. The eldest princess can understand me, but she can't help me now. Qin Mianmian stopped and was at a loss for a moment. So the eldest princess told you. I thought she didn't tell you. It seems that I underestimated her. I always thought she didn't tell you and wanted to wait until this matter was mature before telling you. It turns out that you know all my actions. Du Lingyi smiled and continued to move forward. The eldest princess also has her own reasons. She said she helped me, but she really pushed me into the fire pit. I know this, but I can't wait any longer. I will definitely complete this task. Qin Mianmian naturally nodded after hearing this, and then hurried to comfort Du Lingyi. At this time, only she could comfort her. In fact, even without the help of the princess, you could also find out the truth, right? Don't be discouraged at this time. I think there must be a way. Although Du Lingyi was very pleased after hearing this, he still looked at Qin Mianmian and felt that Qin Mianmian was a little naive. If this matter is really that easy to handle, in fact, I should have done it long ago. Do you know why I haven't done it? In fact, you know very well in your heart that this matter is very difficult to accomplish. Qin Mianmian nodded. I know this matter is very difficult, but I am willing to stay with you to do this matter well. Hasn't the matter of the secret room been reported manually? So I think you should make an extra effort at this time to quickly fill those people into the secret room so that you can collect information much faster. Let's discuss this matter later. When you leave the palace, I still want you to be my advisor. The matter of the secret room was not resolved so quickly. Qin Mianmian was naturally a little puzzled after hearing this. He quickly asked Du Lingyi what was wrong with the secret room. After all, Du Lingyi was a confident person. At this time, Du Lingyi could say such words, which meant that there must be some problems on his side. I helped you check the structure of the secret room before, and it's nothing serious, so I think you can handle it now, but it seems that there is something wrong with the secret room. Can you tell me what the problem is? After hearing this, Du Lingyi said, in fact, this problem is not a big deal, but it is a structural problem. If I build this secret room now, it is not very safe for those people to be stuffed in it, so I am thinking about how to modify it. Du Lingyi was finally willing to tell Qin Mianmian about her worries. Qin Mianmian was also very grateful to him, knowing that he was one step closer to Du Lingyi's heart. And at this time, the reminder also reminded her again that Qin Mianmian did get Du Lingyi's favorability points again. Qin Mianmian was of course very happy, but she also knew that everything should be. This step means that since Du Lingyi trusts herself at this time, she must not leave it all behind. How about this? I'll go to Gongbao another day and see that Madame Gongbao and I are very familiar with each other. I met him before he came to the palace. I'll go to Gongbao to find some information for you to see how to transform your secret room. Qin Mianmian was so dedicated that Du Lingyi was a little moved. Du Lingyi was a little confused at this time and took the initiative to ask Qin Mianmian, I know that other people have devoted themselves to me, but I have never seen someone as dedicated as you. Can you tell me what's going on? Why are you willing to give so much for me? After hearing this, Qin Mianmian quickly shook his head. You said this as if I shouldn't give for you. Why shouldn't I give for you at this time? I am your think tank, so I should give you advice and work hard for your career. Since you have encountered problems with the secret room now, shouldn't I help you? After Qin Mianmian finished speaking, Du Lingyi also nodded. He also felt that he wanted to love. In fact, Du Lingyi should really think carefully at this time. Qin Mianmian is very useful. It is really a waste for him to stay in the palace. You've been in the palace for so long. Can the dessert shop still be open? Isn't it a pity at this time? If you have anything credible, remember to tell me, and I will definitely take you out earlier. In fact, Qin Mianmian no longer cared about his dessert problem at this time. He traveled through time and space to capture the man in front of him, so he was very lucky to be able to rely on him. Desserts are all later. Besides, he can make desserts so well, and the emperor and the eldest princess are willing to go, which shows that his skills are not bad. he shouldn't feel inferior at this time. You don't have to worry about me about public affairs. Since I have chosen to let you be my backer, then I will definitely follow behind you. I will do whatever you do. How can I be so picky? After hearing this, Du Lingyi was naturally clear, and he nodded. Thank you very much. If you hadn't come to accompany me at this time, I really don't know what to do or how to think about things for a while. Mr. Du, don't worry. We are destined to be together. Since you are already a big shot and we have been going back and forth several times, we must be in sync with each other. Speaking of the word heart to heart, Du Lingyi was deeply touched. He didn't know where Qin Mianmian got this gift from, but she could understand his feelings so well. At this time, he was very grateful to God for giving him a friend like Qin Mianmian. Maybe we have all been through all that, so I think the person who understands you best in the world is me. And you are also the person who understands me best, and we should appreciate each other. Qin Mianmian was also a little uncomfortable seeing Du Lingyi say so many good things to him, and he immediately smiled and said, Mr. Du, there is no need to praise my Mr. Du like this. If you praise me like this, I don't know what to do for a moment. In fact, Mr. Du should take care of his own affairs first. I think I really have some problems at this time, so there is no need to stand by Mr. Du and wait for me to get better so that I can naturally serve Mr. Du better. Seeing Qin Mianmian being so humble, Du Lingyi was a little uncomfortable. He asked curiously, Can I ask you, why did you want to be my smart team? In fact, you could have refused. It was because I said that you must choose me as your backer, so you became my backer. Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer this question for a moment. This question was indeed very difficult for him, so he had to say, I don't know what I'm thinking in my heart. I only know that I'm actually very happy to be with you at this moment. I feel that after being with you, everything has become light, everything has become interesting, everything has changed, and there is bright sunshine. Qin Mianmian originally thought that the conversation between him and Du Lingyi would go on forever. But who knew that Du Lingyi suddenly asked this question at this time? You know what my goal is? And what your goal is, we all know it. But can you tell me? What is your goal? Are you the same as me? Do you want to overturn a wrongful conviction? I have never asked you all this before, but I think I can ask you now. Qin Mianmian certainly didn't know what to say for a moment. He had to stammer and said, I don't know how to tell you about this matter. I do have my own secrets, but my secrets are different from yours. I can't make it clear in a few words. If Mr. Du can spare me at this time, I think I will definitely tell you clearly next time. Du Lingyi has a signal. After all, she has told Qin Mianmian about her own affairs. Why can't she tell herself about Qin Mianmian's affairs? Unless Qin Mianmian's identity is special, when Du Lingyi wanted to ask, Qin Mianmian also said it in one word. We are just a relationship of backers and backers, so I think I should keep a little secret of my own at this time. Please forgive me, Mr. Du. Qin Mianmian has already said this, so what can Du Lingyi say? Du Lingyi had to nod and then said, Since you have described it this way, I can't say anything. Anyway, you know what I think in my heart. If you need my help one day, you must tell me. Looking at Du Lingyi's back, Qin Mianmian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Mianmian knew that it was indeed a bit unreasonable for him to keep some secrets from his master at this time, but fortunately Du Lingyi did respect him. Qin Mianmian thought that the secret of his conquest must not be told. If it was told, it would be miserable, so he was relieved. The two were speechless, but Qin Mianmian couldn't fall asleep while lying on the bed. If he could ask this question today, it meant that he could ask this question in the future. If he asked this question again in the future, how should he answer it? This is the most fatal thing for him. After he sat in Chapter 72, Favorability, and returned to the courtyard, Du Ling naturally returned to her own courtyard, and Qin Mianmian also returned to her room. The two looked at the faint candlelight, and for a moment they didn't know how to adjust their mentality. He felt that he was more or less troubled, so he went out of the room to look at the moon. Unexpectedly, the eldest princess was also looking at the moon outside at this time, so Qin Mianmian naturally chose to sit with the eldest princess. When the eldest princess saw Qin Mianmian sitting next to her, she knew that she couldn't sleep. In order to let herself sleep well, the first sentence she said when she came out to look at the night was, "Did you quarrel with the second prince and the young master?" Qin Mianmian didn't know what quarreling was. Now it seemed that the young master was sulking, and Qin Mianmian didn't know whether she should agree. "It seems not. The princess has misunderstood. I just came out for a walk. If not, why don't you go and say hello to your young master at this time? I saw that your young master went to bed early. There must be something wrong between you two." Qin Mianmian really didn't know how to answer, so at this time she had to say to the princess in detail, "Princess, please don't misunderstand. We are fine between us. I am somewhat tired at this time because Mr. Du just moved in today." The princess saw that Qin Mianmian had said this, and she couldn't force her to speak, so at this time of course she chose to nod, as if what Qin Mianmian said was true. Okay, I won't embarrass you at this time. I know there is no benefit in embarrassing you, so I think I should step down from my own identity at this time and stop making any guesses. You two are both by my side. In fact, I am still very happy. In the future, this Mr. Du will be handed over to you. You must take good care of him." Qin Mianmian, after hearing this, of course, chose to nod his head. He knew that this was also a very golden period for him. If he could get the basic points of Dudu during this period, he could completely capture Du Lingyi, but he couldn't tell anyone about this. "Don't think too much. You still have to get up tomorrow. By the way, the Emperor has told me that he is getting better after eating your cakes, so I hope you will continue to do it. Tomorrow you have to make some cakes and send them to the Emperor. He doesn't have much cakes anymore." Qin Mianmian also felt that he finally had something to do, and was still very happy to agree, so he went to bed hastily. He was busy in the kitchen early the next morning, but his mood was different that day. He felt safe when he thought of Du Lingyi by his side, and he felt comfortable doing things. When he prepared Tiantian and sent her to the Emperor, Du Lingyi stopped him. "I'll go with you. What if the second prince comes to you again on the way?" Qin Mianmian laughed after hearing this. "You are still afraid that the second prince will cause trouble for me. Don't worry, the second prince will definitely not cause trouble for me at this time, huh?" Although Qin Mianmian said this, Du Lingyi didn't quite believe it, so Du Lingyi asked directly, "Why do you say that? Have you talked to the second prince?" Qin Mianmian of course chose to nod. "Yes, I have talked to the second prince, so you don't have to worry about this matter. I know what you are worried about in your heart, and I also know what I should do at this time. I should listen to you, so don't think I am not thoughtful at this time. In fact, I have considered it very carefully." For the first time, Du Lingyi praised Qin Mianmian. "You were right to make it clear to the second prince. You are my person. How could you have any intersection with him?" Qin Mianmian stopped laughing after hearing this, and he immediately said, "So you are such a jealous person. I thought you wouldn't be jealous, but it seems you are jealous. Well, since you are jealous, I have no other choice. I can only obey you at this time. Don't worry, I won't have any contact with the second prince. I have already told him clearly that I don't like him, so naturally I won't have any contact with him." Du Lingyi was very satisfied with this answer. After all, he came to the palace because he was worried that the second prince would harass Qin Mianmian. At this time, Qin Mianmian completed this task alone, which was quite gratifying for Du Lingyi. "You have inherited my true teachings and know what I am thinking. That's good. I have nothing to worry about. You can explain it to him clearly now. I hope he knows his own limitations and won't do anything inappropriate to you." Qin Mianmian looked at Du Lingyi's happy expression and asked him curiously, "Why do you care about me so much? I think I'm doing pretty well at this time, and I'm doing everything well. You don't have to worry about me so much, but from the moment you came to accompany me, I felt that you were paying too much attention to me at this time. Don't know what words to use for a while. In short, you have to believe me at this time. I am more or less because you are my person. I can't hurt my own people because of my own fault." Qin Mianmian thought it was ridiculous to hear this, but because it was said by Du Lingyi, he still listened to it in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, I won't ask for anything now. I know you have a lot of complaints about me, and I know I can't put on airs now. Anyway, it's better for you to come to my side and supervise me. I won't have any more conversations with the second prince." After saying that, Qin Mianmian continued to make the cakes in his hand. Dulingi saw that it was boring to be next to him, so she naturally went out on her own. Qin Mianmian sighed at his back. It's quite difficult to capture a person, but now he has finally got his hands on me, which can be regarded as adding a little more points to my points. He cares about me so much now, isn't it? Because his favorability towards me has increased dramatically. At this time, there was no one around, and the system took the initiative to think of a voice to encourage Qin Mianmian. Congratulations to the host for successfully raising the favorability to medium. Qin Mianmian was not very happy when he heard the word medium. He felt that he had used all his tricks to get to medium at this time, but Qin Mianmian was embarrassed to ask more, so he could only nod and accept it. Well, my impression of him has indeed increased a lot, and his impression of me should have increased a lot as well. I'll keep working on it. Qin Mianmian certainly knew the second prince's good intentions towards him, so he was very grateful at this time. He went to the second prince's bed and checked for him. The second prince did have the symptoms of poisoning. Although Qin Mianmian was not a particularly famous doctor, he could still see it all. Just when he was struggling, Dulingi also walked into the room. He had also heard about the situation here, so he came to take a look. If you want the second prince to recognize you, you must drive Dulingi away. But this time, because the second prince was also lying on the bed, he had no strength to say anything. When Qin Mianmian saw Dulingi coming, he immediately grabbed Dulingi and said to him, "You are finally here. Please help me see what is going on. I don't know what is going on. Do you think he might have symptoms of poisoning after drinking my wine? But that pot of daughter's red wine." Dulingi stopped Qin Mianmian halfway through his words. He gently grabbed Qin Mianmian's hand and said to Qin Mianmian, "We still need to think about this matter in the long run. How do you know it must be this time? What about the daughter's red wine problem? Maybe it's something else." Qin Mianmian pointed to the people under the second prince and said, "Aren't they saying this one by one? I can't help but take their questions to heart. Although these are what they said, you don't have to be so entangled. I think what you should be more concerned about at this time is his condition. If his condition can be stabilized, then he can come and tell you what happened." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian also felt that this sentence made sense, so he calmed down. He walked to those trivial matters and then said to the servants, "You'd better invite the imperial doctors quickly. My medical skills are not good, so I can't help you with anything. You'd better invite people from the imperial hospital to see the second prince. This matter will eventually be known to others, so I don't care." Just as Qin Mianmian was saying this, the second prince was suddenly born. He opened his mouth slightly and said to Qin Mianmian, "No, you can't do this. If people from the imperial hospital come over." He didn't have the strength to finish the whole sentence, but Qin Mianmian knew what he meant, so Qin Mianmian quickly persuaded the second prince. "Second prince, don't come down at this time. You know you don't have this ability, so don't do such a strong thing. If you don't make him regret it this time, what are you going to do? You are really going to get through this illness by yourself at this time. This is completely impossible. I think you still have to listen to the imperial physician. If the imperial physician thinks you must take medicine or something at this time, you must do it according to them." The second prince was actually a patient at this time. He couldn't listen to what others said to him. Although he wanted to argue with reason, Qin Mianmian actually said so, and he himself couldn't have the strength to refute, so after Qin Mianmian said it, the people below did it. The imperial physicians were naturally very terrified when they saw that the second prince was sick. Although he was the second prince, they also knew that the second prince would be the prince in the future, so they naturally didn't dare to delay. After taking a look, the imperial physicians said directly that it must be the problem of the pot of wine. The second prince must have eaten something wrong. If there is nothing wrong with his diet these days, then it must be that pot of wine. Just when the second prince was still desperately looking for a solution, Princess Chang'e finally had good news for them. The people under Princess Chang'e hurried over to tell Princess Chang'e that the second prince had finally found the trap of that pot of wine, and now the second prince felt unwell after drinking that pot of wine, and all of this was to blame on Qin Mianmian. Chang'e was naturally very happy after hearing this. He felt that it was time for him to take action, so he quickly ordered his men, "Hurry up and prepare. This Princess Chang'e will go there unnoticed and stab Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian is being protected by others at this time, and no one dares to say that this incident was caused by him. But this Princess Chang'e will expose this fact." There was a long line of people outside the yard. When Princess Chang'e arrived at Qin Mianmian, she knew that this matter was not good. If Princess Chang'e got involved in this matter, she would definitely be punished, so Qin Mianmian took the initiative to move closer to Du Lingyi. Du Lingyi also knew how this matter would develop, so she had already made preparations. Princess Chang'e walked in with a proud look on her face, and when she saw Qin Mianmian, she smiled and said to her, "I finally see you. I haven't seen you in these few days. You must have offended me again." When Du Lingyi saw Chang'e, Princess Chang'e immediately looked at her with disdain. Princess Chang'e had to give Du Lingyi face, so she slightly suppressed her aura at this time. Sometimes I think Her Royal Highness Princess Chang'e doesn't need to talk like this. Her Royal Highness Princess Chang'e really thinks that throwing stones at a well is a good move. After listening to Du Lingyi's words, Princess Chang'e's face was... He paused, sorted out his thoughts, and then spoke normally. "What does Mr. Du mean by this? Is Mr. Du looking down on this Princess Chang'e? This Princess Chang'e didn't do anything. You should ask the girl next to you what she did. Now everyone in the yard knows that our second prince drank his wine and became like this. Can you tell me what happened? How come others have nothing wrong with drinking, but our second prince has something wrong with drinking his wine? You have to give me an explanation, otherwise Princess Chang'e will not let this matter go. By the way, your Majesty doesn't know about this yet. The second prince is His Majesty's treasure, otherwise he would not have moved it to the East Palace. If the Emperor knew about this, he would definitely not spare Qin Mianmian." Qin Mianmian was of course a little scared at this time. He knew that he had done something wrong and should be punished, but he did not do it on purpose. He felt that this matter was just a joke of God, and he was still in a bad mood. But just when everyone was speechless, the second prince suddenly said, "Princess Chang'e, there is no evidence yet, so please stop talking nonsense." Princess Chang'e certainly did not expect the second prince to become like this and still have the energy to speak for Qin Mianmian. He was very angry all of a sudden, but he could not do anything at once, because for him, he did not have the ability to refute the second prince's words. He could only listen to the second prince and scold him. The imperial doctors beside him could not bear to hear their masters chattering like this, so they quickly wrote a prescription and asked others to boil the medicine. Fortunately, the poison is not very strong, so you just need to take the antidote. Don't worry, second prince. Although you have a headache now, it will be relieved after taking the antidote. Qin Mianmian was relieved after hearing this. He walked to the side of the second prince and said to him, "Second prince, this is my fault. I did something wrong. If I knew it would be like this, I would never let you drink that pot of wine. But I really didn't do anything with that pot of wine. Besides, the eldest princess is so good to me. She wouldn't do anything. I don't know what happened. Can you tell me whether that pot of wine has been in the hands of others?" Although the second prince wanted to talk about this matter, he was exhausted, so he couldn't say it all at once. Qin Mianmian also knew that he shouldn't force others, so he quickly waved his hand and let the prince say, "Okay, the second prince doesn't have to say it so clearly. In fact, I know it in my heart. The second prince must be tired at this time. When the second prince has a good rest, he will definitely give me the truth of the matter." Qin Mianmian also said to the second prince at this time, "The second prince should have a good rest. After all, no one wants the second prince to say more. After the second prince takes the antidote, we can slowly talk about this matter." Princess Chang stopped Qin Mianmian and Du Lingyi. His eyes were shining. He had prepared for so long just for this moment today, so how could he let the two of them go? Don't leave, both of you. Why do you want to leave at this time? This monarch can tell you that you can't leave before the second prince's condition is cured? Master Du can leave, but why does Miss Qin want to leave? Miss Qin is the culprit. Shouldn't Miss Qin stay and take responsibility? Qin Mianmian was a little angry after hearing this, but who knew that Du Lingyi next to him was even angrier than him? He actually raised one hand and was about to slap Princess Changhe, and Princess Changhe was frightened. After all, Master Du was a distinguished guest in the palace, and he was not qualified to confront Du Lingyi. However, it was the first time he saw Du Lingyi with such a fierce look, so he didn't know what to say all of a sudden. If you have to say such things, I can't help it. After all, you asked for it. But you should have a respectful attitude towards the people you should respect, otherwise others will think you are crazy. You have to look at Miss Qin now. She is a favorite of the Emperor. If I hit you, the Emperor will not have any opinion on you. After hearing this, Princess Changhe was naturally scared and took a few steps back. She didn't dare to look Qin Mianmian in the eye or have any conversation with Du Lingyi. Du Lingyi was finally able to leave with Qin Mianmian in a dignified manner. Qin Mianmian was relieved, but he still turned around to look at the building behind him and said silently, "Although you all believe that I didn't do this, I must find out the truth about this matter. If I don't find out the truth, how can I let myself go?" After hearing this, Du Lingyi nodded silently and said, "Yes, you really shouldn't let yourself go. At this time, I also think that you should solve this matter as soon as possible. But what do you think in your heart? Can you tell me clearly? What do you think is going on with this wine thing?" Qin Mianmian didn't dare to say it until he and Du Lingyi had walked a distance. Then, seeing that there was no one behind him, he took the initiative and said a name. "Do you think it was Princess Changhe, who did it? But all this does have a traceable trace. You don't have any enemies in the palace. Only Changhe Princess is your enemy. It is reasonable for him to harm you at this time. Mr. Du, do you have any way? Although I am troubling you by saying this, it is someone else who harmed me. I don't have any clothes in this good palace. I can't find any connections to investigate this matter for the time being. I can only rely on you." Du Lingyi smiled and then immediately said, "You think I am your backer, so shouldn't I help you when you get into trouble? You don't have to think too much. I will do this myself, and I will help you find the truth." Qin Mianmian was very grateful after hearing this. She felt that she had finally found the right person. She was very grateful in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. Du Lingyi was a little puzzled. Did Qin Mianmian live a bad life in the palace? Why did she suddenly cry to herself? I don't quite understand. Have you suffered any injustice here? Is there anything else you didn't tell me in the letter? I came to the palace to take care of you. If you don't tell me the truth at this time, I really can't help you. Tell me what's going on." Qin Mianmian shook his head desperately and said quickly, "Nothing. You misunderstood. There is really nothing. I'm just very grateful. How could I have such a good backer like you at this time? I still feel that I have good luck. God is blessing me." Du Lingyi knew that this good luck referred to herself, so of course she was praised highly. After being praised, he was very happy. "It's good that you know that I am a reliable backer. Are you going to change to another backer in the future?" Qin Mianmian shook her head, of course. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course I have to take you as the benchmark. No matter what others say at this time, I have to rely on you." After hearing this, Du Lingyi was still very happy. Du Lingyi felt that he finally had a sense of breaking through, and finally felt that Qin Mianmian belonged to him. Although he also felt that this strange feeling was wrong. After all, Qin Mianmian was his subordinate, but based on his analysis of his own psychology, he did have such a feeling. Gradually, he also felt that the importance he attached to Qin Mianmian was increasing day by day. "Go back first. Go back to the courtyard and let the princess comfort you. I will arrange your house. The imperial physician also said that there is no big problem. As long as Princess Changhe doesn't tell the emperor, this matter will not be publicized." Qin Mianmian nodded naturally, very grateful. He also said quickly, "Yes, no matter what happens, as long as you don't tell the emperor, my crime is not big, right?" Ming nodded, of course, and gently tapped his shoulder. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Qin Mianmian could finally breathe a sigh of relief at this time and returned to her own courtyard. The princess actively came up and said, "How is it? How is the second prince's situation?" Qin Mianmian comforted the princess in her heart. She said to the princess, "There is nothing wrong with the second prince. The imperial physicians have seen it. It's just a practical thing, but the most fatal thing now is the pot of wine." The princess was a little confused. Qin Mianmian had nothing else in her hand except the pot of wine she gave them. "What do you mean by this? What is this problem? I don't quite understand where it comes from, that pot of wine. Did you give that pot of wine to the second prince?" Qin Mianmian nodded. "Yes, such a precious thing. I thought about it and didn't know if I drank it myself, so I gave it to the second prince. Who knew that the second prince had the problem after drinking that pot of wine? I don't know what to do now. Don't worry, I will find a way for you at this time. I can guarantee that there is absolutely no problem with that pot of wine. So what kind of problem is there with the pot of wine? I think I want to find out for you." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian was finally relieved, and Qin Mianmian quickly said, "Thank you, princess. I don't have any connections in the palace, so I don't know how to open it at this time. It would be great if your highness could help me with this." After hearing this, Her Royal Highness the Princess shook her head and quickly comforted him. "You don't too much. I know what you are worried about. It won't happen to you at this time. How could such a big thing be put on your head without any explanation? The princess will definitely make the decision for you." Qin Mianmian knew that the princess would make the decision for him, so he was still very happy at this time. He just felt that he didn't know. In fact, he should rely on his own ability to dig out this matter at this time, instead of putting it in the hands of the princess as he did now, and let the princess do it. The princess comforted Qin Mianmian, patted his back gently and pulled him to sit down. "This matter must have a cause. Someone must have framed you." Qin Mianmian naturally discussed what he said to Du Lingyi with the princess, and the princess was also very surprised after listening. "Sure enough, I knew this matter was like this. You said that Princess Chang'e has always regarded you as a thorn in her side. This won't work. You still have to find out clearly. How did Princess Chang'e plot against you?" "Yes, I have thought about this a long time ago. If it was Princess Chang'e who did it, even if I escaped this time, there will be a next time. I must ensure my own safety." As the two were talking, Du Lingyi came back. He sat opposite the princess and said, "We still have to check Princess Chang'e to find out who touched the pot of wine. Although that's the case, I think we have to wait until the second prince recovers. If the second prince recovers, then we can naturally know how the pot of wine entered his mouth. If all this doesn't make sense, then I think we are now in the hands of Princess Chang'e." Du Lingyi, of course, chose to comfort Qin Mianmian. "You don't have to worry so much. I have many connections in the palace, and I will definitely get this done. You probably know what I mean at this time, so I don't need to explain it to you in detail. Just wait for me for a few days until I can completely get this done." Qin Mianmian saw Du Lingyi like this. He was so confident that she naturally chose to believe him. "Thank you, Mr. Du." Du Lingyi was not happy to see Qin Mianmian in such a position. "Why should we apologize? You know what kind of relationship we have. Naturally, there is no need to say thank you for helping. If you had been more careful in the palace, you wouldn't have had what happened today. You are in trouble today, right?" Qin Mianmian smiled embarrassedly after hearing this. "Yes, I thought everyone in the palace was a good person, but I didn't know that Princess Chang'e would target me, so I didn't know what to say for a while. But since Princess Chang'e has already framed me, should I remove this thorn?" Du Lingyi naturally understood what Qin Mianmian meant. He thought about it carefully. Princess Chang'e was an outsider who came to the palace to worship the ancestors. In fact, she was not a particularly untouchable person. If Qin Mianmian really wanted to move him, he could really help her. If you think Princess Changhe really can't stand your eyes, I can help you make her disappear in front of the emperor. Qin Mianmian was shocked by this, and he hadn't made up his mind for a while. What's wrong with you? Suddenly stunned? It seems that you don't want to make this decision, but you also said that if Princess Changhe stays by your side, she will only keep finding faults with you. You are very clear about this in your heart. Since you know it clearly, you should remove the obstacles. Am I wrong? Qin Mianmian shook his head, of course. That's not what I meant. I certainly don't think I have to do anything to clear it out at this time. It's just that I think Princess A is indeed an obstacle to me. Then it's settled. Du Lingyi knew that Qin Mianmian was indeed hesitant about some things, and he couldn't make a decision because Qin Mianmian didn't want to hurt anyone. But she had seen the viciousness of people in the past few years, including the few times he had reiterated it. He knew that some bad people had to be treated badly. Seeing how Princess Changhe framed Qin Mianmian, he felt that Princess Changhe couldn't stay. Before, he had always thought that he could actually leave Princess Changhe alone, as long as Princess Changhe restrained herself. But he didn't expect that Princess Changhe was still unyielding at this time, so he had to help Qin Mianmian pull out this nail. Qin Mianmian saw that Du Lingyi was so sure. Of course it was difficult for him to refute him, so at this time he finally nodded and agreed. Since you've said that, as your subordinate, how can I disagree with your idea? If you think that Princess Changhe must be a nail to be removed, then I believe you, that's it. After Qin Mianmian made the decision, the princess beside her was also happy. You can do it. You can finally be free. Princess Changhe is indeed your biggest enemy. Think about it. You have nothing to do with those people outside the palace. I heard that you and your cousin also have some conflicts, but they are not as powerful as Princess Changhe. Princess Changhe has power in her hands. If you let her mess around, you will be completely in his hands. You can't do this. Qin Mianmian nodded after listening. He knew that Princess Changhe and Du Lingyi were both for his own good, so they both said this, which meant that he really wanted to do it, and he had made up his mind. Du Lingyi was very satisfied. He shook off the dust on his body and prepared to do his own thing. Qin Mianmian looked at him so determined, not knowing what his next plan was, so he held him. Wait a minute, Mr. Du. You have to tell me what your next plan is. What are you going to do? You can't lie to me at this time. You can't hide anything from me. After all, if what you did is related, if even I don't know that I am being kept in the dark, what can I do? Du Lingyi nodded and agreed. I will definitely satisfy you about this matter. I know what you are thinking in your heart, so I will let you know what I want to do in the future. If you don't agree, I will put it aside and talk to you slowly. Qin Mianmian's eyes suddenly had stars. Changzhe County Lord has been walking around in the room. In fact, he also knows that it is very risky to do so, because many people have already discovered this clue. Changzhe County Lord thought that this time he should be well prepared, so he would not be injured, but he didn't expect the result to be the same. He ordered his men at this time and actually wanted his men to tell him the situation below. But Du Lingyi has already started investigating. Du Lingyi's methods are still relatively tough, and he sorted out the matter in a short time. In fact, he knew very well what was going on in this matter. It was probably compiled by Princess Changhe, so Du Lingyi started his investigation from Princess Changhe. Of course, Princess Changhe also knew that she had to be on guard, so she had already pushed the matter clean. Du Lingyi could not find the so-called clues. Don't worry, Princess Changhe. I have already told my men not to do anything rash at this time. Just keep quiet, and Mr. Du will not be able to find out. I think it is better for Princess Changhe to keep quiet, lest they find out. After hearing this, I nodded to Princess Changhe, and he immediately replied, You are right, I can't lose my composure at this time. If I lose my composure, Mr. Du will find out. I'll wait in the yard first, but you should have sent someone to watch Mr. Du, right? The men nodded immediately and said, Yes, Princess Chang, don't worry. There will be no mistakes at this time. I have sent people to clear all the evidence, and have also sent people to follow Mr. Du. If he makes any moves, we will definitely know. After hearing this, Princess Changhe finally felt relieved. He nodded quickly and said, "That's good to hear. After you said this, I can finally feel relieved. I'm not as suspicious as before. I hope Mr. Du doesn't know the truth of this matter. Of course, Princess Chang'e can rest assured now. We won't let Princess Chang'e suffer any loss." Although Princess Chang'e was comforted by her own people, she still had some grudges at this time. It was not until Du Lingyi's men finally asked Princess Chang'e about this that Princess Chang'e had a reason to reprimand. "Why did you search me for no reason? Could it be that the fox girl's red wine is related to Princess Chang'e?" Although the people under Du Lingyi knew that Du Lingyi had no status in the palace, they also knew the relationship between Du Lingyi and the princess and the emperor, so they naturally had confidence at this time. After they built the Chang'e princess, they saluted the Chang'e princess, and then immediately went to do their own things. The crew was of course very angry and felt that someone looked down on them in this matter, so they didn't want to keep it with them at this time. "What's the matter with you one by one? Do you mean to look down on this Chang'e princess? This Chang'e princess will let you see that this yard is this Chang'e prince's territory. You can come if you want, but you can't leave." After he finished speaking, he said that several people under him surrounded those people who came with ill intentions. Those people were Du Lingyi's people, so they were the true disciples. Du Lingyi's stepmothers, when they saw that Princess Chang'e was not very friendly to them, they naturally began to glare at them. Princess Chang'e was really frightened when she saw their expressions. After all, how could Du Lingyi have the courage to let her subordinates be like this? After all, she also had her own life. When was it cut? So Princess Chang'e didn't dare to anger them at all. "Forget it. Forget go. You guys go out quickly. If you are willing to go out, this Princess Chang'e will not say anything to you." Princess Chang'e tried to drive others away in this way, but they naturally could not give up after receiving Du Lingyi's order and stood at the door and refused to leave. Princess Chang'e was naturally angry. At this moment, Du Lingyi suddenly appeared at the door of the courtyard. Princess Chang'e was also shocked when she saw Du Lingyi. She did not expect that Du Lingyi herself really took this matter so seriously, so she also resisted Princess Chang'e. Princess Chang'e did not know what to do for a moment. "Why did Mr. Du come here? It seems that Mr. Du really suspects that I have something to do with that pot of wine, but I think that pot of wine came from the hands of the head of the sect. Why don't you suspect the princess?" Du Lingyi refused directly as if she had never heard this sentence before. "I don't think it's necessary. If I really do this at this time, it will insult the name of Princess Chang'e. Now I am here to investigate this matter. If the crew did not do this, let me investigate." How could Princess Chang'e let Du Lingyi really investigate this matter, so she was still very annoyed in her heart. "Enough! This Princess Chang'e does not want to hear these words from you. This group leader thinks this is really ridiculous. This matter is obviously not done by this Princess Chang'e, and you should stop talking to this Princess Chang'e about these things. This Princess Chang'e thinks that Mr. Du has stayed in the palace for too long. Now should I consider other methods?" After hearing this, Du Lingyi knew that Princess Chang'e was already a little angry, but things had to be done. He waved his hand and let them search the yard while it was still within the acceptable range of Princess Chang'e. Princess Chang'e also brought people with her, but because Du Lingyi was present, he had to stand there. He didn't get angry until Du Lingyi and others searched the yard. "Did you see it? There is nothing. You can't say that this Princess Chang'e has anything to do with this matter. This pot of wine is obviously in the hands of Qin Mianmian. Besides, I have no trace in this matter at all. Mr. Du should know this. Since Mr. Du knows it, he shouldn't accuse me anymore." After hearing this, Du Lingyi was naturally speechless. After all, he really couldn't find any evidence at this time. It's not a good thing to slander Princess Chang'e like this. He withdrew his people and softened his tone. "I'm sorry, Princess Chang'e. I was indeed reckless in this matter. I really couldn't find anything in your yard, but this doesn't mean that you can get rid of this suspicion." After hearing this, Princess Chang'e was naturally very angry. "Do you really think that your one or two words can dispel the anger of this Princess Chang'e? Mr. Du, Don't think that I dare not provoke you because of your noble status. You still have to apologize to me." Du Lingyi felt that it made sense after hearing this. If he did not apologize at this time, he would not treat the other party as a human being. No matter what, he did not receive any evidence in his yard, so he should apologize. So he apologized to Princess Chang earnestly and sincerely. Princess Chang'e accepted it, so the matter was over. But just when Du Lingyi was about to leave, one of his men suddenly shouted, "What is this? Is this the fragment of a wine pot? How come it is buried under the big tree in the yard?" Princess Chang'e never expected this. He had set up such a big plan and had already bought all the fragments of the wine pot. But at this critical moment, a smart person discovered it. Du Lingyi took a closer look and finally felt that there was something suspicious about this matter. He dug out the fragments carefully and took a look. This is a substitution plan. It seems that this wine pot is the original wine pot. How come poor Qin Mianmian never found it? "Take this back!" Princess Chang'e panicked. She had thought that it was safer to bury the evidence in her yard, but who knew that it would be dug out at this time? She didn't know what to say for a moment. Qin Mianmian looked at him and said to him, "Princess Chang'e, don't quibble anymore. The fragments have been found in your yard. What else do you want to tell me? Do you really think you can escape punishment at this time?" After hearing this, Princess Chang'e's legs suddenly became weak. She didn't know how to refute, but she really didn't want to suffer this punishment. So she just stayed where she was, refusing to say anything or move. Since Du Lingyi felt that the evidence had been found, she should have a good talk with the emperor about this matter. He collected all the evidence and prepared to hand it over to the emperor. However, Princess Chang'e was still unwilling to give up. As long as the evidence was not handed over to the emperor, she still had a chance. He suddenly said to Du Lingyi, "I heard that Mr. Du still wants to investigate the case of Mr. Du's family a few years ago. Is that true? In fact, I have a person on hand. I wonder if you know him." Du Lingyi was immediately attracted. After all, revenge is what he has always wanted. He has been reborn so many times. He must not fail this time. After listening to what Princess Chang'e said, he immediately put down his sword and wanted to listen carefully to what Princess Chang'e said. Princess Chang'e was naturally very happy to see the other party coming. "Sure enough, you are still very happy at this time and are willing to accept my cooperation. Then let me tell you about this Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang is now adopted in our country yard. I heard that he used to be a vacationer. I don't know if this Uncle Wang is the person you are looking for." In fact, Du Lingyi was already very excited, because at this time he was looking for this man with the surname Wang, and he was about the same age. Calling him Wang Bobo should be the person he wanted to see. However, no one knew where Uncle Wang had gone in the past few years, and the whole person disappeared. In fact, Du Lingyi had always wanted to find him to ask a few questions, and many questions were not answered clearly. Who knew that at this time he was actually under the hands of Princess Chang'e? Did Princess Chang'e really not lie to me? The Wangbo you mentioned is really under your hands. What should I do if Her Highness Princess Chang'e lied to me? After hearing this, Her Highness Princess Chang'e naturally laughed, and he immediately assured, "What is there to lie to you about? Why should I lie to you? After all, I will not lie to you, don't worry. I am more or less a person of credit, so no matter how you treat me at this time, I will keep my promise to you. As long as you can let me go, I will take you to meet this Wang Bo. What do you think?" Du Lingyi is also a man who knows the big picture. He knows what is important and what is not important. Of course, meeting Wang Bo is more important at this time. If he can't meet Uncle Wang, it will be his failure in the end. So he thought about it and decided to put this matter aside for the time being and deal with Uncle Wang instead. "You asked me to spare you, which means you want me to keep the wine pot secret, right? But how can you guarantee that you can take me to see Wang Bo? If you can't see me, you still have to keep the evidence." Chang'e County Lord nodded, and he immediately said, "You don't have to think about this. Anyway, I know very well that you must meet Uncle Wang. If I take you to see him, you will naturally refuse to hand these things over. I believe in Mr. Du very much. I don't know if Mr. Du believes me. In fact, Qin Mianmian had no other way at this time, because Uncle Wang was really important to him. Whenever Du Lingyi heard about him, he would carefully think about it. So after listening to the words of Chang'e County Lord, he actually made a decision in his heart. Since you said so, I naturally have nothing to say. I hope we can cooperate happily. I will return the fragments of this wine pot to you. When will you take me to see Wang Bo? Princess Chang'e smiled happily. She didn't expect that her plan would really succeed. She had heard before that Uncle Wang was related to Du Jia. Now it seems that he can be of use to her. It can be regarded as saving her life. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, I won't say anything else for now, but I want to make this matter clear to you. Although I cannot tell the Emperor about this, I have already investigated this matter clearly. If you do this to Qin Mianmian again in the future, I will not forgive you. The Princess of Changhe knew that she could not defeat Du Lingyi, and Du Lingyi was indeed calling for Qin Mianmian. At this time, no one wanted to target Qin Mianmian. In fact, he was targeting Du Lingyi. He thought that Du Lingyi was so interested in this person, and he could actually dig out the secrets behind him. If he dug out the secret, he could threaten Du Lingyi. Thinking of this, he felt that Qin Mianmian was meaningless, so he might as well deal with Du Lingyi first. Capture the king first. This is what it means to capture a thief. So the Princess of Changhe of course agreed to Du Lingyi's conditions at this time. Du Lingyi naturally didn't think so much. When he thought about seeing himself in Wang Bo, he was very happy, and his vigilance was lowered for a fair while. Du Lingyi met Qin Mianmian in the evening. Qin Mianmian heard that Du Lingyi already had evidence. He hadn't seen him for a day, so he naturally needed to ask him. Du Lingyi frowned at this time. I am no longer going to target the Princess of Changhe. Let's forget about this matter. Qin Mianmian was a little angry, because she had not originally planned to target Princess Changhe. It was because of Du Lingyi's encouragement that she did so. However, Du Lingyi suddenly said this to her at this time, which made her very discouraged. What do you mean by this? I don't quite understand. Should I give up this matter as you said? But it was not you who encouraged me to do all this? You said that I should finish all of this at this time, but now that you have seen the evidence of Princess Changhe, why are you unwilling to talk about this matter openly? Du Lingyi really wanted to explain this matter to Qin Mianmian, but he felt that Qin Mianmian knew more about Wang Bo's affairs than you did, so he directly rejected Qin Mianmian. I think you should not know about this matter. Well, there is no benefit for you to know about this matter. It is better to do your own thing first. Qin Mianmian felt more and more strange. The previous idea was from Du Lingyi, and the current idea was also from Du Lingyi. It seemed that everything was proposed by him. What was the reason for this? If you don't want to say it, I won't force you to the end. At this time, I am still thinking about our relationship, so I won't make things difficult for you, but now you have to produce the evidence. Seeing Qin Mianmian so tough, Du Lingyi had no choice. That's enough. If you insist that I produce evidence, I can also produce evidence for you. But you know, I have never been such a person who can be bullied. You should know that I don't give you the evidence now for my own reasons. Qin Mianmian turned his head away. He just couldn't understand why he changed his mind after walking in the courtyard of Princess Changhe. Didn't he really want to help himself? I just don't quite understand why you want to do this. I just can't believe that you are such a person. You are going to cover up the evidence until you produce it. What should I do about my grievances? Du Lingyi hurried forward to comfort Qin Mianmian, but Qin Mianmian ran a few steps away and stood under a tree in the distance before speaking. Don't come near me. There is no point in coming near me at this time. I just want a reason. If you don't give me a reason today, don't think of deceiving me. Du Lingyi could only sigh. Do you need to argue so hard? If you think that arguing so hard must produce a result, I can tell you the reason. Qin Mianmian walked over, but Du Lingyi secretly grabbed his hand at this time. It turned out to be a trap. Wait a minute. Didn't you say you were willing to tell me at this time? Why didn't you say a word? Again? It seems that you are clearly lying to me at this time. Du Lingyi thought that Qin Mianmian would calm down immediately, but she didn't expect that he was still thinking about this matter. Enough. Is it necessary for us to be like this? I think you are reasonable after all, and you won't be like this. Why are you still blaming me when I see you like this? Of course I am blaming you now. I thought I could clear my name, but looking at your expression, it doesn't seem to make me feel relieved. After hearing this, Dulingi could only shake her head. Okay, I know what you mean now, and I know clearly that you can't let go of your anger now, so I'll leave first. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian was naturally very angry. Wait a minute, what do you mean by this? You just left like that, and you ignored all of this for me. What else do you want me to do? Dulingi was also a little angry at this time, because he also had his own things to do. Thinking of meeting Wang Bo, he was still very excited, but after Qinmian said this, he felt that he really couldn't stand it, so he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. I just don't understand why you treat me like this at this time. I really feel that I haven't done anything wrong at this time, but you treat me like this, and it really makes me feel uncomfortable. Let me tell you, I have my own unspeakable secret. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian immediately thought of the system. He felt that the system should be able to answer his question, so he immediately asked the system, hoping that the system could give him an answer. However, this time the system involved emotional issues and would no longer answer any of Qin Mianmian's questions. This made Qin Mianmian feel very ridiculous. Why was he unwilling to answer any of his questions? What was going on here? Although Qin Mianmian thought so in his heart, he also hoped that the system could give him an answer. After all, the system could actually read his thoughts at this time, but looking at the system like this, it seemed that it was not prepared to give him any explanation, which made Qin Mianmian very angry. Of course, Qin Mianmian also felt that there must be a solution to a problem at this time, and it was not that he could rely on the system. Seeing the angry man in front of him, he also felt that he should comfort the other party. The two of them could not continue to be in a cold war like this, so after pausing for a while, he was still willing to have a good talk with Dulingi. I know you are a little upset at this time. I am not going to ask you the truth behind this matter. As long as you feel that you can, then you don't have to tell me. I just feel a little hurt at this time. After all, I hope to help you, but you don't seem to want to do so, so I feel very hurt. I think if you can tell me, maybe I can have a good talk with you about this matter. But now, it seems that you are unwilling to do so, and I don't intend to force you. Qin Mianmian has been tolerant to this point, so naturally Dulingi will not embarrass him anymore. Dulingi's tone was naturally relieved when she saw Qin Mianmian like this. You know, I don't want to quarrel with you, so I don't want to argue with you at this time. I hope you can understand what I think in my heart and don't embarrass me anymore. Qin Mianmian nodded naturally after hearing this. Yes, I don't intend to embarrass you, but you are embarrassing me. Okay, let's not talk so much between us. Qin Mian planned to stop this war. After all, this war was useless. Dulingi left the yard because he was angry. Qin Mianmian watched him leave and did not chase him. He was wondering how the matter turned out like this. Just when he was confused, the eldest princess came out. I saw you arguing a long time ago. What are you arguing about? Qin Mianmian was of course very aggrieved at this time. We are not arguing about anything. I just feel very aggrieved. I don't know how to describe this feeling. I just feel terrible in my heart. I can probably understand what you mean, but you have to know in your heart that he is also suffering. Qin Mianmian nodded, of course. I know I'm suffering, but what else can I do? Should I just give in to him at this time? I heard in there that he seems to be unwilling to help you? Qin Mianmian nodded seriously. Yes, he is unwilling to help me. I don't know what's going on. He said he has something to hide. I think this is his secret. I don't want to expose his secret. Okay, now I know you are upset, and I don't want to get entangled with you. I also know you are sad, so I won't come to comfort you. Just be quiet for a while. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian was encouraged and no longer so depressed. I think since Dulingi won't help me, I want to figure this out by myself. Although the second prince's health has improved, I have to figure out who slandered me. After hearing this, the princess nodded. If you want to figure it out yourself, I won't hinder you or make it difficult for you. As long as you can do this well, anything is fine." After hearing what the princess said, Qin Mianmian was still very happy. After all, he felt that there was finally someone supporting him at this time. "Okay, I won't say any more to you at this time. Support you here. Go and make this matter clear. If you don't make this matter clear, you will be entangled." But Qin Mianmian frowned. "What we can know is that Princess Chang must be the murderer who framed me, but Du Lingyi has the evidence in his hand, and he refused to give it to me." After hearing this, the princess also frowned. "Is it really the case? I didn't know he had such a mind, and I didn't know that he was so embarrassed about you. What's going on with him? At this time, he should help you. Why is he unwilling to give you the evidence in his hand?" Qin Mianmian shook his head after hearing this. "I don't know what's going on either." The princess patted her chest and said very proudly, "Since you don't know what's going on, this princess will help you." Qin Mianmian was still very grateful after hearing this. "Really? You are really willing to help me, the princess, at this time? Thank you so much. You are the only one who has people under you." The princess smiled naturally and then said immediately, "Don't say so much for now. I know what you are thinking. You actually want to pull up the Changzhou County Lord. If he keeps getting stuck in the mud and becomes a nail in your hand, you will feel uncomfortable all over." Qin Mianmian nodded immediately. "Yes, he has hurt me many times, and I will not forgive him at this time." The princess also nodded and said directly, "In this case, I will naturally help you. Do you believe me at this time? If you believe me, just give me the power, and I will definitely help you find out the truth." Qin Mianmian was very happy after hearing this, and felt that she had been greatly encouraged, which was in sharp contrast to Du Lingyi. "Princess, thank you so much." Qin Mianmian couldn't help but hug the princess. This matter was really thanks to the princess. If it weren't for the princess, she really didn't know what to do next. A few days later, the princess's people really found out the news in the palace. But the princess learned her lesson this time. She knew that Du Lingyi had evidence, so she searched directly from Du Lingyi. She knew that Du Lingyi did have some so-called clues. "I got it from Du Lingyi. She said that the fragments of the wine jug were found in the yard of Princess Changhe, which means they used a substitution trick." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian immediately put down her teacup and stood up. "As expected, he framed me. I don't understand why he framed me. What grudge do I have with him?" "Don't say that. In fact, I don't know how to say this to you. I just think that Princess Chang'e has done something sinister, and it's time to get rid of it." "Then if we put this evidence in front of the emperor now, will he believe it?" The eldest princess shook her head. "The emperor will definitely weigh the pros and cons. You must know that Princess Chang'e of Chaowei has an extraordinary identity. She is the daughter of a meritorious official, so the emperor will not punish her severely." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian was helpless. "So that's the case. She is the daughter of a meritorious official, so I can't touch her." "That's not what she said. It's just that the emperor will work hard on this, and you may not be able to completely overthrow Princess Chang'e." Qin Mianmian frowned after listening to the princess's advice. "What should I do? I can't help him at all, which means he won't die in my hands. What's the use of this evidence?" Princess Chang'e sighed. "So Du Lingyi is right. You have to play the long game. If you don't play the long game, it will make the other party alert, and then you won't get any evidence." Qin Mianmian sighed and nodded. "I roughly know what I should do at this time. The princess means that Du Lingyi is right. Mr. Du did this all for me. I don't believe this. Are you speaking for him?" The princess laughed after hearing this. "How is that possible? How could I be speaking for him? You should know whether it is true or not." Qin Mianmian thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. She had known Cao Cao's identity as the Princess of Changhe for a long time, so it made sense for him to live in Gongming. Was actually a little angry in his heart. He felt that he could definitely trip the Princess of Changhe, so why did the princess and Du Lingyi suddenly stop him from doing it? However, he couldn't solve this doubt by himself, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He knew that the more he thought about it, the worse it would be. The princess returned to her room, and the little sea he sent out finally returned to her side. Have you all checked it out? What is going on? Why doesn't Mr. Du want to report Princess Changhe? This is really a bit strange. We have also checked this matter. Although we have checked it, we really don't know what's going on. Recently, Mr. Du seems to be very close to Princess Changhe. The princess knew that Du Lingyi had never liked Princess Changhe, so Du Lingyi was very close to him at this time, which made the princess feel confused. But he couldn't ask Du Lingyi directly about this question. If he asked Du Lingyi directly, would definitely not answer. After all, she learned this question quietly, and Du Lingyi didn't tell her on her own initiative. The princess withdrew her people and asked them to watch Du Lingyi carefully again, and there must be no mistakes. At this time, the other party pretended not to notice. Although the princess was unwilling to let herself do those things, she never interfered too much. Unexpectedly, it was different this time. The princess knew about this matter, so she would naturally tell Qin Mianmian. After Qin Mianmian heard the news, she was shocked. Doesn't he dislike Princess Changhe? He once had a conflict with Princess Changhe because of me. Why is he suddenly like this now? Qin Mianmian was also confused, so the princess was at a loss for a moment. Even you think this matter is very strange, then I don't know what to do. What do you think this matter is related to? Qin Mianmian shook her head and said immediately, Your Highness the Princess asked me. This question really made me stupid. I never asked about Du Lingyi's affairs. Master Du will always be my boss. How could I ask him questions? After hearing this, the princess nodded and said immediately, What you said makes sense, it is true. At this point, do you mean that I should not ask him, and we should just treat this as if it never happened? Qin Mianmian nodded after hearing this. That makes sense, but I don't think it's a good idea to find out the truth of this matter. Qin Mianmian and the princess have been conspiring for a while, and all the plans at this time were initiated by the two of them. So Qin Mianmian and the princess are on the same side, and the princess also listens to Qin Mianmian. After listening to Qin Mianmian, he nodded. You are right. This matter is too strange for anyone to accept. I also think this matter is unacceptable. We must find the truth. But you know Du Lingyi's personality. He does things that he doesn't want others to know. How can you know it at this time? Qin Mianmian thought about it carefully and said with a smile, Isn't this matter easy? This matter is actually very easy. Don't worry, princess. I have a way. The princess turned around and looked at Qin Mianmian. Seeing Qin Mianmian, she smiled. She knew that Qin Mianmian must have a way. She smiled and said to Qin Mianmian, It seems that you are really a smart child at this time. Tell me how you are going to trick Du Lingyi? Qin Mianmian smiled and said immediately, Du Lingyi's alcohol tolerance is not good. We must use it at this time. The princess was enlightened and immediately applauded. What you said makes sense. He can't drink much, so do you want him to speak the truth after drinking? Qin Mianmian thought about it and realized that this was the only way, so she smiled and said nothing. The princess had no choice but to agree. If there were other ways, I would definitely let you do something else, but now this is the only way, and you can only bear the grievance. Qin Mianmian was a little unhappy after hearing this. Why does the princess think that I did something wrong? If the princess really thinks that I did something wrong, you can tell me, and I can accept anything. The princess immediately shook her head after hearing this. That's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand me. Now that you have this idea, it's naturally good. I'm happier than anyone else. You can do what I say now. Qin Mianmian nodded after hearing this, and immediately said, Yes, this matter is better than nothing, don't you think? What the princess said is indeed true. Now this situation is indeed better than anything else. Anyway, you have to make a good plan at this time and find out the truth. Qin Mianmian nodded after hearing this. After the two of them finished discussing, Qin Mianmian thought about using his own abilities to dig out this matter. After all, plan is needed. First, he had to find a pot of wine, but the last pot of wine had been drunk by the second prince, and the second prince also had trouble because of this pot of wine. He couldn't just rely on that pot of wine for this matter, right? He had to find another pot of wine. Qin Mianmian thought of the second prince. Although he didn't want to get in touch with Ah Huangzi, The second prince was the only one in the palace who could afford the fine wine. After thinking this, he went to see the second prince. The second prince was also very surprised to see Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian never took the initiative to look for him. If she came to look for him, it must be for something else. Usually her expression was not very happy, but this time Qin Mianmian saw him and really came for him, so she naturally smiled. "What's going on? Miss Qin suddenly came to see me. Did she agree to be my princess?" Qin Mianmian smiled and stretched out a hand. "Is the second prince's condition better?" His Royal Highness the second prince nodded. "Thank you for your concern. There was nothing wrong with the pot of wine. Fortunately, Princess Changhe did not tell my father. I have already recovered. Then can the second prince do me a favor at this time? I want to entertain a friend, but I am short of good wine. I want to give all my good wine to you. I wonder if you can help me find some other good wine?" The second prince was quite surprised after hearing this. "How come even you need my help? You can go to the princess and she will find it for you. Why do you suddenly come to me now?" Qin Mianmian said with a smile, "Isn't it because the second prince is better at drinking than the princess? I want to see what good wine the second prince has. If there is any good wine, I should steal it." After hearing this, the second prince was sought after. It was the first time he heard praise from Qin Mianmian, so he was more or less happy. He immediately said to Qin Mianmian, "I am very happy to hear you say this. It's settled then. You can't let me down on this matter. Take the wine to entertain friends, and then you have to report to me how the wine tastes." Qin Mianmian knew in his heart that the second prince was just looking for an excuse to talk to him. But at this time, in order to achieve his goal, he could also do nothing, so he nodded and agreed to it. "Second prince, please rest assured. Since you said so, I will certainly live up to your expectations." The second prince quickly brought a pot of fine wine to Qin Mianmian. After Qin Mianmian got the pot of wine, she naturally knew that it was of the best quality, so she was still very happy at this time. However, he was thinking about how to invite Du Lingyi after getting the wine. She sat in the yard in a daze. Who knew that Cao Cao had arrived before she even mentioned his name? Du Lingyi looked at Qin Mianmian like this and thought he had some troubles, but the two had just had a quarrel, and he didn't want to be too proactive to Qin Mianmian. Seeing Qin Mianmian like this, he just sat next to him. Qin Mianmian was very surprised when he saw Du Lingyi sitting next to him. "Why did you come here suddenly? I thought you would never see me again for the rest of your life." Du Lingyi suddenly laughed after hearing this. "Do you think we still have this childish relationship? No matter what the situation is, I still have to come and see how you are doing. This is my duty." Qin Mianmian was amused by this. He knew that Du Lingyi was still paying attention to him, so he was very happy. "Now that you see that I am doing well, can Mr. Du go back?" Du Lingyi knew that Qin Mianmian was still angry after hearing this. Although she wanted to be angry at this time, she really felt that it was unnecessary, so she finally swallowed her anger and said to Qin Mianmian, "It's really unnecessary for you to talk to me like this. We don't need this kind of thing between us." Qin Mianmian was amused by him and felt much better. He immediately said to the other party, "Have you forgiven me now? If you forgive me, can we talk about business now? You have always refused to talk about the matter of Princess Changhe. Have you solved your own problem now?" Du Lingyi felt very uncomfortable when he was suddenly reminded of this, because for him he actually wanted to meet He felt that this person must be someone he was familiar with, and at this time Du Lingyi also knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly took back the words. "Nothing. I didn't say anything just now. Just pretend you didn't hear anything." How could Qin Mianmian pretend that he didn't hear anything? He asked directly. "I don't really want to pry into your private affairs, but you look like this now. It really makes me uncomfortable. Can't you tell me what happened to you? If there is really something that you need my help with, can't I help you? Just tell me." Although Qin Mianmian said so, Du Lingyi was still unwilling to reveal it. "I've said that this matter has nothing to do with you, so just let me go. This matter is really not suitable for you to know." Qin Mianmian could only nod after listening. "Okay? It seems that you just don't want to tell me. If you don't want to tell me, you don't want to tell me. At this time, I don't want to force others." Such a tongue twister made Dulingi confused. Dulingi quickly said to the person in front of her, "Anyway, this matter will not hurt you, so don't take it too seriously." Qin Mianmian took advantage of this opportunity to invite Dulingi. "By the way, I wanted to drink with you last time. Since we have a conflict this time, why don't we get drunk?" Dulingi was not very happy to hear this, but he knew that this was a good opportunity for reconciliation, so he agreed in the end. "Why do you suddenly like drinking? I never knew you had this hobby." Qin Mianmian smiled after hearing this, and immediately said, "How should I explain this to you? In fact, I still feel that I should maintain a good relationship with you, otherwise your big backer will leave me at any time." Dulingi laughed after hearing this, and the system prompt sounded again, as if Dulingi's favorability had risen again this time. Qin Mianmian knew how to deal with Dulingi. In fact, he should have praised Dulingi at this time, and maybe the matter would have passed. So to some extent, for Qin Mianmian, this time, it was also a so-called method. Dulingi agreed to Qin Mianmian's night drinking, so Qin Mianmian finally completed the first step. He jumped up and down, and when Dulingi went back, he quickly told the princess. The princess was also happy about this. "Really, you are so efficient. You caught his weakness at once. As expected, he can't refuse you. I am so envious." Qin Mianmian felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, and he immediately said to the princess, "What are you saying, princess? You make me feel embarrassed. In fact, Dulingi just gave in to me out of necessity. After all, I still live in the palace, and I am still a favorite of the emperor." The princess shook her head. "I would believe you no matter who you say this to, but I don't believe it if you say it to me. He is not giving in to you, he is giving into you because he cares about you. There can be no problem in resolving this relationship." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian also nodded, but he still lowered his head, because he was a little shy and felt that he was not that important, but after all, others reminded him, and he had to believe it. Anyway, at this time, he felt that he should not be so vain, nor should he be so arrogant, so he still maintained a humble attitude. The princess saw him like this and laughed. "Why bother? I'm telling the truth. At this time, you should believe in your abilities. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare. You're going to drink with Dulingi in the evening. I finally got this opportunity. You have to help me get him to say something. Don't let him escape." Qin Mianmian nodded and agreed to the princess. "Don't worry, princess. I'll leave this matter to me. I will never let you down." The princess was naturally happy after hearing this. She touched Qin Mianmian's head and sighed. "You are really getting more and more sensible, just like a child who can do things for me. I worry less and less." Qin Mianmian was suddenly moved because he had traveled through time and space, and he was actually an orphan here. Although he had his own home, he knew that his home was not his home, but a place that was hostile to him. It could even be said that it was a place where he could level up and fight monsters. He did not have the warmth of home at all. At this time, the princess next to him gave him such a feeling, and always made him feel that he was confirmed by others. So Qin Mianmian could not help but hug the princess at this time, and he quickly said to her, "Princess, I don't know what to say at this time. I feel so warm in my heart after getting along with you these days." The princess was naturally very happy after hearing this, and he quickly said, "Look, what's wrong with you, little girl? You suddenly said so many hypocritical words too. I have always treated you as my daughter. You also know that I, the princess, don't have much ability. I am so old and I haven't married yet. After all, it's good to have a daughter." Qin Mianmian nodded after hearing this. "Don't worry, princess. I will not let you down for treating me like this." After hearing this, the princess was very happy and naturally touched Qin Mianmian's head. She liked this so-called more and more, and felt that Qin Mianmian was like this, so she could do her best to help him, and the two of them could be sincere to each other. "You should go quickly. You haven't finished your own things yet. You should finish your own things quickly so that I, as the princess, can feel at ease." Qin Mianmian also nodded. "Princess, I know what I should do. You can rest assured now. I will definitely get Dulingi's secret out of me." In the evening, Qin Mianmian finally had time to organize her thoughts, but she didn't expect that Du Lingyi had already arrived at the banquet and seemed to want to discuss something with her. Qin Mianmian also said to him, "Why did you come here suddenly?" While speaking, Qin Mianmian hid the wine jug. Du Lingyi naturally did not see Qin Mianmian's wine jug, so she smiled and said to him, "I don't understand what you mean. After all, you invited me to drink today, so shouldn't I come?" Qin Mianmian smiled, knowing that he was wrong, and it was indeed the time to apologize to the other party. So he stood up, bowed to Du Lingyi, and said to Du Lingyi, Okay. I know this is all my fault. I apologize to you, okay? You are finally not angry now, right?" Du Lingyi was not angry, so he smiled. "Hurry up, aren't you going to treat me to a drink today? Since you're going to treat me to a drink, take out your good wine. If it is not good wine, I will leave." Qin Mianmian took out the wine pot immediately after hearing this and poured a glass for Du Lingyi. "Please, have a taste. This is a good wine. I also know that you, a noble young man, have tasted a lot of wine and water, and you should look down on my wine, but I invited you to drink today, so you have to praise me a few words even if you don't want to." After Qin Mianmian said this, Du Lingyi naturally picked up the wine glass after hearing this, took a small sip and then praised. "This wine is really good. It is really a masterpiece. So where did you get it from? If you don't have that ability, you probably wouldn't have gotten it. Who did you steal it from?" Qin Mianmian was unhappy after hearing this. "Why do you say that I'm like a bandit? I have to go to someone to get it. It can't be given to me by someone else at this time." Du Lingyi frowned after hearing this. "Is there anyone who would give you something like this at this time? I don't believe it." Qin Mianmian was a little angry. "Why don't you believe it? It's just that someone gave me something like this. If you don't believe it, I won't say any more to you." After hearing this, Du Lingyi quickly apologized. Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let you misunderstand. Please forgive me." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian can finally show his good side. "This pot of wine is specially for you to drink. If you don't appreciate it at this time, it will really make me angry." Du Lingyi drank a few more glasses and immediately said, "How can I not appreciate it if you don't appreciate it? I'm drinking 5 glasses in a row to apologize to you." Qin Mianmian looked at Du Lingyi, who had already drank it, and of course he was very happy in his heart, because for him, as long as Du Lingyi drank this glass of wine, he could be completely relieved, because this wine contained deep meaning. "In this way, the grudge between you and me is also a joke. I will not embarrass you. You know that I am not the kind of vulgar person who criticizes you. I think there is still a friendship between you and me, not just a little bit of interest." After hearing this, Du Lingyi was almost drunk. Under the influence of this, he also silently told his truth. "Don't worry, you and I are both in trouble. I will definitely take care of you. If I don't take care of you, how can I be considered a man?" Qin Mianmian knew that this was almost right after hearing this, so he began to tentatively ask Du Lingyi the questions he wanted to ask. "What are you hiding from me in your heart? Why don't you continue with the matter of Changhe County, Lord? Can you tell me a reason?" After hearing this, Du Lingyi suddenly seemed to wake up. The whole person woke up as if he had never drunk alcohol. Qin Mianmian was anxious. He wanted to get the truth out of the other party. If Du Lingyi was completely awake at this time, then today's trap would be a decoration. "Why did you suddenly ask me this question? Have you wanted to ask me this question for a long time?" Mianmian didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. So Du Lingyi, who didn't know how to answer, also woke up. He pushed the wine glass aside and said, "I don't know what you think in your heart, but you really disappoint me now." Seeing that Du Lingyi was about to leave Qin Mianmian, he quickly grabbed him. "Wait a minute, I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it at this time. I just wanted to. What do you want? What do you think you want at this time? You think you are great, right?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian lowered his head. He didn't know how the system would calm down this behavior. Maybe Du Lingyi's favorability had dropped. Although he didn't want to do this, he really wanted to relieve Du Lingyi's pain. If he really couldn't understand what Du Lingyi was thinking at this time, then he couldn't help him. "Listen to me. I have already thought about it in my heart. If you can be honest with me, we can naturally discuss anything. Don't you think so? If you don't tell me those so-called things, how can I tell you clearly? After all, we are a family. You once said that I am the person who knows you best. Since I know you best, you should trust me at this time. Du Lingyi still turned her head away, unwilling to answer the question directly. Qin Mianmian was a little strange. Why didn't she want to answer her question directly at this time? Is her question so difficult to answer? Okay, from now on, I will never ask you this question again. I know that you will not answer me at this time. Just when Qin Mianmian was about to leave, Du Lingyi suddenly grabbed him, as if she had changed her mind. Do you really want to hear about that thing? Qin Mianmian shook her head. I don't want to know about this matter now. I see that you don't want to explain this matter to me at all, so I don't have that idea in my mind. Du Lingyi sighed helplessly after hearing this. Why are you like this? Is it necessary for us to say this to each other? If you really want to know about this, I can actually talk to you about it. Qin Mianmian was still very surprised after hearing this. Are you really willing to tell me? Actually, Princess Changhe threw out a person that day, a person I have always wanted to meet. Qin Mianmian typed a few question marks at this time. In fact, he really wanted to connect with the system to see who this important person was, but the system did not give any prompts, so Qin Mianmian had no choice. This person used to work in our house. I respectfully call him Uncle Wang, but he disappeared recently. I couldn't find him for several years. He also did not appear at previous rebirths, so this is also my mystery. I think if I can find him, I can actually solve a large part of the problem. After Qin Mianmian listened to it, she naturally nodded. So that's how it is. I roughly understand it, but why do you have such an idea at this time? You still don't know whether Uncle Wang is real or fake? Maybe Princess Changhe is trying to deceive you. Although Qin Mianmian said this, Du Lingyi still shook her head, preferring to believe it than not. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian also nodded. What you said makes sense, then how are you going to deal with Princess Changhe? I think it's a bit hasty at this time. If you really want to believe Princess Changhe, then you should go and make it clear with Princess Changhe as soon as possible. After hearing this, Princess Changhe nodded. Yes, I also think it should be made clear at this time, but there is a gap between him and me, so I don't know if I should ask clearly. Qin Mianmian was so anxious that he stood up immediately. Let me do this for you. I was wondering why you couldn't figure it out no matter how hard you tried. It turns out that you don't want to complete this task at all. It's not that I don't want to complete this task. Anyway, you understand that I am more or less reluctant to get involved in this matter. What if Princess Changhe doesn't want me to see Wang Bo, but my plan will fail? Qin Mianmian sighed. I was wondering why you are so unconfident. You should argue with him based on reason. Looking at you like this, I don't know how to persuade you. Du Lingyi smiled drunkenly, and then said, You do make sense. Now you should tell me what's going on in your mind. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian thought for a while and said carefully, Anyway, let me do this for you. You have told the truth today. Don't I want to help you? I want to help you. After Qin Mianmian said this, Du Lingyi's brows relaxed. He felt that this was a good opportunity, but it seemed unreasonable that he should let a young woman do this. You have to know that my business is my business. I won't let you take risks. If I really let you take such a risk, will I still be your backer? Qin Mianmian shook his head immediately. You don't have to care too much about this matter. For me, it is not as entangled as you said. Let me go. Du Lingyi agreed. Since Qin Mianmian has already recommended himself, there is no need for him to hide it from him. Besides, Qin Mianmian's ability is obvious to all. Be careful when you go. Don't let anything go wrong. Qin Mianmian nodded and immediately said, Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. It is said that after Princess Changhe escaped, she has not been able to fulfill the promise made to old Wang. She felt that Uncle Wang was just a cover she made up at the beginning, and there was no need to fulfill the promise at this time. Unexpectedly, Qin Mianmian suddenly came to her yard one day. Princess Changhe was naturally very alert when she saw Qin Mianmian. Although she was smiling, she had already stepped back. Seeing his appearance, Qin Mianmian immediately asked him, Stop and answer my questions carefully. I heard that you have begged for mercy from Master Du, and it seems that you have reached some agreement with him. At this time, Princess Chang'e was still quite surprised. Master Du has told you? Qin Mianmian nodded. Yes, he has told me. So at this time, don't think that you are so great. I already know everything you have done. Princess Chang'e was naturally unwilling to admit it, but facing Qin Mianmian's questioning, he also felt that the two of them were like mirrors, and there was nothing to hide. Tell me, then, what is your intention in coming to me this time? I just want to ask you on behalf of Mr. Du, when will you complete what you promised to Mr. Du? After hearing this, Princess Chang'e's tone immediately became bad. This is an agreement between Mr. Du and me. What does it have to do with you? Don't play this trick on me. Qin Mianmian was also very angry after hearing this. Really, you think I'm playing games with you, but have you ever thought about how many people you will hurt by doing this? Princess Chang'e didn't understand what Qin Mianmian meant, so she immediately asked him, "Your words really make me at a loss. If you promise others something and can't do it, others will only think that this matter is dragged on and on. Let them worry. You are not harming others." Princess Chang'e knew that Qin Mianmian was forcing her to make a promise, but she really didn't want to make a promise, because she just wanted to deceive Qin Mianmian at that time. Enough. You don't have to tell me so much at this time. Anyway, it's none of your business what happens between me and Mr. Du. Qin Mianmian pressed on step by step, forcing Princess Chang'e into a corner. If you do this again, I won't show mercy. You know what I will do. If I report your behavior to the Emperor at this time, do you think you, the so-called princess, can still stay here? After hearing this so-called remark, Princess Chang lost her mind all of a sudden. She did have a handle in Qin Mianmian's hand. As long as Qin Mianmian told the Emperor, she would not be able to stay in the palace. What exactly do you want to do? I don't want to know what agreement there is between you and Mr. Du, but you must fulfill your promise. Mianmian said so, and Princess Chang'e didn't know what to do for a moment. She thought about it and finally nodded. You don't even know what the agreement between Mr. Du and I is, so how can you threaten me? I can promise you, but how can you supervise me? Qin Mianmian smiled after hearing this. You think I can't supervise you, right? This is ridiculous. You think I can't supervise you, then let's try it now. After hearing this, Princess Chang'e was naturally speechless. He couldn't find Qin Mianmian's flaws for a while. Okay, I don't want to be your enemy either. There is no benefit in being your enemy at this time, don't you think? Princess Chang'e's attitude softened. She actually said such words to Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian was naturally very happy, and Qin Mianmian also replied, "It's great that Princess Chang'e can reconcile with me. So when is Princess Chang'e going to let Du Lingyi go, and when is she going to fulfill this matter?" Princess Chang'e took the initiative and suddenly pressed forward, staring at Qin Mianmian, and said to her, "What I'm more curious about is whether you really know what's going on between Du Lingyi and me at this time. In other words, do you know what Du Lingyi and I are talking about?" Qin Mianmian didn't know what Princess Chang'e meant by this, but he felt that the fewer people knew about Uncle Wang's matter, the better, so he was more or less reluctant to reveal it. He shook his head. "I'm not sure what you're talking about. You'd better restrain yourself at this time. I don't want to have any conflict with you." After hearing this, Princess Chang'e naturally laughed. "That's enough. You've exposed yourself with these words. It seems that you and Du Lingyi have already revealed everything about this matter. You obviously know what he is looking for. So what do you think of Uncle Wang? I'd like to listen and see what you say." Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer for a moment after hearing this. "Enough. Do you and I need to be so hypocritical? I think we don't need to be so hypocritical. You should be more straightforward. When are you going to fulfill the matter of Grandma Wang? Du Lingyi is anxious to see him, but you have been suppressing this matter. Is this right?" Under Qin Mianmian's request, Princess Chang'e had no choice. Princess Chang'e knew very well what she should do now. "Don't you want to see Uncle Wang? I will let you see him, but you have to agree to one request of mine at this time." Qin Mianmian didn't expect Princess Chang'e to make a request at this time, and felt that this matter was really absurd. You still have a request to me. What do you ask of me? I don't understand you at this time. If you have a request, then do I have to make a request to you at this time? I can take Du Lingyi to see that Uncle Wang, but can you promise me that you will never see the second prince? Qin Mianmian didn't think there was any connection between the two things, so she laughed. Can you stop me from seeing the second prince? Even if I met the second prince today, you probably couldn't stop me, so don't talk to me at this time. After Qin Mianmian said this, the other party said, I want you to sign a document. Do you really care so much about the second prince? Qin Mianmian's question surprised Princess Chang'e, who didn't understand what Qin Mianmian meant for a while. Why do you ask this? Do you think what I said is too ridiculous? Isn't what you said ridiculous? You think you can interfere in the affairs of the second prince and me, but when I see how affectionate you are, I roughly know that you are actually doing it for yourself, so I am willing to make some changes for you. Don't you just want to get married to the second prince? I can help you. After hearing this, Princess Chang'e was naturally very excited. You can help me. Are you telling the truth? Qin Mianmian nodded. Of course it's true. Why should I lie to you at this time? As long as you do what I say, Huangzi will definitely favor you. After hearing this, Princess Chang'e's eyes lit up. You really have a way, but why do you want to give the second prince to me? If I were you, I would never give up the second prince. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian laughed immediately. You don't know that I don't like the second prince. Maybe you want to ask me why, but I can't answer you at this time. I can give the second prince to you. Whether you believe it or not, I think it's the best decision for me to give it up at this time. Chang'e County Lord never believed that this matter really existed, so when she looked at Qin Mianmian, she couldn't understand why Qin Mianmian did this. Qin Mianmian really couldn't stand it. She sat aside, then smiled and said to Chang'e County Lord, Now I am your master. Can you apologize for what you did before? Apologize? Why should I apologize? I don't think it's my fault at this time. If you think it's my fault, I can't apologize. Qin Mianmian smiled. This was indeed the attitude of Princess Chang'e, but he didn't want to say more to him at this time. After all, his mind was not here. He just wanted to resolve the conflict with Princess Chang'e. He said to Princess Chang'e, The second prince is just a child. You must not believe him at this time. He is not as active as us. After hearing this, Princess Chang'e must have doubts. You said he is a child and his mind shows that he is active. But why did you say that his mind is not active later? How do you explain these two senses? The second prince's mind is naturally not active on me now. If you let him go somewhere else to be active, his mind will not be on me, right? Princess Chang'e still didn't understand what Qin Mianmian said. Okay, Princess Chang'e, this is a secret between us. If you believe me, why don't you just agree to it now and help me finish this thing? You are so hesitant about everything now. How can I know what you want to say? Okay, since you asked, I will tell you directly. I am going to ask you and the second prince to go out together. If the second prince finds your advantages, won't he turn his attention to you? After hearing this, Princess Chang'e really felt that it made some sense. He continued to let Qin Mianmian talk. Qin Mianmian saw that Princess Chang'e had taken the bait and continued to smile at him. In this way, you believe me. Okay, since you believe me, I won't say much. After all, we are good sisters. Princess Chang'e naturally did not regard Qin Mianmian as a good sister, but it was good that Qin Mianmian could help him at this time. He answered immediately. Don't worry. If you really help me at this time, I will also help you. This is the agreement between us. Qin Mianmian was very happy that Princess Chang'e could have such awareness, and he immediately extended his hand to Princess Chang'e. Princess Chang'e, we have an agreement. If this is true, felt relieved. After all, for Chang'e County Lord, having an assistant at this time is more important than anything else. He and the second prince have been entangled for so long, and there has been no chance. Anyway, there is absolutely no problem for you to listen to me this time. As long as you believe in me and don't oppose me, I will definitely help you move up a level. After returning from Chang'e County Lord, Qin Mianmian felt much better. He was indeed not as anxious as before. He knew that he had a friend in the palace instead of an enemy, so such a thing was worthy of encouragement and praise for him. However, he was facing this process for a while, and he didn't know how much joy he should share with anyone, and he felt a little depressed. It would be great if Dulingyi could understand me at this time. I could talk to him about how I persuaded the Princess of Changhe. But now Dulingyi is afraid of me, and I am afraid that she doesn't want to talk about this matter with me. After thinking of this, Qin Mianmian sighed. The princess came out. She made lotus seeds stewed with rock sugar today. When she gave it to Qin Mianmian really smelled the fragrance of rock sugar. "What's wrong with you? You frowned again at this time. Can you tell me what's going on? Why are you suddenly unhappy?" Qin Mianmian laughed. "Don't laugh at me, Your Highness. I am better than anyone else in terms of thinking, so I make more mistakes." "Don't say that. You are my great contributor. Did you find out anything that night?" Qin Mianmian shook his head. He felt that since Dulingyi told him about this matter, he should keep it secret from the princess first. After all, the princess is not a person who is particularly worth telling. After hearing this, the princess, who might have stopped Dulingyi, looked at Qin Mianmian and shook her head, suddenly a little surprised. She wondered if Qin Mianmian was playing with her at this time. "Are you kidding me? I am not really kidding you. I hope you can answer me, but I see that you seem to be joking with me. You are not going to tell the truth to this princess, right?" Qin Mianmian saw that the princess was so angry and naturally shook her head. "Princess, how can you say that? I never meant that. Princess, please don't be angry." After hearing this, the princess also smiled and quickly said, "Okay, I didn't mean to say that to you. I just want you to be happy. Since you don't want to say it, then this princess won't ask." Qin Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief and returned to her room. At this time, Dulingyi also came over from her residence, seeming to want to know where Qin Mianmian went. After seeing Dulingyi, Qin Mianmian stood up and talked to him. "I went to see the princess. The monarch is willing to let that person come out for you to see." Dulingyi was of course very happy, but he also had doubts. How did you get Princess Changhe to agree to this? You are not messing around, are you? Qin Mianmian quickly shook her head and denied it. "How could it be possible? How could I mess around? I can't mess around." "Don't worry. At this time, I think you should reflect on yourself. Even I can convince Princess Changhe. Why can't you?" After hearing this, Dulingyi couldn't answer for a while, so he could only smile faintly. "You are amazing. Then you can tell me, what happened? How did you get Princess Changhe? How did Princess Changhe agree to entrust this matter to you? He has promised me, but he hasn't fulfilled it yet. How do you know he didn't lie to you?" Qin Mianmian was a little worried after hearing this. What if Princess Changhe also lied to him this time? What should he do? But Qin Mianmian was still quite confident in himself. "Don't tell me about this matter for now. I am more confident than anyone else about this matter. Princess Changhe and I have been nagging for so long and finally got him to agree with the second prince. Do you think that suddenly this matter has a good chance of turning around?" After Dulingyi heard this, I also applauded. "So you are using the second prince to make a deal with him, but how can you be sure that you can definitely get the house? Isn't the second prince interested in you?" Qin Mianmian was not very happy after hearing this. She knew that she had indeed miscalculated and didn't have much courage at this time, but she still had to tell the other party what she meant at this time. "I don't have any interest in the second prince, so I can definitely give it up." Seeing that Qin Mianmian was a little angry, Dulingyi quickly comforted her. "Don't be angry with me first. You seem to be half wrong when you are angry, but am I really wrong? I don't think I did anything wrong, but you are very stingy." Qin Mianmian immediately pointed at herself and said, "How am I stingy? How can I be stingy? I am helping you, Mr. Du." Qin Mianmian also knew that it was not good to joke too much, so she stared at Dulingyi, and Dulingyi lowered her head. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. I know that playing with you is meaningless, so I won't force you this time. Just tell me what you want me to do." Qin Mianmian's eyes widened. "What are you going to do? This matter does not require your participation. You just need to let me talk to Princess Changhe. You don't seem to believe that I can really bring Princess Changhe back, but you have to know that Princess Chang'e cares most about the second prince. Du Lingyi agreed. He cares most about the second prince. If you can really help him catch up with the second prince, this is indeed a good idea, but I'm afraid that you can't help him in the end. Isn't it a waste? Qin Mianmian shook her head. No, I will definitely help him achieve his wish. This is what I promised him and I will never regret it. Then I hope you succeed. But when will Princess Chang'e contact me? I also hope that he will put Uncle Wang's matter before me as soon as possible. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian secretly thought in his heart, if he really helped the other party at this time, would he really make something of himself at this time? I think before Princess Chang'e really acts according to my plan, I still have to let you meet Uncle Wang first. Don't you agree? Qin Mianmian frowned. You mean Princess Chang'e may not fulfill her promise, just like before? Qin Mianmian nodded. Yes, you said Princess Chang'e is a habitual offender. Will she still listen to us at this time? I don't quite believe it. Then you should contact Princess Chang'e as soon as possible and ask her to bring Uncle Wang to me. Qin Mianmian followed Du Lingyi's meaning and did go to find Uncle Wang. He felt that he needed to do such a thing at this time. But Princess Chang'e would not agree to it at this time when she saw that Qin Mianmian's plan had not yet achieved any results. He was not very happy to see Qin Mianmian take the initiative to talk to him about Uncle Wang. What do you mean? I just feel that I won't fulfill my promise, so you force me first. What's the point of forcing me? If you can really help me, then I will definitely fulfill my promise, but what if you can't help me? Qin Mianmian shook her head and said immediately after hearing this, there is really nothing to say between you and me. I thought you could understand what I was thinking. Now that I hear that Princess Chang'e is just an ordinary person and Princess Chang'e is so suspicious of me, I don't want to follow my plan. We can say that we are parting ways. After Qin Mianmian said this, Princess Chang'e was immediately unhappy. What are you talking about? Why are you going to break up? It makes sense for this Princess Chang'e to say this. If your plan is useless, why should I follow you? Nodded, knowing that it was normal for Princess Chang'e to be suspicious, so he said to Princess Chang'e, okay, Princess Chang'e, there is no need to say anything more. I think Princess Chang'e is probably not thinking clearly now. Is your Uncle Wang the Uncle Wang we are looking for? Can you give me a reason? As soon as these words came out, Princess Chang'e was naturally unhappy. You don't believe me? And the trust between us is nothing. Since there is almost nothing between us, why do you have to stand here with me? Let's do our own things. Anyway, no one trusts each other. Qin Mianmian stopped the topic. Qin Mianmian felt that if the two continued to talk about this, it would only make the trust between the two disappear, so he immediately stopped the idea. Princess Chang'e, we agreed to be sisters, so we have to understand each other. You know that I always keep my word, so don't worry. As long as you agree to my conditions and release Uncle Wang, I will definitely give you the plan. Princess Chang'e also knew Qin Mianmian's character, so in fact he was still very clean at this time, and he trusted Qin Mianmian very much. Since Qin Mianmian had already said so, he was willing to show his sincerity. He handed over a bamboo business card. The Uncle Wang you are talking about is the current Wang Baolin. Wang Baolin is working for my family. Although there are no people in my family anymore, I still have foreign debts outside. He is collecting intelligence for me. If you really want to see him, go to the address of the house. He must be there. Qin Mianmian was very happy after hearing this, and felt that he finally got what he wanted. That's great. This is what we want to see. Princess Chang'e was very curious, because Du Lingyi had wanted to get this person for a long time, and he learned this from spies outside. But he was more curious about why Du Lingyi and Qin Mianmian were so excited at the same time. What was the connection between the two of them and this person? Can you tell me? What is the relationship between Uncle Wang and you? After hearing this, Qin Mianmian immediately shut up. For her, no matter what the relationship was at this time, she couldn't tell Princess Chang'e. So he apologized to Princess Chang'e. Princess Chang'e, some things can be said, and some things can't be said. I still can't tell you a word about what you said, so please don't ask. Where has Princess Chang'e ever been treated like this in the palace? He just felt that he was really a little bored, so he was unhappy. What you said made me angry. It seems that you just don't want me to know what's going on between you at this time, right? Qin Mianmian didn't mean that at all. He just didn't want his fate to be revealed to other people's ears. Well, at this time, Princess Chang'e also stopped the topic. It was stupid for him to ask about things that others were unwilling to talk about. Seeing that Qin Mianmian had refused 3 times, he certainly would not be willing to keep asking questions. After he pointed out this topic, he brought up the second prince. In short, there was no misunderstanding between us, and there was nothing to be solved. As long as you help me with the second prince's affairs, I will thank you. After all, you and I both understand that the second prince is the ultimate goal. Qin Mianmian nodded and watched Princess Chang'e leave. Uncle Wang's affairs finally came to an end. In the evening, he took the business card to Du Lingyi. Du Lingyi was naturally very happy. Holding the business card, she had a smile in her eyes and rushed over with a hug. Qin Mianmian didn't expect Du Lingyi to hug him, and when she really hugged him, the young master was also shocked. He quickly let go of Qin Mianmian and stared blankly. Qin Mianmian didn't react. She didn't think it was strange. After all, he also traveled from another place, but Du Lingyi felt guilty at this time. He had always been a cold and arrogant young man. At this time, he suddenly took the initiative to hug Qin Mianmian. He was afraid that Qin Mianmian would misunderstand something. "You don't think there is anything wrong with me? I am just happy at this time." Qin Mianmian shook his head quickly. It was just a hug. Why does Mr. Du care so much? Du Lingyi was a little unhappy after hearing this. What do you mean by this? You are telling me that you have many opportunities to do this with women on weekdays, right? Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer for a moment, and didn't know what was wrong with his own Mr. Du. What's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly dislike me? I don't understand. What did I do to offend you? The other party rolled his eyebrows and was completely unhappy. You clearly know what makes me unhappy. Why do you still ask me? Qin Mianmian really doesn't know, so he is particularly innocent at this time. If you say I know, I really don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't have to be so entangled like now. What did I do wrong, Mr. Du? Qin Mianmian did nothing wrong in this matter, but Du Lingyi was a little uncomfortable, so when Qin Mianmian asked him, he just turned his head away and didn't say much. Qin Mianmian was even more confused this time and chased him. Mr. Du, what's going on? At least answer me. If you don't answer me, how can I know what you are thinking? Du Lingyi just hit his Mianmian didn't want to communicate with the person in front of him, so he turned his head away immediately. Don't try to talk to me like that. I won't believe what you say. I tell you, you just don't trust me, so I don't trust you either. Du Lingyi felt very aggrieved after hearing this. Is it necessary for us to quarrel like this? Forget it. If we quarrel like this, it will make others laugh at us. Just forgive me, okay? Qin Mianmian definitely didn't want to quarrel with Du Lingyi at this time. He was just bickering with him. Since Du Lingyi wanted to stop the topic of quarrel, Qin Mianmian was naturally willing to agree. Since Du Lingyi has already promised Qin Mianmian will also complete this matter as soon as possible. Qianzhou County Lord is quite sincere. At this time, she has already told Du Lingyi the address of Uncle Wang, so Qin Mianmian should also help Qianzhou County Lord of Changhe to achieve the plan. I will invite the second prince to come. Don't make any mistakes this time. Qin Mianmian said so while making her own dessert. Changhe County Lord knew that she was now a chess piece in the hands of others. Even if she had different ideas about Qin Mianmian, she should listen to him at this time. Okay, don't say any more. I know I really shouldn't make you angry at this time. Anyway, I also know that we really need a calm aura between you and me. Then I'll explain to you now. When the second prince comes, I will accompany you. However, I will find a reason to leave. If you sit next to him, don't say anything. Princess Chang became anxious all of a sudden. If I don't talk to the second prince, how can I communicate with him? Can't you just not communicate with him? Why not communicate with him? Didn't I ask him to come here to talk to him? Qin Mianmian shook her head and said helplessly, What should I say to you? You just can't understand what I say at this time, right? What do you mean by this? I still don't understand. Did I do something wrong? Qin Mianmian nodded at night. Yes, you did it wrong. You must listen to me now. The second prince has a very bad impression of you now, so you can't let him down. It's best if you don't say a word. The second prince will be surprised that you are so good at talking at ordinary times. Why do you suddenly lose the upper hand today? After hearing this, Princess Chang'e seemed to know something and was willing to agree to Qin Mianmian to do so. You are right. I really think you should think carefully about how to deal with him in new ways. Qin Mianmian was very happy to see that Princess Chang'e had agreed. It seems that Princess Chang'e is willing to listen to me. Since Princess Chang'e is willing to listen to me, then I will explain things more clearly. At this time, Princess Chang'e should not be in a hurry and must take one step at a time. Princess Chang'e nodded naturally. She dared not disobey anymore. After all, these wars were fought with the help of Qin Mianmian. He really didn't need to fight for anything anymore. Instead, it would be better to listen to Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian invited the second prince. No matter how busy he was, he would find time to come. When he saw Qin Mianmian, he knew that the date was indeed correct. Naturally, he was willing to smile when Qin Mianmian was present. But Qin Mianmian didn't seem to want to stay for long at this time, because the second prince would definitely go back to the kitchen when he saw that Qin Mianmian still had work to do. Didn't you invite me here today? What's wrong with you saying that you had new desserts that you wanted me to taste? Master Du is also by your side. Why don't you let him taste it? The second prince is still angry with me. Shouldn't he respect me? Although I don't want to be your Wang Zifei, I am still your friend after all. Now you don't even want to taste my desserts. After hearing this, the second prince smiled happily. Of course I am willing to forgive you. As you said, we are friends. Have you made your dessert today? I don't want to wait long. I don't want to hear that. It seems like you can't wait. I still have to go to the kitchen to work. Can you help me accompany Princess Chang'e for a while? The second prince knew about the pot of wine, so he was naturally not in a good mood when facing Princess Chang'e. You want me to accompany her? Yes, I just want you to accompany him. Isn't it okay? The second prince thought about it carefully and felt that there was no need for him to care so much, so he finally agreed. Okay, I am naturally willing to make sacrifices for you, but you have to know that today's behavior is a sacrifice. Qin Mianmian didn't care about these words. Anyway, she just needed to let the second prince and Princess Chang'e be alone together. After returning to the kitchen, Qin Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief and began to make desserts on her own. Princess Chang'e stayed with the second prince, so he naturally followed the method Qin Mianmian said and gradually began to get close to the second prince. The second prince thought that this time, Princess Chang'e would chatter on about topics that he was not interested in, but he didn't expect that Princess Chang'e was silent at this time. The second prince naturally found this matter quite strange. He quickly asked Princess Chang'e, "Why don't you speak today? It's very strange." After hearing this, Princess Chang'e said slowly, "The second prince doesn't seem to want me to say much, so I naturally won't say much at this time." After hearing this, the second prince laughed. "It's not that I don't want you to speak. I just think there is no need for you and me to be so close." Princess Chang'e had a very aggrieved look. "Your Highness, why do you say such a thing? Is this only a polite gesture between us?" "Really? You don't find this polite gesture useful. If you don't find it useful, you can leave immediately." Princess Chang'e immediately shed tears and pretended to be pitiful. Regardless of whether her tears were real or fake, the second prince was indeed frightened. The second prince immediately said to her, "What's wrong with you? You suddenly pretend to be pitiful to me. You don't have to pretend to be pitiful to me at this time. No one will pity you at this time." After hearing this, Princess Chang'e didn't know what to do for a moment, so she had to say, "Your Highness, the second prince is so heartless." "So what? Heartless is heart. There is no affection between us. If you want to listen to my Highness continue to talk, then you stay. If you don't want to, please leave." Qin Mianmian, hearing the quarrel outside, quickly took out the half-made dessert. Today he made a soft cake, but who knew that this soft cake was in sharp contrast with the outside, and there was really about to be a quarrel outside. What's the matter with you again? You suddenly made such a fuss. I didn't ask you to quarrel. Qin Mianmian had already taken out the soft cake when he walked out. The faint smell of cream had calmed the second prince's mood. He looked at the cake in Qin Mianmian's hand and said to Qin Mianmian, "What is this? It looks delicious." Qin Mianmian smiled and quickly explained, "Really? You also think my cake is delicious? This thing is added with vegetable cream, so it is naturally delicious. However, you should try it first, otherwise you will say that I am talking nonsense." As expected, the cake had marinated everyone, and no one said anything quarrelsome. Qin Mianmian also sat between the second prince and Princess Changhe and said to them, "Actually, I invited you two here today just to let you taste my freshly made cakes. The others are also a little disappointed." The second prince said, "You have something on your mind. Why don't you say it? I would like to hear what you are thinking at this time." Qin Mianmian smiled, and Qin Mianmian immediately said, "Actually, I want you two to reconcile. Although Princess Changhe made that mistake, Your Highness has already forgiven her, so please forgive her." The second prince didn't believe this when Qin Mianmian said this. "I really don't believe this sentence will come out of your mouth. Is this really what you should say?" Of course, Qin Mianmian nodded. "Don't doubt it, Your Highness, I have indeed forgiven him. So are you willing to forgive Princess Changhe for my sake now?" Qin Mianmian has already said this. Would the second prince not agree? If he doesn't agree to Qin Mianmian, it means he is not going to be friends with Qin Mianmian, so he can only choose to nod at this time. You have made it so clear. How can this prince not agree to you? Besides, Princess Changhe is originally a noble Princess Changhe, so it is natural that she should not have any grudges against Your Highness. Even if there is a grudge, it is only an overnight grudge, and it will be over in a while. Princess Changhe, don't you think so? Princess Changhe did not expect that a word from Qin Mianmian and his elders would completely change the second prince's mind. He was a little jealous and felt that the second prince was listening too much to Qin Mianmian at this time. But he also knew that following Qin Mianmian was one of the most correct decisions for him now, and he should not be jealous. So he nodded and said to the second prince, "It's great that the second prince can forgive me. Let's not talk about that matter anymore. I do know I was wrong." Qin Mianmian felt a little better after hearing this and quickly pushed the cake over. "It's great that you two can reconcile. It's worth the cake I made for you today." Just when the two were about to take a bite of the cake, Du Lingyi came back from nowhere. Qin Mianmian naturally didn't know that he would appear in front of her today, so she was a little surprised, because Du Lingyi had always been unwilling to get along with the second prince. Unexpectedly, the second prince actually ran into Du Lingyi at this time. The second prince said to Du Lingyi after seeing him, "Mr. Du really lives here for a long time. I thought Mr. Du only lived here for a few days, but I didn't expect that Mr. Du would live here for half a month. The princess's palace is so nice to live in. Why don't you live here forever?" How could Du Lingyi not understand the meaning of this sentence? This sentence was mocking herself, so of course she was a little unhappy. The second prince's words seemed to be sarcastic. Qin Mianmian saw that the two were about to quarrel again, so she naturally acted as a scapegoat, not wanting the war to spread further. "Mr. Wu, you are wrong. The second prince didn't say anything at this time, so just calm down." Although Qin Mianmian spoke to her in such a manner, Du Lingyi also knew that Qin Mianmian was doing this for her own good, so she just glanced at Qin Mianmian lightly and gave her the matter. "Miss Qin is right, second prince. We really shouldn't do this." Finally, the anger subsided, but it was not a good idea for Du Lingyi to stay here. Qin Mianmian invited the second prince and Princess Changhe to come here today just to let them be alone. So Qin Mianmian put down the plate of cake and stood up. "Mr. Du, let's talk over there." Du Lingyi didn't know what Qin Mianmian meant and thought that Zhao Hong was a little dissatisfied with what he had just said, but he was still willing to talk to Qin Mianmian, so he walked aside with Qin Mianmian. Under the shade of the tree, Du Lingyi was a little unhappy. "You think my attitude is not good, so you pulled me over here?" Qin Mianmian immediately made a hushing gesture and then said to Du Lingyi, "Why are you doing this? That's not what I meant. I just wanted them to be alone together. Why don't you understand my intentions? Du Lingyi came back to her senses at this time. So that's what you wanted to do. It seems that I misunderstood you. When did you think of getting them together? I remembered that you did say that last time that you wanted to get them together. Qin Mianmian nodded. Yes, that's what I thought at this time. I think after getting them together, there will always be the possibility of development. Don't worry about me for now. Go sit in the house for a while. I can't accompany them, so I can only go with you. Just when Qin Mianmian was about to leave with Du Lingyi, the second prince actually came over. Today you are the protagonist. You made the cake for us to eat. You were supposed to accompany us. Why did you leave alone? Qin Mianmian was very embarrassed. Although he didn't want to say anything more, he couldn't help but answer the second prince's question. He was about to speak to make it clear that he would take the lead. Is the second prince so intolerant of loneliness? He can't even sit alone. Your lady has something to tell me. The second prince won't refuse, right? This Miss Qin is my disciple after all. Even I, the master, can't talk to her. Although there was no anger between the two, the silent smoke of gunpowder was still like a battlefield filled with fireworks. Okay, Mr. Zhu, stop gossiping. Anyway, let's go over and talk about business first. Second prince, Mr. Du and I do have business to discuss. You just sit with Princess Chang'e in the yard outside for a while, and I'll be back soon. Qin Mianmian said so himself, and it wasn't reluctant, so the second prince could only agree to it. Well, since you said so at this time, what else can I say? Naturally, I can only agree to you. Qin Mianmian thanked the second prince, and then went with Du Lingyi. Du Lingyi and Qin Mianmian returned, and everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Because Qin Mianmian did not let the second prince stay, the second prince had to return to Princess Chang'e. Princess Chang'e did not feel happy at this time, because he saw the expression of the second prince, and he also knew that the second prince was reluctant at this time. But he could not show it, so he could only stay beside the second prince and said nothing, and the two of them entered an awkward state. After staying for a while, the second prince felt boring and even finished the tea in the cup, but Qin Mianmian seemed unwilling to come over. I'm afraid he wants to tie this prince and you together today. Princess Chang'e was naturally unwilling to admit it after hearing this. If she was really willing to admit it, then this matter would not be as easy to deal with as it is now. What is the second prince talking about? Of course it's not the case. I'm afraid he is busy. The second prince laughed fiercely and did not give the princess any face at all. Stop talking to me. I don't want to believe anything you say at this moment. Whether you are a fool or a smart person depends on this trick, right? Princess Chang'e felt that this method was no longer effective, but Qin Mianmian hadn't come to ask for it yet. If I didn't have Qin Mianmian to help her, the princess really didn't know what to do. So he looked around and didn't talk to the second prince. The second prince was angry and stood up directly. Stop talking to me here. I don't want to tell you these things. I hope you know the difference. Princess Chang'e quickly grabbed the second prince. Why is your highness like this? Is it necessary for our relationship to retreat to such a point? If the second prince really doesn't like me, then why is it so insulting to remind me directly? After hearing this, the prince felt that he didn't need to be so honest, so his tone softened. Today, I came here for Miss Qin's sake. If you keep bothering me, I'm afraid I won't stay here. Princess Chang'e didn't know what she had done wrong. In fact, she had been sitting quietly beside the second prince without disturbing him. How could she suddenly become like this? The second prince looked at Princess Chang'e with some doubts, so he took the initiative to ask him, "Do you feel that you are particularly innocent at this time and don't know what mistakes you have made?" The princess nodded, of course. This was the question he wanted to ask the most at the moment. The second prince said faintly, "There will be no story between you and me, so give up." After hearing this, the princess felt a surge of anger in her heart. She wanted to get angry, but the person in front of her was the second prince, the person he liked and the person he wanted to conquer next, so she had to suppress her anger to some extent. So the second prince meant to let me leave? The second prince didn't actually say that, but he really thought so in his heart. Although he didn't say anything, his face showed an expression of agreement. Qin Mianmian listened to the report from the servant beside him. He probably knew what was going on, so he immediately told the people around him, "You guys go and watch. I won't go over for now. I'll go over when they are arguing." Du Lingyi listened nearby and felt that it was a bit inappropriate. "Isn't it a bit strange for you to leave the two of them there?" Qin Mianmian certainly didn't think there was anything strange about this, so he looked at Du Lingyi. "You think there is something strange about this, but I don't think there is anything strange about it. If you think there is something strange about this, that's you, not me. I have to help them." This tongue-twister-like words made Qin Mianmian become Du Lingyi's teacher for a while. Du Lingyi quickly asked him, "How does your logic work? I don't understand it." "You don't want to care about them now, right? It's their business, not your business. You don't want to meddle in other people's business." Qin Mianmian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's it. I think I really don't need to meddle in other people's business, so I chose to stand by and watch at this time." After listening to this, Du Lingyi followed Qin Mianmian's arrangement. "I support you. At this time, you really need to arrange yourself well, instead of revolving around them." Qin Mianmian immediately became happy. "Right. At this time, you also feel that you shouldn't care about them. The two of them are enjoying themselves. Even if they quarrel, they will reconcile by themselves. I have told Princess Changhe that I will not participate in their conversation when I bring the second prince here today. Everything depends on her. If he still has the same temper as before, the second prince will naturally ignore him. If he changes his appearance, the matter will naturally be resolved." "Do you think he can change his temper?" Du Lingyi asked directly, and Qin Mianmian was also amused. "So you look down on him at all? You think the princess can't change her temper at all, right?" Du Lingyi shook his head. He didn't know how to answer this question. He just knew that the princess had lived in this palace for so many years, and it seemed that she never changed her temper, so he couldn't believe it. "You are really a god. After arriving here, the princess was convinced by you, and the emperor was also convinced by you. It seems that everyone compromised for you. How did you do it?" Qin Mianmian certainly didn't have any secrets, and the system could tell her very little. Everything depended on his own efforts, but he couldn't tell his secrets to Du Lingyi, who could only smile at this time. "This is my secret, and I can't tell you. If I tell you this secret, you will definitely be surprised." Du Lingyi became more and more curious. "Can't you just tell me properly? You have to interrupt me." Just as the two were talking about this, Princess Chang'e came in from outside. He seemed to be furious as soon as he came in and grabbed Qin Mianmian. Qin Mianmian felt very aggrieved at this time. "Didn't you say that the second prince would stay? Why didn't the second prince have any intention of staying when I did what you said?" Qin Mianmian was of course more at a loss than anyone else. "I don't know what the princess meant by this. The second prince has left now, but I clearly told the princess not to make the second prince angry. Only by taking it slow can you gain the second prince's trust. It seems that the princess didn't listen to me." After hearing this, the princess became even angrier. "You can't say that. I will not be happy if you say that. It is more or less because of you that I chose this plan, and now you are refusing it again," Qin Mianmian hurriedly explained after hearing this. "I will definitely be responsible for your plan, but how to execute it is your business. I will chase the second prince back after he leaves." Although Qin Mianmian said this, Princess Chang'e was unyielding. "Don't tell me this. It's useless to tell me this. Do you think I will believe what you say and do?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian's face suddenly dimmed. "Then Your Highness the monarch just doesn't want to do what I say. If Your Highness the princess doesn't want to do what I say, I will give up and will not help you anymore. Qin Mianmian is the only straw for Princess Chang'e. How can Qin Mianmian leave at this time?" So Princess Chang'e held Qin Mianmian. "You have to help me find a solution. You promised me that if you can't do it for me, I won't let that Uncle Wang go to see Mr. Du." Qin Mianmian knew this was the case when he heard this, so he sighed. Okay, I know I can't beat you at this time. I will go to the second prince to pull him back, but I'm afraid it's impossible today. Take your time. The second prince already hates you. Do you want to face the second prince like this?" Princess Chang'e nodded, knowing that this matter can't be rushed, so she was willing to give Xiaohong some time. Qin Mianmian sighed and could only return to the second prince's residence first. He didn't know what was wrong with the second prince, so he wanted to ask, who knew that the prince actually blocked Qin Mianmian outside the door at this time and didn't want him to go in at all. Qin Mianmian was also anxious. If the second prince was unwilling to communicate with him, he would be too busy. "What happened to your second prince? He hid in the house and didn't want to come out. It seems that he hates me very much." "Your lady misunderstood this time. It's because my second prince was angry with the princess of Changhe. He didn't want to pay attention to the princess of Changhe. Now the princess is angry, and we can't persuade him." Qin Mianmian sighed after hearing this. "So that's the case. I thought it was something else. It turned out that he was angry with the princess again. Can you help me open the door? I will naturally comfort the second prince." The servant knew the importance of Qin Mianmian in the second prince's mind and wanted to open the door, but the second prince was indeed very angry at this time and was not very willing to communicate. Qin Mianmian looked at them and was a little angry. "You should tell me clearly, otherwise how can I know what's going on? You have to tell me clearly. Why are you angry?" Qin Mianmian pointed to the study and said to the people in front of him, "This question is difficult to answer, and it's funny to answer. I can't let you laugh at me, but this is indeed the case." "What do you mean? I don't understand. You all have to explain to me clearly. What is the reason why the second prince is angry now?" "The second prince has been talking about the faults of the princess since he came back today. He must have had a quarrel with the princess." Qin Mianmian finally heard a useful clue and sighed at this time. "So that's how it is. I thought it was because of the anger. Okay, I know. Since you don't want to open the door, I'll knock on the door myself." After saying this, Qin Mianmian took the initiative to knock on the door. The owner of the door knew that it was Qin Mianmian, so he took the initiative to open the door for him. Needless to say, the second prince was very tolerant of Qin Mianmian. "Why is the second prince angry again? Can you please invite me into the study?" After Qin Mianmian said this, although the second prince did not express anything, he turned around and walked through the two doors and opened them for Qin Mianmian to enter the study. Qin Mianmian sighed at this time. "How would I know that you are like this? If I knew that you are like this, I would not invite you to eat cakes. I arranged you and Princess Changhe together just to make you two reconcile, but now it seems to be beyond my expectation. This prince has told you that this prince actually hates the princess, so don't act on your own at this time." Qin Mianmian knew that the second prince was indeed angry, so she did not intend to deny it at this time, but comforted the second prince instead. "I was indeed careless in this matter. I can apologize to the second prince here. I wonder if the second prince can accept it." After hearing this, the second prince nodded silently. "You also know that this matter has been overdone. I won't tell you anything else. This matter is ridiculous enough." Qin Mianmian also nodded. "I know this matter is very ridiculous for the second prince, but I am trying to help others after all. Who knows that the second prince would not appreciate it at this time." After hearing this, the second prince quickly grabbed Qin Mianmian's shoulder and then said to Qin Mianmian, "Don't give me that. I don't want to say more to you at this time. You just said what you said now to please this prince. Since you want to please me now, you should use the right method. Why do you suddenly become so stupid?" Qin Mianmian was speechless after hearing this. Is he stupid? He is not stupid himself, but in Du Lingyi's eyes it is indeed the case. He can only sigh. "Whatever you say, I also know that I am wrong sometimes. I can apologize to you, but this matter is indeed not as difficult to explain as you think. Do you understand?" Du Lingyi nodded naturally. "Okay, you don't have to tell me more. It's useless to say more at this time. Now that I have expressed my position to you, you should not help Princess Chang'e anymore." Qin Mianmian couldn't do this. He immediately asked, "How can this be? If I don't help the princess will have no one around her." The second prince felt very strange and took the initiative to ask him, "What's the matter with you? Why do you want to help him at this time? You obviously know that you are not the same kind of person as him. Why do you want to give him advice?" Qin Mianmian couldn't reveal Du Lingyi's affairs, so he could only switch over. He said to the second prince, "Second prince is wise. This matter is indeed not as you see it, but I think it is better to make one more friend than one more enemy. So you want to make friends with him and use me as a trade? This is too ridiculous." Qin Mianmian immediately denied it after hearing this. He shook his head quickly and then said, "How could the second prince have such thoughts? If the second prince really has such thoughts, I feel a little embarrassed. In fact, I just want to help Juju at this time. If there is a possibility for you two, why don't I be the matchmaker?" After hearing this, Du Lingyi became even angrier, and he immediately responded, "Enough, I don't want to know about the things between you two. Although you have reached a consensus with the princess now, don't use me as a sacrifice." Qin Mianmian knew that the other party was angry, so he naturally wanted to coax the other party at this time, but it seemed that he couldn't coax him no matter what. "Can't you forgive me? Second prince, I know I was wrong. I also know that second prince doesn't like this situation, so I have tried hard to change it. Can't you spare my life?" After hearing this, Du Lingyi finally softened his attitude. He also said silently, "I don't mean to force you into a dead end. I just want to tell Zhen Cheng and the princess that I have no chance with them. Don't have such thoughts in the future." Qin Mianmian nodded immediately and then said, "Please rest assured, second prince, this will never happen again in the future." After that, the two of them untied the knot in their hearts, but Qin Mianmian was even more upset because if he didn't help the princess at this time, then the princess's advantage would not be on his side. The second prince looked at Qin Mianmian from the side, not knowing what Qin Mianmian was worried about, and took the initiative to ask him, "What's wrong with you? If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I will help you." Qin Mianmian turned around, lowered his eyebrows, and then said sadly, "This matter is a long story. I promised Princess Chang'e, but now I haven't done it. I'm afraid he will destroy me." The second prince didn't hear the whole meaning of this part, but he was roughly clear in his heart. It should be that the princess and Qin Mianmian made some agreement. "I can't say anything else to you, but I want to remind you about this matter. You can't always make decisions for others. You have to make decisions for yourself. Now you use me as a sacrifice to reconcile with him, which is not good." Qin Mianmian was naturally ashamed after hearing this. Second prince continued, "Okay, I won't say any more about these things to you. I think you know very well what I'm talking about. I hope you'll take care of yourself." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian quickly nodded and said, "I know I will take care of myself at this time, but I don't know what to do for a moment. I have already promised the princess. Should I not do it now? It doesn't seem to make sense. The second prince won't continue to blame me, will he? I have already apologized." Qin Mianmian has apologized so sincerely, and the second prince has never blushed at Qin Mianmian before, and this time is the same. After listening to Qin Mianmian's words, he couldn't bear to blame Qin Mianmian, so he said to Qin Mianmian, "Okay, I don't mean to blame you at this time. If you misunderstood what I meant, either I apologize to you, or this matter is not as vulgar as you imagined." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian was naturally very happy. After all, the second prince forgave her, which relieved her crisis. "Second prince, I know that I can't help you. I am a little ashamed at this moment, but I will keep in mind what the second prince said to me and will definitely not let the second prince down." The second prince felt very relieved after hearing this. He nodded and said, "Very good, you said this. Since you said it, I don't have to embarrass you anymore. I hope that I won't see the princess again in the future." The two of them had almost finished talking, but Du Lingyi saw him not far away and complained in her heart. She felt that Qin Mianmian was not as close to her as the second prince. Although she was just watching from a distance, she was not happy in her heart. After returning to her own courtyard, he probably felt that Qin Mianmian had completed her work, so he wanted to pat his subordinates to see if the second prince had left. His subordinates were surprised that their master was like this. Naturally, he had to ask more questions. What's wrong with the master today? Why did you suddenly get angry? Why don't you go and see what happened to Miss Qin? After hearing this, Du Lingyi couldn't help laughing. Don't tell me these things. I don't want to tell you these nonsense. You have to listen to me. If you do it again, I will lose your mouth. After hearing this, the servant couldn't recover for a long time. He didn't know where he was wrong. He could only stare at Du Lingyi blankly. Du Lingyi smiled and said to him, "What's wrong? You can't recover at this time. Do you know that you have made such a big mistake, and I will never forgive you?" The servant was even more frightened now, and he didn't know what he had done. "What's wrong with the master? What did I do wrong? Please try it." Du Lingyi was actually joking at this time, so of course he felt a little guilty about the attitude of the subordinates. He immediately adjusted his demeanor. "Okay, I was just joking with you at this time. Why do you take it seriously? You must not take it seriously." The servant was relieved, but he still didn't understand what was wrong with Du Lingyi. "Does this mean that you had a quarrel with Miss Qin? The master has always quarreled with Miss Qin, so I probably know it very well. That's what happened." Du Lingyi nodded. Anyway, this was not the first time this happened, and he was willing to admit it. "You know that your daughter has always been close to the second prince, so I feel a little unhappy. The company thinks that at this time, why should they get close to each other? Is Miss Qin related to the second prince?" After hearing this, the servant probably knew what his master was talking about. He immediately said to his master, "If the master doesn't want your daughter to be with the second prince, it's better to be with Miss Qin. I think Miss Qin is not an unreasonable person, so she should be able to make this matter clear at this time." Du Lingyi nodded and said silently, "What you said makes sense. It is indeed the case, but I hope you can keep this secret for me. I don't want to make any mistakes." The servant nodded after listening and immediately said, "Please rest assured, my son, I still know what to do about this matter." "Really? You know what I should do at this time, so tell me, how can I save this matter?" After Du Lingyi said this, the servant was in a dilemma and asked him to talk about it himself. This matter was really difficult. "Young master, I don't know where to start if you ask me to talk about this matter, but Miss Qin is actually close to the second prince. Why don't you go and try to see what the second prince has, and we can learn from him?" Du Lingyi laughed after hearing this. This was just a case of the ugly woman imitating the ugly woman. "You really thought of it. I really admire you. Okay, I won't tell you about other things first. You did this, right? But so, what? I won't do what you say. You should take care of your own affairs first." The servant retreated silently, but Du Lingyi did not completely ignore what others said. At this time, I still took my subordinate's words to heart. Why is Qin Mianmian so close to the second prince? In fact, he also wanted to know in his heart, and he felt that if he could learn the advantages of the second prince at this time, maybe Du Lingyi would not have to rely on this house at all and would come back to him. Thinking of this, he was suddenly shocked. He wondered why he was so impulsive and why he was worried about this matter. All these emotions were inexplicable. Why have I become like this now? I care so much about Qin Mianmian. Isn't he just a subordinate of ours? He is just a retainer who is a little higher than a servant. That's all. Why should I value him so much? Du Lingyi muttered to himself that he couldn't hide his feelings. He suddenly felt that he was concerned about Qin Mianmian, and he couldn't explain why he cared about her. Was it because he loved her? In such a dilemma, he finally didn't know what to do. But his feelings would not be known to others. He still ordered himself to keep it secret. But Qin Mianmian was close to the second prince. Du Lingyi hid his feelings these days, so he also avoided Qin Mianmian and didn't come to hang out with him. Qin Mianmian also stuck to the second prince, but Qin Mianmian stuck to the second prince just for the princess. He also greeted the group leader in advance. The princess, of course, agreed, so she let Qin Mianmian go. Qin Mianmian also knew that the princess would not misunderstand her, so she followed the second prince boldly. The second prince was very happy that Qin Mianmian could come to him, which was a great encouragement for him. I have tasted all your cakes. Is there anything new? You have been making desserts for me these days, but if you have anything to ask me, I have told you that if it is something about Princess Changhe, I will never accept it. Qin Mianmian shook his head immediately after hearing this. The second prince misunderstood. The second prince, don't think that I am fooling you at this time. It is definitely not the case. I just think, I want to learn from you at this time, so I will follow you. This excuse is also hard to hear, and the second prince naturally will not agree, so the second prince also laughed at this time. Really? I don't think this sentence is from my heart. Why don't you come and tell me what is going on at this time? Did Qin Mianmian know? However, the second prince could not listen to the princess's name anymore, so he thought of something to live with. The second prince knows my relationship with Mr. Du. The second prince often says that I don't need the second prince because I have Mr. Du by my side. But that's not true. The second prince was naturally very happy after hearing this and felt that Qin Mianmian was getting closer to him. However, what he was struggling with was Qin Mianmian telling the truth? He looked seriously into Qin Mianmian's eyes, and Qin Mianmian also said seriously at this time, "Don't you believe it, second prince?" The second prince nodded, of course. Such a great opportunity? How could he not seize it? You are really talking nonsense. This prince will always believe in you. Qin Mianmian was very touched after hearing this, knowing that he had met the right person, but he felt that he was a little guilty of the other party. After the second prince said this, I felt uncomfortable. Does the second prince think that I am particularly useless at this time? Does he think that I am like a slug sticking to the second prince at this time? Qin Mianmian pretended to be pitiful and succeeded. After hearing what he said, the other party naturally expressed a denial. You can't say that. If you really want to learn something from this prince, it is naturally good. This prince has never said that this is a bad thing. After hearing this answer, Qin Mianmian was very happy. Thank you for the recognition of the second prince. After hearing this, I feel much more comfortable in my heart. After hearing this, the second prince finally believed Qin Mianmian completely. He believed that with Qin Mianmian's honest words, there should be no problem. Okay, don't tell me too much at this time. I hope you can maintain your state and don't let others take it away. Qin Mianmian nodded, knowing what the second prince was talking about. He was warning me that if I wanted to learn from him, I should have less contact with Du Lingyi. The battle between him and Du Lingyi has never stopped, but Qin Mianmian knew clearly what her purpose was. It was to bring together Princess Chang'e and the second prince. Now, in the past few years with the second prince, Princess Chang'e has gone to who knows where. This is definitely not okay. Is the second prince really unwilling to forgive the princess? Qin Mianmian took this opportunity to ask another question, and the second prince finally turned around. That's enough. Who are you here for? Qin Mianmian sighed. Back in the princess's courtyard, the princess was a little angry. Qin Mianmian had been around the second prince these days. Although the princess and the second prince had a good relationship, they hoped that Qin Mianmian would belong to Du Lingyi, so they were naturally unhappy when Qin Mianmian went somewhere else. Tell me what's going on. You have to explain this to me clearly, otherwise I won't let you go. Tell me what's going on. Why did you suddenly end up with the second prince? Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer the princess's question. It was really embarrassing for her. I don't know how to respond to the princess's question. Let's not talk about it. Stop it. The princess was not happy when she saw Qin Mianmian whining. You're in love with the second prince, but I'm telling you that you can't love the second prince. Although Qin Mianmian knew that he would never like the second prince, he was still quite doubtful after hearing the princess's words. What does the eldest princess mean? I don't understand. Why can't I like the second prince? Although I have no feelings for the second prince, doesn't the little girl understand that I am not worthy of the second prince? But, the eldest princess smiled. Do you think that if you are not worthy of the second prince at this time, you will definitely not be worthy of Master Du? That's not what I mean. What I mean is that you have already been Master Du's person, so you can't like the second prince. Qin Mianmian blushed immediately after hearing this. He didn't want people to think that he had a relationship with Du Lingyi so early, so he still had to remain humble. Princess, you are kidding. Why do you keep making fun of me? You are bored now and you are making fun of me. What will I do when I leave in the future? The princess laughed heartily and became happier and happier. What you said is true. If you leave in the future, I will definitely give you a big gift because you will definitely become Mrs. Du in the future. I won't give you a big gift. Don't you think it is reasonable? Qin Mianmian heard this again and fell into the trap of this sentence. It took him a while to realize that the princess was making fun of him. He didn't want to talk to the princess anymore. At this time, he hid aside and didn't say a word. The princess knew that Qin Mianmian was shy, so she didn't have anything to be angry about. She immediately said to Qin Mianmian, Okay, I won't make fun of you. At this time, you should do your own things first. By the way, you have to go to see the second prince at this time. Please help me give him something. After saying this, the princess immediately sent someone to take out a set of plates. This set of plates was borrowed by the second prince from his mother last time and given to me. Now I want to return it to him. You can help me give it to him. Qin Mianmian suddenly sighed. Princess, please don't make fun of me. I approached the second prince just for Princess Changhe. I think the princess is so infatuated with him that I have to help him. The princess nodded and said, I know what you mean, so I'm helping you too. Why don't you give this set of plates to Princess Changhe and let her return it? After hearing this, Qin Mianmian was naturally overjoyed. Princess, this makes sense. If I give this thing to him and then he gives it to the second prince, won't the two of them have something to say? After hearing this, the princess was also complacent. Yes, that's the reason. Princess Chang'e was a little confused after taking the plate, but she was naturally happy to hear that the plate was for the second prince. You really helped me find a reason. Thank you very much. But when Princess Chang'e appeared in front of the second prince was not so satisfied. Why are you here again? Qin Mianmian was not around to hear this, and felt that the second prince seemed too indifferent and wanted to persuade him. The second prince said directly, Please ask him to leave. We have received the plates, but we don't need him to bribe or curry favor with us. Qin Mianmian's clan weaving. Second prince, why do you have to do this? You know that Princess Chang and Princess Chang are here to do business. Don't you need your set of plates? After Qin Mianmian said this, the second prince's eyes widened, and he was naturally very angry. You are also speaking for him. I said I don't need this set of plates. Do you believe it? Throw it into the lake for me, and wait until the world really doesn't need it anymore. Qin Mianmian saw that the set of plates was indeed very exquisite. It would not be worth it if the second prince was angry and asked him to throw it away, so he immediately snatched the set of plates. Second prince, please do this. This set of plates is so good. How can you throw it into the lake? I admit that I did say something too much at this time. Second prince, please don't take it to heart. Qin Mianmian said so, and then the second prince nodded, believed Qin Mianmian, and forgave Qin Mianmian. Your words make me feel happier, so I want to ask you, as the Princess of Chang'e, can you leave now? Princess Chang'e's face changed. Seeing that the second prince did not welcome her at all, she was a little at a loss. Princess Chang'e also wanted to save her face. After hearing what the second prince said, she felt very unhappy and naturally prepared to leave. But Qin Mianmian felt that if the princess left at this time, there would be no chance again. He held the princess and said to her, Princess June, wait a minute. The second prince is talking about a plan. Do you believe him too? The princess felt puzzled after hearing this. Do you think the princess should not leave at this time? The princess thinks you are joking at this time. Qin Mianmian knew that the princess was very angry after hearing this. He looked at the second prince, hoping that the second prince would come to coax the princess, but the second prince did not like the princess, so how could he behave like this at this time? The second prince just said lightly, If the princess does not want to leave, just do whatever you want. I don't have any other ideas at this time. After hearing this, Qin Mianmian also fell into self-blame for no reason. He blamed himself for not making this plan well, and in this way, the princess's image in front of the second prince was even worse. Second prince, for my sake, please don't quarrel with the princess. The princess didn't appear in front of the second prince on purpose. Isn't it for this set of plates? You have forgotten how the princess treated me in the past. You forgot whether you wanted me to tell you. Qin Mianmian shook his head and immediately said to the second prince, "Second prince, what are you talking about? If you keep talking like this, then I have nothing to say." The second prince sighed and walked into the room. Qin Mianmian quickly pulled the princess over. "Remember to leave when the time comes. You must not leave. He is a soft-hearted person. As long as you can get through, he will not do anything." After saying that, he pushed the princess into the study. The second prince did not do anything or say anything else. Qin Mianmian arranged the princess on a chair and personally made tea for her. "Don't be angry, Your Highness the second prince, and Your Highness the princess. Don't be angry either." Qin Mianmian had just finished saying this when the second prince looked up at Qin Mianmian and said, "I don't know what you mean now. You are trying to bring the princess and I together, right?" After hearing this, Qin Mianmian didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Second prince, what does this mean?" The little girl didn't understand. Qin Mianmian didn't expect that the second prince would be able to expose her so-called plan so quickly. The second prince smiled. "What do you think Your Highness means? Your Highness has long seen through your thoughts, Princess Chang. You don't have to pretend here. Please leave." The Lord of Chang'e stood up all of a sudden. He didn't expect that Qin Mianmian's plan would fail and affect his image in the eyes of the second prince. His face turned red all of a sudden. Qin Mianmian was naturally unwilling to see that Princess Chang'e was leaving. At this time, he wanted to take Princess Chang'e with him to try again, but Princess Chang'e turned away in anger, and it didn't work at all. He sighed, but the second prince said, "Why do you have to sigh? Shouldn't I be the one sighing at this time? You did a good thing after all." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian smiled and immediately said, "Second prince, you are joking. It seems that my plan is known to you. There is nothing to hide at this time. Why don't you consider Princess Chang'e? What do you think?" After hearing this, the second prince was not very happy. "Do you think I am someone who can be pushed around at will?" Qin Mianmian certainly didn't mean that. Qin Mianmian also quickly said, "Second prince, you have misunderstood. I never said that I meant that. It's just that there are indeed some troubles at this time." After hearing this, the second prince became even angrier. He knew his intentions, and he knew that Qin Mianmian also understood his intentions. These were things that were clear to both of them, but Qin Mianmian pushed herself to Chang'e. The princess didn't know what Qin Mianmian meant. "Don't you and I trust each other anymore? If you let me stay with the princess again, you won't be needed and get out of class this afternoon." Qin Mianmian naturally knew the entanglement of the whole thing after hearing this, and quickly shut up. However, after Qin Mianmian really left, the second prince fell silent. In this way, Qin Mianmian neither belonged to him, nor was she tripping him up, which was absolutely not acceptable. What's wrong with the second prince? The second prince is frowning. Is he tripped up by something? After hearing this, the second prince nodded. "How can you tell that this prince is frowning? It seems that this prince's frowning look is too obvious." The servant next to the second prince said, "I know the second prince's temper best. Isn't the second prince like this now because he is worried?" Happened between Miss Qin and the second prince. The second prince finally sighed. "It seems that you are very clear about this prince's thoughts at this time. This prince will not hide it from you anymore. It is true that you know this prince more or less. Miss Qin has been trying to bring this prince and Princess Chang'e together. But Princess Chang'e and this prince are not the same kind of people at all." The servant nodded after hearing this. "Yes, the second prince and the princess have lived together in the palace for so many years. If they had feelings for each other, they would have done so long ago. It is naturally impossible now." The second prince nodded. "As expected, you know me best. So what do you think we should do now?" After saying this, the servant didn't know how to answer because he had never thought about this question. Before Qin Mianmian appeared, the second prince didn't have to pay attention to the princess. No matter how the princess tried to please the second prince, she would not respond. But now Qin Mianmian is here. The second prince likes Qin Mianmian, and everyone knows it. So at this time, the second prince couldn't help but want to please Qin Mianmian. Of course, he couldn't refuse his request at this time. Qin Mianmian has been trying to match the second prince and the princess, which makes the second prince even more embarrassed. So after thinking for a while, I came up with a solution and immediately said, "Actually, I have a solution at this time. I wonder if the second prince can listen to it?" The second prince was very happy after hearing this. He immediately opened his mouth and said, "What do you mean? Just say it if you have something to say. This prince is struggling now." After hearing this, the servant nodded quickly and then slowly told the plan. In fact, the most important thing is to know that the second prince already has someone, so naturally he will not get close to her anymore. So as long as the second prince takes your girl down, no matter what, she will become the second prince's consort. Isn't the matter settled? Although Miss Qin seems unwilling, as long as the emperor opens his mouth, as long as the imperial concubine speaks, does he have any reason to disagree? The second prince thought this was a good idea, but he had tried it once last time, and Qin Mianmian didn't want to agree to it. If he forced Qin Mianmian to stay with him again, it would not be a good choice. He shook his head and said immediately that I don't think it is a very good thing to force Miss Qin at this time. Think about whether there is any other way. The servant was embarrassed when he heard this. The second prince really made things difficult for me. There are not so many things to think about in my mind. The second prince shook his head helplessly. Well, I see that what you think is impossible, and I have roughly understood it. After hearing what the second prince said, Xiaoxi felt even more guilty, thinking that he had not helped the second prince, but had caused trouble for him. He also took advantage of the second prince not to leave and quickly said to him, "Second prince, please don't be angry. Let me think about it again." In fact, as long as the second prince can make up his mind at this time, he will definitely be able to resolve this matter. Miss Qin is unwilling. Does he really look down on the position of the prince's consort? It's just because the superiors didn't give the order. If the superiors really want to keep it secret, I don't think he can refuse at this time. After hearing this, the second prince finally loosened up a little. In fact, at this time, he also felt that it was not a particularly good thing to drag it on like this. It can only be regarded as a matter of waiting for more confusion and less hope. It is better to resolve this matter as soon as possible. With this idea, the second prince went to the imperial concubine again. The imperial concubine was surprised that her son was still so sad about Qin Mianmian. She personally poured a glass of water for the second prince, hoping that he would calm down. Mother knows. At this time, I just like that girl, and I want to marry her as my prince's consort. After hearing this, the imperial concubine sighed and said, "Since you said so, he can only satisfy you, don't you think so? At least you can only let you go as you like. But I told your father last time, and your father has helped you with this matter, but Miss Qin is not happy. Do you think it will be useful at this time?" After hearing this, the second prince said, "I think Miss Qin is willing, but she just lacks the opportunity now." The imperial concubine didn't understand, so she asked, "What do you mean by that?" The second prince said, "Isn't it the June family banquet to appreciate the lotus in the palace in a few days? That day, my father will be there, and everyone will be there. If this matter is raised, Qin Mianmian will definitely not back down." The imperial concubine knew the feasibility of this matter. If it was in front of so many people, Qin Mianmian would naturally agree to it in order to protect Master Du and his family, but it seemed a bit bad to force others like this. Have you thought it through? If you really want to do this, you know that if you force him in front of your family, the relationship between you two will not be much better. If you really think that this matter should be done this way, Mother will let you go. Now that you have obtained the approval of your father, Mother is not worried about you anymore. If you really have your own ideas, then do it. But you must know that if you do it now, you may get the opposite effect. After hearing this, the second prince was also very clear about everything he would face in the future. He nodded very seriously and then said, "I have thought it through. Since Miss Qin and I have such a deep bond and she has not left the palace until now, I will try my best." After hearing this, the imperial concubine finally nodded. "Okay? Since you have said so, it means that you are ready. It is useless for me to persuade you. I know that you have always been a steady person. You must have your own reasons for being so impulsive now." After saying this, the imperial concubine did her own thing. The second prince felt strange. At this time, didn't my mother ask me what was going on? After hearing this, the imperial concubine quickly said, "Child, what's wrong with your mother letting you go? If your mother stops you from pursuing the girl you like, it will be a matter of love between us as mother and son. I originally thought that Miss Qin was just a commoner at this time, so you shouldn't marry her. But seeing that you are so stubborn, I have no choice but to follow your wishes and let you do it. If you can really marry Miss Qin back to your East Palace, I think it's time to give it a try." After listening to the words of the imperial concubine, the second prince completely had his confidence. He also smiled and said to the imperial concubine, "Thank you, mother. If it weren't for your support, I wouldn't know what to do." The imperial concubine immediately looked at her son lovingly, without showing any evil intentions. After the second prince left, the imperial concubine sighed, and the maid came up. She knew what was wrong with her master, and quickly said to her master, "The imperial concubine is worried that the second prince has been possessed by a demon. Originally, it would be nice for a girl to be a concubine, but now that she has come, I'm afraid it's really difficult, as the imperial concubine also said so. If he is really possessed by a demon at this time, I don't know how to persuade him all of a sudden, so now can only let him do things. I hope he won't go too far. He still has to focus on his career at this time. I don't know if he can understand what I said to him just now. Isn't it all for this? If he can understand, Emperor needed him, he would definitely let him work in the imperial kitchen. At this time, he would not be able to attend the banquet, so he was also entangled in not knowing whether he should proceed according to this plan. Just thinking about it, the invitation for June has already arrived. This is a tradition in the palace. In June and July, when the lotus flowers are in full bloom, there will naturally be family banquets on occasions. Various parks, temples, and the emperor will be present, and naturally, people who the emperor appreciates will also be present. At that time, everyone will take advantage of this most important moment to do something they want to do. The second prince took the invitation and asked, by the way, did he know whether Miss Qin in the princess's courtyard received the invitation? The eunuch who came to send heard this and was at a loss for a moment. He thought for a long time before answering. "Your Highness is talking about the girl beside the eldest princess, the one who can make desserts. That girl is going with the eldest princess, so the second prince doesn't have to worry at this time. As long as the eldest princess goes, that girl will definitely go as well." The second prince nodded and agreed after hearing this. He also felt that if this was the case, he could be relieved, so he quickly said, "Very good. If this is really the case at this time, I will be relieved." After saying this, the second prince gave the eunuch some reward silver and then sent him out. When he came back, he had a smile on his face. Qin Mianmian was studying her new dessert in the yard and suddenly saw the second prince coming over. Now she was the only one in the yard, and Duling Yi had gone out to do things. Qin Mianmian was a little at a loss. After all, she had just quarreled with the second prince because of the princess's matter. Now the second prince came to find her, and she didn't know why. "Highness." Qin Mianmian bowed to the second prince, and then looked at the second prince. The second prince smiled and said to Qin Mianmian, "Why are you looking at me like that?" It's because the second prince didn't make it clear what he was doing here, so of course I felt a little strange in my heart. "There's nothing strange about this. I'm here to give you an invitation." Qin Mianmian naturally felt strange after hearing this, so she immediately looked up at the other party. "Invitation? What invitation? Is there going to be another happy event in the palace?" The second prince shook his head. "It's not a big deal. It's just that the lotus is about to bloom, so the palace is preparing to hold a banquet. I wonder if you will go or not." After Qin Mianmian heard this, she suddenly remembered that the eldest princess did mention it to her. So of course she smiled and said, "Why shouldn't I go over and take a look at such a good opportunity? What you said is strange. Since you are going, then I am here to give you an invitation. If you don't have an invitation, it will be uncomfortable for you to be with the princess." Qin Mianmian took the invitation from the second prince and said, "In that case, thank you very much, second prince." "Wait a minute, I will give you an invitation. Don't you want to say anything more?" "I just made you angry. How dare you make you angry now? Second prince, just tell me, what do you want me to do now?" After hearing this, the second prince smiled and said, "You are smart. I won't argue with you any more at this time. I hope you can go to the lotus banquet instead of working in the imperial kitchen. I know your cooking skills. The emperor will definitely invite you to make desserts, but after you make the desserts, you can leave these things to others. What about you? Or come back and sit on your seat to watch the singing and dancing performances and the ladies all day long. Being sad for the emperor, you will naturally find it fun." Qin Mianmian laughed out loud. "The son of the queen should also feel pity for the royal concubine. How can you say such a thing at this time?" The second prince smiled after hearing this. "What's wrong? You think I'm not happy at this time. It's not that I'm not happy, but it's absolutely unnecessary for me to do so at this time. My mother has always been a very good person in front of my father. As a son, I don't have to worry about her." After hearing this, Qin Mianmian nodded, and Qin Mianmian quickly said, "What you said makes sense. I also know that worrying about this will not produce any results. Okay, I'll accept your invitation and see you at the lotus meeting." Before Qin Mianmian finished speaking, Du Lingyi had already returned home. Seeing Qin Mianmian and the second prince standing together, he was naturally a little unhappy. However, this time he did not come over to talk, but just said hello and left. This made his father feel unhappy, and the truth was that he should be respected by others for his status. Why did Du Lingyi suddenly ignore him? He stopped Du Lingyi and said to her, "Mister, you don't want to pay attention to me, right?" After hearing this, Du Lingyi stopped and said again, "Does this make me seem to offend the second prince?" The second prince shook his head, which was not what he meant. "Okay, Mr. Du, I dare not offend you because of your status, so I'll take my leave now." After watching the second prince leave, Du Lingyi immediately asked Qin Mianmian, "What did he say to you?" "He just invited me to the lotus banquet to appreciate the flowers, and you will go too. What are you worried about? Don't try that on me. He invited you. You can refuse. Why did you agree?" Qin Mianmian couldn't answer anything at once. After a long while, Qin Mianmian changed the subject. "Come and try my new dessert." Du Lingyi said, "You didn't answer my question just now. I just want to know what you really think. Do you really like the second prince?" Qin Mianmian shook her head quickly. "When did I ever like the second prince? You know I'm trying to bring the princess and the second prince together. How could I be attracted to him at this time?" "Really? But I think His Highness really likes you and comes to you again and again. Do you have to treat him as a backer?" Qin Mianmian really didn't understand at this time and asked the man in front of her, "Do you really think we can be together? If we were together, I would have become the second prince's consort a long time ago. Please understand that I will not choose him at this time." After hearing this, Du Lingyi seemed to be more relieved. He nodded and wanted to apologize to Qin Mianmian. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I don't think I should make such assumptions at this time." Qin Mianmian sighed. "I will probably make desserts at the banquet and won't go to the banquet. But the second prince just reminded me that I can hand over some things to my subordinates, so I don't have to worry too much." Du Lingyi got the point again. "He told you this. It seems that he is really worried about you." Qin Mianmian turned his head away, unwilling to say anything more. In this way, the day soon came to the lotus banquet. Naturally, there were people coming and going on Heiwan's banquet, and it was very lively. Even if it was just the imperial family members in the palace, there were still many people. Qin Mianmian was busy with his desserts in the kitchen. After all, his job was to make desserts. Of course, it was impossible for him to be absent at this time. However, he had been walking in the palace for more than a few months, so he had enough friends to help him. His desserts could be made very quickly and could be served out immediately. After a little bit is done, Miss Qin can rest. Qin Mianmian listened to the words of the palace maid next to her, smiled and nodded, and then said, "Yes, I know that at this time, as long as I do a little more, I can probably rest. I hope so." After saying this, Qin Mianmian also quickened the speed of his hands, and he wished that he had an extra pair of hands at this time. He was in the midst of intensive arrangements, but who knew that a figure appeared outside the imperial kitchen? Qin Mianmian knew it was Du Lingyi at a glance, so he put down the flower in his hand and quietly walked out. "Why is it you? Why didn't you stay outside with them and came here?" Du Lingyi smiled. "Can I come here?" Qin Mianmian shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I just feel a little surprised. Why did you come here? I am a little happy and a little worried. If the people at the banquet find out that you are missing, they will definitely look for you everywhere, and then you will be finished." Qin Mianmian said this, and Du Lingyi shook her head. "It doesn't matter. I have already told the people below. It's no big deal. Even if someone looks for me, so what? I will just go back." Qin Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief at this moment and pulled Du Lingyi in. He secretly gave Du Lingyi a piece of his newly made dessert to eat. "If it is served at the banquet, you may not be able to enjoy the food properly. I will secretly give you one first, so that even if you can't eat it for a while, you can still taste it." Du Lingyi was of course very happy. This was made by Qin Mianmian for herself. "Does anyone else have it?" He immediately took the pastry and tasted it. He didn't care whether the pastry was delicious or not. He just praised it for being really delicious. Qin Mianmian was very happy after hearing this and immediately explained how to make the pastry, but Du Lingyi's attention was not on this. He was completely willing to accompany Qin Mianmian because Qin Mianmian was here. Seeing Qin Mianmian so,